Chapter 1. Do you really think you can play basketball at your height? Seriously, with your height, you think you can play basketball? Don't be ridiculous. You're just another Asian. You'll never make it to the NCAA in this lifetime. Stop dreaming and go back to playing basketball at your elementary school. Who knows, you might carve out a niche for yourself there. 2002, the United States. Inside the basketball arena of Aina University, a crowd encircled an Asian youth. As soon as those words were uttered, they provoked a chorus of laughter from those nearby. And Mohan, an Asian international student in America, harbored a basketball dream like many others. To be honest, Mohan possessed commendable skills on the court. Since childhood, he had undergone rigorous training and accumulated a wealth of experience. However, it must be said that his height was somewhat awkward. Standing at 175 centimeters, he was neither particularly tall nor short in everyday contexts. In casual streetball games, Mohan could easily hold his own. Yet when it came to the NCAA or the NBA, he was perceived as lacking. Under normal circumstances, Mohan would not have considered trying out for the school team. But yesterday, he had just been reborn, having lived in 2022 until then. Upon realizing that he had returned to 2002, Mohan was determined to rectify his past regrets. No matter how arduous or challenging it might be, he was undeterred. Even if it meant merely securing a spot as a bench warmer, he was eager to give a shot. Only then would he feel that he had not betrayed his basketball dream. At the very least, he would have made the effort. Thus, Mohan resolved to apply for a position on the school team and partake in their training. He believed he had a chance. After all, Aina University, while classified as a Division I institution, was not among the elite NCAA programs. It paled in comparison to powerhouses like Duke or North Carolina. Moreover, his own skill level was commendable, and he excelled in assisting teammates. If Mohan were to take on the role of point guard, despite his modest height, he could objectively fulfill the position. However, when he voiced this intention, it was met with derision from everyone on the team. They regarded the young man with yellow skin with scoffing, disdainful expressions. Though I don't know where you came from, with that appearance, you think you can play basketball? Shorty, who do you think you are? Isaiah Thomas? Just another Asian, and you dare to dream of the NCAA? Hurry back home and suck your thumb. I've seen countless delusional folks like you. Do you really believe passion alone is enough to play basketball? A bench warmer? You couldn't even manage that. Foolish Asian. Basketball is not easy. At this, Mohan felt a surge of anger. His aspirations were not lofty. Furthermore, he was certainly no burden. In fact, Mohan was confident that in terms of basketball IQ and awareness, he surpassed many of the starting players. Yet, due to these individuals' superior static athleticism, he faced ridicule instead. He had been deprived of any opportunity to prove himself. Mohan remained silent, simply reiterating, I just want to give it a try. Give it a try. Upon hearing Mohan's words, the crowd reacted as if they had just heard something astonishing. Their expressions were a mix of surprise and amusement. With mocking faces, they replied, You? Are you serious? Ha ha, you gotta be kidding me. We'll give you the right to try. This is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Ha ha, come on, let him compete. Let him try. The crowd erupted in laughter. They pushed forward a player to challenge Mohan. This player was none other than the starting point guard of Aina University, Klins. Though Klins played the same position, he stood a towering 193 centimeters tall. Klins addressed Mohan. Since you want to join the team, let me show you what despair looks like. The gap between you and the professional level is something you'll never bridge. Even as a bench warmer, you won't make it. Seeing you reminds me of that Asian giant who got crossed over on the NBA court yesterday. Only he was a giant, while you were just a little fool. At this moment, hearing Klins' taunts, Mohan felt a flicker of anger. Initially, his mindset was merely to attempt, but now, he was determined to defeat him, even if it meant giving it everything he had. Klins threw the ball towards Mohan's head, but Mohan defended earnestly, reacting swiftly and surprisingly catching the ball. Klins was momentarily taken aback. He then remarked, Looks like even a waste can have a stroke of luck. The crowd erupted in cheers. Klins, however, merely smirked in disdain and assumed a defensive posture. Facing Mohan, he made a defensive gesture, saying, Come on, bring it on. Mohan assessed Klins' defense, noting the lack of seriousness in his approach. There was no effort to pressure him. Thus, Mohan made a swift decision. In such a situation, he should simply shoot. So, from beyond the three-point line, Mohan released the ball. Swish! Accompanied by the crisp sound of the net, the basketball sailed through effortlessly. 3 points. As a shorter player, shooting was the most crucial, fundamental skill. With that successful shot, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Their expressions turned awkward. After all, having just ridiculed him, Mohan immediately sank a shot, which was undeniably embarrassing. However, Klins remained unfazed, saying, "Haha, you were just lucky. But that's all you can rely on shooting." Upon hearing this, the rest of the team chimed in. "Show him what you're made of. Klins, go in and dunk on him. That's right, dunk him. Show him your prowess. Let this clueless fool see your strength." The moment Klins got hold of the ball, he reverted to his previously confident demeanor. He declared, "Kid, they'll make sure you understand what true skill is." With a series of flashy dribbles, Klins executed a thruff-the-legs maneuver and, in a sudden stop, shoved Mohan. However, Mohan stood firm and did not fall. Klins had initially intended to fake Mohan out, showcasing his own prowess. Yet, his plan failed, leaving Klins somewhat irked. He let out a TCH, then pulled the ball back, performing a sham god followed by a swift spin. Mohan stayed close, maintaining his position. Seeing this, Klins grew impatient. In an instant, he charged at Mohan, shouldering him and applying pressure. He knocked Mohan aside and prepared to dunk over him with both hands. However, at that very moment, Mohan seized the opportunity and stole the ball. Smack! Klins completely missed. Mohan capitalized on the chance and launched a fast break. Initially aiming for an easy layup, he was met by Aina University's star player, Gorin, who soared in to block him. Bam! Before Mohan could comprehend why someone else had entered the fray, he heard Gorin say, "Forget your basketball dreams, you mere Asian. From now on, I shall be your adversary." Chapter 2. The Pinnacle of Allen Iverson Experience Card. Gorin. Upon his entrance, everyone present was left in awe, for Gorin was undoubtedly the star player of the team. As a former four-star high school recruit, his skills were beyond question. Even within the context of this year's NCAA, Goling's prowess can undoubtedly be deemed exceptional. Moreover, Goling's height surpasses that of Mohan by an immeasurable extent. Standing at an imposing 203 centimeters, Goling serves as a versatile player in the 3 to 4 positions on his team. His extraordinary height and wingspan enable him to serve as an effective deterrent in the paint. For those athletes measuring 2 meters tall with considerable athleticism, Goling is indeed a figure they regard with trepidation. Not to mention Mohan, who stands at a mere 175 centimeters in the point guard position. This mismatch presents an exceedingly unfavorable scenario for Mohan. At this moment, the coach of Aina University arrived, somewhat belatedly. Upon witnessing the throng gathered, he inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" The crowd, chuckling, replied, "Coach, you won't believe there's this audacious young lad who wishes to join our varsity team. He aspires to play in the NCAA, so let's give this kid a lesson." "Ha ha! Coach, you have no idea this lad is simply hilarious." Observing the mockery reflected in the faces around him, the coach turned his gaze towards the individual who claimed he wanted to join the team. After surveying the surroundings, he found no one who possessed the qualities of a standout athlete. Instead, he noticed a rather diminutive Asian student, who seemed to be even shorter than himself. This fellow appeared to be barely 1.80 meters. After scrutinizing for some time, without finding anyone that met his expectations, the coach stated, "What's the situation? Is he the one you're referring to?" The crowd nodded in affirmation. "That's him, coach. Otherwise, we wouldn't find it so amusing. Do you think he's being utterly delusional, coach?" At this point, the Aina University coach wore an expression of resignation. Initially, he had thought this incident might turn out to be an unexpected surprise. After all, it sounded rather entertaining, perhaps the beginning of a legendary tale. However, he did not anticipate that this individual turned out to be merely a 175 centimeter tall underdog. Such a player would struggle to even compete in high school leagues, let alone qualify for a seat on the bench. Upon witnessing this scene, the coach felt a sense of disinterest and casually remarked, "Just let him play around as long as it doesn't disrupt the official training. It's fine." The crowd, having received the coach's tacit approval, grew even more exuberant and began to revel in the moment. Except for Goling, everyone else took out their phones, preparing to record videos for online sharing. The coach, appearing utterly bored, settled down to the side. He had initially believed he had encountered a promising player worthy of consideration. But now, he found himself disinclined to entertain such thoughts. Even if the team members were to insult or offend this young man, he remained indifferent. He was merely an overambitious youngster. Meanwhile, the other players trained their phones on the unfolding drama between Goling and Mohan, having already conceived a fitting title for their video. This match serves as a lesson for the delusional shorty aspiring to play basketball. On the other hand, Mohan remained unaffected by the commotion surrounding him. Instead, he focused intently on Goling, his mind solely occupied with the task of defense. Nothing else crossed his thoughts. Mohan was utterly serious, yet Goling displayed a complete lack of concern, wearing a mocking expression as he regarded the diminutive figure before him. Testing his opponent, Gorin executed a swift crossover. One must commend the sheer terror of such movements emanating from his towering stature. Even the most basic maneuvers appeared formidable. The amplitude of his movements contrasted sharply with Mohan's, compelling him to exert every ounce of effort in defense. With Mohan's relentless guarding, Gorin's offensive attempt momentarily faltered. Although surprised, Gorin maintained an impassive demeanor, for he had yet to engage fully. With a sudden pivot, Gorin utilized one hand to block Mohan's advance while effortlessly soaring to execute a dunk, a spectacular display of prowess. Bang! As the ball swished through the net, the crowd erupted in applause. Mohan, feeling a mix of helplessness and embarrassment, could only manage an awkward smile. The two were evidently in entirely different leagues as players. In terms of height, speed, and explosiveness, Mohan was distinctly inferior to Gorin. Nevertheless, there was no turning back. He had to persevere. Gorin resumed his offensive onslaught, while Mohan continued to defend earnestly. Gorin, however, remained unimpressed, tauntingly remarking, "Watch out, kid." He then barreled past, once again delivering a resounding dunk over Mohan. Left with no recourse, Mohan felt a genuine sense of helplessness. The height disparity rendered him completely mismatched against such an offensive player. If Gorin did not lower the ball, Mohan had no chance to defend, unable even to reach for the ball. Yet, despite the odds, Mohan refused to relent, maintaining his diligent defense. This was his unwavering attitude. Meanwhile, the coach had completely lost interest. The disparity in skill was simply too vast. Observing Gorin's domination over Mohan felt akin to a slaughter, an utterly one-sided affair. It resembled an adult competing against a child. While such a scenario would be unlikely in an official match where teammates' assistance is paramount, this merciless display left the onlookers profoundly disappointed in Mohan. As the match between Mohan and Gorin unfolded, the crowd gathered around the court continued to swell. Upon grasping the situation, their sentiments aligned. Is this really the 175-centimeter tall kid? Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. Look at this fellow, that foolish Asian. Does he really think he can play basketball at that height? What is he thinking? Does he believe he's Isaiah Thomas or something? Even Thomas finds it impossible to establish himself as a consistent starter in the NBA. This Asian individual is excessively naive and rather foolish. An increasing number of spectators have gathered to witness this one-sided massacre. However, just after Gorin scored several consecutive points, to everyone's astonishment, Mohan managed to successfully defend against a shot. Although luck played a part, there was an undeniable element of surprise among the onlookers. However, they speculated that it would ultimately make little difference, as Mohan seemed destined to endure a fate of relentless humiliation. Just then, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound to the system, the most powerful defender template in history. An initial reward has been granted, a peak Allen Iverson template experience card. Chapter 3, Dunk Scoring. A peak Allen Iverson experience card? Mohan was momentarily taken aback. Although a system had finally manifested, it was merely an experience card, which was rather disappointing. However, at that moment, the system spoke. Please rest assured, host. All template experience cards will become a permanent ability after use. Furthermore, the host can possess multiple templates simultaneously. Feel free to explore. Permanent, and multiple at that? Indeed. Though the template data requires the host to upgrade it independently. Upon hearing these words, Mohan quickly comprehended the implications. In essence, this template experience card was designed for one to directly experience the pinnacle of extraordinary abilities. Nonetheless, it was indeed an enticing prospect. If one were to possess the templates of Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, or even Michael Jordan, what heights could one possibly attain? The outcome of such a scenario was entirely unfathomable. Mohan smiled faintly and gazed at Gorin on the field. At that moment, the expression in Mohan's eyes had transformed. He spoke calmly. Are you prepared to be knocked down? Upon hearing these words, Gorin couldn't help but laugh, a derisive smile escaping his lips. Knock me down. Are you dreaming? Mohan did not react to Gorin's words. However, at that moment, those around them spoke up. Don't be foolish. It's utterly ridiculous. Gorin quickly put an end to him. He's a meaningless opponent. Let him realize his own shortcomings and conclude the match swiftly. Upon hearing this, Gorin smiled slightly and replied, Rest assured, coach, I shall take care of him in no time. And at that moment, Mohan also discerned the truth. This situation stemmed entirely from his lack of height. Even the team was reluctant to offer him a chance. Despite the fact that he managed to steal the ball from Gorin, even in such a disadvantageous position. In truth, it was apparent to all that Mohan possessed commendable awareness. As a point guard, such awareness is a crucial element, enabling him to effectively orchestrate the team's play. However, it was glaringly evident that the coach of Aina University had no intention of granting Mohan an opportunity, not even as a substitute. This reluctance was partly due to Mohan's stature and partly because they did not believe that an Asian, who was not tall, could possess any remarkable abilities. The coach of Aina University wore a disinterested expression, while Gorin was eager to reclaim his standing. He taunted Mohan, saying, "Bring it on, kid." The bystanders echoed the coach's sentiments, mocking, "Why do some people always dream big? You think you can play in the college league? Don't be ridiculous." I genuinely believe these Asians have a penchant for delusion. Indeed, they are quite amusing. Their skills are subpar, yet their aspirations are laughable. With their box-like jumps, how can they compete in the NCAA? Ha ha ha, they still think they are formidable, but in reality, they are slower than my grandmother with a cane. Let me tell you, Gorin doesn't even need to step on the court. Even I can prevent this Asian from scoring a single point. It is truly a one-sided contest. He believes he can outmaneuver us? Such a dreamer. He will be thoroughly contained. Ha ha, let us witness the impending spectacle of a humiliating block. At this moment, Gorin's teammates were also eagerly observing the unfolding drama. They were astonished that this incident had attracted such an audience. Surely, they would gain notoriety at school. Perhaps they should even thank this oblivious Asian for the opportunity. Ha ha ha. As Gorin and Mohan prepared to clash, it was evident that Gorin's defensive reach far surpassed that of Mohan. With arms extended, he positioned himself directly in front of Mohan. In this scenario, Gorin was fully capable of defending against any direction Mohan might attempt to penetrate. He presumed, with a high degree of certainty, that Mohan intended to finish with a shot. Thus, Gorin concentrated his defense on thwarting Mohan's potential attempt. However, Gorin was utterly unprepared for the astonishing move Mohan was about to execute. Faced with Gorin's formidable defense, Mohan surprisingly initiated a breakthrough maneuver. His teammates erupted in laughter. "This is hilarious. Is he serious? He actually thinks he can get past Gorin? Ha ha ha, what audacity. Does he really believe he can outweak Gorin? Is he blind to the disparity in our abilities?" Gorin lowered his defensive stance as Mohan's body shifted to the right for a feigned move. Observing Mohan's shift in weight, Gorin smirked. "Is that all? Such an obvious intention, and he thinks he can slip past me?" He stepped to the right to counter Mohan's potential acceleration. Although Gorin was aware of the possibility of a deceptive maneuver from Mohan, he was confident that his speed would utterly overwhelm him. Yet Mohan, infused with the essence of Allen Iverson's peak performance, executed a deceptive move that Gorin could not have anticipated. It was astonishingly swift. With a remarkably realistic feint and an expansive crossover, as Gorin adjusted his stance, Mohan suddenly changed direction. Schwa! Gorin only heard a rush of wind beside him, and in an instant, he saw a figure appear beside him. How is this possible? How could he be this fast? In a heartbeat. Gorin was incredulous that Mohan could possess such speed. He desperately attempted to catch up to Mohan, who had now positioned himself behind him. However, Gorin's balance had not yet shifted, resulting in a loss of stability. The next moment, Gorin found himself utterly off balance. Without a moment's hesitation, Mohan executed a right-hand dribble, leaping off one foot for a thunderous dunk. Pum! The crowd gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Gorin had been outmaneuvered. "This is absurd. I cannot believe it." And he even managed to dunk. Did you see that speed he just displayed? What the actual? It was utterly outrageous. In that instant, everyone was left speechless. Even the coach of Aina University stood momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How could this be possible? Everyone was left astonished by the sheer speed of Mohan's maneuver. Mohan was aware that this was not his full strength. At that moment, Gorin awkwardly slapped his thigh, stood up with a face full of rage, and exclaimed, "Damn it! Bring it on." Chapter 4, A Victorious Triumph. "Let it come." Mohan tilted his head and flashed a grin, stepping beyond the three-point line before tossing the ball back to Gorin, gesturing for him to pass it to him. Gorin, his eyes ablaze with fury, forcefully slammed the ball back to Mohan. Mohan disregarded Gorin's furious pass, swiftly bringing the ball to his waist with remarkable speed. Lowering his center of gravity, he fixed his gaze intently on Gorin's eyes. Mohan perceived a mixture of provocation and astonishment in Gorin's eyes, yet what prevailed was an evident intrigue regarding his sudden display of prowess. Although Gorin was incensed, His status as a pivotal member of the school team shone through as he swiftly devised a counter strategy. He resolved to exploit his height advantage, thereby creating a greater defensive distance. This decision stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his own reflexes and speed, as he believed he could intercept Mohan's shot before it even left his hand. Mohan smiled helplessly. Without the system, how could he confront such a defense and tackle the disparity in physicality? At that moment, the fluid movements of Allen Iverson danced like a slideshow in his mind. And suddenly the basketball felt like an extension of his very fingers, light and agile. In an instant, he transformed into Iverson, reliving that fateful night when the 76ers faced the Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal loomed before him. The almost despairing difference in their physiques was overwhelming. Yet now, he was Iverson. And the formidable shark was nowhere to be seen. With this thought, every muscle in his body tensed up, propelling him forward like a coiled spring bursting to the right. At that moment, Gorin stood confidently at the free throw line, cautiously eyeing this suddenly unpredictable opponent. Despite standing at a mere 175 centimeters, Mohan's speed and strength far exceeded normal limits. Before Gorin could fully comprehend, Mohan darted like a bolt of lightning to his left. A jolt of surprise surged through Gorin, yet his movements remained composed. With a swift lateral step, he positioned himself like a mountain in front of Mohan. Mohan, with the ball seemingly glued to him, showcased his astonishing body control once more, executing a reverse breakthrough at that incredible speed. Gasps of awe erupted from the audience. The onlookers, comprised of basketball enthusiasts and players, acutely felt that Mohan's burst of speed was the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. At such a moment, halting his sprint would result in an instantaneous backlash, akin to crashing into a wall. Yet, Mohan accomplished it. And he did so without overexerting his body to alter his attacking rhythm. His subsequent explosive maneuvers attested to the extraordinary control he wielded over his muscles. Mohan, much like an eggshell that disperses gripping force, transferred the reaction force onto every inch of his muscles. The coach remained silent, not due to ignorance, but rather because he perceived far more than those around him. He understood that Mohan's prowess extended beyond this. The remarkable muscle control he suddenly exhibited was merely the tip of the iceberg. Mohan's every step resonated with a rhythm as clear as a drumbeat. His control of the ball seamless, devoid of any superfluous movements. The coach, reflecting on this, could not help but feel a twinge of relief. Realizing he had nearly overlooked such a prodigious talent, eagerly anticipating the spectacle that Mohan was about to unfold. And indeed, Mohan's feint was but a ruse. He understood all too well that no matter how swift he was still constrained by the limitations of his physical abilities. Gorin, standing a mere arm's length away, could easily intercept the ball after his leap. With Gorin positioned before him, he felt as though he were facing an insurmountable mountain. Allen Iverson did not carve his unique niche on the court solely through speed. At the pinnacle of his career, every stride of Iverson seemed to tread upon the very hearts of his adversaries. Each step instilled a tremor of fear in his opponents. The sensation of Iverson dominating the court resembled that of a magician gracing the arena once more, his ever-evolving offensive maneuvers catching opponents off guard. Within a mere 24 seconds of offensive play, he could exhaust his adversaries, and in the instant a lapse appeared in their defense, he would effortlessly deposit the ball into the basket. Thus, Mohan initiated his own ruse. His explosive start was merely a smokescreen, while the true essence of this offensive play lay in the actions that followed. After executing his feint, he performed a crossover step, the ball swiftly exchanging hands beneath his legs. This maneuver, commonly employed to deceive opponents regarding their center of gravity, at this moment, bore no indication of such a shift. Rather, it served to decelerate the entire rhythm of the attack. From the stands, the coach's eyes sparkled with excitement as he involuntarily exclaimed, "It worked." The perspective of an observer is often clearer, and for a seasoned NCAA coach, the unfolding scenario was unmistakably evident. In an effort to avoid being drawn into Mohan's low center of gravity, high-speed burst, Gorin meticulously maintained his composure, focusing solely on the instant when Mohan would release the ball. Yet, this seemingly extravagant dribbling beneath his legs, though appearing ineffective, had thoroughly dampened Gorin's pace, gradually drawing him into Mohan's rhythm, akin to a hunter setting a trap, biding his time for an unsuspecting deer to step into it. Sure enough, as Mohan sent the ball beneath his legs, he simultaneously executed a retreating step, causing Gorin to instinctively advance half a step forward. The opportunity had arrived. Mohan moved gracefully like an elegant dancer, swiftly alternating control of the ball between his hands. With rapid cross steps, he advanced forward. As Gorin sidestepped, attempting to intercept Mohan, with a swift and decisive turn, Mohan left Gorin behind him. Everything unfolded so naturally, as if Gorin had deliberately allowed Mohan to pass. At this moment, the untamed spirit of Iverson on the court was vividly manifested once more through Mohan. As Mohan approached the hoop, Gorin hurriedly pursued, attempting to reach out and obstruct him. At this moment, Mohan abruptly halted and retreated, leaving Gorin's center of gravity still aligned with Mohan's previous attacking trajectory, rendering him powerless to respond. The court fell into a profound silence, and Gorin seemed to hear his own heartbeat. He could not comprehend how he had been so easily deceived by such a simple maneuver. He was baffled by the significant disparity in physical prowess between himself and this Asian player, and yet he found himself outmaneuvered. Time appeared to stand still as Gorin gazed into Mohan's eyes, which reflected a fervent desire for victory and an unbridled passion for basketball. Indeed, why should he disparage someone who cherishes the sport? There are always those who surpass us, and mountains beyond mountains. If he were to face an opponent with such a marked physical advantage, would he still have the courage to stand tall like Mohan? The cunning footwork, the fluid style of play, and the seamless ball control, all at once, Gorin understood. He had not been tricked. He was merely appreciating the artistry of Mohan's offense. The ball was released slowly, and with a swish, it found its mark. Chapter 5, 20, Permanent Attributes. The court erupted into a deafening silence, only to be instantly engulfed in a frenzy of excitement. Everyone was astonished that a player of such apparent disparity in skill could produce such a result. This 5'7" Asian had achieved the unimaginable. Gorin's teammates stood in disbelief, unable to fathom how Gorin could be bested by an unheralded diminutive player. Not only them, but the surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. My goodness, what speed! Is this the mysterious power from the East? The ball control and rhythm of the offense. Our school is truly a hidden gem this year. I must quickly upload this video to the school forum. This guy's style reminds me a bit of Iverson. The agile and free-spirited silhouette of Iverson gradually merged with the image of Mohan, who had just been passionately pouring sweat on the court. Yet, amidst the cheers and jubilation, Mohan turned silently and walked away. The coach of Aina University hurried down from the stands, eager to retain this unassuming young talent. However, as he navigated through the crowd to the court, he found only a stunned Gorin, frozen in disbelief. Coach Bohan inquired, "Who was that young man just now?" "Gorin, do you know him?" Still in shock, Gorin replied, "I don't know him. He wanted to join our team, and I thought it would be good to teach this Navi kid a lesson." Coach Bohan sighed upon witnessing Gorin's dazed expression, reflecting that perhaps it was for the best. Gorin, endowed with exceptional physical abilities and rare talent, had seldom faced setbacks on the court. This defeat might serve to fortify his resolve. Nevertheless, Coach Bohan was concerned about the young man. "Does that lad truly wish to join our team?" Gorin paused, questioning, "Coach, are you really considering recruiting him? You saw his physical prowess. What could his role be in a formal match?" Gorin fell silent, having just experienced Mohan's fluid offensive rhythm. Indeed, he mused, Klins couldn't measure up to him. Gorin chuckled wryly. "This kid is impressive. He managed to humble someone as proud as me." Coach Bohan thought to himself that such a promising prospect could not be overlooked. "Where has he gone now?" Coach Bohan asked urgently. "He just turned and left after the match. It's truly strange since he came here to join the team," Gorin replied, equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Mohan, who had just vanished like a fleeting shadow, leaned against the wall of his dormitory bathroom, gasping for breath. Ding dong, the system's voice chimed. "The trial card has expired. Your body retains a 20 permanent attribute enhancement." At that moment, the tension in his nerves and muscles suddenly relaxed, leaving him feeling utterly spent. Yet, Mohan mustered the strength to return to his dormitory. After all, he couldn't let his hard-earned pretense collapse so easily. His remarkable performance had indeed transferred Iverson's muscle memory, ball feel, and mastery of the court during his peak into Mohan. However, his body remained his own. It was the system that had pushed his muscles to their limits, elevating his speed and reaction to an extraordinary level. Nevertheless, the gratifying sensation of a well-executed offense lingered in his memory. The peak Iverson experience card would not preserve his abilities entirely, only leaving behind a 20 permanent attribute enhancement. Yet, he realized that personal development must rely on oneself. One cannot depend entirely on the system. With this thought in mind, Mohan stood and shakily took a shower. As he washed, he felt sharp pains in his calves, making him gasp for air in the bathroom. Damn it! The power of this peak Iverson is truly terrifying. Although the system had retained a 20 permanent attribute enhancement, mitigating the strain on his body, it still subjected Mohan to considerable discomfort. Just after finishing his shower, his phone rang. It was Suchio calling. As a fellow international student in a foreign land, they shared a bond. Especially since Suchio also loved basketball and dreamed of making a name for himself in the NCAA. Hello, Mohan, is that really you? The moment he answered, Suchio's exuberant voice burst through the line. Did you really defeat that 4-star national player, Gorin? Oh, yeah, it was nothing special. He was just like that. As Mohan carefully donned his clothes, wary of exerting himself too vigorously lest he provoke a searing pain from an injured muscle, he feigned indifference in his response. Ah, so you're putting on an act among brothers, are you? Suchio scoffed, then exuberantly added, do you realize you've become the sensation of the entire school? You are heralded as the beacon of hope to lead INA to victory in the NCAA. In that moment, Mohan recalled that today was the day to register for the school team. He had merely aspired to secure a place on the bench. And after triumphing over the starters, he mused that he might just make the cut. Ding! A sudden system notification jolted him from his reverie. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a new task. Enhance yourself. The task requirements were daunting. 100 pull-ups daily, a running distance of 10 kilometers, 100 squats each day. The demands were relentless. Mohan felt overwhelmed. Why must my system be so exacting? The task offered a reward. Complete 10 days to earn a day's superstar experience card. Just one day? After eagerly awaiting this system, only to be granted a mere day of usage amidst such rigorous tasks? Yet, upon further reflection, Mohan found solace. Though the usage was limited to a single day, the system would retain 20 attribute points after completion. Moreover, he would have ample opportunities to acquire more experience cards in the future. Over time, the cumulative benefits would be substantial. Chapter 6. The hardened template. After a night of silence, Mohan rose early, diligently fulfilling the tasks laid before him. Fortunately, his regular exercise regimen had mitigated much of the soreness he felt the previous day. However, while running laps on the field, he was halted by a man. It was Coach Bohem from INA University, who approached Mohan, breathless and drenched in sweat. This student, he gasped, you wish to serve on the INA University team, correct? How is it that you ran so swiftly yesterday? Oh, I just remembered I have something to attend to. Mohan attempted to sidestep the question, thinking it unwise to admit that he was fatigued from merely playing a couple of games. Do you still wish to join the team? Coach Bohem gazed earnestly at Mohan. The NCAA is a revolving door of student athletes with steadfast coaches at the helm. Unlike the NBA, which organizes teams around star players, the NCAA operates under the authority of its coaches, allowing for a more cohesive control over the team dynamics. The fact that the head coach was personally inviting him suggested that his performance in yesterday's game had caught the coach's eye. Yet, the coach's tone shifted. Although your ball handling and defensive rhythm are exceptional, ranking at the level of elite stars, your static athleticism falls short of the required standards. Another who only values height. Mohan lamented inwardly. Mohan was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Coach Bohem swiftly changed his tone, stating that if your organizational skills meet the standard, he would not mind having you start as the point guard for our INA University. In truth, Bohem felt a surge of unease within. He feared that his stance might intimidate this potentially proud young man. Mohan pondered for a moment, then inquired, how shall I demonstrate my organizational skills? Upon hearing Mohan's words, Bohai hurriedly replied, in 10 days, it will be November, and we shall commence the NCAA tournament. Are you aware of this? Mohan nodded, as he still comprehended these fundamental concepts. Seeing that Mohan grasped the competition format, Bohai Meng refrained from elaborating further and remarked, if you substitute a key player at this critical juncture, you must demonstrate superior control over the game then cleanse in the match against Alabama College in 10 days. 10 days? Wasn't that precisely in line with Mohan's intentions? Mohan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Is there anything else? If not, I shall commence my training. Bohaimu cast a meaningful glance at the diligently training Mohan, feeling a twinge of emotion. Such dynamic talent coupled with relentless effort was the hallmark of a budding superstar. Alas, fate can be capricious. If only he were 10 centimeters taller. This thought brought a sense of regret for Mohan's potential. 10 days swiftly passed, and Mohan persevered through his arduous and lengthy task list each day. However, he experienced an unexpected boon when the system rewarded him with an item on the 5th day of his training. a 1-second muscle relaxation massage gun. This remarkable device could instantly restore muscles to their original state, a treasure for Mohan, who trained from dawn till dusk. Furthermore, with this massage gun in his possession, he could now freely utilize any star experience card, no longer fearing his stamina would falter after just 2 plays. With this in mind, Mohan eagerly anticipated which experience card the system would reward him with after he completed his next lap. As he sprinted across the finish line, the system's voice echoed, "Ding dong. Congratulations. You have received the system reward, the historically powerful dual threat guard, Harden." Mohan was utterly astonished. It was indeed that bearded man. This bearded individual was unparalleled in both organizational prowess and offensive techniques. He once mesmerized the league with his astonishing step-back three-pointer, instilling trepidation in all defenders who faced him. His shooting was as elusive as a specter, rendering defenders unable to anticipate his moves. Now, having received the extraordinary system rewards from the legendary dual threat guard, Harden, Mohan found himself eagerly anticipating the match scheduled for the following day. In the depths of the night, he tirelessly repeated the training tasks set by the system. Although the system granted him an endless array of abilities from various basketball stars, he understood that only through rigorous training and honing his physique to its utmost could he truly harness those powers. Otherwise, beneath the weight of extraordinary abilities, a frail body would easily falter. After another day of arduous training, game day arrived. Before the match, Coach Bohem was assigning tasks to the players. Today, Klins would continue as a starter, while Mohan would temporarily serve as a substitute. Once Bohem concluded his briefing, the gathered players dispersed. Klins turned to Mohan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What does it matter if you joined the school team, you little Asian clown? You still won TC the court. Just stick to manning the water cooler for us. Oh, and don't forget to polish my shoes after the game. Huh. Enjoy your last moments on the court, for this may very well be your final appearance." Mohan replied coolly, perceiving Klins as nothing more than a clown. To his surprise, today Gorin did not join in the mockery as he had previously. Instead, he silently repeated the pre-game drills, absorbed in his own thoughts. After laying out the game strategy, Bohem took a seat beside Mohan with the tactical board in hand. "I instructed them to utilize our most classic play style. In the first quarter, they will take the lead, and you should observe closely. This will test your ability to quickly comprehend the flow of the game. In the second quarter, I will have you take the court. At that point, you can leverage your understanding and teamwork to guide the team to victory," Bohem said, casting a meaningful glance at Mohan. His considerable wager on this Asian player was not solely due to the impressive display in their last one-on-one duel, but stemmed from a deeper rationale. The starting point guard of ANA University's team employed an overly traditional style, monopolizing the ball with inefficient results. He lacked the ability to invigorate the team in times of adversity, and more critically, he exhibited an overwhelming inclination towards personal heroics. Klins, despite his undeniable talent relative to other players, often prioritized flashy plays over tactical execution, resulting in inexplicable losses for the team. Yet, there was little choice. Klins was the only one capable of effectively filling that position in official matches. The emergence of Mohan undoubtedly ignited a glimmer of hope within Bohem's heart. Should this diminutive Asian player possess an efficient and aesthetically pleasing scoring technique, coupled with a keen tactical awareness, the prowess of the ANA University team would undoubtedly experience a remarkable enhancement. Height, after all, is merely a minor concern. Upon hearing Bohem's words, Mohan expressed his tacit agreement. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the ball was launched high into the air. The game commenced. Chapter 7. M.O. Williams Gorin leapt into the air, gently tapping the ball, which soared to Klins. Klins sprang up to receive the ball and swiftly dribbled past the halfway line. Confronted by the defensive prowess of the opposing number 31, a black player, Klins lowered his center of gravity and executed a sweeping change of direction. He effortlessly maneuvered past his adversary. Ah, how easy this seems. Yet, just as the thought of triumph surfaced, the opponent remained unfazed, swiftly turning to snatch the ball away. Klins found himself dispossessed with surprising ease. The ball bounced twice upon the ground before being claimed by the opposing player, who promptly initiated a counterattack. With a thunderous dunk, the opposition scored the first 2 points in a fast break. This was merely the beginning, as Klins continued to struggle against the formidable number 31. ANA University faltered repeatedly in the subsequent exchanges of offense and defense. The point differential quickly ballooned to 10 within a mere 6 minutes. Mohan silently observed from the sidelines. The opposing team's number 31 player, an African-American, was identified as Mo Williams from his jersey. Williams displayed agility that surpassed that of Klins by a remarkable margin. Both offensively and defensively, Klins found himself thoroughly outmatched by Williams. Despite occupying the same position, the disparity between them became glaringly apparent within mere minutes. Williams was never one to pursue reckless offensive opportunities. Instead, he consistently delivered each chance with an almost uncanny passing trajectory, ensuring that the ball reached his teammates who were well-positioned. Such a player seemed to possess a godlike perspective, effortlessly perceiving every corner of the court. Mo Williams, a name that resonated with familiarity. Mohan rapidly recalled information about this player in his mind, and suddenly he felt a jolt of surprise. Mo Williams, having been crowned the McDonald's All-American Player and the Mississippi Player of the Year upon graduating high school, distinguished himself as the National Freshman of the Year by Sports Illustrated during the 2001-2002 season. He entered the NBA draft in 2003, earned a spot on the All-Star Reserve roster in 2009, and, alongside LeBron James, orchestrated an astonishing comeback against the Golden State Warriors to clinch the championship in the 2015-2016 season. Such accolades vividly flashed through Mohan's mind. It is indeed him. No wonder he is so formidable. Observing Williams' youthful visage on the court, one could scarcely believe the seasoned understanding he possessed regarding the game. Truly a formidable adversary, Mohan mused internally. Soon after, with a timeout called by Beheem, Klins slumped onto the bench, panting heavily, resembling a defeated rooster. Clearly, the brief encounter had taken a significant toll on him. In contrast, Williams merely wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, exhibiting an admirable composure. The moment arrived for Mohan to take the court, substituting for Klins. Beheem signaled to the referee, indicating that number 3, Mohan, would replace number 16, Klins. Klins, taken aback, was filled with confusion. What? Why? Coach, I can still play. Why must this damned Asian replace me? Beheem placed a finger to his lips, signaling Klins to silence, who could only sit heavily back down, tossing his towel to the ground in frustration, muttering inaudibly. Unperturbed, Beheem offered Mohan a few words of encouragement. As the referee's whistle blew again, Mohan stepped onto the court as the point guard for Ana University. From a distance, the towering player Gorin exchanged a glance with Mohan, imbued with an unspoken expectation. With possession now secured by Ana University, Mohan felt a surge of strength return to his hands as he received the ball from a teammate. His dribbling speed exhibited a remarkable steadiness compared to before. He could slow down to a leisurely pace or accelerate to a dizzying speed at will. Regardless of the tempo, the ball seemed to adhere to his hand as if glued. When smaller players engage larger opponents, the effective manipulation of pace often leaves the latter bewildered. Is this the prowess of P. Carden? Quite impressive. The training of recent days had indeed borne fruit, Mohan thought to himself. Williams, on the opposing side, noticed a small Asian player had replaced his recently defeated counterpart and did not dare to underestimate him. He approached the game with a tight defense. Mohan gradually pulled away, dribbling the ball to the three-point line. Williams, resembling a crab, swiftly shifted side to side in tandem with Mohan's advancing position, creating a defense that appeared impenetrable to outsiders. Mohan seized an opportune moment to launch an attack on the right side. Williams swiftly retreated to fortify his defense, only to be taken by surprise as Mohan halted his advance. No one could anticipate what this diminutive player would do next. Mohan dribbled the ball back momentarily, then swiftly gathered it, stepping back beyond the three-point line to unleash a rapid shot. The eyes of all 9 players on the court followed the ball's trajectory. It carved a beautiful arc in the air. Swish! It effortlessly found its mark in the net. What a splendid shot! The commentator could no longer contain his elation and erupted in cheers. The audience roared with excitement. An underdog triumphing over a giant. Is such fluidity truly achievable? Spectators in the back row rose in astonishment, questioning the feat, witnessing the diminutive guard confront an opponent towering over him by a significant margin. Executing such a move with elegance to score, the crowd cast incredulous glances at Mohan. Did he truly not travel? A front row spectator widened his eyes, eager to see if the referee might call a foul. No. He only took a step after gathering the ball. He absolutely did not violate the traveling rule. A man with arms crossed over his chest stated earnestly. This maneuver was unprecedented, if it was indeed his own innovation. He must be a genius well-versed in the intricacies of basketball rules. At that moment, Mohan glanced at his left hand, secretly pleased. Indeed, it was no wonder that Harden rises at 4 each morning to study the rules of basketball. The peak of Harden's step-back three-pointer is undeniably perplexing. This shot had slightly elevated the team's morale. However, Mohan understood that his responsibilities extended far beyond this. On the sidelines, Coach Beheem was equally astonished as he observed Mohan on the court. That performance was nothing short of dazzling. Due to the previous one-on-one match, he was aware of Mohan's formidable offensive capabilities. Yet he still did not anticipate that Mohan possessed such a skillful step-back three-pointer. This young man consistently brings surprises. Still, he merely relaxed his brow momentarily before it furrowed again, as he felt even more anxious than Mohan. This moment felt akin to a gamble, placing the team's new turning point in the hands of this Asian player. That previous shot merely showcased Mohan's individual scoring ability, which was far from sufficient. An exceptional point guard is not solely defined by one-on-one prowess. It requires an extraordinary level of synergy. The point guard is akin to the heartbeat of the court. Nevertheless, the expectations within Beheem soared to unprecedented heights. Chapter 8. Gorin's apology. The game continued, and Mohan faced off against the opposing player, number 31, Williams. He could only afford to maintain a step's distance, guarding against his offensive trajectory. Mohan had observed Williams' offensive prowess from the sidelines. His ability to maneuver was truly formidable. He dared not relax, trailing him closely with each step. Suddenly, Williams feigned a shooting motion, and Mohan instinctively leaped. When defending against a taller opponent, any block requires a degree of anticipation. Otherwise, even if one follows closely, it is challenging to defend effectively. To Mohan's surprise, the previous shooting motion from number 31 was a mere ruse. He had only pretended to place his right hand on the basketball with his left, never truly gathering the ball. The ball spun briefly in his left hand before he quickly dribbled it away, leaving Mohan, who had elevated his center of gravity, in a precarious position. This is bad, Mohan thought inwardly. Mohan swiftly activated the coordination of his muscles, lowering his center of gravity just as Williams was about to make his breakthrough. Mohan retreated swiftly, executing a precise cut that astutely anticipated the trajectory of Williams' dribble. What a splendid maneuver! In his heart, Bohai felt a surge of satisfaction. The ball rolled twice upon the ground before Mohan leaped gracefully, extending his hand to seize control of it. Mohan's hands were like magnets, effortlessly drawing the ball towards him as he swiftly maneuvered for a counterattack. How astonishing! The commentator on the sidelines could hardly contain his excitement. Quick, fall back, Williams commanded, rousing his astonished teammates. Williams's comrades leapt into action, rapidly positioning themselves for defense. Indeed, the players from Alabama were no pushovers. Their retreat was remarkably swift. The commentator praised, revealing his anticipation for this thrilling contest among the young athletes. Standing beyond the three-point line, Mohan lowered his center of gravity, deliberately slowing his dribbling. At that moment, he resembled a leopard, keenly observing Williams's every move, not allowing a single opportunity for a flaw to escape his notice. The audience on the court widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness what extraordinary technique this Asian young man would employ to score. Mohan extended 2 fingers and gestured towards Gorin. This seemingly trivial action was swiftly perceived by Gorin, who began to maneuver laterally just outside the penalty area. The defender assigned to Gorin also closed in on him step by step. Mohan began to alternately dribble with his left and right hands, intentionally shifting Williams' center of gravity. Seizing a fleeting opportunity as Williams leaned to the left, Mohan adeptly broke through to the right. The figure that darted past him was as elusive as a specter, swift and unpredictable. Even someone as formidable as Williams fell prey to Mohan's subtle maneuvers. Having eluded Williams, Mohan charged toward the basket. With opposing players rapidly converging to mount their defense, Mohan leaped gracefully, adopting the posture of a shooter. The defending player from the opposing team also sprang into the air, but due to the disparity in height and wingspan, even a momentary delay could allow him to reach the apex necessary to fully block Mohan's shot. His eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of an effortless denial. Little did he expect that in what appeared to be the moment of release, Mohan would lower the arc of the ball and impart a spin. The ball soared towards the basket's base. Too low. Too low. Was this jester truly thwarted from taking a shot? Below, Klins expressed his scornful skepticism. No, it was far from that simple. Beheem fixated intently on the area near the basket, murmuring without turning his head. Indeed, Gorin, who had been maneuvering deftly, successfully deceived his defender. As Mohan released the ball, Gorin had already surged towards the basket. He leaped in sync, receiving Mohan's nearly miraculous pass, and executed a reverse dunk into the hoop. Apart from Mohan, no one could fathom from where he had emerged. At the instant the ball swished through the net, a wave of applause and cheers erupted from the audience, resounding throughout the arena. What a collaboration! Simply exquisite. The announcer's penetrating voice filled the venue. How did he manage to deliver the ball at such an angle? Another commentator's words brimmed with incredulous delight. What a remarkable talent! Bohan clapped enthusiastically, the tactical board resonating with his fervor. Klins, biting his towel, gazed in disbelief at the 175 centimeters tall Asian player on the court. Witnessing Bohan's exuberance, Klins felt a profound sense of disappointment and discontent, bowing his head in silence. Williams, observing the play unfold, shook his head with a sigh, only to reveal a glint of determination in his eyes moments later. After executing the dunk, Gorin approached Mohan, extending his large hand in camaraderie. Mohan took the opportunity to extend his hand and exchanged a high five with him. You played exceptionally well, and I apologize for my actions that day, Gorin murmured, his gaze fixed on Mohan. Mohan grasped his hand and met his gaze, both of them exuding unwavering determination. From that moment onward, Mohan realized he had truly earned the recognition of the towering figure before him. This marked the beginning of his gradual ascent to the role of the team's leader. A sharp whistle from the referee interrupted the moment, as the opposing coach called for a timeout. Following the successful shot, Mohan had showcased remarkable prowess on both offense and defense, all of which had not escaped the notice of his counterpart. The opposing coach huddled all of his players together. After a brief deliberation, he substituted every player on the court except for number 31. Four robust giants took their places. Williams cast a melancholic glance at Mohan from afar, muttering a regretful, "What a pity." Chapter 9. James' experience card observing the newly substituted players. Bomb felt a chill run down his spine. The four fresh entrants bore predatory gazes fixed on Mohan, their eager postures reminiscent of wolves spotting their prey. "Listen, kid." Bomb pulled Mohan aside, speaking earnestly. "You may not have encountered the legendary bad boys of the Pistons, the notorious Bad Boy Brigade. They were a team that once inflicted considerable pain on Jordan with their gameplay. The opposition has likely recognized your exceptional abilities and intends to employ such tactics to neutralize you. Have you noticed? The players they brought in are all towering figures. These individuals aren't professional basketball players. The coach recruited them from the football team to perform the dirty work." Mohan gazed at the four muscle-bound adversaries across from him, momentarily lost in thought. Numbers 7, 9, 12, and 66. He silently recited the jersey numbers of his new opponents. "However, this was also a test for you." Borin continued. "While showcasing your abilities on the court, you must also safeguard yourself." After hearing Borin's final remarks, Mohan nodded in acknowledgement. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, possession was awarded to Alabama College. As he stepped onto the court, Mohan was immediately met with a superstar-level double team. The formidable figures of numbers 7 and 9 fixated their gaze upon him, and Mohan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Not far off, numbers 12 and 66 stood ready to provide backup at a moment's notice. The head coach of the Alabama College team understood that if they could neutralize this young man, who embodied the spirit of the opposing team, victory would be assured. Williams initiated the offensive, positioning himself against Mohan beyond the three-point line. Mohan was poised to fix his gaze upon him intently. Yet, within a mere 5 seconds, he was rudely obstructed by the imposing figure of the burly man. Mohan found himself ensnared by the robust figure opposite him, forced to watch as Williams darted past with remarkable agility. Upon receiving the screen, Williams perceived the lane before him as an expansive thoroughfare, wide and inviting. As he surged towards the basket, Gorin finally approached to provide defense. His dominance beneath the rim was second to none. Gorin leaped, feigning a high layup, and prepared to block the shot. To his astonishment, Williams deftly pulled the ball back, executing a reverse scoop shot. The basketball made intimate contact with the backboard before gracefully swirling into the hoop. Oh, what a magnificent arc! This move, reminiscent of the legendary Dr. J, was flawlessly replicated by the astonishing Mo Williams. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, "His execution is truly exquisite." Another commentator added, "The possession shifted to Mohan's side. Dribbling just outside the three-point line, he felt the oppressive presence of several formidable opponents closing in." "Stay calm," Mohan repeated internally, urging himself to maintain composure. Mohan began to observe his opponents. Although the opposing defenders were remarkably robust, they seemed to lack extensive basketball training, as evidenced by their lateral movements, which were clearly not on par with those of a professional like Williams. Capitalizing on his advantage of speed variation, Mohan effortlessly bypassed the first adversary. With several defenders focused on him, a significant opening emerged in the paint. An excellent opportunity. Mohan swiftly surged towards the basket. Mohan leaped for a layup, his complete focus directed solely upon his right hand. Yes, just like that. Put it in. He repeated these affirmations to himself. The audience below held their breath, the entire basketball arena seemingly frozen in time. As he watched the basketball ascend, a familiar sensation enveloped him. Success. Mohan silently celebrated. But wait. Suddenly, he sensed a colossal shadow darting out from behind him. A robust opponent surged upward from his rear. The opposing player, number 66, appeared to exert every ounce of strength as he charged forward. At the moment of his defensive leap, his left elbow swung upward, colliding forcefully with Mohan's waist. A massive hand reached out to strike the backboard. The basketball, akin to a bird shot from the sky, abruptly halted its upward trajectory, only to be violently slapped against the backboard, warping momentarily. In that instant, not only did the basketball fall from the air, but Mohan did as well. Bang! Number 66 crashed down heavily on top of Mohan. I protest. This is a deliberate act of harm. Bareem's voice brimmed with fury as he directed his shout at the referees. He began to regret allowing Mohan to face such ruthless adversaries, feeling as though he had personally doomed this exceptionally talented player. Magnificent. Below, Clins wore a smirk, yet, in light of Bareem's seething anger, he could only mock quietly. Many spectators covered their eyes, for far too many players had suffered severe injuries on the court due to unforeseen accidents, often resulting in their subsequent withdrawal from the basketball stage, tormented by lingering ailments. This was a scene no true lover of basketball wished to witness. Beep. The referee called for a timeout, and the medical personnel swiftly rushed in. Mohan, pinned beneath the weight, truly felt the immense pressure. A sharp pain radiated through his abdomen, as if struck by a bullet. The overwhelming agony left him nearly faint. Could it be that I am to fall here? How infuriating. Mohan mused inwardly. Ding dong. The system detected severe damage to the host's body. In light of the malicious injury sustained, the system will commence repairs on the host's bodily harm. Furthermore, a Peak James experience card has been activated for you. The host shall gain the competitive prowess of Peak James in the forthcoming match. The system's voice resonated clearly in Mohan's mind. Hey, are you all right? A nearby medical staff member pulled away Alabama's number 66, only to find Mohan lying on the ground, his gaze vacant. At that moment, Mohan was undergoing the system's treatment, feeling an unmistakable surge of strength as his blood seemed to boil with vigor. Quickly, bring a stretcher. Get him to the infirmary. Contact a doctor for further examination. One medical personnel called out, while two others hastily unfolded the stretcher, intending to lift Mohan onto it. As the system's voice faded, Mohan regained his senses. Stop. He waved his hand, halting the medical staff from lifting him onto the stretcher. I can still continue. I need not leave the court. Thank you for your efforts. Mohan expressed to the medical team. Thus, amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Mohan struggled to rise, gradually standing upright. He then leaped once more, discovering he could jump significantly higher than usual. Oh! The audience erupted into a tidal wave of cheers. Those who had covered their eyes slowly removed their hands, and upon witnessing the resilient Asian player standing once more, they too joined in the chorus of applause. My goodness! That Asian kid. Number 3 from Ina. He has risen with such strength. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. Could it be that this Asian lad possesses some miraculous Eastern secret? Oh, is this Kung Fu? Another commentator gestured animatedly, attempting to mimic movements reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Mohan extended his index finger, contemptuously shaking it at the Alabama players. This gesture bore a striking resemblance to the one famously executed by Michael Jordan of the Bulls after he delivered a resounding block on Uncle Mo. Come again, Mohan declared resolutely. Chapter 10. The divine creation of humanity's most powerful specimen. The Alabama player number 66 felt belittled, glaring furiously at Mohan. Just as he was about to erupt, a teammate promptly restrained him. The head coach intended for them to incapacitate Mohan with subtle tactics, not to allow him to brazenly retaliate. Trash. Mohan spat on the ground, speaking with disdain. Having gained the ability to contend with the pinnacle of LeBron James, he now feared no one. After all, it was the king himself, LeBron James, whose physique could be described as the epitome of divine craftsmanship. If anyone dared to challenge this notion, they were welcome to try and see who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Are you all right? Gorin approached with a concerned inquiry. Mohan shook his head, appearing quite composed. However, Gorin discerned a flicker of flame burning in his gaze. Young man, come down and take a rest. Beheem called to Mohan, intending to have him descend. In light of Mohan's well-being, the outcome of the match seemed to lose its significance. From the previous rounds, Boeheim had already witnessed what he sought to observe. Mohan is a prodigy, and if he continues to develop, his future is boundless. He cannot afford to falter here. Coach, trust me, I can do this. Mohan cast a determined glance at Boeheim, unwilling to withdraw at this juncture. His legendary journey is set to commence from this very moment. Initially, Boeheim had more to express, but upon witnessing Mohan's resolute gaze, he realized that any further words would be futile. Good lad, but you must take care to protect yourself. Listening to Boeheim's earnest advice, Mohan nodded in acknowledgement. On the court, he was still double-teamed by the number 7 and number 9. Alaba Academy had clearly identified Mohan's static abilities as a weakness, thinking, can such a slight frame withstand the impact? Once or twice may be fine, but I do not believe you can land safely every time. Mohan maneuvered the ball with unhurried grace, keenly observing the positioning of his opponents. Players number 12 and 66 were edging toward the paint, while the perimeter players maintained a relatively loose defense. The moment Mohan penetrated the interior, the two inside players would swiftly shut the door, allowing him to be ensnared within their grasp, after which they would unleash their relentless assault. Mohan discreetly signaled to Gorin with his left hand to execute a screen. Gorin swiftly repositioned, shaking off his defender and darting out from the paint to position himself to the left of number 7. Seizing the opportunity, Mohan made a rapid first step, slicing through from the left side with remarkable agility. The lateral movement of numbers 7 and 9 was already sluggish, and by the time they reacted, they collided forcefully with Gorin. Mohan swiftly dashed into the paint, propelled by his windfire wheels, and approached the foul line with 3 decisive steps to the right. Just then, number 66 positioned himself in front of Mohan, raising both hands, poised to pull him down, when suddenly, the scene before him flickered. As Mohan took his first step to the right, he swiftly transitioned to the left with his second step, executing a rapid change of direction that left number 66 momentarily bewildered. Be careful, Mo Williams shouted loudly. Oh no. Number 66 realized the impending danger and attempted to shift his body to the opposite side. However, his cumbersome frame caused him to lose balance, resulting in a tumble to the ground. How was this possible? How could he change direction so dramatically? It was hard to believe that he could alter his path midair during a layup. That Eshjan Billy's Euro step. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? This is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps. Mohan indeed utilized the European step, but it was not of the Jin Billy variety. Rather, it was reminiscent of Harden's style. Employing a deft change of direction and probing steps to confound his adversary, he momentarily shed his opponent. After faking out number 66, Mohan sent the ball soaring toward the backboard. What was he attempting? A chorus of astonishment arose as spectators struggled to comprehend the purpose behind his actions. A beautiful misstep, perhaps. On the sidelines, Klins felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. He even rose to his feet, his face alight with excitement at Mohan's apparent blunder. He was convinced that such an error would be intolerable to the head coach. Just when everyone presumed this was a mistake, Gorin, unbeknownst to anyone, surged in from the perimeter, soaring high above the fallen number 66, and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. This moment was captured by the cameraman, creating a stunning tableau of Gorin's powerful dunk, number 60's exaggerated expression, and Mohan's sardonic smile. Oh, my God! I can hardly believe the spectacle before me. It is simply magnificent. This collaboration was seamless, flawless in execution. Moments ago, everyone's attention had been fixated on Mohan, with not a soul noticing Gorin on the outside, yet curiously, the one person least expected to observe Gorin did indeed take note. Mohan charged towards the basket, his back turned to Gorin. Yet he possessed an uncanny awareness of Gorin's positioning. Faced with an open hoop, he executed a remarkably audacious maneuver. This was the moment. With that instantaneous pass, Coach Boeheim erupted in applause, elated. He had long sought a point guard capable of invigorating the team, and now this beacon of hope had arrived. Judging by Mohan's performance, his ascendance to the starting point guard position was undoubtedly justified, and he could very well compete at prestigious institutions. On the court, Gorin lifted Mohan in celebration. This play had thrust him into the spotlight. He had merely anticipated a chance to secure the rebound, never expecting Mohan to deliver the pass. In that moment, Gorin felt nothing but admiration for Mohan. Mo Williams dribbled the ball into the front court, closely guarded by Mohan, who granted him no room to maneuver. Mohan's gaze remained fixed on his side, where he noticed the figure of number 66 charging forward. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Williams broke through in front. In an instant, Mohan circumvented number 66 and positioned himself alongside Mo Williams, joining forces with Gorin to execute a strategic encirclement. Upon witnessing the scene, Mo Williams passed the ball, and the player wearing number 66 shouted, leaping into the air, prepared to unleash a dunk to vent his frustrations. However, he was alerted by a teammate to be cautious of what lay behind him. In an instant, he felt as though his body had been struck by a vehicle, hurtling sideways through the air. While the basketball was swatted away against the backboard by a pair of hands, a fast break ensued. Mohan directed his teammates to launch a swift counterattack. Number 66 clutched his head, gazing at the figure sprinting in the distance. Damn it, it's him again. His heart seethed with rage. He could not abide being outshone by a mere 175 centimeters tall individual. Mohan dribbled the ball with finesse, making a direct advance into the heart of the opponent's territory. Mo Williams always stayed close to Mohan, jumping in unison the moment Mohan leaped. Mo Williams surged forward, convinced that his physical prowess would send the diminutive figure before him crashing to the ground. Prepare to be knocked aside, kid, he thought. Yet, to his astonishment, Mo Williams' eyes widened in disbelief. As he began his descent, he realized that Mohan's body was ascending even higher. How could this be? His leaping ability was extraordinarily formidable. Mohan's stature surpassed that of Mo Williams, and at long last, the two collided with a resounding thud. Mo Williams felt his body collide with the wall, and in an instant, he was sent sprawling out towards the baseline. Could it be Shaquille O'Neal? His body felt as though it might shatter. Lying on the ground, he gazed upward, watching Mohan's performance unfold. Mohan's right hand unfurled gracefully in the air, executing a breathtaking axe-style dunk that astonished the entire arena. Exhilarated, he landed and began thumping his chest, shouting with exuberance. Stunning. Absolutely magnificent. Gorin transformed into an adoring fan, rushing to embrace Mohan. Wow, 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 he exclaimed. I declare my love for this man. Oh my God, at this moment, I felt as if I were witnessing Carter himself. Who would have imagined that such remarkable leaping ability could be possessed by someone of this stature? With a seemingly effortless leap, he dominated his opponent, showcasing an elegantly executed axe dunk, truly astonishing. The court resonated with gasps and cheers from the crowd. Just then, Coach Beheim's piercing voice pierced the air. Be careful. Chapter 11. The misfortunes of Mo Williams. The atmosphere was chaotic, the audience erupting in rapturous applause for Mohan's dunk. No one heard Beheim's warning, nor did anyone notice the furious figure charging across Alabama's half-court. Number 66 sprinted forward, his eyes fixated solely on Mohan. A singular thought occupying his mind, to send this damned little dwarf flying. Having a background in football, he possessed exceptional physicality and was accustomed to collisions. For him, a head-on clash was the true essence of competition among men. He raced towards Mohan, who was surrounded by teammates celebrating. From the crowd, Mohan spotted the charging wild boar, number 66, and swiftly pushed Gorin aside. In a moment of urgency, he adjusted his stance and, as 66 approached, unexpectedly moved forward to meet him. Number 66, initially seeing Mohan a few meters away, was taken aback by a sudden advance. Did this kid have a death wish? He pondered, questioning Mohan's sanity. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself dumbfounded as he stared at Mohan. He unleashed all his strength in that strike, but he never anticipated that it would send Mohan flying so far. Mohan retreated towards the baseline, his arms flailing in the air as he sought equilibrium. Ultimately, he stumbled upon the thigh of the fallen Mo William Moss, and in a cascade of misfortune, he was propelled towards the spectators at the baseline with a resounding crash. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The player wearing number 66 was clearly intent on inflicting harm. Towering and robust, he barreled into Mohan with unrestrained force, sending him flying, a true display of reckless abandon. In that instant, sympathy for Mohan enveloped the audience. Being struck by such a colossal figure and hurled several meters away could only result in severe injury. What brutality! Was this truly a game? It felt more akin to a crime. Fuck Gorin stood beside Mohan, reflecting that had Mohan not pushed him moments earlier, it might have been him soaring through the air. He turned to gaze at the fallen number 66, his rage simmering, ready to erupt. Was this fellow feigning injury? After colliding with Mohan, number 66 also found himself on the ground, staring innocently at the sky with wide eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had intended to knock Mohan aside, and indeed, he had succeeded. But the reality of the encounter was known only to him and Mohan. The moment they collided, he realized why Mohan had bravely faced him. How cunning. He had never anticipated that a diminutive 175 centimeters tall Asian could possess such formidable strength. It felt as though he had collided with a steel wall. He vowed that he had never encountered anyone so solid on the football field. Consequently, after the impact, he was sent tumbling backward to the ground. Regrettably, the crowd's attention was solely focused on Mohan, and few noticed his plight. Those who did witness his fall deemed it a mere act. Damn it. He injures others and pretends to be hurt. What shamelessness. Such disgraceful behavior. Listening to the surrounding jeers, number 66 felt a profound sense of despair. All he wished to convey was, "Mama, I want to go home." Basketball was far too terrifying. Football was decidedly more forgiving. Gorin sought to continue his vendetta but was promptly restrained by teammates who intervened. Had he escalated the situation, number 66 might have faced amputation. Quickly check on Mohan. Gorin recalled, realizing that Mohan was still lying on the ground. A few players released number 66 and rushed to Mohan's side. Mohan gradually rose, grinning while clutching his chest. "Are you all right?" Gorin inquired, supporting him. "I'm fine, just as expected. It seems that brute strength is merely a fade," Mohan replied. Upon hearing this, and observing Mohan's triumphant smile, Gorin suddenly comprehended everything. A shiver coursed through him as he quietly remarked, "You little rascal." Mohan hurriedly waved his hand. "Stop talking nonsense. I am the victim here." Gorin exchanged a knowing smile with Mohan. In his heart, Gorin silently vowed that one should never provoke Mohan. The individual before him was certainly not a meek lamb, but rather a ravenous wolf. As Mohan rose to his feet, the audience erupted in cheers, celebrating his well-being, while simultaneously directing their ire towards player number 66. "Get off the basketball court. You are utterly unworthy to play the game. You are insulting basketball." The referee, showing no restraint, promptly ejected player number 66. Amidst the cacophony of boos, a faint, feeble voice could be heard calling out, Team doctor, please come quickly." Following the sound, the crowd soon discovered that someone lay beneath the basketball hoop. Mo Williams. When did he lie down there? Who knows? Surely, he took a dive amidst the crowd. How absurd. He even called for the team doctor. Those nearby were abuzz with speculation. Feeling a lack of sensation in his leg, Mo Williams coughed up blood. What had he done to deserve this? Just moments ago, Mohan had stumbled and stepped on his thigh, making him feel as if his leg were about to break. This farcical spectacle initiated by number 66 culminated in one player from the University of Alabama being ejected and another injured. Ironically, the one injured was the team leader, causing the morale of Alabama's team to plummet. "Well done," praised Coach Boehm, embracing Mohan. He was utterly enamored with the young man before him, astonished by the surprises he brought. Intelligent, possessing a remarkable understanding of the game, exceptional organizational skills, blinding speed, and precise shooting, these attributes more than compensated for his height. Not to mention his incredible strength. To be able to counterattack in such dire circumstances was nothing short of perfection. In stark contrast to Boehm's exhilaration, the head coach of Alabama wore a scowl. He berated his players continuously. Mo Williams' injury rendered many of his strategies unfeasible. Should Williams' injury prove serious, it would directly impact the team's performance. Yet, he had no choice but to persist down a dark path, urging his players to target Mohan. In his fury, he failed to notice the fear etched on his players' faces, apprehensive that they too might suffer the same fate as number 66. "Mo, do you need to come off for a rest?" Boehm felt confident about the match's outcome. Against an opponent devoid of spirit, victory seemed assured. However, Mohan shook his head. In his lexicon, there existed a phrase that meant to strike when one is down. This was his first NCAA game, the inaugural step on his path to greatness. He was determined to shine, to show those who underestimated him or harbored ill intentions that he was invincible. Clens watched from a distance as Mohan gradually won the coach's favor, while he himself was relegated to obscurity, shrouded in darkness. He had initially planned to seize his moment when called upon, to prove to the coach who the true starting guard was. Yet, unexpectedly, Mohan seemed intent on not granting him even a minute on the court. Chapter 12. A promising start following the earlier incident. The Alabama team had entirely lost their fighting spirit. They passed the ball around, attempting to shoot from the paint, only to be met with a ferocious block from Gorin, who surged in from the side. Aina College was well prepared. Facing an opponent too weak to resist, their only task was to ruthlessly dominate. Mohan secured the rebound after the ball rebounded off the floor. The players from the Alabama team instinctively attempted to obstruct Mohan, but he swiftly accelerated past them, racing towards the front court. His teammates, Gorin and the shooting guard Franklin, closely followed behind. Mohan's speed was astonishing, effortlessly leaving everyone far behind. He charged straight towards Alabama's half-court, leaving both Alabama and Ana College players in his wake. With breathtaking swiftness as he approached the three-point line, Mohan glanced back to assess the situation, realizing that no one could catch up to him. He resolved internally that it was time to execute a breathtaking slam dunk that would leave the audience in awe. Without hesitation, he took a few steps forward, leaped from just inside the free throw line, and soared towards the basket, his right hand spinning in a graceful arc midair. The resounding clang echoed, electrifying the arena. The spectators were captivated. Who could have anticipated such an extraordinary display in what seemed like an ordinary game? The twists and turns of the match were riveting. But most importantly, they were witnessing the birth of a star. My goodness, that was a windmill dunk. Praise be to Mo. It was the most splendid dunk I have ever seen. His incredible elevation and fluid motion were simply unbelievable. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as he captivated everyone with his performance. Even Alabama's head coach was left in disbelief, cursing his luck for encountering such a remarkable player. With Mohan on their team, it seemed unlikely that any other team could hinder Ana College's ascent in the league. As the first half concluded, Mohan had played for 13 minutes, scoring 11 points and providing 5 assists, showcasing an impeccable performance across the board. His high basketball IQ, court vision, and organizational skills shone brightly, especially his ability to deliver precise passes to his teammates. He was indeed a gem. Everyone believed that Mohan was destined to make a name for himself in the NCAA. Throughout the first half, Ana College dominated the game, while Alabama appeared utterly deflated, resorting to individual plays and shots. At halftime, Ana College led by nearly 20 points, although Ana's bench players were not significantly better than Alabama's. Under the leadership of their star players, the reserves continued to maintain an advantage and steadily extended their lead. It was evident to all that victory belonged to Ana College. As the second half commenced, Alabama attempted to mount a comeback, but Mohan swiftly extinguished their momentum with 2 three-pointers. Their brief resurgence was snuffed out. A sigh escaped Alabama's coach. Who would have thought that the first game would turn into such a resounding defeat? Last year, Ana College had been no match for Alabama. But with Mohan's presence this season, everything had changed. The defensive strategies he had meticulously planned to counter Gorin were completely upended by Mohan's unexpected brilliance. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 79-57, as Ana College secured a comfortable victory over the University of Alabama by a remarkable margin of 22 points. Celebrating their first win of the regular season, Mohan played for 24 minutes, amassing 24 points, 6 rebounds, and 10 assists, an exemplary performance for a debutant. Moreover, his influence on the court transcends mere statistics. He embodies versatility, operating like a maestro in the realm of offense. The basketball dances at his command. 2 particular moves left a lasting impression during this match. One was the Euro step, executed with such a wide stride that defenders were rendered helpless in his sudden stops. The second was the step-back three-pointer, which often seemed like a traveling violation and appeared susceptible to blocks, yet opponents could scarcely lay a finger on it. His astonishing leaping ability was equally mesmerizing. Who could anticipate that a guard standing at 175 centimeters could execute a windmill dunk or a powerful split dunk? If one had not witnessed it live, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe from mere hearsay. Mohan stood in the center, reveling in the sensation of being encircled by his teammates, listening to the audience chant in unison, "Mo, Mo." Mohan smiled faintly in his heart. It was accomplished. Head coach Mohan was filled with elation. The star defender he desired was finally in place, and this season, he could truly showcase his talents. However, in Inai Academy, there was one individual whose complexion was ashen, standing out starkly from the rest. That was Klins. In this match, he had only played the opening 6 minutes, recording a score of 0 and 2 turnovers. He never returned to the court thereafter. Mohan noticed the resentful glare from Klins and smiled faintly. If the other party refrained from provoking him, it would be fine. However, should they dare to challenge him, he would ensure that Klins would regret it. Ana Academy's journey in this year's NCAA commenced with a triumphant start. The NCAA tournament is divided into the regular season and the 64-team championship. The regular season, also known as the conference tournament, features a total of 346 teams in NCAA Division I, which are divided into smaller conferences for round-robin competitions. Through intense competition, conference champions emerge, and these champions will advance to the 64-team championship. The 64-team tournament, famously known as March Madness, comprises the champion teams from 32 conferences along with several others that, despite not winning their respective championships, received invitations due to their outstanding performance. During the month of March, single elimination matches determine the NCAA champion. March Madness is renowned as the most exhilarating and ruthless tournament, where a single game decides the victor, often resulting in unexpected upsets. In the United States, on the day of the NCAA finals, even the NBA yields its spotlight. For every team, reaching the 64-team championship and participating in March Madness is an aspiration. Anna Academy shares this ambition. Their best achievement in the past was merely reaching the 64-team cutoff. Having never advanced to the top 32, before the season commenced, Bohem's goal was to secure a place in the 64-team tournament. With Gorin's addition, he felt confident in establishing a system centered around Gorin that could pierce through to March Madness. Yet, following this match, Bohem sensed that their aspirations were still modest. With Mohan's presence, the synergy between him and Gorin would only grow stronger. Mohan possesses not only exceptional organizational abilities but also a remarkable capacity for independent performance, which is a tremendous boon for Anna Academy. With such prowess, reaching the top 32 or even the top 16 is no longer a mere fantasy. After the competition concluded, Mohan strolled leisurely. Having utilized the hardened experience card this time, he did not feel the overwhelming exhaustion he had previously encountered. It appears that his recent rigorous training has indeed borne fruit. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the temporary James experience card had bestowed upon him a permanent attribute of 20. Consequently, his frail physique has received further enhancement, replenishing his stamina as well. After all, this is James we are speaking of. Even a peak attribute of 20 from James is sufficient for the current Mohan to dominate. Chapter 13, The Cheerleader's Autograph. After witnessing Mohan's extraordinary talents, the head coach of Anna Academy designated him as the team's primary player. All tactics were tailored around Mohan. Additionally, numerous dual strategies were devised for the collaboration between Mohan and Gorin. To foster synergy, Gorin voluntarily stayed after practice to train alongside Mohan. In light of Gorin's circumstances, the coach instructed him to focus on practicing mid-range shots, providing him with an alternative when executing pick-and-rolls with Mohan, rather than simply charging towards the basket. Through training with Mohan, Gorin came to realize just how extraordinary this individual truly is. Daily, he performed 100 pull-ups, ran 10 kilometers, and completed 100 squats, among other rigorous exercises. Is he even human? Training to the point where he could scarcely lift his feet. There were several occasions when Gorin had to carry Mohan back to the dormitory. Yet, the next day, that rascal reappeared on the training ground, brimming with vitality. It seemed utterly unjust. Gradually, Gorin developed a profound admiration for Mohan during practice. In his eyes, Mohan's previously stated ambition of winning the NCAA championship no longer seemed like a mere illusion. The emergence of Mohan has created a profound impact on the Atlantic Athletic Alliance, akin to a colossal stone plunging into a placid water surface, stirring up tumultuous waves. Thanks to the capabilities preserved by the system from the likes of Iverson, Harden, and LeBron James, albeit each retaining merely 20%, Mohan's overall strength has been significantly enhanced across various dimensions. With the advantage of this monumental system, his future shines brightly ahead. Mohan progressed with each passing day, almost like the relentless passage of time. Whenever his opponents faced him, they were invariably astonished by his enhanced prowess compared to their previous encounters. Initially, no one paid any heed to Anna Academy. They merely acknowledged that a diminutive Asian lad had secured the position of starting point guard. Yet, this was dismissed as inconsequential. As what could a 175 centimeters guard possibly achieve? Dunking, perhaps? However, to their utter astonishment, this seemingly insignificant 175 centimeters player dominated the competition, ruthlessly overpowering teams and players who had underestimated him. This was Mohan's favorite pastime. At the onset of the season, he would often restrain his teammates during warm-ups, quietly observing his opponents showcase their athletic prowess. Yet, once on the court, it became apparent that Mohan could dunk more exuberantly than anyone. He would never shy away from an opportunity to dunk. If a chance for an emphatic slam presented itself, he would boldly seize it rather than resort to evasion. He thrived on the thrill, relishing the chance to confront the arrogance of his adversaries. Mohan seeks to discover who truly possesses the most audacious spirit. Beyond mere individual prowess in offense, Mohan possesses extraordinary organizational skills and remarkable speed, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to keep pace with him, even when double-teamed. Before the defensive formation could coalesce, Mohan had already breached the line, effortlessly tossing an assist to a teammate, capable of both penetrating the defense and shooting. He frequently unleashed surprise three-pointers from beyond the arc, rendering opponents utterly defenseless. In post-match interviews, rival coaches often lamented, "We may have lost." But it was not to Aina Academy, it was to Mohan. Originally, the Atlantic Athletic Alliance was a niche league, where each team was closely matched. However, who could have anticipated that Aina Academy would cheat the system by acquiring such a formidable asset? Who can withstand Mohan? It's simply impossible. Under his leadership, Aina Academy swept aside all opposition with relentless force. Those who once looked down upon Asians and disparaged Mohan, even openly calling him a short and useless player, found themselves humbled before him, bowing their arrogant heads. Alas, another defeat. There was no remedy. Mo was too strong. This year, I believe Aina Academy could potentially challenge for a spot in the Elite Eight of March Madness. With Mo on the team, a championship seems within reach. In the Manhattan College Gymnasium, the final buzzer sounded. The home team, Manhattan College, succumbed to Aina Academy with a score of 79-92, concluding all regular season matches. Aina Academy dominated the standings with an impeccable record of 20 wins and 0 losses. As the season progressed, fans began to blur the lines between home and away teams, passionately chanting Mohan's name. Over the past few months, they have been witnesses to the rise of a new star. Mohan has conquered the Atlantic Athletic Alliance with his remarkable prowess, winning over those who once looked down upon him. Go, Mo. Charge into the fray. You are exceptional. Mo, I adore you. In the stands, several girls clad in Manhattan Academy uniforms cheered frantically. Beside the court, a blonde beauty, donning a Manhattan Academy cheerleader's miniskirt, playfully draped her arm around her companion Jenna and teased, "Hey, darling, dare you to blink?" Ha ha ha. Our beloved captain is utterly captivated. Another curly-haired girl beside Jenna chimed in. Jenna, with her lustrous black hair, bright and clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes that fluttered slightly, gazed intently at Mohan on the court. Her flawless, fair skin bore a subtle blush, and her delicate lips resembled tender rose petals. Her long, slender legs were particularly striking. "Captain, you wouldn't betray us, would you? After all, you represent Manhattan Academy," Jenna exclaimed. "Don't be absurd. It seems our captain's heart has long flown to Aina Academy," she retorted without glancing back. "Don't think I'm unaware of your secret admiration. You've both praised Mo behind the scenes." They were all cheerleaders, accustomed to teasing one another. "Well, we can't match your audacity in openly supporting the opponent. Thankfully, no one from our school has noticed. Otherwise, you'd be a public enemy," the blonde beauty, Rooney, remarked. "Just listen to the cheers. The loudest support for Aina Academy comes from our own school. They hardly have time to pay attention to me," Jenna pointed out, gesturing to the stands where numerous students in Manhattan Academy uniforms were loudly chanting Mohan's name. One might mistake it for Aina Academy's home ground. "Captain, I think you should rush over and shower Mohan with affection, making him kneel at your feet." Indeed, with our captain's alluring figure, it would be hard for Mohan not to be enchanted. I wonder if we could keep Mohan in bed. "Do you think our school could clinch the league championship?" The group turned their gazes toward the one who spoke, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "What a brilliant idea." Jenna smiled subtly, swiftly tying her hair up, and confidently strode toward the center of the court where Mohan stood. "Oh my, the captain is really going. She is so brave." At this moment, many had taken notice of Jenna. As the cheerleading captain, she was well recognized, and everyone was keen to see what she would do next. Mohan gazed at the graceful girl approaching him, his first impression being her strikingly fair complexion. Wow, those long, white legs. She is quite tall, nearly matching his own height. "Hello, I admire you greatly. May I request your autograph?" Jenna exhibited a demeanor of politeness, her conversation flowing effortlessly. Mohan readily agreed, secretly contemplating how admirable the girl was. To his surprise, Jenna abruptly lifted her autumn shirt, revealing the sports bra beneath. "Let us settle it here." Mohan wished to retract his earlier thoughts. At that moment, an unexpected event transpired. Mohan suddenly felt a soft touch on his face. Chapter 14. The Overlooked Dark Horse. He was unexpectedly embraced tightly, and his cheek was kissed. However, as Mohan touched the mark on his cheek, he reminisced about the fragrance that had emanated from the girl moments ago, and thought, splendid. "Mo, my name is Jenna. Remember it well, for it is the name of your girlfriend," Jenna exclaimed before sprinting off into the distance, leaving Mohan in a state of bewilderment. "Wow, impressive, my friend. You truly are fortunate. His teammates teased him, filled with envy. Following the conclusion of the regular season, the Atlantic Athletic League playoffs were set to commence. The playoff structure pitted the top-ranked teams against the lowest, with the first facing the 8th, the second facing the 7th, the third facing the 6th, and the fourth facing the 5th. This arrangement aimed to create further excitement and suspense, as well as to generate additional broadcasting revenue. Thus, the playoffs adopted a single elimination format. Often, teams that finished high in the regular season found themselves vulnerable to upsets. However, this year, for Aina Academy, such an occurrence was decidedly out of the question, a sentiment echoed by Mo's fans as well. Mohan's prowess has far surpassed that of the Atlantic Athletic Alliance. He holds his own against elite NCAA players without any disadvantage. The reality aligns perfectly with public expectations as he faces his first-round opponent, the 8th-seeded Rider University Brox. Mohan hardly had a chance to break a sweat. In just 21 minutes on the court, he amassed an impressive tally of 16 points and 12 assists. During the game, he even executed a daring through-the-legs pass that found its mark, allowing Gorin to finish with finesse. On the defensive end, Mohan contributed with 5 steals. After the game, as he embraced opposing guard Charles, the latter, tears streaming down his face, inquired whether Mohan would remain at Aina College for the next season. He was simply too overwhelmed by the prospect of facing Mohan again, truly terrifying. As the semifinals approached, their opponent was last year's runner-up, Niagara University. The staunch supporters of Niagara University stubbornly proclaimed that they could triumph over Aina College, dismissing Mohan as a mere trifle. However, the outcome was nothing short of disastrous for Niagara University. Even Aina College fans remarked that Mohan's strikes were excessively fierce. Prior to the match, Niagara University devised a strategy to double-team Mohan, having noted through their analysis of recent games that his shooting attempts had declined, while his assists had notably increased. Their naive assumption was that Mohan would prioritize passing. Little did they expect that he would unleash a ferocious display of offensive prowess in this game. From the very first minute, he exhibited an insatiable desire to attack. His step-back three-pointers were simply indefensible, each one finding the net with precision. The score quickly widened, and by the end of the first half, the game had already entered garbage time. Throughout the match, Mohan played for 25 minutes, shooting 15 of 19 from the field and 6 of 7 from beyond the arc, ultimately accumulating 36 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. His relentless shooting had effectively extinguished Niagara University's hopes. In the finals, their adversary was none other than Manhattan College, whom they had faced in the regular season. Before the game even began, a group of girls donned in Manhattan College uniforms held aloft a banner emblazoned with Mohan's likeness. Jenna, showcasing her long legs, stood at the front of the group, fixated on Mohan. Fans overwhelmingly rallied in support of Aina College. Indeed, the reality mirrored their sentiments. Once again, they were unable to contain Mohan. When they extended their defense to guard against Mohan's three-point shooting, he would deftly exploit his blistering speed to penetrate the paint for emphatic dunks. Conversely, when they collapsed their defense, he effortlessly sank three-pointers from the perimeter. By halftime, Mohan had already scored 20 points, leading Manhattan College by a substantial 16 points. Ultimately, Aina College triumphed over Manhattan College with a score of 89-76. Securing the championship of the Atlantic 10 Conference for the 2002-2003 season. Following the conclusion of the match, Fox Sports reporter Tony promptly set to work on an article, racing to capture the moment. The overlooked dark horse. The entire report briefly touches upon Aina Academy, while the rest is devoted to extolling Mohan. At first glance, I presumed his physique to be rather frail. However, the subsequent events profoundly contradicted my initial impression. Mohan's physique is as resilient as steel. Whenever a collision occurs with him, it is invariably the unfortunate party that suffers. Mohan possesses remarkable organizational skills. He is able to discern the movements of his teammates behind him and deliver timely passes during breakthroughs. His distinctive traits include lightning-fast speed and precise shooting, enabling him to deliver decisive blows at critical moments. Last season, Aina Academy ranked only 5th in the league, succumbing in the first round of the playoffs. However, under Mohan's leadership this season, the team achieved an unprecedented 20 consecutive victories in the regular season, remaining undefeated and ultimately securing the championship. Mohan is poised to become the nightmare of every player during the madness of March. A whirlwind is about to arrive. This news has been prominently showcased by Fox Sports, capturing the attention of major universities across the nation. Some scoff at it, while others await eagerly. In the training facility of the Georgia Institute of Technology, Chris Bosh, fresh off leading his team to victory in the Atlantic Coast Conference Championship, practices on the court. With the ball in both hands, he executes a feint and drives swiftly into the paint, completing a thunderous dunk. "Hey, Chris, take a look at this." His teammate, Jarrett Jack, waves at him from a distance, holding a newspaper. "It seems your aspirations to become the top rookie might be in jeopardy. This kid is formidable." Bosh casts a disdainful glance and replies, "Oh, Jarrett, do you truly believe I could be outmatched by a 175 centimeters player? Can an Asian even have a decent guard? Against me, he would merely be served a hearty hot pot meal." Bosh is not merely boasting. He possesses the talent to back up his bravado. In the recently concluded league finals, he achieved an impressive 34 points and 12 rebounds, earning the title of the league's best rookie. At Syracuse University, Carmelo Anthony, widely regarded as a contender for this year's NBA first overall pick, intently studies the news about Mohan. "Carmelo, this guy seems to be merely a product of media hype. Don't give it too much thought," a teammate reassures him, patting his shoulder. Anthony shakes his head, contemplating the photograph on the newspaper. While the written words may embellish, surely a photograph cannot deceive. The remarkable leaping ability of someone standing at 175 centimeters is indeed impressive. Perhaps this will be an exceptional adversary. Anthony eagerly anticipates the upcoming madness of March. After facing LeBron James in last year's high school league, he is yet to encounter an opponent of similar caliber. He fondly reminisces about that fierce matchup, akin to a battle of titans. Only by competing against such formidable opponents can he elevate his game further. He yearns for strength and desires to conquer those prodigies. Gazing at Mohan's image, Anthony softly murmurs, "I hope you do not disappoint me." Chapter 15. The arrival of madness. The long-awaited madness of March is finally upon us. And Mohan is quite excited. Within the Atlantic Coast Conference, there are not many strong teams. Aside from Mo Williams, he has yet to see other future NBA players. It is only on the stage of March Madness that he will encounter those elite future superstars. Notable names include Carmelo Anthony from Syracuse University, Dwayne Wade from Marquette University, and Chris Bosh from Georgia Tech, all pinnacle representatives of a silver generation. Additionally, future NBA stars such as Chris Mohan, Kirk Hinrich, Pietrus, Collison, David West, Perkins, and Josh Howard are among those he yearns to compete against. Among them, he especially looks forward to a duel with Wade. Having secured a championship in his third year in the league, Wade later partnered with LeBron James to clinch 2 more titles. The Wade-LeBron connection has captivated countless fans. As fellow guards, Mohan is eager to witness just how formidable Wade is at this stage. He has also seen the article praising him. He remains calm, devoid of any proud expression, which surprises Gorin. "Brother, do you realize your newfound fame? Can't you even muster a smile?" Mohan shook his head. "It's not as if we've won the championship of the Mad Three. What is there to be proud of?" Gorin expressed, leaving me utterly speechless. Mohan is indeed not overly concerned with the media's coverage. In his perspective, the current accolades are insignificant. When the frenzy of March commences, the true excellence of players will be revealed. Numerous athletes may remain obscure during the regular season, only to ascend the ranks during the grand stage of March Madness. Conversely, there are many instances where players predicted to be lottery picks underperform and ultimately fall out of the first round. Mohan viewed these matters with clarity and exhibited no haste. It was only when the fervent March arrived that his stage would be set. Following the conclusion of the NCAA championships across various conferences, 10 individuals were selected from the directors of NCAA Division I schools or conference chairs to form the NCAA selection committee. The champions of each conference automatically qualified for the tournament, while the remaining 36 teams were designated as at-large selections, collectively comprising a total of 68 teams. These 68 teams would be categorized into 4 regions: East, Midwest, South, and West, with each region containing 17 teams seeded from 1 to 17. In the first round, not all teams participated. Rather, it was a contest between the 16th and 17th seeds within each region, with a single elimination determining the victor, who would then be reseeded as the 16th seed for the subsequent round. Thus, after the elimination of 4 teams, the remaining 64 teams would truly represent the elite. Following this, the tournament adopted a crossover knockout format, with the first seed facing the 16th seed, the second seed against the 15th seed, and so forth. Once the 68 teams were determined, the seeding for each region was promptly established, with Iona College being designated as the 13th seed in the Midwest region. Despite Iona College's undefeated record within their conference, skepticism loomed, as historically, the Atlantic Athletic Conference had often been relegated to mere participation in the annual March Madness. Regardless of one's performance within the conference, the reality was that many faced elimination in the early rounds. As the 13th seed, Iona College's first-round opponent would be the formidable 4th seed, Georgia Tech. Upon receiving this news, every member of the Iona team, except for Mohan, wore a grim expression. "Damn, how could it be Georgia Tech?" Gorin exclaimed, slamming the basketball in frustration. The unexpected challenge of facing a strong team right from the outset was disheartening, especially as it was rumored that Georgia Tech had recruited an exceptionally talented newcomer this season, rendering them nearly invincible in conference play. Mohan gazed at the roster of players from the Georgia Institute of Technology, a smile gracing his lips. The prospect of facing the future NBA superstar Bosch in the very first game was exhilarating. Observing the upward curve of Mohan's mouth, Gorin expressed his mild exasperation. "Mo, I comprehend your enthusiasm. You yearn to compete against the elite. Yet, this opponent is entirely different from those you've encountered before, especially Bosch, who is a frontrunner for this year's NBA draft. He is exceptionally formidable." Listening to Gorin's tremulous description, Mohan merely smiled knowingly. "I am aware. But I too possess considerable strength." Mohan's voice was not loud, yet it possessed an inexplicable power that compelled everyone in the locker room to fall silent. Their gazes fixed upon him. An undeniable sense of belief blossomed in their hearts. This individual truly had the potential to lead them to victory in the impending match. On the day of the competition, Ana Academy arrived at a university gymnasium in Chicago, preparing for the first round of the championship against Georgia Tech. According to the NCAA tournament regulations, the games would not be held in either team's home city but rather in a neutral location, which was ultimately chosen to be Chicago. Chicago's basketball culture is vibrant, with the streets adorned with massive murals of the Bulls and Michael Jordan, alongside various merchandise. Anticipation for the forthcoming NCAA tournament was palpable, as throngs of fans flocked to the arena, eager to witness whether the newcomers from Georgia Tech possessed the prowess to join the ranks of the Bulls. Inside the gymnasium, a sea of people surged, the venue bustling with thousands of spectators. While some were locals from Chicago, the majority hailed from Georgia Tech, proudly waving banners proclaiming their team's inevitable victory. In stark contrast, the supporters of Ana Academy were nearly non-existent. Media outlets were also in full swing, dispatching personnel to cover the athletes most likely to enter the NBA or become stars, with particular attention lavished on the stronger teams. Georgia Tech, labeled a formidable contender for the championship, attracted considerable media interest. Fox Sports had sent reporters Tony and cameraman Allen to provide coverage. This was not their first experience at the NCAA tournament, and they were well acquainted with the lively atmosphere surrounding them. They had witnessed numerous instances where a dominant team faced a weaker opponent, resulting in a lopsided display of support. However, Tony was taken aback to find that, following his news release, Mohan still failed to garner any favorable opinions. He was convinced that Mohan would prove the arrogance of his detractors wrong. Beside Tony sat a man with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusting his suit as he cast a glance at him and remarked, "You still support your so-called super guard? I assure you, they stand no chance against Georgia Tech." The man speaking was named David, also a journalist, but one who primarily reported on Georgia Tech. David found Tony's perspective to be naively optimistic. Did he not recognize the strength of Georgia Tech? The team boasted 3 formidable stars and an exceptionally talented newcomer, Chris Bosh. This season, Bosh averaged 8.9 rebounds per game and had frequently achieved double-doubles. For Ana Academy, Bosh represented a significant threat in the paint. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "They're coming." The entire gym erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Tony and David turned to see the Georgia Tech players, led by Bosh, making their entrance. The crowd of fans in the stands erupted in cheers, chanting Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech. The volume of their applause was so immense it felt as if it might lift the dome of the arena. To the untrained eye, one might believe they were in Georgia Tech's home territory, while Ana Academy was largely overlooked. David glanced at the Georgia Tech team and then back at Ana Academy, shaking his head. "Is this what you consider a trump card? They seem rather diminutive," he scoffed, referring to Mohan, whose height stood out starkly among his taller teammates. "Perhaps they paid Tony to promote him." David's cameraman chuckled, pointing his camera at Mohan, preparing to capture a few shots for future discussion with colleagues. Tony, meanwhile, inwardly derided the two fools. Could they not discern Mohan's significance to Ana Academy? The positioning of the players and their reactions clearly indicated that Mohan was the leader of the team. On the court, Gorin gazed at the fervent audience, his legs trembling with trepidation. This was his first time facing such a vast crowd, all fervently supporting the opposing team. And it was only natural for him to feel anxious. "There's no need to be nervous. Just relax," Mohan reassured Gorin with a pat on the back. Mohan had anticipated such a scenario. Unlike the home and away format of the league matches, the championship tournament is held at a neutral venue. Consequently, the audience comprises a substantial number of neutral fans who, prior to the commencement of the match, rally behind the more formidable side, namely the Georgia Institute of Technology. However, should Illinois College deliver an outstanding performance during the game, these spectators would not hesitate to cheer for them as well. In essence, the audience here only acknowledges the strong. How presumptuous it sounds, as if you have ever participated in a championship tournament. Mohan smiled helplessly. He possessed unwavering confidence in this match, and his desire to execute a thunderous dunk over Bosch would soon be realized. Just before preparing to take the court, he received a notification from the system. "Congratulations to the host for winning the league championship and advancing to the NCAA tournament. And as a special reward, the host receives MVP Super Triple-Double King, Russell Westbrook." Splendid. Mohan was overwhelmed with joy. Another superstar had arrived. Westbrook's physique and athletic prowess were truly evident to the naked eye. This aerial acrobat, renowned for his triple-doubles, often soared into the opponent's paint for thunderous dunks. With Westbrook's physical attributes at his disposal, he could now manipulate Bosch with unrestrained audacity. Now possessing the prowess of Iverson, Harden, and LeBron, he was already formidable, yet there remained ample room for enhancement. With the acquisition of Westbrook's experience card, his ability to break through defenses was poised for a qualitative leap. As the players commenced their warm-ups on the court, Bosch, at Georgia Tech, sprinted with the basketball cradled in his hands. He executed a 360-degree spin mid-air, culminating in a two-handed slam dunk that sent shockwaves through the arena. Jack, with the ball in hand, launched it towards the backboard, and Bosch leapt to deliver a one-handed windmill dunk, igniting the crowd. Subsequently, he directed an obscene gesture towards Gorin, who was still engaged in shooting practice. Georgia Tech was determined to utterly demoralize Aina Academy with their momentum. "Fuck, this is too much," Gorin expressed his displeasure, clutching the ball and preparing to retaliate. Mohan grasped him from behind, shaking his head. He wished to let him go, intending to return to the field later. Mohan pondered the significance of excelling during warm-ups. Ultimately, the true test lies on the court. Often, the higher one is exalted, the more devastating the fall. As the match commenced, the starting lineup for the Georgia Institute of Technology featured point guard Wilson, shooting guard Jarrett Jack, small forward Harris, power forward Bosch, and center Neal. In response, Aina College fielded their starters, Mohan, Franklin, Gorin, Reeves, and Muller. Bosch exhibited remarkable athleticism, particularly in his exceptional jumping ability. As anticipated, during the opening tip-off, Bosch effortlessly leaped to direct the ball into the hands of his teammate. Wilson swiftly advanced with the ball, quickly transitioning to the front court, where he passed it to shooting guard Jack. How could this be? What a farce it was to have this diminutive Asian guard defending Jack. The mere fact that Mohan made his debut appearance was astonishing enough for the fans. However, what was even more remarkable was that Mohan took the initiative to defend against Georgia Tech's prolific scorer, Jack. Mohan recognized him even before the opening scene. Indeed, this individual is formidable. Jack participated in the draft in 2005 and has played in the NBA for numerous years. He is most renowned for what is known as the Jack curse. Whenever he joins a team, it is only a matter of months before the starting guard encounters some misfortune, leading to Jack's ascension from a bench player to a starter. It matters not whether one is a rookie or a veteran, a superstar or a role player. If one dares to relegate him to the bench, he will boldly usurp their position. This curse has proven true with players such as Curry, Irving, and Paul. While his emergence as a starter may involve a degree of serendipity, it ultimately underscores Jack's undeniable talent. Otherwise, with so many players on the bench, what justifies his rise to prominence? Mohan understood that Jack's prowess should not be underestimated. Thus, he took the initiative to defend against Jack. Jack cast a disdainful glance at Mohan and remarked, "Kid, let me show you what basketball truly is." His gaze lingered on Mohan for a moment before he began to prepare for a one-on-one play. To be honest, the Georgia Institute of Technology had not conducted much research on Illinois Academy. They regarded Illinois Academy with contempt. Although there were reports praising Mohan, they paid little heed, dismissing it as mere flattery. Consequently, Jack, looking at the 1.75-meter tall Mohan, thought nothing of him. Such a diminutive stature was simply an invitation for him to score. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jack continued to execute a series of moves, skillfully employing feints and dribbling between his legs. Mohan spread his arms, standing protectively in front of Jack, unfazed by the deliberate openings Jack displayed. Upon realizing that his cunning maneuvers were futile, Jack resolved to rely on his physicality. He towered over Mohan by a full 16 centimeters. As he pressed against Mohan, seeking to penetrate the inner line, he suddenly found his steps faltering. Was this diminutive figure truly immovable? His charge rebounded with force, startling him in the process. Mohan's body proved impervious to his attempts to break through. As he aimed for the basket, the coach from the Georgia Institute of Technology, observing Jack's momentary distraction, urgently called out to him. In a flurry, Jack could only collect the ball beyond the three-point line and leap. As he ascended, a sense of calm gradually enveloped him. What good is your physical strength? Jack believed he had discovered the optimal strategy, relying on his height to challenge Mohan. The 16-centimeter advantage allowed him to shoot as effortlessly as if he were wide open. Just as he felt assured of his success, a voice pierced through his thoughts, declaring, "Delusional." Chapter 17, The Dunk Over Bosh. As Mohan swiftly stepped forward with his right leg to synchronize with Jack's jump, he soared higher under Jack's watchful gaze. At the moment Jack released the ball, Mohan's hand intercepted it perfectly. A sharp crack resonated as Jack heard a faint sound. His basketball was snatched from the air by Mohan. This was an unequivocal display of dominance. My goodness, could this be real? It was utterly terrifying. The fans of Georgia Tech were left in shock by the spectacle before them. The slender figure, standing at 175 centimeters, seemed to spring into the air as if propelled by a trampoline. It was nothing short of miraculous. A young man beside David, holding a camera, trembled slightly, nearly losing his balance. David, with his mouth agape, stared in astonishment at Tony, pondering whether this individual could truly be as formidable as Tony had claimed. Yet, the reality was simply too incredible to fathom. Get back, get back. The head coach of Georgia Tech shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth to alert his players. Jack, the closest to Mohan, remained in a state of bewilderment, watching helplessly as Mohan passed by him. As Mohan began to run, people soon realized how astonishingly swift this petite figure was, akin to a child of the wind. How incredibly fast! This speed was truly remarkable. More discerning scouts, however, perceived distinct nuances within his performance. Mohan's ability to dribble with such remarkable speed and stability is a testament to his exceptional dribbling skills. The scene on the court is quite peculiar. Mohan sprinted ahead with the ball, while 5 players from Georgia Tech pursued him relentlessly from behind. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the Aina College team remained stationary, watching from a distance as Mohan showcased his skills. They made no attempt to advance, for they understood Mohan all too well. Whenever he made a breakaway, it signaled the moment for an astonishing display of talent that would captivate the entire audience. Their role was simply to extend their hands in applause. Mohan charged towards the three-point line with the ball in hand. Just a step before the free throw line, he leaped into the air. In mid-flight, Mohan grasped the ball with both hands and executed a magnificent windmill dunk, forcefully slamming it through the hoop with his right hand. The movement was seamless and fluid, the entire dunk executed with an effortless grace. Its smoothness was matched only by its visual appeal. What do you think? Tony asked, brimming with pride. At this moment, David was rendered speechless, merely nodding in awe. Having witnessed countless NCAA games and an array of star dunks, he had never encountered a player, standing at 175 meters, capable of such a ferocious display. After Mohan completed his dunk, he refrained from a loud roar, instead placing his finger to his lips in a gesture of silence directed at the Georgia Tech players. This served as a retort to their provocative antics during the warm-up. The Georgia Tech players, momentarily taken aback, soon realized the blatant provocation. You little brat. Don't get too cocky. We'll send you packing soon enough, Jack growled ominously. Meanwhile, Bosh remained silent, his expression grave. Those familiar with him understood that the man who would later be known as the Dragon King was now serious. The game progressed as Georgia Tech swiftly adjusted their tactics, and Jack chose not to engage Mohan further. He quickly lofted the ball to Bosh. With a slight exertion of strength, Bosh overpowered Mohan's center, Reeves, and completed the dunk. Subsequently, Gorin's shot was interrupted, and Bosh secured the rebound. On the offensive end, Bosh and Jack executed a pick and roll, with Jack passing to Wilson. Wilson feigned a shot, then lofted the ball skyward. Bosh soared to catch it mid-air, executing another thunderous dunk. After several exchanges in the first half, The shortcomings of Aina Academy became evident. Alas, our interior defense is porous. Behem lamented, rubbing his forehead in frustration. There was no remedy. The disparity between Aina Academy's interior players and Bosch was insurmountable. Even double-teaming yielded little effect. Defense was futile. Their only hope now rested on Mohan. Let us see if this fellow can once again conjure a miracle. On the court, Aina Academy launched their offense. Mohan, with the ball at the mid-court, suddenly accelerated. Closely pursued by Jack. Initially, it was Wilson assigned to defend against Mohan, but his speed could not keep pace with Mohan. Consequently, Georgia Tech made an adjustment, placing Jack in the role of defender to apply appropriate pressure on Mohan. With remarkable speed, realistic feints, incisive breakthroughs, and exceptional passing ability, Mohan showcased his skills. Over the previous few minutes of competition, Jack had discerned these attributes in Mohan, and overall, he recognized Mohan as an outstanding point guard, possessing several advantages typical of that position. Observing Mohan's intent to drive, Jack hastily positioned himself to intercept. However, he fell victim to a clever maneuver. In the next moment, Mohan executed an abrupt stop, swiftly retreating beyond the three-point line and decisively released a three-point shot. The attempt missed. After Mohan's release, Jack surmised that this shot was a desperate attempt following an unsuccessful drive, somewhat reminiscent of his initial forced three-pointer. He turned around, only to immediately hear the swish of the net as the basketball cleanly entered. Had he conducted his pre-game research, he would have known that my three-point shooting is not to be underestimated. Mohan did not hesitate to strike again. Jack gazed at Mohan's departing figure, suddenly feeling a profound sense of defeat. He found himself dominated by an Asian individual, despite being 16 centimeters taller than him. It was truly perplexing. Could it be that the news was indeed accurate? Jack began to question his existence. As the next play unfolded, it was once again Bosch in the paint, poised to take a shot with his back turned. Mohan swiftly noticed Bosch's movement and quickly inserted himself from behind to poke the ball. The basketball was seized by Mohan. Bosch, his face darkened with fury, cast a glare at Mohan, utterly astonished that he had been outmaneuvered by this young lad. Upon receiving the basketball, Mohan dribbled forward with remarkable acceleration, deftly surpassing Jack and heading straight towards the basket, aiming for Bosch. "I've been waiting for you," Bosch silently mused. Having previously observed Mohan repeatedly dominating his teammates in one-on-one situations, Bosch felt a mixture of anxiety and urgency, yet found himself powerless to intervene, as he was not directly matched against Mohan. To recklessly defend against him would only expose vulnerabilities beneath the basket. Now, witnessing Mohan actively charge towards the hoop, Bosch experienced a blend of surprise and delight. He swiftly adjusted his stance, preparing to deliver an emphatic block. Mohan did not flinch, with determination. He leaped towards the hoop, grasping the basketball with one hand and executing a powerful dunk. "How dare you underestimate me?" Chris Bosch, feeling slighted, sprang into action, preparing to swat the ball away with all his might. Unfortunately for him, he severely underestimated Mohan. Mohan's leaping ability is astonishing. He effortlessly raised the basketball with one hand, elevating it above Bosch's outstretched arm, rendering Bosch unable to make contact. With a resounding slap, Bosch struck Mohan's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Mohan's movements were unimpeded as he let out a low growl. With a sudden surge of power from his core, he elevated his body skyward. In midair, he adjusted himself and emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. The sound reverberated like thunder, striking deep into the hearts of the spectators. Chapter 18. Double team on Mohan. How is this possible? My heavens, Bosch has just been dunked on from a distance. The audience was left in utter shock upon witnessing this commanding display. Soon after, a wave of applause erupted. Before the game commenced, the crowd was primarily there to witness Bosch's performance. Aina Academy and Georgia Tech were not even in the same league, especially when they noticed the diminutive Asian, standing at merely 175 centimeters. The spectators instinctively presumed this matchup would be a one-sided affair. But now, the greatest headache for Georgia Tech was, surprisingly, that little player. Jack was unable to contain Mohan in a one-on-one. Facing him was a guaranteed defeat. Even when others came to assist, they were equally ineffective. When Bosch approached, he too was met with a dunk from afar. In a moment when Aina Academy appeared to be at a disadvantage, Mohan's explosive dunk significantly boosted their morale. And it also resulted in a foul on Bosch, earning a 2-1 opportunity. As Mohan stepped up to the free throw line, his current form allowed him to effortlessly send the ball through the hoop. "My friend, Which team do you believe will emerge victorious in this match? Journalist Tony inquired playfully, directing his question toward his counterpart across the court. David, wearing a rather grim expression, had initially been convinced that the Georgia Tech team had the upper hand. Yet the current circumstances appeared rather uncertain. That diminutive player, standing at just 175 centimeters, was indeed as audacious as the reports suggested. Do not revel yet. Georgia still holds the lead in points. The true victor will be determined only at the end. Presently, the score indicated a slight advantage for Georgia Tech, with the tally standing at 15-18, granting them a 3-point lead. Meanwhile, over at Ano Academy, Mohan had single-handedly accounted for 10 of their 15 points. Such a staggering contribution underscored a critical issue. The rest of the Ano players were significantly lacking, leaving Mohan to fend for himself. This style of play demonstrated Ano Academy's heavy reliance on Mohan, whose energy was being severely taxed. Once his stamina was depleted, his performance would inevitably falter. From this perspective, David's remarks bore some merit. However, he remained oblivious to the rigorous self-discipline Mohan imposed upon himself, setting aside any enhancements from the system. The training Mohan devoted to his physical endurance exceeded that of his peers by a factor of 2 each day. Mohan is no fool, despite his short stature. He possesses a unique advantage through the experience cards offered by the system. However, his greatest challenge lies in his physical stamina. After his initial experience emulating Iverson, Mohan began to prioritize physical training. Those familiar with him, particularly those who have witnessed his performances, are well aware of the exceptional stamina he possesses. Reporter Tony chuckled. Let us see how this unfolds. Meanwhile, on the court, Bosch's expression was grim. He felt that the match should not be unfolding in this manner. Against a team like Ano Academy, which ranked significantly lower, they should have been merely pacing alongside them. Yet now, he found himself reconsidering. This 175 centimeters tall individual must be taken seriously. Bosch signaled to his teammates, a covert gesture from their training sessions. The goal of the Georgia Institute of Technology is to secure the championship, and the teams ahead are filled with formidable opponents. When faced with such challengers, the most effective strategy is to employ a more aggressive approach. By deploying multiple defenders to contain the player in good form, they could afford to temporarily overlook the weaker points of the opposition. This tactic may be perceived as somewhat underhanded, typically reserved for confronting stronger teams. Yet Bosch, fueled by frustration, dismissed such considerations. Within the Georgia Institute of Technology, Bosch stands as the leader, and his gesture signifies authority. Furthermore, teammates like Jack, who have also felt the sting of Mohan's prowess, are all harboring their own frustrations. Mohan, standing at a mere 175 centimeters, appeared diminutive amidst the towering players of Georgia Tech, yet the performance unfolding before them was unbearable for all. In an instant, the Georgia Tech team members nodded in acknowledgement towards Bosch. Subsequently, the dynamics of the game took a peculiar turn. Each time Mohan gained possession, he found himself besieged by 2 opponents, their towering frames forming an impenetrable barrier in front and behind him, akin to 2 walls obstructing his path, rendering it exceedingly difficult for him to maneuver and dribble past. Attempting to force his way through would exact a significant toll on Mohan's stamina. Among the spectators, there were many astute basketball enthusiasts. In fact, those present could articulate a plethora of theories when discussing the game. Witnessing such a scene, the audience grew increasingly agitated, with some openly voicing their discontent. Have some dignity. 2 against 1, towering over that little guy by 20 centimeters. Is this how you play? I can hardly bear to watch. What do you mean, 2 against 1? It's clearly a case of multiple against 1. A player of 175 centimeters receiving NBA-level treatment is indeed a rarity. The audience here was not comprised of typical NBA fans. They held no allegiance to any teams, but rather supported the strong. Mohan's astonishing performance gradually captivated their attention, and inadvertently, they became his ardent defenders. Such a scenario is exceedingly rare in the history of the NCAA. The clamor from the spectators did not go unnoticed by those on the court. Georgia Tech's small forward, Harris, and guard, Jack, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. In that fleeting moment, Mohan seized the opportunity presented by their distraction. With an explosive change of direction, he darted past the towering Harris, dribbling through his legs with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow taking flight. Defense! 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 The head coach of Georgia Tech shouted urgently. His face flushed, whether from shame for the unsportsmanlike tactics or sheer exasperation remained uncertain. as Mohan surged past half-court at an incredible pace. The only one capable of keeping up with him, with awareness, was Bosch. Recognizing that this 175-centimeter player was a formidable adversary, Bosch's focus was almost entirely on Mohan. At that moment, Bosch positioned himself at the three-point line, determined to intercept Mohan. "Come on, you won't get past me," Bosch bellowed, animatedly defending his position. In this encounter, every instance of competition between Bosch and Mohan had resulted in Bosch's defeat, and he had long been harboring a great deal of frustration. Mohan remained unperturbed, able to evoke a fiery response from Bosch, his face alight with excitement. This time, Mohan opted not for a breakthrough, but rather made a novel choice. Previously, the attributes of the hardened template 20 were still intact, and Mohan had diligently honed his three-point shooting skills. In the first half, the most effective strategy for closing the gap was undoubtedly the three-pointer. Mohan would not squander such an opportunity. Mohan deftly dribbled to his left, executing a feint that caught Bosch off guard. However, Bosch swiftly realized he had been deceived. In a moment of brilliance, Mohan stepped back. By the time Bosch reacted, the ball had already left Mohan's hands. Whoosh! Thud! The ball gracefully swished through the net. Despite being double-teamed, he successfully broke through and delivered a stunning three-pointer against Bosch. This remarkable shot sent the crowd into a frenzy. Mo! Chapter 19. I will assist again. The spectators erupted in unison, a sight exceedingly rare in NCAA history. Typically, the enthusiasm of the audience builds gradually, influenced by the players' performances. However, such a one-sided situation is an anomaly. This time was different. Earlier, Georgia Tech resorted to unsportsmanlike tactics against Mohan, evident to those with a discerning eye for the game. In such circumstances, Mohan single-handedly broke through the double team of two towering opponents. He evaded defenders, reached the three-point line, deceived Bosch, and executed a flawless three-pointer. Scoring such a basket is an accomplishment only achievable by the stars of NBA teams. To witness this feat from a player standing at merely 175 centimeters is nothing short of miraculous. The audience erupted in fervor, while the young players from Georgia Tech faced immense psychological pressure. The head coach of Georgia Tech was compelled to call a timeout, both to devise a new strategy and to provide psychological reassurance to the players, urging them not to let external distractions affect their emotions. The others from Iona College remained unfazed, determined to contain this diminutive player, believing that everything was under their control. Ignoring the cacophony from the sidelines, they were reminded that in NCAA, the honor of the game solely belongs to the victors. The coach's words served as a balm for the young athletes, reinforcing that securing the win rendered any on-court adversity trivial. Losing meant returning home, and no one would remember how one performed during the game. In the NCAA, competition is merciless. Only by persevering until the end can one be remembered and achieve recognition. As the leader of Georgia Tech, Bosch stepped forward, shouting with fervor, "Victory is ours! Victory is ours!" The players of Georgia Tech felt their spirits rekindle, their previously diminished morale soaring once more. Meanwhile, Coach Bohan of Iona College emphasized a crucial point. They needed to be more active in their movements to provide Mohan with greater opportunities for passing. Bohan's tactical emphasis stemmed from his keen observation of Georgia Tech's arrangements. The greater the pressure Mohan exerts on his opponent, the more he garners attention. When two players, or even more, converge on him, gaps are bound to emerge. In such instances, the contributions of others must come to the forefront. Being proactive in positioning, particularly when Georgia Tech reveals vulnerabilities, presents the most opportune moment. Coach Bareem's tactical arrangement also serves to conserve Mohan's stamina. After a brief intermission, both teams returned to the court. The players from Georgia Tech shook off their earlier despondency, their spirits ignited. The point guard, Wilson, initiated the play, delivering the ball directly to Jack. Positioned next to him was Mohan, and the two were once again matched up. "Kid, this time I shall not be defeated by you," Jack huffed defiantly as he dribbled the ball. He maneuvered with great caution, determined not to afford Mohan any chances. Mohan remained silent, fixated on the ball. Jack regained his confidence, feeling capable once more. He executed several feints and dribbled beneath his legs, attempting to outmaneuver Mohan and prove his prowess. Yet, the seemingly stationary figure of Mohan, standing at a mere 175 meters, was an immovable obstacle. No matter how Jack shifted his direction, he could not shake him off. What was this? Did he possess no vulnerabilities at all? As Jack continued to dribble, Unable to surpass Mohan, a sense of panic and impatience began to creep in. In that fleeting moment, Mohan appeared like a specter from Jack's nightmares, fully perceiving his intentions. Whoosh! A figure flashed past, leaving a momentarily dazed Jack without the ball in his hands. A steal. In an instant, Mohan swiftly intercepted the ball, his form resembling a streak of lightning as he dashed toward the half-court. "Quick, defend!" shouted the head coach of Georgia Tech anxiously from the sidelines, having just returned from a timeout. Jack's failure to retain possession not only showcased his inadequacy, but also cast a shadow on the coach's judgment. Fortunately, the prior strategy stipulated that upon Mohan gaining possession, two players from Georgia Tech were to converge for defense. With such a plan in place, as Mohan surged forward, Wilson and Bosch quickly positioned themselves to provide support in defense. In mere moments, Wilson and Bosch, flanking him on either side, attempted to obstruct Mohan's advance. While Georgia Tech's tactical arrangement appeared astute, Mohan's intention was not to rely solely on himself. Drawing Wilson and Bosch toward him, Mohan released the ball with remarkable speed and decisiveness, leaving no time for the opponents to respond, directing it toward the left side to Reeves. An opening. Mohan occupies the position of point guard, the orchestrator of the team. His role is to connect his teammates and ensure a seamless flow in the team's offense. Serving as the engine of the squad, how could Mohan possibly let the two defenders encircle him without taking advantage of the opportunity it created? His keen eyes had already spotted the opening on Reeves' side. At that moment, Reeves received the ball, and there was essentially no one around to defend him. By the time Georgia Tech reacted and attempted to reposition themselves, it was already too late. Reeves seized the moment and took a decisive shot, a beautiful arc that sent the ball straight through the hoop. Goodness, his basketball IQ is astonishing. I could never have anticipated a pass at such a crucial moment. Of course, the only thing you could think of was to charge forward, only to lose the ball. That play invigorated the game. My heavens, this short player must have a basketball IQ of at least 300. He can dribble, steal, and execute such a splendid assist. The audience erupted once again, with some excitedly rising to applaud. In NCAA competitions, individual heroism is often more prevalent. Young players, brimming with enthusiasm, relish the chance to showcase their skills. While instances of point guards delivering exquisite assists do occur, they are indeed rare. Given Mohan's stature at College, he could easily monopolize the ball without anyone dissenting. Yet, his thoughts were centered on teamwork. Delivering a magnificent assist revitalized the entire team. Just as the morale of Georgia Tech's players had begun to recover, a shadow loomed over them once more. They intended to double-team Mohan, but his basketball intelligence was too high and his vision too expansive, allowing him to exploit their defensive gaps. This became a vexing dilemma. Trying to cover everything might lead to neglecting crucial areas. On the court, it is impossible to balance both ends effectively. A multiplayer double team on one individual often leads to openings elsewhere. Currently, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Georgia Tech. In this critical moment, Bosch stepped up, signaling for the next play to be directed his way. At this juncture, Bosch, embodying the potential of a future superstar, effortlessly maneuvered past Reeves to score. With Bosch's formidable performance, the attributes of Georgia Tech's players were activated. In the subsequent plays, Georgia Tech scored consecutively. In contrast, College began to make elementary mistakes. Reeves, Muller, and Franklin committed a series of blunders, allowing Georgia Tech's players to snatch the ball and score. The disparity in overall player quality was glaring. Georgia Tech was significantly superior. The score was set to widen in favor of Georgia Tech, but Mohan swiftly stabilized the situation with a three-pointer. The score tightened to 22-24, and both teams were closely matched. Who would have thought that the initially underestimated College could achieve such results? Chapter 20. The outburst begins. A 2-point deficit was no longer a significant gap. Though Georgia Tech appeared to lead by 2 points, their momentum was lacking. The reason for this lay squarely with Mohan. The 175-meter-tall underdog, initially dismissed by all, had introduced an element of suspense into the game. Another play. Bosch had already entered a serious mindset. As the leader of Georgia Tech, he understood that they could not continue in this manner. When a team's momentum surges, it becomes challenging to suppress, often enabling them to perform at an extraordinary level. The rhythm of the game must be firmly in their control. When Bosch displayed a serious demeanor, the spirit of Georgia Tech surged dramatically. Mohan dribbled the ball. As soon as he gained possession, Wilson and Jack swiftly surrounded him, leaving no room for escape. Mohan stands at a height of merely 175 meters, which is an inherent disadvantage. On the court, regardless of who it may be, they are bound to be taller than him. Mohan understood that it was futile to engage in a relentless struggle. Instead, he needed to leverage his agility to find openings. Wilson and Jack were completely fixated on him, making it exceedingly difficult for Mohan to advance with the ball. Trusting Bosch, Wilson was confident that the space he created would be adequately filled by their team leader. By neutralizing Mohan, the other players from Ano Academy would pose little threat. This was the analysis offered by the head coach of Georgia Tech during a previous timeout. The greatest threat from Ano Academy was that diminutive player. By containing him, victory would be assured. Mohan was besieged by two individuals, a scenario that undoubtedly exerted a significant toll on his stamina. Mohan understood that it was impossible to constantly focus on making breakthroughs, despite his excellent physical condition. Sustaining such intensity would be challenging. He passed the ball towards Reeves, clearly aiming for the open space. However, as Reeves received the ball, Bosch swiftly closed in. It seemed that Bosch had anticipated Reeves' tendencies, and before Reeves could secure his grip, Bosch executed a precise steal. With a resounding clap, the ball was sent flying. In an instant, Bosch's speed surged forth, allowing him to seize the ball and initiate a counterattack. The players from Ano Academy hurried back on defense, but unfortunately, apart from Mohan, the others struggled to keep pace with such rapidity. Mohan found himself ensnared by the relentless defense of Wilson and Jack. Meanwhile, Bosch skillfully maneuvered past half-court, effortlessly slamming the ball into the hoop. In that instant, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. Bosch truly showcased his prowess. It is precisely in such moments that his talent shines. This is the essence of captivating basketball, far more appealing than a mere 175-meter performance. The elegance of that shot transported me to the realm of the NBA. The audience, previously captivated by Mohan, soon shifted their allegiance, as NCAA spectators tend to gravitate towards those who excel, bestowing their applause upon the deserving. Though somewhat disloyal, it is undeniably fair. Without skill, one is unworthy of their admiration. Upon witnessing this scene, Mohan's lips curled into a faint smile, and his entire being surged with exhilaration. This is how it should be. If Bosch truly performs so feebly, can he still be regarded as Bosch? With Bosch representing Georgia Tech and Mohan embodying Ano Academy, both sides are evenly matched. However, the disparity in quality among the other players becomes evident. While both leaders can shine, the remaining players from Ano Academy consistently lag, whether in confrontation or positioning, appearing somewhat lacking. There were several instances where the other players from Ano Academy committed glaring errors, while Georgia Tech capitalized on every opportunity. The players from Georgia Tech seized the moment, further widening the score gap. As the game progressed into the second half, the score stood at 50-73, with Georgia Tech leading by 23 points. The margin had significantly increased, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Georgia Tech. David, the reporter following Georgia Tech, flashed a smile across the court. Look at that. The score is so lopsided. What can Ano Academy possibly do to win? As long as the diminutive player is targeted, the rest of Ano Academy will continue to falter. There's no way out. Since that moment when Bosch unleashed his prowess, Mohan's performance has been equally commendable. However, the inferiority of the other players is undeniable. Basketball, after all, is a sport that involves 5 individuals. One cannot single-handedly carry the entire game. Tony, upon hearing this somewhat sarcastic remark, offered no rebuttal, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence. Tony has closely followed every match of Ano Academy and is well aware of the team's dynamics. While the other players may be average, Mohan, this young man, possesses a wild tenacity. Indeed, a wild tenacity. When the game plunges into adversity, one will find Mohan transformed, bringing forth unexpectedly remarkable outcomes. Mohan would not permit himself to lose the game. Tony chuckled. Don't rush. It's not over yet. David laughed heartily. By the final moments, I believe it will merely be garbage time. The match continued on the court, and Mohan took a slight breath, unable to conceal his excitement. This game was arduous, yet he had not exerted himself entirely. In the first half, he was relentlessly double-teamed. If he forced his way through, the toll on his stamina would be immense. This was not favorable for Mohan. The utilization of the experience card demanded significant physical energy. To secure victory, one must apply their strength judiciously. As the second half commenced, he could begin to unleash his full potential. At the onset of the second half, Wilson and Jack surrounded him. Ever since they were assigned to monitor Mohan in the first half, they had nearly developed a conditioned response. Whenever Mohan possessed the ball, they could not afford to grant him any opportunity. and if Mohan was not in possession, they could not stray too far from him. Ironically, Wilson and Jack had managed to score a few points at the beginning of the game, but since taking on the task of guarding Mohan, they had not scored again. Mohan held the ball, suddenly revealing a peculiar smile. "How many of you do you think it will take to stop me?" he taunted. "Kid, don't get cocky. Try to break through me if you can," Jack shouted loudly. During halftime, Jack was admonished repeatedly by the head coach, which made him feel utterly incompetent and filled him with frustration. Who could have imagined that he would be outplayed by a player standing at a mere 175 meters? Jack's pride would not permit such humiliation to persist until the end of the match. He had to take action to restore his dignity. Jack defended with utmost seriousness, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ball. Beside him, Wilson mirrored his tension, both of them engulfed in anxiety. Mohan dribbled the ball for a moment before suddenly executing a feint to the left, swiftly changing direction. Jack and Wilson, their emotions heightened, instinctively reached out in response to Mohan's deceptive maneuver. Yet, in the very instant they realized they had been outwitted, Mohan has already distanced himself from them by several positions. My goodness, he is about to unleash his potential again. Watching this diminutive player on the court, the tension I feel surpasses even my own gameplay. Look, he has been intercepted by Bosch. Ah, what an exhilarating showdown right at the start of the second half. The audience is electrified by Mohan's aggressive play from the outset. Chapter 21, setting the pace in the first half. Mohan captivated the hearts of the spectators with his exceptional prowess, inadvertently placing himself and Bosch on equal footing. The second half is critical for the team's survival this season. No one wishes to be a mere bystander. Every player is determined to showcase their utmost strength. Mohan evaded Wilson and Jack, while Bosch appeared to have anticipated this move, already waiting near the three-point line. Once again, it was a one-on-one against Bosch. Mohan's face displayed a blend of excitement and a hint of disdain. "I won't let you pass," Bosch defended with utmost seriousness. From their initial confrontation in the first half, Bosch realized he had underestimated the diminutive Asian player. Mohan's stature is diminutive, and his physical condition appears to be inferior to his own. However, those who have engaged in a contest with Mohan understand that this is merely a facade. Do not let his shortness deceive you. During the first half, Bosch attempted to physically confront Mohan. To his astonishment, despite blocking the opponent's path, he nearly found himself pushed out of bounds after a collision. He couldn't fathom how this seemingly small individual possessed a physique as resilient as steel. Now, as they enter the third quarter, Georgia Tech holds a lead in points, but Bosch knows that this is just the beginning. The short Asian before him harbors an unwavering thirst for victory in his eyes, a look that Bosch recognizes well. That insatiable desire for triumph is akin to that of a fierce lion, devoid of any hint of despair. The score stands at 50-73, a considerable gap. Yet the spirit of determination remains unyielding. In such moments, the leader of Aina Academy is bound to take action. Bosch fixates intently on the ball in Mohan's hands, his palms slick with perspiration, though he could not recall when it had become so. Mohan appeared to be obstructed in his path, yet his expression remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, he executed a swift leftward maneuver, prompting Bosch to instinctively reach out to intercept him. However, in that fleeting moment when his hand extended, Bosch realized the dire error. This was merely a feint. As Mohan activated the fully fledged attributes of the Brook template, it became abundantly clear that the young Bosch was ill-equipped to discern such a ruse. The motion was executed with such abruptness and swiftness that it unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Bosch regained his senses and turned to pursue, Mohan, with the ball in hand, had already surpassed the three-point line, heading straight for the free throw line. Mohan's speed resembled that of a wild stallion, untamed and swift. At this moment, Bosch appeared utterly disheveled. He had been relentlessly pursuing from behind, yet remained 3 positions behind. From the sidelines, it was evident that Bosch's explosive speed could not match that of the ball carrier, Mohan. The one-on-one confrontation between Mohan and Bosch appeared to unfold over an extended duration, yet in reality, it transpired in but a fleeting moment. In that instant, the players from Georgia Institute of Technology were all in retreat, though it was evident that they were a step behind. Mohan, having deftly maneuvered past Bosch, surged toward the free throw line, then darted into the paint before leaping into the air. With astonishing leaping ability, he executed a flawless pose mid-air, his hands pressing down with sheer force. The sound echoed like thunder, resonating in the hearts of the spectators. It was a display of dominance. He breezed past 3 defenders, executing a spectacular dunk. Truly, who could have imagined that a mere 75-meter individual could achieve such feats without witnessing it firsthand? Does this young man possess some mystical power from the East? I am utterly enamored with this Eastern prodigy. I shall henceforth be his steadfast admirer. The audience, witnessing Mohan's electrifying dunk over 3 opponents, including Bosch, found their emotions ignited in an instant. This was a harbinger. As the second half commenced, the players from ANA Academy were indeed poised to make an impact, delivering an early jolt to Georgia Tech. With Mohan's explosive dunk to kick off the half, the tension among ANA's players significantly eased. From the onset of the league, Mohan had captivated the court with his prowess, winning over his teammates. In times of adversity, this 75-meter dynamo rises to the occasion, employing his skills to revitalize the game. Mohan's performance posed significant challenges for the forthcoming offensive strategies of the Georgia Institute of Technology. Technically, the players from ANA Academy were considerably less skilled than those from Georgia Tech. However, the essence of the game heavily relies on morale and emotion. When individuals are emotionally stirred, even if they are momentarily deceived by a feint, they will cling tenaciously to their opponents. Several players from ANA Academy embodied this spirit. Reeves, facing off against the center, Neal, exhibited no signs of intimidation. The 2 towering figures stood like impenetrable walls. As Neal attempted to back down with the ball, seeking to break through, Reeves firmly held his ground, preventing any progress whatsoever. Neal, gripping the ball, found himself unable to advance, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Suddenly, a figure darted by. Whoosh! Bang! The ball flew from Neal's grasp. Still in a daze, Neal could barely comprehend the petite silhouette that had just flitted past him. Indeed, in Neal's eyes, Mohan's stature could be described as diminutive, comparable to that of his girlfriend. Yet, how had the seemingly small player slipped by him? How did he manage to swat the ball from his hands? Neal struggled to grasp the reality of what had transpired. As Mohan's performance at the onset of the second half seemed to transform him into an entirely different individual, his movements became increasingly dynamic, akin to a sharp sword, ready to pierce through any opening without hesitation. Mohan hurled the racket away, yet he did not strike haphazardly. The ball soared in the direction of Gorin. The strategy employed by Georgia Tech was to staunchly defend against Mohan, with 2 or even 3 players converging on him, inadvertently neglecting the defense of other players, such as Gorin. When the ball landed in Gorin's hands, their practiced synergy allowed Gorin to instantly comprehend Mohan's intent. Gorin dashed forward with the ball, while the players from Georgia Tech swiftly regrouped on defense. As soon as one of them caught up to Gorin, he effortlessly flicked his wrist, sending the ball to the right towards Mohan. As Mohan received the pass, Wilson and Jack hurriedly pursued him, precisely as Mohan had anticipated. Gorin's defense revealed yet another gap, allowing Mohan to deftly return the ball to him. In a seamless motion, Gorin capitalized on the unguarded opening, executing a 3-step layup that culminated in a powerful dunk. This was a flawless display of teamwork, resulting in a score. With the second half barely underway, Mohan established a commanding rhythm. Georgia Institute of Technology faltered, conceding 2 consecutive points, their players' expressions reflecting their dismay. Yet, this was merely the harbinger of what was to come. Subsequently, when Wilson passed the ball to Jack, a ghostly figure darted past, snatching the ball from Jack's grasp in an instant. With a swift turn, Mohan soared for another layup. This time, the Georgia Tech players were caught utterly off guard. At the outset of the second half, Mohan led the charge, swiftly narrowing the gap by 6 points. The score now stood at 56-73, the deficit shrinking remarkably. The head coach of Georgia Tech was compelled to call a timeout. Chapter 22. The frenzied moment. This cannot continue. Any further distraction will be disastrous. The Georgia Tech head coach bellowed, his voice filled with urgency, leaving the players around him visibly distressed. No one had anticipated such a bizarre turn of events so early in the second half. Indeed, the term bizarre aptly encapsulated the inner turmoil they were experiencing. Mohan's exceptional abilities had already left the Georgia Tech players in disarray. To make matters worse, he orchestrated the play with remarkable acumen, possessing a keen basketball IQ and expansive vision that consistently exposed Georgia Tech's vulnerabilities. This led the towering players to wonder if being shorter might afford one an easier path to exploit their opponent's weaknesses. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. Throughout their basketball journeys, they had encountered shorter players who were easily outmatched. None, however, compared to the anomaly that was Mohan. While the Georgia Tech head coach shouted in frustration, he inwardly recognized that the players could not be blamed. It was not a lack of effort on their part, but rather the sheer unpredictability of their opponent that left them at a loss. As the second half commenced, Mohan's performance unequivocally indicated his impending breakthrough. Who could have anticipated that this diminutive Asian player would, at this moment, be exerting his utmost? With remarkable speed, an array of formidable skills, and an exceptionally high basketball IQ, such a player would undoubtedly be a coveted asset even in the NBA. Why, then, is he not under my guidance? The head coach of Georgia Tech shook his head, dispelling this absurd notion that had suddenly emerged. He called for a timeout, intending to allow his players to regain composure and not be overwhelmed. Similarly, this pause would serve to diminish the momentum of Allen Academy. Maintaining the score without succumbing to pressure was paramount. After all, no matter how formidable that short player might be, he was merely one individual. The Georgia Tech coach outlined a strategy, reiterating the importance of controlling the score, even if Mohan were to unleash his prowess. How could one person possibly take on five? Meanwhile, on Allen Academy's side, Coach Bohem raised his thumb in approval of Mohan. I never imagined you would be in such stellar form. Mo, you continually astonish me. Bohem made little alteration to the tactical arrangements, still entrusting Mohan with the reins of control. Mohan possesses an exceptional basketball intelligence and a remarkable ability to react swiftly in the heat of the moment, proving far more effective than any rigid tactical arrangements. As for the other players, their task is simply to maintain their form and support Mohan. Following a brief timeout, both teams returned to the court. This time, the Georgia Institute of Technology made a strategic adjustment, assigning small forward Harris to primarily defend Mohan, while granting more offensive responsibilities to the guards. This tactical shift made it more challenging for Mohan to exploit gaps during their offensive plays. Harris's height provided him with a significant advantage, enabling him to better obstruct Mohan's field of vision. Although this strategy was fundamentally sound, the head coach of Georgia Tech underestimated Mohan's individual prowess. The third quarter marked a crucial period for narrowing the score gap, and Mohan had no need to conserve his energy. With his template activated, he unleashed his full potential. At that moment, Mohan radiated brilliance on the court. As Georgia Tech managed to score, Mohan seized the ball, exploding into action like a rocket, effortlessly maneuvering past Harris with a series of spins before launching a shot from the three-point line. Swish! The ball entered the hoop with a clean, perfect arc. Mohan's three-point shooting ability has always been a formidable aspect of his game. Up to this point in the match, he has astonishingly not made a single error in his three-point attempts. For a player as versatile as Mohan, the head coach of Georgia Tech finds himself in a quandary, struggling to devise a specific defensive strategy. As the third quarter commenced, every time Mohan received the ball, it was a guarantee that the offense would be effective, leaving no opportunity squandered. After 5 minutes, the score reached 75-81, with a mere 6-point deficit. During this span, it was predominantly Mohan who showcased his skills, employing a myriad of techniques to drive the tempo and score. Indeed, the moment of madness had arrived. Reporter Tony aptly dubbed Mohan's performance as Madness Hour, when the team found itself in dire straits, requiring Mohan to step up in the latter half. He exhibited an astonishingly frenzied display that left opponents in awe of what true madness entails. Scoring, stealing, assisting, and breaking through, he excelled in every facet, proving himself to be unstoppable in such critical moments. His fervor rendered the opposing team utterly perplexed. The photographer beside Tony chuckled, remarking that this was perfect. They would have a wealth of material to work with. Indeed, following Mohan, this extraordinary young talent from the East ensured a constant stream of newsworthy moments. Ever since discovering Mohan's existence, Tony felt he had found his life's calling. By reporting on Mohan's growth trajectory, he was certain to become a star at Fox Sports. This year, Mohan has made an astonishing debut in the NCAA, and his future prospects appear limitless. Upon witnessing Mohan's unyielding prowess on the court, the previously boastful reporter David found beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This diminutive Asian player is nothing short of extraordinary. If he continues to play at the level he exhibited at the start of the third quarter, will Georgia Tech even have a chance? The rhythm of being single-handedly outmatched is palpable. Even David senses the ominous turn of events. And the head coach of Georgia Tech has similarly recognized the looming crisis. He has no choice but to call another timeout. In just 5 minutes, they have already exhausted 2 lengthy timeouts. The players on the court are somewhat perplexed, while the head coach of Georgia Tech wears a wry smile, acutely aware that if the situation is not stabilized soon, the score will swiftly narrow, or perhaps even flip in favor of the opponent. Such a turn of events would be a severe blow to morale. In a mere 5 minutes, This diminutive Asian player has led his team from a 23-point deficit to a remarkable turnaround. Truly a mad genius. One must not become overly lax in their defense against others. Although challenging, it is clear that no one wishes for their season to conclude in this manner. Staunchly defending Mohan is the cornerstone of their strategy. Yet let us not forget that he is also adept at facilitating assists. Mohan, this madman, has become an insurmountable challenge, compelling us to balance our focus on both ends and restrict the other players. This two-pronged strategy is particularly taxing on our physical endurance. Yet it is a necessary course of action. No one anticipated the match would devolve into such an awkward situation. However, the rules of the madness of March dictate that each team has but one opportunity. The reality is indeed harsh. If one wishes to avoid elimination, one must exert every ounce of effort. In such moments, Bosh proves himself to be the future NBA superstar, proactively suggesting, "I will pay closer attention to the open spaces. I refuse to lose this game." For Bosh, whose pride is fiercely intense, losing is acceptable, but succumbing to a diminutive adversary standing at merely 1.75 meters is utterly unacceptable. His declaration instills newfound confidence in the players of Georgia Tech Chapter 23, one man shouldering the team's progress. Conversely, at Iona College, Coach Boeheim's demeanor has noticeably relaxed. Although trailing by 6 points, the rhythm established by Mohan has invigorated the spirits of the other players, dissipating the tense atmosphere that had permeated prior to the game. If we maintain our form, we can overtake them. We shall continue to play as we have. Collaborating closely with Mohan, Boeheim refrains from placing excessive pressure on the players, allowing Mohan to dictate the pace. He feels fortunate to have encountered a prodigious talent like Mohan this season. He believes that under Mohan's leadership, Iona College will journey far. As the brief timeout concludes, both teams return to the court. This phenomenon appears rather peculiar. Despite leading in score, the players from Georgia Tech were expressions of anxiety, while the trailing players from Iona College exhibit a sense of ease. Following Bosh's declaration, his movement becomes significantly more vigorous. Initially, Bosh had not intended to exert himself fully against Iona College. However, given the team's predicament and his own pride, he is compelled to give his all. The man who would later be known as the Dragon King, when fully committed, exhibits an extraordinarily formidable defense. In his matchup against Reeves, Bosh can easily deceive him for a score, while his defense prevents Reeves from even passing the ball. Crucially, Bosh does not solely concentrate on defending Reeves. He also provides support for other positions where openings arise. With Bosh giving his utmost, the disparity in strength among the Iona College players becomes glaringly evident. In that moment, apart from Mohan, no one else is able to score. Upon witnessing this scene, Mohan felt a profound admiration for Bosh, his face radiating excitement. Truly, he is the Dragon King, but I am even stronger now. When the capabilities of his teammates struggle to match those of the opponents, Mohan has his own strategy, to go solo. Westbrook, the MVP, and the unparalleled triple-double king. His scoring ability is beyond question. Mohan sees the ball, opting not to pass this time, but to initiate a direct breakthrough. Wilson and Jack position themselves defensively, one on each side. With a deft change of direction, Mohan cast an illusion upon both defenders. From a conventional perspective, it appeared he was breaking to the left, his body nearly tilting 180 degrees. A seasoned defender would not misjudge this and would instinctively choose to guard the left side. However, Mohan executed a flawless 180-degree pivot after the feint. His form shifted to the right. In the next instant, he glided past both defenders, sprinting forward. Westbrook's explosive power was astonishing, and at that moment, Mohan resembled an unstoppable rocket. Mohan deftly maneuvered past the double team of Wilson and Jack, prompting Bosh to rush in for support. Yet, the speed of the situation was evidently beyond him. Had this individual taken some performance-enhancing substance? Was this even human speed? Bosh cursed inwardly, feeling exasperated. He was giving it his all, yet his opponent seemed to defy the limits of human capability. In an instant, Mohan left everyone trailing behind, charging towards the basket. With a powerful leap, he executed a thunderous dunk, the ball crashing into the hoop with ferocity. A resounding dunk, a score. Mo, I adore you. Mo. Absolutely splendid. The arena erupted in a frenzy of cheers. The spectators, having lost count of how many times they had gasped in awe, were captivated. The 1.75-meter-tall Asian player, initially perceived as feeble, delivered an experience that was entirely contrary. This diminutive figure had not only once, but repeatedly surged through multiple defenders for emphatic dunks. This latest breakthrough was even more breathtaking, leaving all competitors in his wake. His style of play was extraordinarily captivating. Quick, capture every moment. Once we win the game, I must create an album for MO. Truly remarkable. Reporter Tony gestured to the nearby cameraman, Allen, to lock in and edit the earlier footage. Such visuals, when featured prominently, would exude an undeniable dominance. As for the game's outcome, no one could predict it, yet Tony had already accepted that under Mohan's leadership, ANA Academy would triumph. The head coach of Georgia Tech, witnessing this spectacle, wore a grim expression. Yet, he was powerless to change the situation. It wasn't a lack of effort from his players. The opposition was simply extraordinary. Before the match, upon learning they would face ANA Academy, he had thought he would wake up laughing. Now, however, amusement was far from his mind. The rhythm of the second half was almost entirely under Mohan's command. At this juncture, the score was tied at 90. The situation remained uncertain, while Georgia Tech possessed a slight edge in overall strength. Mohan of ANA Academy was an unstoppable force, single-handedly propelling the team forward. Spectators who witnessed the game shared this sentiment, were it not for the short-statured Asian. The performance of the other ANA Academy players would have rendered the game a mere formality. If Mohan were placed on any slightly stronger team, Georgia Tech would likely be in tears. Yet, as it stood, many believed that Georgia Tech would ultimately emerge victorious. The reason was simple. Mohan had excelled, dictating the rhythm of the game from the outset. But could he sustain such intensity? Mohan's physique appears remarkably fragile. However, enduring the entire match undoubtedly leads to significant physical exhaustion. As the game nears its conclusion, every player will strive fervently, resulting in an accelerated pace. No one wishes to carry regrets from this season. Consequently, Mohan's disadvantages will undoubtedly become apparent. Under normal circumstances, this is how the match would unfold. The opposing journalist, David, proclaimed loudly, "Although the short Asian player from ANA Academy is formidable, victory will ultimately belong to Georgia Tech." Meanwhile, Tony, who has been closely following Mohan, can only scoff at such notions. You truly do not comprehend this man. After witnessing numerous games, Tony has observed Mohan's playing style. This seemingly diminutive and frail-looking player possesses extraordinary physical prowess. He faces off against many taller opponents. Indeed, every player on the court towers over him. Yet, have you ever seen Mohan suffer any significant injuries? Minor collisions? No problem. The only one who will feel pain is you. Mohan remains lively and continues to compete vigorously, showcasing even greater prowess. As for physical stamina, with such high basketball intelligence, would Mohan not consider this aspect? From the analysis of each match's footage, Tony perceives Mohan as a meticulous strategist, adeptly calculating his energy expenditure with remarkable precision. He would never falter at critical moments. Tony gently shakes his head. Rest assured, reality will impart a lesson to you all. Chapter 24, the final minute the match proceeds. Precisely as anticipated by the spectators on the sidelines. Right from the start, the Georgia Institute of Technology's offensive rhythm is remarkably swift. Jack dribbles the ball, and as Mohan approaches, he executes a high pass directed towards Bosch in the distance. Upon receiving the ball, Bosch swiftly dribbles into the paint, directly confronting the defender. A stunning dunk. From the outset, Georgia Tech has executed a rapid-paced score. Mohan discerned that the Georgia Institute of Technology aimed to intensify his physical exertion through a rapid pace. However, such a strategy proved effective for others, yet futile against him. At this juncture, Mohan's stamina remained abundant, a testament to his rigorous training regimen. Each day, he performed 100 pull-ups, ran 10 kilometers, executed 100 squats, and completed 100 repetitions of various exercises. This training volume far exceeded that of the average individual. In this moment, Mohan's gaze was composed, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He felt exhilarated, relishing the thrill of the competitive atmosphere. As Mohan skillfully controlled the ball, the situation mirrored previous encounters. The moment he secured possession, players from the Georgia Institute of Technology swiftly converged upon him. Wilson and Jack, one to the left and the other to the right, effectively obstructed all of Mohan's potential paths. Ever since the coach of Georgia Tech implemented a strategy centered on multiple defenders targeting Mohan, these two have been particularly vigilant in their pursuit. As the match progressed, the statistics for Wilson and Jack appeared dismal, with single-digit scoring and pitifully low assists. Their performances in the point guard and shooting guard positions were nothing short of abysmal. Observing Mohan dribbling the ball, Jack was visibly perspiring, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to physical exertion or the weight of mounting pressure. Mohan dribbled with neither haste nor delay, his vitality abundant and spirit exhilarated. allowing him to fully harness his potential. Suddenly, with a deft maneuver, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, swiftly pivoting to the left to evade Jack. Like a ferocious leopard unleashed, he surged past the halfway line, charging toward the paint. By the time Jack and Wilson reacted, he had already created a significant gap between them. Both were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how. After more than 30 minutes of play, this young man still possessed such remarkable speed. Was he impervious to fatigue? As the Georgia Tech players approached to provide support, they were a beat too late. Mohan's speed was astonishing, enhanced further by the template of Westbrook, which augmented his already impressive pace, if he so desired. No one on the court could keep pace with him. He dashed into the paint and, with a swift three-step layup, effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. As Georgia Tech initiated their fast-paced game, Mohan responded with remarkable explosiveness. The expression on the face of Georgia Tech's head coach was grim, as an unsettling premonition weighed upon him. How could that diminutive Asian player possess such stamina? The situation deteriorated further after Georgia Tech attempted 2 fast breaks during the third. As Jack prepared to pass, Mohan executed a perfectly timed steal. Mohan seized the ball and immediately surged forward, exhibiting a stunning burst of speed as he executed a layup, scoring effortlessly. The score now stood at 96-94, marking the first lead for ANA Academy. The spectators erupted into a fervent cheer at this exhilarating moment. This diminutive Asian player has captured my admiration. He is truly extraordinary. My goodness, at this juncture, he still manages to unleash such explosive energy. Since the onset of the fourth quarter, Georgia Tech has attempted to wear down Mohan's stamina with a rapid pace. But now, who is truly exhausting whom? Mohan exuded an indomitable spirit akin to an untamed stallion, relentlessly galloping with unyielding fervor. As the score tipped in their favor, the morale of the ANA college team surged instantaneously. In the eyes of the ANA players, Mohan was nothing short of their deity. Mohan is present, so there is no need for panic. As the game progresses, Georgia Tech exhibits a formidable resurgence, with Bosch taking the initiative and scoring twice through sheer personal skill. However, the spirited performance of ANA Academy, bolstered by Gorin and Franklin, is commendable as they capitalize on the assists provided by Mohan to convert their scoring opportunities. The score remains closely contested. After 10 minutes, ANA Academy clings to a slender 1-point lead, unable to widen the gap. At this juncture, the outcome of the match remains uncertain. Supporters of Georgia Tech had anticipated that the 4th-seeded team would dominate ANA Academy without contest. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of a dark horse within ANA Academy? An unassuming, diminutive Asian player is orchestrating the rhythm of the entire game. With just 1 minute left on the clock, the score remains unchanged. The atmosphere is palpably tense. A single misstep could potentially determine the fate of the match. It is precisely in such moments that true clutch players rise to the occasion. Bosch, destined to become an NBA superstar, is unwilling to see his season conclude in this manner. Observing a tremor in Gorlin's fingers as he handles the ball, perhaps a manifestation of nerves, Bosch seizes the fleeting opportunity. He lunges forward with a decisive steal, sending the ball soaring away. Gorlin's anxiety leads to a turnover, and by the time he pursues the ball, it has already flown towards Harris. Harris, seizing the moment with unwavering resolve, understands the significance of this play for the team's destiny. He cannot afford to falter at this crucial juncture. He charges toward the opposing half-court, and as ANA Academy scrambles to defend, he executes a high lob pass to the left. Harris's sudden pass catches the anxious ANA Academy players off guard. Mohan discerned the intentions of his opponent. Yet given his stature, it was nearly impossible for him to contest for the ball. The basketball reached the approaching Bosch, who, without a moment's hesitation, leaped at the three-point line and released the shot. With a resounding swish, the ball found its way through the hoop, securing 3 points. The score now stood at 108-110, with a mere 47 seconds remaining in the match. In this critical moment of upheaval, the head coach of ANA Academy, Mohan, had no choice but to call for a timeout. On the sidelines, Gorin's face was etched with guilt and self-reproach, his mind enveloped in confusion. Mohan patted him on the shoulder, reassuring, "Do not worry, we still have a chance." Upon witnessing Mohan's eyes brimming with confidence, Gorin's despondent mood lifted significantly. He understood that Mohan would undoubtedly devise a plan in the final moments, and his brother would rectify his mistakes. Coach Mohan bore a grave expression. From the performance on the court, he recognized that, overall, Georgia Tech held the upper hand. With only 33 seconds remaining and a 2-point deficit, Georgia Tech would undoubtedly play staunch defense. Attempting to equalize or secure a three-point victory would prove challenging. The strategic execution of this play was intrinsically linked to the fate of the entire team. At this juncture, Mohan stepped forward, asserting, "Coach, trust me." Upon meeting Mohan's unwavering gaze, Bohem reached a decision. Chapter 25. A single shot to determine fate. ANA Academy's journey through the league to this point was entirely due to Mohan's exceptional performance. Without his brilliance, the game would not have reached such a critical juncture. In such pivotal moments, why not place faith in him once more? Bohem nodded slightly. "Mo, you shall decide how to handle this play. Everyone else, prepare to assist and provide screens." On the Georgia Tech side, the head coach's strategy was equally straightforward. Neutralize that diminutive player. ANA Academy would undoubtedly allow him to handle the ball, preventing him from entering the paint. In the choice between a three-pointer and a two-pointer, the Georgia Tech coach favored a strict defense within the key, although a three-pointer was not out of the question. The psychological fortitude and skill required were exceptionally high. Given Mohan's height, attempting a three-pointer under such circumstances, with the risk of interference, could jeopardize the entire game. Experienced coaches, valuing prudence, would avoid taking unnecessary risks and lean towards scoring within the key. Equalizing the score and forcing overtime would present another opportunity. After a brief timeout, both teams returned to the court. At this moment, the spectators held their breath, their eyes fixated on the game. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. This play was crucial. The losing side would face immediate elimination. The ball was in Mohan's hands. He opted not for a fast break, instead passing it to Franklin to orchestrate the offensive strategy. As Mohan initiated the play, Bosch positioned himself closely, assigned to closely monitor Mohan. The objective was to prevent Mohan from even touching the ball, thereby eliminating any potential surprises at the source. Franklin, with the ball, adhered to the coach's tactical layout, advancing past half-court while slowing his pace. There remained 29 seconds until the conclusion of the game. The NCAA rules differ from the NBA, allowing for a 35-second shot clock, granting both teams ample preparation time. On Georgia Tech's side, players had assumed their positions, fortifying the paint. Not even a single defender focused on Franklin's three-pointer. Georgia Tech was acutely aware that ANA Academy would not permit any of Mohan's teammates to attempt a three-pointer. Indeed, this was the case. As Franklin dribbled, his heart raced. In such a state, a three-pointer was out of the question. Hesitating near the three-point line, he dared not advance. With 17 seconds remaining, Mohan approached Franklin and received the ball. Upon grasping it, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. As arranged by both coaches, this pivotal shot was destined to be handled by Mohan. This moment was a matter of life and death for both teams. Reporter Tony urged Allen to keep the camera fixed on this instant, sensing that this shot could herald a new chapter in ANA Academy's history. Surrounding Mohan, Bosch and Jack executed a double-team defense, leaving but a slender opening. Wilson effectively blocked Mohan's path by two positions, while Harris stood ready to assist. Center Neal spread his arms wide, resembling a mountain obstructing access to the paint. Observing this formation, Mohan realized that both breaking through and attempting a three-pointer would be arduous. The opponents had effectively sealed off all avenues of attack. As time ticked down in the standoff, it reached the final 5 seconds. Suddenly, Mohan finally made his move. With a swift turn to the left, he evaded Jack's positioning. Immediately after, he briskly shifted to the right, executing an astonishing change of direction that left Bosch in his wake. With the ball in hand, he feigned a forward advance. In an instant, Wilson and Harris rushed to provide defensive support. Yet, this was merely a ruse orchestrated by Mohan, decisively. He stepped back and leaped. "I shall not allow you to outsmart me again." Although his retreat fooled the defenders, it inadvertently granted Bosch the opportunity to close in. At that moment, Bosch brimmed with confidence. While the step-back three-pointer was indeed formidable, he discerned a flaw, a consequence of the preliminary motion that limited the shooter's jump height. Under typical circumstances, this would pose little challenge in a one-on-one defense, as the step-back had created ample space. However, now, the returning Bosch had caught up to Mohan. Soaring into the air, his towering height of over 2.10 meters, coupled with his impressive wingspan, completely obscured Mohan's line of sight. Ordinarily, this shot would be effectively contested. Yet, at that moment, suspended in the air, Mohan altered his shooting angle. A remarkably high arc was released from his fingertips. The basketball sailed past the edge of Bosch's fingers. Whoosh! Thud! The ball nestled into the net. The three-pointer counted. Simultaneously, the timer struck 0. Instantly, a tempestuous roar erupted from the crowd. "My goodness, I thought he was going for a drive. At his height, being so closely guarded. How could he even see the hoop? This was entirely a leap of faith for the three-pointer. In the arc of that shot, my word, it was astoundingly high. No words can capture this. He is my deity. As the final buzzer sounded, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Mo, Mo, Mo. The entire venue was enchanted by Mohan's remarkable shot. The chorus of his name drowned out all else. To have the audacity to attempt a three-pointer in such circumstances is a testament to immense courage. The playing style of Mohan is exceptionally rare. Even within the realm of the NBA, yet he has achieved it, standing at only 175 meters. He faced a formidable defensive four and still managed to sink a crucial three-pointer with impeccable precision. Reporter Tony clenched his fist in excitement. Fully aware that Mohan was destined to create a miracle. When one believes in miracles, they indeed come to fruition. Today, we witnessed a miracle. We all know who the hero of the night is. Yes, indeed, it is Mo. As the game concluded and players exchanged jerseys, Georgia Tech eagerly sought to trade with Mohan. Mo, you played exceptionally well, Bosch exclaimed with a smile. Bosch was genuinely impressed. At the beginning of the match, he had not taken it seriously, but upon realizing Mohan's prowess, he became fully engaged. Yet, even with this newfound seriousness, he could not halt the momentum of this 175-meter Asian player. The opponent was formidable, and true strength deserves respect. Mohan responded with a smile. You are quite remarkable as well. I hope we can face each other again in the future. Bosch hurriedly waved his hands. No. I do not wish to encounter you again. Subsequently, both of them burst into laughter, although it was evidently a jest. Bosch genuinely harbored no desire to meet Mohan again. The short Asian individual was simply too formidable. His basketball intelligence, ability to break through defenses, three-point shooting, and organizational skills were all impeccable. Such a person would be a trustworthy ally, yet as an adversary, he would be a veritable nightmare. After the match concluded, when Mohan returned to his residence, he was greeted at his door by a raven-haired beauty. Her hair was as dark as ink, her eyes clear and bright, and her fair skin glowed with a hint of rosy hue. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs, exceedingly graceful and snow-white. Chapter 26. A date interlude. My hero. You have returned, the girl exclaimed, stepping forward to welcome him, her face radiating joy. Mohan had a vivid impression of this girl. She was the one who had sought his autograph after the game against Manhattan College and had stolen a kiss from him. Her name, if memory served him correctly, was Jenna. Instantly, the scene replayed in his mind, being embraced and furtively kissed. And this time, Mohan had yet to make a move when the other party stepped forward. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted past his lips. He was kissed forcefully, kissed passionately by this girl. This marked Mohan's first kiss upon returning to this era. In this world, as she passionately kissed Mohan, a look of shame crossed the girl's face. Mohan stood there in a daze, wearing a look of bewilderment. Mo, do you still remember me? I am your girlfriend. I watched today's match, and you played exceptionally well. Mohan finally regained his composure and said, No. It was merely luck that led to my victory. Georgia Institute of Technology is formidable, and I was simply fortunate. Acknowledging the strength of his opponent was indeed true. The team led by Bosch, who would later be known as the Dragon King, was undoubtedly a powerhouse. The might of his adversary accentuated Mohan's own prowess upon defeating them. How about we go on a date? Jenna exclaimed. You must be exhausted today. So I'll come to see you again tomorrow. After speaking, she embraced Mohan and playfully pecked his cheek before turning and sprinting into the distance. Mohan, still in a state of bewilderment from her unexpected advances, marveled at her boldness. He had certainly witnessed the audacity of Western girls. The image of her long legs lingered in his mind, and a smile crept across his face. Remarkably, this was only their second encounter. Mohan had been engrossed in training and competitions, leaving little room for thoughts of romance. However, excessive tension can be detrimental. Occasionally allowing oneself to relax is beneficial for both body and mind. A date with such a beautiful girl could indeed serve as a delightful reprieve. After today's competition, while Mohan still had some energy left, he was equally fatigued. Anticipating the date tomorrow, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, the phone rang. My great hero, have you risen yet? Came the melodious voice from the other end. Mohan had a lingering impression of the voice, that of the girl from yesterday. How did you acquire my number? Mohan was still somewhat perplexed. Not only do you know my address, but you also possess my phone number? It took quite an effort for me to obtain this information. As for who provided it, that remains a secret. I shall arrive in 10 minutes. And Mohan shook his head, not giving it much thought. As a renowned figure in the ANA Academy team, his information had likely circulated widely online. If one were inclined, it would not be difficult to inquire and uncover details about him. This also indicated that the girl had been paying attention to him, showing a keen interest in his life. 10 minutes later, Jenna arrived at Mohan's residence. Today, she was dressed in a casual manner, donning a light white t-shirt paired with denim shorts and sneakers. Her long, snow-white legs were alluringly showcased, adding to her charm. Upon encountering her, Mohan was left utterly mesmerized. "You are truly beautiful," he could not help but exclaim. "Thank you." Jenna replied with a beaming smile as she took Mohan's arm and led him outside. Their rendezvous for the day was rather unpretentious, merely a leisurely stroll in the nearby park. Mohan's height is comparable to that of Jenna, and as they stroll through the park, they occasionally attract the admiration and compliments of passers-by. "What a handsome Asian lad. What a beautiful sister. When I search for a girlfriend, I hope to find one as lovely as her." The praise from onlookers reaches Mohan's ears, prompting him to respond with a warm smile. On the sports field, Mohan exhibits fierce determination and decisiveness, while in everyday life, he embodies the gentle demeanor characteristic of Eastern individuals. Jenna tightens her grip on Mohan's arm, feeling increasingly satisfied with her boyfriend. During the competition at Manhattan College, Jenna had already been captivated by Mohan's charisma. Now, in their daily life, his cultured and refined demeanor enchants her even further. Leaning against Mohan's arm, Jenna feels a sense of comfort. As they pass by a small river, they arrive at the edge of a baseball field. Isn't that Jenna? A towering African-American boy, approximately 2 meters tall and clad in athletic attire, approaches them, cradling a basketball. Upon seeing him, Jenna's expression shifts to one of surprise. "Are you Hank? I can't believe I would run into you here." "Indeed. I didn't expect this either. Ever since you went to Manhattan, we haven't been in touch." A smile graces Hank's face, yet his gaze directed at Mohan carries an air of hostility. Jenna laughs and says, "Hee, I've been rather busy. Mo, let me introduce you. This is my middle school classmate, Hank, a former star player on the school team. And this is my boyfriend, Mohan." "Hello." Mohan responds with a smile, extending his hand in a gesture of friendliness. However, Hank displays a look of disdain. "Jenna, you rejected me, but surely you wouldn't choose to date someone so short? It's like putting flowers in cow dung." Upon hearing this, Jenna's expression darkens. "You must not speak of Mo that way. He is an exceptional man, far superior to you." "Superior to me? Ha." Hank mockingly raises the basketball he holds. With his height, he will never reach this ball, not even in his lifetime. Fuming, Jenna's face flushes red. "What do you know? Mo is a key player at ANA Academy." "Haha, someone like him could be a key player? Has the coach at ANA Academy lost his senses?" Hank bursts into laughter, finding this to be the most amusing joke he has ever heard. A key player from the same school would date a guy who was just 175 meters tall? At this, Mohan's expression darkens. He has always approached others with a friendly attitude, but friendliness does not imply that one should endure casual ridicule. Mohan narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile, "It seems you play basketball as well. How about we have a little competition?" Hank scoffed. "You think you can challenge me?" Nearby, Jenna interjected, "With your skills, even 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against Mo." Hank shouted back, "Nonsense. Jenna, you may look down on me, but if I were to lose to someone like him, I would eat the ball on the spot. In that case, you might as well prepare yourself." Mohan replied coldly. Mohan took the initiative to step forward, gesturing to engage in a one-on-one match at the nearby basketball court. Upon witnessing the challenge, those playing on the court expressed their interest, readily vacating the area. How intriguing, that lad appears to be around 175 meters tall. Goodness. With such a stature, he dares to challenge someone in basketball? Hold your horses, let me activate my phone for a live broadcast. Haha. This is sure to trend on Facebook. The atmosphere was so lively that some attendees even started their own live streams. Mohan was somewhat renowned during his time in the league, yet he remained largely obscure, given the limited duration of his fame. Most citizens of the Lighthouse Nation had not yet had the opportunity to become acquainted with him. The spectators present seemed inclined to favor the African-American boy, and it appeared that Mohan would suffer a humiliating defeat. However, such scenes were hardly novel to him. "Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Feel free to attack first." Hank tossed the ball to Mohan, a look of disdain etched across his face. He believed that he need not even defend himself. Merely standing in front of the diminutive player would suffice to provoke him into a fluster. At a towering height of 2 meters, he loomed over Mohan like an insurmountable wall. In the eyes of the average person, Mohan's static talent appeared lacking, rendering any hope of victory in a one-on-one basketball confrontation utterly futile. Onlookers were merely there for the spectacle. Jenna stood to the side, exuding calmness. She possessed unwavering confidence in Mohan's basketball prowess. Her earlier assertion that Tin Hanks would not stand a chance against Mohan was not made lightly. On the court, Mohan had even bested players like Bosch. To face Amir Hank in a one-on-one was, to her, little more than child's play. As Hank tossed the ball to Mohan, disdain and mockery flickered in his eyes. Mohan's expression remained tranquil as he firmly grasped the ball, motionless. "Haha. Bring it on. Kid, are you afraid?" Hank boasted arrogantly, completely disregarding Mohan, showing no intention of even attempting to defend. However, in the next moment, he found himself unable to maintain his laughter. Mohan shifted his body, leaning to the left as if attempting to break through that direction, influenced by his defensive instincts. Hank's body also tilted left in an effort to obstruct him. In an instant, however, Mohan changed direction to the right, his footwork swift as an arrow in flight. Hank's complexion paled, and he reached out to the right, but his body was too slow to adjust. His cumbersome frame was ill-suited for such defensive maneuvers. With a slip of his foot, he fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, Mohan had already surpassed him, effortlessly executing a layup and sending the ball through the hoop. Thud. The towering 2-meter-tall boy was left sprawled on the floor, and the onlookers, who had been merely spectators, stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere was thick with stillness. After a brief pause, the crowd finally regained their senses. My goodness, did I just witness that correctly? He knocked down that tall guy? The agility and speed displayed were reminiscent of Allen Iverson. Such a scene had long since become second nature for Mohan. Those unfamiliar with him often underestimated his static talents at first, only to be resoundingly proven wrong by his prowess. In the face of a minor opponent like Hank, he didn't even need to employ his template abilities. He effortlessly outmaneuvered him solely based on the physical conditioning he had honed during recent training. Nearby, Jenna exclaimed loudly, "Mo, you're the best. I love you." The onlookers, now coming to their senses, erupted in applause. In their eyes, the 175-meter-tall underdog facing a 2-meter giant was at a natural disadvantage, and achieving such a result was truly commendable. Hank rose from the ground, his face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "That doesn't count. You were just lucky. Let's do it again." He spread his arms wide, feigning a serious stance for the impending confrontation. Mohan casually tossed the ball over, coldly remarking, "This time, it's your turn to attack." Hank received the ball, his heart swelling with elation. He perceived that Mohan was remarkably swift, with a quick change of direction in his offensive maneuvers, leaving him at a disadvantage in defense due to his inability to keep pace. However, this time, he was determined to seize the opportunity to attack with the ball. "With your stature, I shall ensure you cannot even touch the ball." Hank dribbled, exercising utmost caution and care. He was resolute in avoiding any carelessness, unwilling to face humiliation once more in front of a crowd. Mohan stood motionless opposite him, devoid of any intent to defend. "How foolish," Hank bellowed, quickening his pace as he barreled toward the basket, leaping with the intention of forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Yet, as he soared into the air, a figure darted past him. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. The 175-meter-tall individual had somehow surpassed him by a head. A single hand came crashing down upon the basketball. With a resounding smack, the ball was sent flying. It was a ferocious block. Hank was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't even fathom when Mohan had arrived. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that a person of such modest height could deliver such a resounding rejection. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Mohan's earlier offensive speed and feints had astonished onlookers, which was somewhat expected. In the NBA, smaller players are often quick and agile, producing similar effects. But such leaping ability? A 175-meter individual had just pinned a shot from a center towering over 2 meters. Was this truly within the realm of possibility for an ordinary person? Thank heavens I recorded that on my phone. I must upload it to Facebook. It's bound to go viral. I'm live streaming, and good heavens, there's a wealthy patron showering me with gifts. Which team does this kid belong to? I refuse to believe an ordinary person could achieve such a feat. Quickly, I must approach him for his contact information. This fellow is destined for greatness. Moments later, the atmosphere was electric. As the crowd regained their composure and contemplated inquiring about Mohan's identity and contact information, he and Jenna had already vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, Hank remained there, dazed, as if lost in a dream. He had been forgotten by the crowd. Yet soon enough, he became the subject of their amusement. I remember you saying earlier that if you lost, you'd eat the basketball. Someone jeered. Yes, I heard that too. A respectable man mustn't tee back out. I'm live streaming this. You should eat the basketball on camera. It would surely make the front page. The surrounding spectators relentlessly teased Hank, whose face bore a look of despair as he trembled, awkwardly bringing the basketball toward his mouth. The incident with Hank in the park was merely a minor interlude in this date. Mohan and Jenna remained unfazed by the circumstances, strolling until dusk without a hint of fatigue. A call from Jenna's cheerleading squad summoned her to attend to some matters. As they parted, Jenna bestowed upon Mohan a sweet embrace and a tender kiss, reluctantly taking her leave. Mohan did not return to his residence, but instead went to the training ground to commence his training. Coincidentally, Mohan spotted Gorin also present. Hey, Mo, you can't sit still either, can you? Gorin greeted him warmly. Mohan chuckled. If I don't train for a day, I feel an itch in my hands. How about we have a one-on-one? Gorin quickly waved his hands. Mo, I have no desire to engage in a duel with you. Among the team, Gorin was the one who understood Mohan the best. He had experienced the sheer intensity of his prowess on numerous occasions. In all their past encounters, Gorin had never emerged victorious against Mohan. Mohan chuckled, then accompanied me in practicing three-point shots. After 2 hours of training, Mohan's respite for the day came to an end. The following day, the head coach of ANA Academy summoned everyone to commence rigorous pregame training. Having narrowly triumphed over Georgia Tech, Beheem recognized that the credit for this achievement belonged entirely to Mohan. The others lagged significantly behind in skill. If they aspired to go further, they would need to exert considerably more effort. Chapter 28. Entering the semifinals once the news of ANA Academy's victory over Georgia Tech broke. The 175-meter-tall Asian player swiftly captivated the attention of many. Fox Sports dedicated a feature to him, prominently showcasing highlights from Mohan's performance that day. The report instantly sent ripples throughout the entire industry. That very day, Coach Beheem received a multitude of phone calls from scouts inquiring about Mohan and requesting interviews. In order to preserve Mohan's training focus, Beheem declined all interviews under the pretense of tactical confidentiality. He reflected with gratitude that his sharp eye on that day had prevented him from overlooking such a talent. At ANA Academy, although reporters were not permitted to interview Mohan, this very restriction only served to envelop him in an additional layer of intrigue. Soon, numerous related reports emerged. ESPN reported, the enigmatic little player from the East, how far can he go? Fox Sports, Mo, the dark horse of March Madness. The post-game commented, Mo, an unassuming little figure, the most dangerous player of March Madness. These reports collectively crafted Mohan into a heroic figure, a 175-meter-tall individual, whom an ordinary person would seldom associate with basketball stardom, shattered this preconceived notion. He led his team to victory, overpowering the fourth-seeded Georgia Tech with sheer talent. Georgia Tech was indeed formidable, featuring a particularly strong rookie, Bosch, who was regarded as a young player with superstar potential. Some supporters even touted Georgia Tech as the likely champion of March Madness. Yet, Georgia Tech faltered at the hands of ANA Academy, failing to even reach the top 32. Initially, no one believed such an outcome. Many ardent fans, who had not witnessed the game live, sought out the match footage. That game quickly became a sensation across the internet. Everyone who viewed it arrived at a singular conclusion. ANA Academy might not be particularly strong, even quite weak. Yet their victory was solely attributed to that 175-meter-tall player. Mo single-handedly carried his team to triumph over Georgia Tech. Mohan, a name that has suddenly garnered immense admiration. In a recent interview with ESPN, a reporter inquired about Yao Ming's thoughts on his fellow townsman. Yao Ming earnestly responded, he is exceptional. He is the finest guard I have ever encountered. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to play alongside him. And I have urged the management to pursue him at all costs, even if it means sacrificing this year's first-round draft pick. When asked if he was certain that Mo would make it to the NBA, Yao Ming chuckled. He and I hail from the same place. I understand the drive within him. He will undoubtedly make it, and I await his arrival. Yao Ming's high praise for Mohan drew criticism after the interview, with some feeling that he had overstated his capabilities. Critics noted, Mo is indeed talented, but to claim he is the best guard is certainly an exaggeration. He is still playing in the NCAA, which is a considerable gap from the NBA. With his physique, he would likely struggle in the NBA's intense physicality. If he joins the NBA, he might not secure a starting position. Public opinion regarding Mohan was polarized, yet the Houston Rockets management took Yao Ming's words seriously, discreetly working towards establishing a connection with Mo. To hedge their bets, The Rockets deliberately traded for this year's first-round pick from the Pistons, the cost of which remains unknown. Mo was somewhat aware of the external circumstances and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of playing in the NBA. However, he recognized that the current games held greater significance. He needed to demonstrate his true worth. For only those who triumph in the madness of March can earn recognition in the NBA draft. In the subsequent matches, Mohan excelled remarkably. Throughout the games leading to the Final Four, he consistently delivered astounding triple-double statistics, an average of 30 points, 11 rebounds, and 15 assists, plunging his opponents into despair time and again. The earlier doubts about Mo's fleeting brilliance had quietly dissipated. No longer did teams regard Anna College as an easy target. They had transformed into a dark horse, performing miracles with the astonishing talent of a 175-meter player. This sentiment echoed among every team that had faced Anna College. Marquette University, Anna College's opponent in the semifinals, was set to compete the following night. Upon the release of the match schedule, local media interviewed their star player, Dwayne Wade. This man, who would later be known as Flash, had already showcased extraordinary dominance in previous games. Wade, alongside Chris Bosh, was considered one of the most valuable players of the season. In the interview, Wade remarked, "Mo is strong. His skills are well-rounded, especially his speed, which intimidates any opponent. He is a resolute competitor, but I will outpace him and show him who truly holds the title of NCAA Speedster." Wade's endorsement of Mohan was deemed fitting. Yet his competitive spirit ignited palpable tension. Numerous forum discussions erupted, comparing the speed of the two players, leading to heated debates. Wade was likened to a bolt of lightning on the court, while Mo was described as a ghost, capable of appearing unexpectedly at any location. However, some argued that Mo's impressive performances were against average competitors. Wade, on the other hand, had decisively defeated several formidable teams. "Are you implying that Georgia Tech is mediocre?" came the retort. Georgia Tech was once formidable, but they faltered too quickly this season to truly gauge their strength. Such sentiments dominated numerous forums, with a majority leaning in favor of Wade. Wade's Marquette University had battled several strong teams to reach the semifinals, while Anna College, aside from their encounter with Georgia Tech, had faced relatively weaker opponents. The perception that Anna College's advancement was largely due to luck seemed to give Wade an edge. Nevertheless, those familiar with Mohan recognized his true prowess. This individual would prove everything through his actions, conquering opponents on the court. The NCAA semifinals attracted significant attention, with several NBA coaches closely monitoring the match. If Anna College's previous encounters had not fully showcased Mo's formidable strength, all would be revealed in this game. Chapter 29. The semifinals begin on the night of the match. Every seat was filled. The excitement of March Madness had reached such heights that its viewership and attention rivaled that of the NBA. This season, later dubbed the Golden Generation of 03, boasted numerous exceptional players, sending fans into a frenzy. Tonight's matchup was rife with intrigue. Anna College, ranked outside the top 10, reaching the semifinals was an unexpected turn of events. Luck played a role. Aside from their clash with Georgia Tech, they faced no formidable opponents thereafter. In contrast, Marquette University was a powerhouse, led by Wade, who had navigated through challenges without a single loss. Wade, destined to shine as Flash, had already begun to radiate extraordinary brilliance. Yet, it was Anna College's star player who captured even more attention. Mohan, a name that has scarcely been heard, stands at a mere height of 175 meters. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable stature has not hindered him from persevering through Georgia Institute of Technology, propelling himself to this very moment with unwavering resolve. Mohan and Wade both occupy the position of guard, making their matchup an easily anticipated one. The question of who possesses greater strength fills the air with anticipation. The arena is packed to capacity, and numerous media outlets are present to capture and report on the event. Fox Sports has once again dispatched their familiar reporter, Tony, alongside cameraman Allen, for live coverage. The tracking reporter from Marquette University is none other than the renowned ESPN journalist, Cyril. As the reporters from both sides were engaged in photography, they caught sight of each other, and a hint of rivalry crept into their expressions. "Hey, you're the one who's particularly supportive of Iona College, Tony," Cyril greeted him. Tony replied with a smile, "And you must be Cyril, the one who has been covering Marquette University all along." Both had encountered each other's names in various reports. Tony has gained a bit of recognition in the industry for his coverage of Iona College's games, while Cyril has consistently praised Wade's prowess in multiple articles, expressing his unwavering support for Marquette University. With their allegiances divided and the significance of the occasion palpable, the air was charged with tension. Cyril was the first to voice his opinion, The victor of tonight's game will undoubtedly be Marquette University. Wade is simply too formidable. Tony chuckled. Ha. Well, let us await the outcome tonight. I have faith in Mo. He is a man capable of miracles. Although the game had yet to commence, the atmosphere was already electric. Coaches from various NBA teams were also keeping a keen eye on the match, eager to witness whether the 175-meter-tall Asian player, who could bring about miracles, was simply lucky or possessed genuine talent. A single significant game may not determine much, but two could certainly define the narrative. The game was scheduled to start promptly at 8 o'clock. As the players took to the court, Iona College's starting lineup consisted of Mohan, Franklin, Gorin, Reeves, and Muller. Meanwhile, Marquette University fielded a starting five of point guard Norton, shooting guard Wade, small forward Andrew, power forward Aldington, and center Gal. The positioning of the players made it clear who the leaders were for each team. Wade led Marquette University, while Mohan represented Iona College. At a height of 175 meters, Mohan's stature, when he ascends the stage, evokes a sense of incredulity among onlookers. Had it not been for his prior performances, the audience would have likely overlooked his presence entirely. However, those who have witnessed Mohan's competitions would assert that his recognition is well-deserved. The fact that Aina Academy has reached this point is nothing short of a miracle, and the architect of this miracle is none other than Mohan. As the competition commences, the players from Marquette University immediately demonstrate astonishing speed. The center, Gall, seizes possession of the ball and promptly passes it to Norton. Upon receiving the ball, Norton, noticing Wade's gestures, swiftly advances it across the half-court and delivers it to Wade. The moment Wade acquires the ball, he moves like a bolt of lightning, darting past Franklin with remarkable agility. A beautifully executed three-step layup results in a score. It is a pace so rapid that it defies imagination. This is the future Flash, the young Wade, showcasing his extraordinary speed. The entire scoring sequence transpires in a mere 15 seconds, leaving everyone on Aina Academy, aside from Mohan, in a state of bewilderment. Mohan is well acquainted with Wade, a man renowned for his exceptional speed, often referred to as the Flash. From the moment he entered the league, Wade displayed an astonishing talent for rapid movement. In 2006, alongside LeBron James and Chris Bosh, he formed a formidable trio that dominated the NBA, leaving other teams in their wake. This man possesses great strength and remains remarkably composed on the court. Wade initiated the scoring with his first basket, instantly igniting a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Such swiftness! I barely had time to react before he scored. Wade approached the game with utmost seriousness, indicating that this match would be highly engaging. I suspect that the odds are against Aina Academy in this encounter. Mo, you are facing a true adversary today. Can you still conjure a miracle? The audience's fervor was set ablaze by Wade's inaugural score, prompting doubts about whether Mohan could showcase his prowess against such a formidable opponent. Soon, however, clarity emerged as Mohan observed Wade's aggressive start, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Mohan raised his hand, signaling Franklin to pass him the ball. As Mohan received it, Norton assumed a serious defensive stance. Mo, I will not let you pass, Norton exclaimed. He showed no signs of leniency towards the 175-meter-tall player, nor could he afford to be careless. During this period, Mohan's name had appeared in numerous reports, many referring to him as a miracle. No opponent would dare to underestimate him any longer. Standing significantly taller than Mohan, Norton, in a typical matchup, could easily be regarded as a guard facing a forward. Mohan dribbled the ball with one hand, and in the face of Norton's defense, he appeared to have discovered an opening. Suddenly, his dribbling accelerated. With a deft crossover and a swift pivot, he immediately left Norton behind. Though Norton attempted to pursue closely, he was already several strides behind Mohan. A player from Marquette University hurriedly positioned himself to block Mohan's path, as Andrew sealed off his route near the three-point line. Mohan had no intention of forcing his way in, instead opting for a retreat, executing a graceful step back. He leapt and took a shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the hoop. What a splendid three-pointer. Right from the outset, Wade swiftly scored in a mere 15 seconds. And Mohan immediately responded with a three-pointer of his own for Marquette University. Such a thrilling beginning showcased an exhilarating exchange of talent and skill, igniting the atmosphere outside the court. Numerous fans leaped to their feet, their applause and cheers resounding throughout the arena. Truly, Mo's prowess should never be underestimated. Witnessing Mohan's individual capabilities, Wade muttered to himself, his expression growing increasingly serious. Chapter 30. The pinnacle of Curry Norton, the point guard for Marquette University, initiated the play, passing the ball to Wade. Upon receiving it, Wade immediately executed a spin move, deftly maneuvering past Franklin and sprinting forward. However, this time, Ana College was prepared. Gorin swiftly positioned himself in front of Wade, impeding his momentum. Prior to the game, Ana's head coach, Mohan, had devised a strategy to counter Wade's explosive play, instructing his teammates to provide support whenever Wade showcased his skill. Wade had led Marquette University through numerous victories against formidable opponents. Allowing him to find his rhythm would undoubtedly complicate matters further. A competent coach would never permit an opponent to gain the upper hand, risking the team's success. As Gorin blocked his path, Wade attempted a feint, hoping to deceive Gorin and drive past him. Yet, as Wade dribbled to the left and suddenly shifted to the right, he found himself ensnared by Gorin. Wade paused, realizing that among Ana College's players, he had deemed Mohan the sole one of significance. Yet now, his strategy was thwarted. Gorin spread his arms wide, keenly focused on the ball in Wade's possession, feeling a sense of relief and pride. Through their rigorous training together, Gorin's skills had improved remarkably. Wade's technique paled in comparison to the finesse displayed by Mohan. Attempting to outsmart him so easily was akin to blatantly signaling his intent to change direction. Wade, entangled, wore a grim expression. Reacting swiftly, he recognized that he could not shake off Gorin at that moment, so he passed the ball back to Norton. While Wade was the cornerstone of Marquette University, the other players were not to be underestimated. Norton received the ball and dribbled past half-court. However, upon crossing the midline, Norton faced a dilemma. Ahead, Mohan was initially lax in his defense, but once they crossed half-court, his guarding became significantly more stringent. Mohan's height was a head shorter than Norton's, which granted Norton a distinct advantage in stature. This led Norton to harbor the illusion that he might gain the upper hand in a physical confrontation. Suddenly, with the ball in his possession, Norton accelerated, attempting to force his way past Mohan. Upon witnessing this, Mohan immediately comprehended his adversary's intentions. Mohan raised his hands completely above his head, positioning himself as a barrier before Norton. In that instant, Norton forcefully collided with him, assuming he could easily displace the 175-meter-tall Mohan. However, upon making contact, he realized the folly of his assumption. Bang! It felt as though he had crashed into a solid wall, only to be rebounded violently to the ground. The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. Indeed, an offensive foul. When Mohan perceived Norton's intentions, he deliberately lifted his hands, aiming to ensure the referee recognized his innocence. It was as if he were conveying to the official that he had committed no foul, and that Norton's fall was entirely of his own making. Norton had intended to initiate contact to provoke a foul on Mohan, but the result was a painful tumble for himself, while Mohan remained unscathed. The audience, witnessing this scene, erupted in boos. What was this number 8 attempting? Such a dirty tactic, clearly aiming to injure Mohan. Indeed, to incapacitate the opponent's core player right from the onset, Marquette University's strategy was despicable. Fortunately, the referee was not blind. The spectators' jeers resonated loudly, causing the Marquette players to feel a flush of embarrassment. Wade shook his head at Norton, seemingly suggesting that such tactics were unnecessary. Norton felt disheartened. He had no such intentions. Moreover, it seemed he was the one sustaining an injury. In colliding with Mohan, he not only failed to gain an advantage but instead found himself humiliated. Norton even began to question whether this diminutive figure was indeed human. How could someone so small possess a physique as resilient as steel? The game resumed as Ana Academy initiated play, with Mohan deliberately slowing his pace. Norton approached to defend, but having learned from his previous encounter, he instinctively kept a greater distance from Mohan. The match had only just begun, and Norton was loath to risk injury so early on. Though not a core player this season, Norton's performance had been commendable, consistently delivering impressive stats and assists. In crucial matches, to be forced off due to physical confrontations would paint him as fragile. This game was unlike any prior. The NCAA semifinals generated even more buzz than the NBA, attracting the attention of numerous coaches and teams, aspiring to extend his future prospects. Norton knew he had to make a significant impact in pivotal games. Unconsciously retreating, he created space between himself and Mohan. This space would serve as an opportunity for Mohan to accelerate with greater efficacy. Mohan would not squander such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he suddenly accelerated, instantly leaving Norton behind. Norton hurriedly pursued from the rear, striving to catch up with Mohan. However, the distance he had from Mohan earlier rendered it increasingly improbable for him to match Mohan's speed. In an instant, Mohan had widened the gap between them. The players from Marquette University sensed the predicament and rushed to reinforce their defense, yet it was already too late. Mohan's speed was astonishing as he dashed near the three-point line, deliberately slowing his steps just before the arc. Norton, believing an opportunity had finally presented itself, approached from behind to defend. Mohan assumed a posture as if to leap, and Norton, rushing in, had no time to think and instinctively followed Mohan's feint. In an instant, Norton realized he had been deceived. As he descended, Mohan sprang into action, releasing the ball from his hand. With a swoosh, the basketball sailed through the net, another three-pointer. From the outset, Mohan had scored 2 consecutive three-pointers. Such precision rendered the faces of Marquette University's players grim. Wade, his expression darkened, approached Norton and signaled that he would take on the responsibility of defending against Mohan. Marquette University had studied Mohan. He was the type of player who, once in rhythm, could excel throughout the game. This quality was truly formidable. Prior to the match, Marquette's head coach had devised strategies specifically to counter Mohan, emphasizing the importance of stifling his momentum before it could build. Wade's signal did not escape Mohan's notice. Were they preparing to double-team him again, and it would be Wade nonetheless? Intriguing. Ding-dong. Given the hosts consecutive three-pointers in the semifinals, the system initiated a three-point bombardment mode and unlocked an experience card for Pete Curry. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mohan felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he received a new reward from the system. Curry, the ace of the Warriors, the man hailed as the god of three-pointers. Since entering the NBA, he had displayed an astonishing ability for long-range shooting. Receiving Curry's experience card in the first half signaled to Mohan that it was time for him to shine. Chapter 31. Long-distance three-pointers. As Mohan sank 2 consecutive three-pointers, the head coach of Marquette University wore a grim expression. He harbored a rather ominous premonition. During an interview, this coach had claimed to possess strategies to contain Mohan's performance, boasting that Mohan would be limited to single-digit points. Yet, merely at the beginning of the game, Marquette had already succumbed to 2 of Mohan's three-pointers. The score stood at 6-2, with Aina College gaining the upper hand thanks to Mohan's contributions. This development rendered the players of Marquette University noticeably tense. However, their journey to this point demonstrated their skill. As soon as he received the ball, Wade executed an assist, passing it to Aldington for a score. The tally was now 6-4, and if Marquette could defend this possession, they would have the opportunity to equalize. Aina College's shooting guard, Franklin, prepared to initiate the play. As Mohan received the ball, Norton drew closer. Facing a player of Mohan's caliber, Norton felt immense pressure. Having previously engaged physically with Mohan, he understood that he could not match his strength without risking injury. However, failing to effectively guard against Mohan would render him culpable should Mohan unleash his prowess and score consecutively. At that moment, Norton could entertain but a single thought, to give it his all, for perhaps an injury might be a blessing in disguise. He steeled himself mentally for the possibility of injury and adopted a more assertive stance in defending against Mohan. Yet, having recently acquired Curry's template, Mohan could hardly contain his eagerness to test his skills. Mohan has previously faced off against Norton and is well aware of the style of this Marquette University guard. While the opponent's defensive techniques cannot be deemed inadequate, they fall significantly short of effectively containing him. Having once embodied the template of Westbrook, the residual attributes of 20 make it exceedingly effortless to dominate such an adversary. Mohan executed a swift pivot, followed by a dazzling dribble that effortlessly evaded Norton. He then surged forward with the ball, racing towards Marquette University's half of the court. Defense. Defense. The head coach of Marquette University shouted from the sidelines, anxious to prevent Mohan from accumulating consecutive points and igniting his momentum. The players of Marquette immediately repositioned to fortify their defense, with Wade personally rushing to confront Mohan. Mohan smiled gently as he passed the basketball to Gorin on the right. As Gorin received the ball, Marquette University's small forward, Andrew, quickly moved to defend. The other players from Marquette were actively repositioning, effectively sealing off the paint. Gorin and Mohan had trained together the longest, developing a profound synergy. They had previously agreed that when penetrating the paint proved challenging, Gorin would unreservedly trust Mohan. After dribbling a few steps, Gorin decisively returned the ball to Mohan. The Marquette players were caught off guard by Gorin's swift decision to pass back. The other defenders were a moment too late to converge on Mohan, creating a one-on-one scenario against Wade. At the three-point line, Wade slightly bent his knees, his gaze fixed intently on the ball in Mohan's hands. Wade's thoughts were singular and clear, to keep Mohan beyond the three-point arc, thus preventing any scoring opportunity. To breach Wade's defense and then navigate through the ironclad protection of the paint would be a perilous endeavor. Mohan had never contemplated a breakthrough. With the peak prowess of a Stephen Curry prototype, He gazed at the hoop and instantly felt the moment. He retreated 3 steps back, placing himself a considerable distance from the three-point line. Wade, still oblivious to Mohan's intent, remained stationary. At that instant, the ball in Mohan's hands was already soaring through the air. Whoosh! Thud! An extraordinary long-range three-pointer. As such a shot was released, the crowd fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a frenzy. Incredible! Mo, you are the deity of three-pointers. My goodness, that was nearly a meter beyond the arc, and it went in. Mo, show Wade a bit of respect. I had always believed Wade was the true god of three-pointers in the NCAA, but tonight, my allegiance has shifted. Prior to the game, most held a favorable view of Wade, anticipating a stellar performance from him. Yet, right from the outset, Mohan astonishingly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers. One of them was from an exceptional distance, deserving of the title of this week's best play. The expression of Marquette University's head coach resembled that of someone who had ingested poison. He was acutely aware of Mohan's formidable three-point ability. If such shots could be made, how could they possibly defend against him? Wade's defense was commendable, yet Mohan's shooting touch was scorching hot, rendering him indefensible. Witnessing Mohan execute such a long-range three-pointer left Wade momentarily dumbfounded. Under normal circumstances, no one would attempt such a shot unless the game was at a critical juncture. But Mohan did, and he scored. This kid has such a hot hand? Wade pondered, his expression growing increasingly grave. Marquette University initiated their offense, with Norton passing the ball to Wade. Wade dribbled for a moment before noticing Mohan approaching to defend him. Not wanting to engage with Mohan, Wade passed the ball to Aldington. Aldington returned it to Norton, who quickly launched an offensive. It must be said that Marquette University's teamwork was exceptional. As Norton approached the three-point line, his teammates had already positioned themselves perfectly. Through rapid ball movement, the gaps in the defense of Allen College began to emerge. Marquette's small forward, Andrew, seized the opportunity and scored with a mid-range shot. Allen College organized their offense, with Mohan dribbling while raising a finger, signaling for another shot. Norton kept a watchful eye on Mohan, and Wade also moved closer to him. This was a tactic meticulously prepared by Marquette University's coach prior to the game. As long as Mohan maintained his hot hand, they would employ a multiplayer defensive strategy. In his assessment, Mohan's height had always been a significant disadvantage. Standing at 175 meters, in the face of multiple defenders, his line of sight would be severely limited. Thus, executing a successful offensive play would become exceedingly challenging for Mohan. Mohan dribbled for a moment, noticing Wade approaching him, while other players from Marquette University also turned their gaze towards him. Mohan instantly realized that after he made 3 consecutive three-pointers, his opponent had begun to take him seriously. They wished to guard against him, but can they truly succeed? Mohan muttered to himself, having not even glanced at the positioning on the court, and tossed the ball towards the left side. In that fleeting moment when Mohan grasped the ball, empowered by a skill akin to that of Curry, he instinctively discerned where his teammates would be stationed. As the basketball soared through the air, it was no surprise that Gorin had already positioned himself to receive it. The players from Marquette University rushed to bolster their defense, and seizing this opportunity, Mohan maneuvered himself near the three-point line. Mohan reached out for the ball, and without a moment's hesitation, Gorin passed it into his hands. At that instant, Mohan faced a double team from Wade and Norton. A faint smile graced his lips as he stepped back, executing a retreating move, casting not a glance at the hoop, and decisively launched a three-point shot. Chapter 32, 5 three-pointers. Wade and Norton were closely guarding Mohan, yet such tactics were easily countered by his retreat. As Mohan released the shot, the ball swished through the net, another three-pointer. This marked his 4th. Instantly, the arena erupted in thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. Mo. In NCAA games, the audience has always rallied behind the strong. Prior to the game, the crowd had leaned towards Marquette University, but now, they were utterly captivated by Mohan's shooting prowess. With merely 5 minutes elapsed in the first half, Mohan showcased an astonishing dominance from beyond the arc. This obliterated previous doubts expressed in forums regarding his ability to compete against formidable teams, regardless of the eventual outcome. Such shooting skills would undoubtedly attract the attention of NBA coaches, provided they possessed any sense. Successfully landing 4 consecutive three-pointers, including one from an extraordinary distance. He was a rarity among shooters in the NBA. A blend of Harden's retreat and Pete Curry's unmatched precision. At this moment, Mohan was a deity of three-pointers. Fox Sports cameraman Allen captured this spectacle, his face alight with astonishment and glee. Mo was simply too formidable. Beside him, Tony chuckled. Tonight, Mo is on a rampage. Marquette University likely cannot fathom his skill. Not so fast. This is just the beginning. Marquette University will not concede defeat. Across the court, ESPN reporter Cyril wore a grim expression, though his words belied his dismay. Witnessing Mohan's 4 consecutive three-pointers, Cyril realized he had underestimated this 175-meter-tall Asian player. Yet, he maintained that Marquette University was stronger this year, and their resilience was undeniable. Throughout their journey, Marquette had faced several strong teams, and their path had not always been smooth. However, they were determined to emerge victorious in the end. Tony, overhearing, laughed, "You truly misunderstand Mohan. Once he finds his rhythm, I believe he can score 30 points tonight." "Impossible. Marquette will surely clamp down on him now," Cyril retorted through gritted teeth. Following Mohan's 4 three-pointers, the score stood at 12-8, with Marquette trailing by 2. All of this was orchestrated by Mohan alone. 4 consecutive three-pointers had shifted the score in his favor. The expressions of Marquette's players were grim, yet their resolve remained steadfast. This season had not been an easy journey for them, having encountered numerous strong opponents that had fortified their mentality. Soon, Wade, seeking to stabilize their morale, unleashed the speed of the Flash, forcing his way past Franklin's defense to secure 2 points. Wade's ability to score had always been Marquette's most consistent asset. His breakthrough provided a sense of reassurance to his teammates. While Mohan from Iona College was undeniably strong, their leader Wade was equally formidable. Observing this, Mohan glanced at Gorin and nodded slightly. Gorin instantly understood. Mohan was poised to take another shot. Shot coursed through Gorin. Was Mohan truly about to shoot 5 times in a row? His touch was scorching. Gorin cast a deep look towards Marquette University, feeling a sense of pity for the team. Marquette was impressive, their coordination nearly flawless, with Wade almost unstoppable. Yet, facing a scorching hot Mohan was a tragic predicament. On Iona's side, Franklin passed the ball to Mohan. Mohan retrieved the ball and, at a measured pace, dribbled it across the half-court line. As soon as he crossed into the opposing half, Wade and Andrew from Marquette University drew closer to him. Having witnessed Mohan's successive three-point shots, they were compelled to closely monitor his perimeter shooting. They could not allow Mohan's rhythm from beyond the arc to persist. Otherwise, the game would truly be lost tonight. Mohan stood near the three-point line, while Norton and Andrew from Marquette University formed a defensive encirclement around him, with Wade closely monitoring the situation. Marquette University did not expect to successfully defend against the scoring prowess of Iona College, yet at this moment, their singular focus was on preventing Mohan from adding to his score. Even if they conceded this point, stifling Mohan's three-point rhythm would be a worthy endeavor. Upon witnessing such a formidable situation, Mohan, with the ball in hand, exhibited no inclination to pass. When embodying the essence of a peak Stephen Curry, Mohan was acutely aware that he would ascend to the status of the three-point deity this evening. In his inaugural season within the NBA, Curry had already secured an impressive 36 points, 10 rebounds, and 13 assists in a match against the Clippers. Such statistics are exceedingly rare throughout the annals of NBA history. When Curry's three-point shooting prowess ignites, it becomes utterly insurmountable. Presently, Mohan possesses an even greater strength compared to the Curry of that era. Curry, upon entering the league, was somewhat physically underwhelming and struggled against defensive confrontations. However, Mohan is devoid of such vulnerabilities. Confronted with the dual defensive onslaught, it becomes exceedingly challenging for Mohan, given his height, to discover an opportune moment to release the shot amidst the narrow openings. Mohan suddenly made a breakthrough, dribbling the ball to the left, his body bending in that direction. Norton and Andrew hastily closed in to establish their positions. Just as the moment seemed fleeting, Mohan executed a swift change of direction. Stepping back in quick succession, Andrew reached out to tap the ball, but his hand fell short by 2 body lengths. By the time Norton extended his defense, Mohan had already completed his retreating motion. Without even glancing at the hoop, he leaned back and released the ball. Whoosh! Thud! The basketball swished through the net effortlessly. Instantly, the spectators erupted in excitement, all rising to their feet. Goodness, that was the 5th three-pointer. Had he taken something special tonight? With such a rhythm, Marquette University was doomed. It wasn't that Marquette University lacked strength. Who could possibly thwart Mo's performance? Mo, I adore you. The atmosphere was electric, and everyone was captivated by his consecutive 5 three-pointers. His remarkable start compelled Marquette University's head coach to call a timeout. The players from Marquette trudged to the sidelines like deflated balloons, each face reflecting their dismay. While the first 2 three-pointers may have been met with some disdain by Marquette's players, the subsequent defense was exceptionally tight, yet Mohan still managed to score. It was purely a matter of rhythm. It was impossible to stop him. The head coach of Marquette called this timeout to slow down the pace, hoping to temper Mohan's fiery performance. Don't lose heart. We have reached this point for a reason. Let us not be swayed by his rhythm. No matter how well he shoots three-pointers, can he maintain it throughout the game? The Marquette head coach had a keen understanding of the situation. The core of Ana College was Mohan. Mohan consistently scored three-pointers, a feat attributed not only to his remarkable shooting touch but also to the relatively weaker performance of his teammates at Ana Academy. The earlier widening of the score gap was a deliberate strategy. However, relying solely on three-point shots to secure victory in a match is fraught with peril. Such an approach is excessively risky. As fatigue sets in later, accuracy is bound to diminish. Chapter 33. The stalemate. The atmosphere at Ana Academy was considerably more relaxed, as head coach Boeheim outlined the strategy for the remainder of the game. Mohan, your performance has been commendable, but do take care to protect yourself. Marquette University will undoubtedly play aggressively. Gorin, increase your movement to alleviate some pressure from Mohan. Coach Boeheim made a few straightforward arrangements for Ana Academy. Mohan possesses a remarkable basketball IQ, adeptly controlling the tempo on the court, requiring minimal intervention from Coach Boeheim. However, Boeheim harbors a singular worry that Marquette University might resort to unsportsmanlike tactics, employing a brutal style of play that could result in an early injury for Mohan. In such instances, it becomes imperative for the other players from Ana College to provide adequate support, actively positioning themselves to create optimal shooting opportunities for Mohan. As the brief timeout concludes, the players return to the court. The Marquette University athletes, having faced numerous formidable opponents, exhibit a commendable mindset. The score stands at 15-10. Mohan plays fiercely, yet the gap remains narrow. Marquette's point guard, Norton, initiates the play, and Wade, after advancing past half-court, passes the ball to Andrew. In the matchup, Andrew's physical prowess rivals that of Gorin, complemented by his longer wingspan. Backing into Gorin, Andrew leverages his individual skills to secure the score, a tactic meticulously orchestrated by the Marquette coach. Rather than relying on speed against Ana College's players, they aim to gradually draw Ana College into their rhythm through sheer physicality and endurance. By stabilizing the tempo, Mohan's eagerness to attempt three-pointers could lead to mistakes, ultimately benefiting Marquette's strategy. The tactical acumen of Marquette's head coach is evident. As Franklin from Ana College makes a pass, Norton's defense tightens around Mohan. Norton's positioning is significantly more compact than before, his directive being to apply pressure on Mohan without necessarily intercepting the ball. The other Marquette players diligently guard their respective matchups, ensuring no openings are available for Mohan to exploit. Marquette's paint area resembles a fortified bastion. For Mohan to penetrate, he must navigate through a veritable fortress. Commencing the game in such a manner will undoubtedly exert a considerable toll on stamina. If positioning is not executed with caution, it may lead to unwanted physical contact. Mohan recalled the head coach's admonitions and refrained from forcing a breakthrough. After maneuvering past Norton while in possession of the ball, he feigned an entry into the penalty area. A player from Marquette University was compelled to defend against him. Yet Mohan, possessing keen vision, seized the opportunity to pass the ball to Gorin. Among the players from Ana Academy, Mohan and Gorin exhibited the most harmonious synergy, frequently training together, thereby cultivating a mutual understanding. Gorin received the pass and executed a mid-range shot along the baseline, scoring. Although this point was not attributed to Mohan, his assist was executed with remarkable finesse. Within the confines of Marquette University's defense, Mohan skillfully created openings, showcasing his intelligence on the court. Observing this play, several coaches from NBA teams cast their gaze towards Mohan. This 175-meter-tall Asian player had been lauded in media reports, though they remained skeptical of such hype. Witnessing Mohan's three-point shooting capability and his assists, these discerning coaches recognized that he was undoubtedly a promising talent. While he may not ascend to the ranks of a top-tier superstar, he would certainly make an excellent choice as a backup point guard. In the realm of NBA competitions, the general fanbase often fixates on the formidable superstars. However, these coaches maintain a broader perspective, understanding that the depth of the bench is a critical factor for advancing further in the playoffs. Mohan, if he were to play in the NBA, would undoubtedly serve as an excellent bench player. While NBA coaches recognize Mohan's impressive performance, they perceive his static talents as insufficiently showcased in the NACC. And the intensity of competition in the NBA would pose significant challenges for him. These coaches, lacking the audacity of legendary figures, are hesitant to place Mohan in a starting role, With a single assist, Mohan enabled Gorin to score the first point of the match. The two exchanged smiles and high-fives, their camaraderie reflecting a remarkable partnership. The dynamics of the first half remained relatively unchanged, with both teams showcasing their distinct strengths. Marquette University demonstrated formidable prowess, maintaining their composure even after Mohan's consecutive 5 three-pointers. Following a series of steady plays, Franklin from Ana College faltered during a reception. Wade swiftly seized the opportunity, executing a rapid steal. The future flash, Wade, unleashed his speed, and Gorin was a moment too late to provide support, resulting in Wade drawing a foul and completing a 2-1 play. The score reached a tie at 23. As the players from Marquette University witnessed the score equalized, their previously tense expressions softened into smiles. Initially, Mohan's spectacular three-point shooting had imposed considerable pressure on them, but their ability to regain composure instead invigorated Marquette's morale. Once their spirits lifted, the overall strength of Marquette University became evident. Marquette's power forward, Aldington, skillfully maneuvered past his defender Muller, executing a 3-step layup that culminated in a resounding dunk. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Ana College, still relatively weaker as a collective, struggled against the serious demeanor of Marquette University. Their journey to this point was hard-earned, a testament to their grit, contrasting sharply with Ana College's reliance on luck. The diminutive Asian player found himself at a disadvantage against such a formidable team as Marquette University. The significant height disparity rendered sustained performance untenable. Following Marquette's dunk that reclaimed the lead, the true nature of NCAA spectators emerged. They only honor the strong, ready to applaud the dominant side. To put it bluntly, they're akin to fair-weather fans. Mohan's initial 5 three-pointers earned him their respect. However, aside from those who have consistently supported Mohan, others have evaluated him based on subjective assumptions. In the eyes of others, Mohan's stature was undeniably diminutive, standing at 1.75 meters. He faced considerable disadvantage on the basketball court. Once Marquette University commenced their rigorous physical confrontations, it became exceedingly challenging for someone of his height to make an impact. However, Mohan swiftly demonstrated that, should he desire it, nothing was beyond his reach. As Ana College initiated the play, Mohan gestured for Muller to pass him the ball. Upon receiving it, he noticed Norton closely trailing him. Up until that moment in the game, Norton had yet to score a single point. A dismal performance for a point guard. Facing Mohan, this marked one of the most challenging matchups of his season. Fortunately, Norton maintained a positive mindset. After their initial confrontation, he adopted a mindset of resignation, abandoning the pursuit of scoring and focusing solely on containing Mohan's influence. If he could limit Mohan's performance, he would deem it a successful endeavor. Norton briefly believed he was defending well, but soon, Mohan would illustrate through his actions that Norton's defense was, in his eyes, inconsequential. Chapter 34. The art of the flop. As Mohan secured the ball, he gradually traversed the half-court. Marquette University's interior defense resembled an impenetrable fortress, extinguishing any desire to penetrate the paint. Norton murmured, "I have seen through your intentions. Attempting to score a three-pointer against me will not be so effortless." In Norton's perspective, with his teammates fortifying the paint, Mohan's aspirations to breach it were nothing but a fanciful dream. The only thing Mohan can do is shoot three-pointers. As long as he is restricted at the three-point line, he possesses no other means to score. Mohan paid no heed to Norton's provocation. Casting a glance at the penalty area, Marquette University's defense was remarkably solid, each player seamlessly connected, leaving seemingly no openings. However, for Mohan, opportunities were never merely awaited. In the absence of chances, he would forge his own, with the attributes of the James and Iverson templates still resonating within him. Coupled with the rigorous training he had undergone during this period, Mohan was confident in his ability to breach any defense. Mohan held the ball motionless, prompting Norton to believe he was preparing to attempt a three-pointer, thus intensifying his defensive efforts. Norton spread his arms wide, significantly constricting Mohan's field of vision. With Norton's considerable height advantage, Mohan found his visible range severely diminished, making it difficult even to see the hoop. Under such circumstances, the probability of successfully making a three-point shot would be quite low. Mohan had no intention of attempting a three-pointer. He merely exchanged a knowing glance with Gorin. Having trained alongside Mohan, Gorin instantly grasped the unspoken message. He darted towards the left side, closely pursued by his defender, Aldington, whose focus shifted predominantly towards Mohan. Observing Gorin's position and calculating Aldington's reaction time, Mohan lofted a high pass towards the left. Gorin swiftly quickened his pace, promptly securing the ball upon its arrival. As the pass was executed, Marquette University's defense leaned more heavily towards Gorin's side. Simultaneously, Mohan accelerated, deftly evading the tightly marked Norton. Gorin, already aware of Mohan's intention to leverage him for a breakthrough, returned the ball to Mohan with a swift turn. While this sequence may seem intricate, it transpired in an instant. The players from Marquette University reacted swiftly, realizing they had been deceived. They promptly redirected their defensive focus back to Mohan, with Wade and Andrew rushing over to provide support and double team. Mohan received the ball and, disregarding everything else, suddenly accelerated his pace and dashed into the penalty area. Mohan's speed and direction changed with remarkable swiftness, leaving Norton, who sought to defend, far behind by a distance of 3 positions. Wade rushed in to provide support, extending his hand in an attempt to intercept Mohan. In that fleeting moment, Mohan leaped backward while simultaneously executing a shooting motion. Wade's palm, along with Andrew's, reached the height of Mohan's shot, aiming to completely block the ball. However, in an instant, Mohan performed a spectacular windmill maneuver mid-air, releasing the ball with a hook shot. His body lost balance in the air, and he tumbled to the ground. That shooting motion had been a mere feint. Beep. The referee's whistle for a foul pierced the air. As the whistle blew, the basketball had already swished through the net. It was a deliberate act to draw a foul while shooting. Mohan deliberately executed a high-difficulty shooting maneuver, leading to his intentional fall to the ground. From that angle, it was difficult for anyone, including the referee and even Wade and Andrew, to perceive the situation clearly. It seemed as though there was no contact from their hands. Yet it also appeared that there was some interaction. However, there was no forceful impact. Nevertheless, he fell upon contact. In an instant, Wade realized that Mohan was orchestrating this foul. On the basketball court, astute players not only capitalize on their individual skills to score, but also adeptly exploit the loopholes within the rules. This foul serves as a prime example. Earlier, Aldington executed a thunderous dunk, while Mohan concocted a crafty 3-point play by drawing a foul. The head coach of Marquette University was visibly infuriated, vocally imploring the referee to discern the truth, declaring it a flopping incident. Unfortunately, from the referee's vantage point, clarity was elusive. What the referee observed were 2 Marquette players reaching out to impede Mohan, resulting in his fall. Such ambiguous fouls are all too common in the realm of basketball. The head coach of Marquette University could only resignedly accept the outcome. Mohan effortlessly sank the free throw into the hoop. The score stood at 26-25, with Marquette University having just taken the lead, only to have Mohan retaliate by drawing a foul. Such a play left the Marquette players feeling quite frustrated. Despite their commendable defense, their opponents proved to be exceedingly cunning. Norton, on the other hand, faded into the background. His earlier declaration to staunchly guard Mohan now a mere jest. Mohan's remarkable play instilled considerable confidence in the players of Ana Academy. The formidable defense of Marquette University was not insurmountable. Whenever Mohan set his mind to scoring, there was nothing beyond his reach, with Mohan setting a prime example. The players of Ana Academy appeared to have unlocked the code to scoring, leading to a rather comical sequence of events. Faced with the close defense of Marquette University players, the athletes from Ana Academy would intentionally draw nearer. When the ball was passed to them, they exaggerated their shooting motions. The earnest defenders from Marquette University were caught off guard as Ana Academy's players, regardless of whether their shots succeeded, would dramatically fall to the ground. It seemed as though the players from Ana Academy had become as fragile as glass, collapsing at the slightest touch. Mohan executed this tactic once, then Gorin followed suit. And finally, Muller did the same. After 3 consecutive instances, the referee began to sense something amiss. When Franklin attempted to mimic this behavior for the 4th time, the referee dismissed him entirely. Franklin, rising from the floor, even gestured toward the referee, but instead received a glare in return. It was as if the referee was on the verge of exclaiming, "Young man, don't push your luck. Employing the same trick thrice, do you take me for a fool?" On the basketball court, there exists an unwritten rule that allows for some physical contact to enhance the aesthetic of the competition. The extent of this contact is determined by the referee's judgment. No referee would be foolish enough to endorse the same team's flopping on 4 consecutive occasions. Any referee who did so would be looking at an imminent dismissal after the game. Although the referee ceased to acknowledge Ana Academy's theatrics, the effects of their 3 flops were still notable. Gorin managed to secure 3 points, while Muller added 2, widening the score gap. The scoreboard read 31-25, restoring a 6-point lead after Marquette University's earlier comeback. The players of Marquette University were clearly displeased, yet leveraging the rules is an intrinsic allure of competition. If they were dissatisfied, they too could employ such tactics. However, the earnest players of Marquette University found themselves unable to execute such cunning maneuvers. Their head coach could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 35. A great feast awaits. While Marquette University remained steadfast in their approach, their prowess was undeniable. Particularly Wade, who was deeply aggrieved by ANA Academy's antics. In that moment, Wade unleashed a burst of explosive speed, penetrating the defenses of Franklin and Gorin to score with a forceful layup. Following this, Wade directed a provocative gesture toward Mohan, seemingly taunting him that such petty tricks would never lead to victory. Mohan shook his head slightly, conveying an air of innocence. The act of feigning injury was merely a whimsical impulse. He had never intended for Gorin and the others to emulate him. Their rapid learning had no bearing on Mohan. In a situation where the referee turned a blind eye, the players from ANA Academy understood that the ruse of feigning injury could no longer be employed, for it would imply a lack of respect towards the officials, leading to unfavorable consequences. However, with a 6-point lead, the players of ANA Academy played with considerably more ease. Consequently, the score remained unchanged. As the first half drew to a close, the score stood at 53-47, with ANA Academy maintaining a 6-point advantage. With just 1 minute left in the first half, Marquette University initiated the play, and Norton passed the ball to Wade. Wade deliberately slowed the pace, holding the ball and strategically running down the clock. Franklin watched Wade's dribbling with a grave expression. Throughout this match, Franklin's performance had been rather average. His offensive play showed little deviation from his usual form, yet defensively, he had failed to contain Wade even once. This was not due to any lack of ability on his part, but rather a testament to the formidable prowess of the young Flash. Wade steadied his dribble, raising a finger to signal that he would secure this shot. The players of ANA Academy concentrated their defense in the paint, yet Wade possessed an expansive court vision. Glancing towards center Rivas and Gall were engaged in a battle for position, both towering in stature. However, in terms of physicality, Gall evidently held the upper hand. Gall maneuvered himself into a better position, creating space from Rivas. Wade seized this opportunity, promptly delivering the ball to Gall. Gall caught the pass, backing into Rivas as he edged closer to the basket. Once he gauged his position, Gall executed a hook shot. Rivas quickly stretched out his hand to block it, grazing the basketball with his fingertips. The ball ricocheted off the rim, veering off course. Wade seemed to anticipate the miss, sprinting towards the hoop to secure the rebound with remarkable speed. As he gained possession of the ball, Franklin and Gorin rushed to defend him. But Wade's movements were too swift. Upon snatching the rebound, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, effortlessly evading both Franklin and Gorin, and leaping towards the basket for a layup. Just as Wade ascended, ready to release the ball, he caught sight of a looming figure, one that towered over him by a head. With a decisive motion, a hand struck the basketball, sending it flying away. Mohan, how is this possible? Wade, having indulged in a hearty hot pot, found himself utterly bewildered. Wade held great confidence in his leaping ability when fully unleashed. Coupled with his vertical jump, even the average center would struggle to reach him. Yet, Mohan, standing at a mere 175 meters. How could he leap higher than Wade himself? Mohan exhibits exceptional prowess in offensive maneuvers. However, standing at a modest height of 175 meters, he faces an inherent disadvantage on the defensive end. There are moments when Wade seems to disregard Mohan's defensive capabilities, as evidenced in this particular play. After securing the rebound, he unleashed his full potential, combining his explosive speed with remarkable vertical leap, making it nearly impossible for any player from ANA Academy to impede him. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, Mohan, who was completely overlooked by Wade in defense, delivered a stunning block. At that moment, Mohan did not ponder extensively. As the first half approached its conclusion, he observed Wade playing with such caution that he surmised what Wade might intend to do. When Wade leaped for the rebound, Mohan unleashed his speed from behind, soaring into the air to swat the basketball away. As for Norton, he had long been disregarded by Mohan. Mohan surged forward with astonishing speed, leaving Norton unable to keep pace. Norton's awareness was not particularly sharp. He had not anticipated that Mohan would proactively seize the rebound. When Mohan delivered a resounding block against Wade, the audience erupted in exuberance. In the arena of basketball, executing a powerful block against an opponent is as exhilarating as a thunderous dunk. Particularly, this monumental rejection came from Mohan, a mere 175 meters tall, directed at Wade. Some fans were already chanting, "Mo, Mo, Mo, Mo." With just 12 seconds remaining, Marquette University had one last opportunity for offense. However, at this moment, the players from Ana College had ample time to establish their positions. Marquette University struggled to find a suitable shot, ultimately resorting to a haphazard attempt. The basketball veered away from the hoop, signaling the end of the first half. The score stood at 53-47, a margin not particularly large. Yet for Marquette University, this was a humiliating revelation. Overall, the players of Marquette University possessed significantly greater strength than those of Ana College, yet the current predicament was entirely attributable to Mohan. This 175-meter individual exceeded the media's inflated claims. His formidable three-point shooting ability, comprehensive court vision, personal drive, and defensive awareness were devoid of any flaws. If one were to identify a weakness, it would be his height, which could misleadingly suggest a lack of strength. During the intermission, the head coach of Marquette University meticulously outlined strategies. Mohan was the linchpin for Ana College. Norton, your defense has been subpar. Wade, you will take charge from here. And Andrew, be vigilant in providing assistance. The coach's direct criticism of Norton's performance left him feeling both dejected and aggrieved. Norton questioned himself. He had exerted every ounce of effort into his defense, even sacrificing his dignity. Look, he still had 0 points. As a guard, finishing the first half without scoring was a grave failure. Although the coach understood Norton's plight, he had to issue a warning upon witnessing such dismal results. In contrast, the atmosphere at Ana College was considerably more relaxed. The situation exceeded expectations. Leading against a formidable opponent like Marquette University at halftime was beyond Coach Boeheim's anticipation. From the game footage, he could discern a noticeable disparity between the two teams. Prior to the match, Boeheim had prepared himself mentally for a potential comeback in the final quarter. Yet, here they were, leading by 6 points. This success was attributed to the collective effort of the team, with Mohan being the pivotal figure. As Mohan opened the game by sinking 5 consecutive three-pointers, he had already captured Marquette University's full attention. With such a start, Marquette had no choice but to focus on Mohan, inadvertently neglecting other players. Although the team had performed admirably thus far, Marquette University was formidable, and complacency could not be afforded. A vigorous counterattack was inevitable. Chapter 36. Shooting without looking at the basket. The semifinals stood as a mere step away from the finals. No one desired their season's journey to conclude in such a manner. The NCAA's tournament structure is ruthlessly unforgiving, and the allure of March Madness lies precisely in this intensity. Marquette University was not weak, and in the second half, they would undoubtedly unleash all their strength. Boeheim made minimal adjustments to the strategy, as Ana College's journey to this point was solely due to Mohan's brilliance. As an exceptional organizational defender, Mohan adeptly adjusts to the dynamics of the game, a far superior approach to any rigid tactical arrangement. Following a brief intermission, the second half commences, with both teams exhibiting commendable mental fortitude. With Ana College holding a slender lead, the pressure remains manageable. The players from Marquette University possess remarkable psychological resilience. They have previously overcome deficits exceeding 10 points against other teams, thus a mere 6-point deficit is unlikely to shatter their confidence. Through the competition of the first half, Marquette University has gained ample insight into Ana College's capabilities. While Ana College's overall strength may not be particularly remarkable, the presence of that 175-meter-tall individual is distinctly noteworthy. Mohan's stature might prompt underestimation from onlookers, yet to dismiss him would be sheer folly. The offensive strategies of Ana Academy predominantly revolve around Mohan, whose individual prowess invigorates the entire team. His extraordinary ball handling and organizational skills present a formidable challenge for any adversary, particularly for Norton, who finds himself pitted against Mohan. Norton, the point guard from Marquette University, failed to score a single point in the first half, rendering his performance woefully inadequate in comparison to the matchup. Upon returning to the court, Norton bore an expression of deep frustration. Despite his earnest efforts to defend against Mohan, he found himself utterly incapable of containing his opponent. Mohan's speed is astonishing, and his ability to break through and shoot three-pointers is remarkable. One can hardly predict which offensive tactic he will employ. As the game progresses, Marquette University returns to the court with a fierce counterattack. Each player exhibits tremendous intensity, working in seamless unison. Several times, they execute flawless passes that catch the players of Ana Academy completely off guard. Wade showcases the prowess expected of a future NBA superstar, scoring with breathtaking rapidity. Franklin, tasked with defending Wade, finds himself outmaneuvered on 2 occasions, leaving the young player visibly flustered. Mohan approached him and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, my friend. I'm here for you." Despite Franklin's blunder leading to a loss of points, Mohan's words offered him a comforting warmth. Mohan proactively switched positions with Franklin to defend against Wade. In the future, Wade would be known in the NBA as Flash, a moniker that aptly reflects his incredible speed and explosive scoring ability, often breaking the deadlock of the game. As the second half commenced, Wade would fully unleash his potential. If his performance were not curtailed, Marquette University would swiftly close the score gap. The score stood at 58-55, with Ana College leading by a mere 3 points. With possession now in Marquette's hands, Wade controlled the ball, his gaze fixed on Mohan, maintaining an air of composure. Having faced Mohan multiple times, Wade had grown accustomed to his defensive techniques. Mohan's height precluded him from obstructing Dwayne Wade's line of sight. With a two-step advantage, Wade could easily locate his three-point shooting position after crossing half-court. However, as the game progressed into the second half, seasoned teams seldom relied on three-pointers to close the gap. Experienced players typically favor drives or mid-range shots to ensure a higher scoring efficiency. Wade dribbled, gradually forcing Mohan to retreat. Upon reaching the three-point line, Wade aimed to execute a breakthrough, only to discover its impossibility. The 175-meter-tall Asian seemed capable of anticipating his every move. Wade feinted left, yet Mohan astutely defended the right side. Turning to the right, he still faced Mohan. Wade attempted 3 different maneuvers in succession but remained unable to shake off Mohan's defense. Despite his modest height, Mohan clung to him like an unyielding piece of chewing gum. In exasperation, Wade had no choice but to pass the ball toward Andrew. However, Wade had squandered too much time on the offensive. By the time the ball reached Andrew, he had no opportunity to seek a scoring option. In a rush, Andrew could only take a desperate shot. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the rim and veered off, allowing Reeves from Ana Academy to seize the rebound. This failed offensive left Wade feeling quite frustrated. He had envisioned executing a splendid drive to set the game's rhythm. Instead, he found himself thwarted by Mohan's defense. At that moment, Wade contemplated using his body to force a breakthrough. Yet, if he couldn't even maneuver past his opponent, a successful drive was nothing short of a fantasy. After Reeves secured the rebound, he passed the ball to Franklin. Franklin dribbled momentarily before passing it to Mohan. He understood his role well. His purpose was to facilitate and support, leaving the decisive actions to Mohan. At this juncture in the game, one could expect Mohan to unleash an even more fervent effort to score. The players of Ana Academy had gradually acclimated to the role of Mohan as their leader since the first NCAA game, and in critical matchups, they steadfastly centered their strategy around him. When Mohan received the ball, Wade adhered closely to him in defense. Wade's expression was quite serious. Having felt humiliated by the opposing defense earlier, he aimed to thwart Mohan's progress with his defensive prowess to regain his pride. As Wade intensified his defense, his remarkable wingspan became evident. He spread his arms wide, resembling a net that ensnared all of Mohan's potential pathways. In NBA competitions, Wade's defensive approach combined exceptional wingspan with impeccable footwork, exerting immense pressure on his adversaries. Mohan has personally experienced Wade's defensive prowess. In contemporary basketball, the small ball era has yet to fully mature, and every exceptional team places a premium on defense. The combination of Wade's formidable offensive and defensive capabilities ensures that his future achievements will be remarkable. Wade approaches defense with utmost seriousness, to the extent that Mohan finds it challenging to even see the basket. However, he has now adopted a style reminiscent of Curry. During his peak, Curry's three-point shots were simply insurmountable. Mohan did not even glance at the hoop. He merely gauged the situation and instinctively felt it was time to take the shot. Mohan stood beyond the three-point line, harboring no intentions of driving towards the basket. Instead, he executed a step-back maneuver, leaping into the air to release his shot. Whoosh! By the time Wade registered the play, his lengthy wingspan obstructed Mohan's line of sight. Yet, the ball had already sailed through the hoop. Another three-pointer. Wade appeared momentarily bewildered, his expression a tapestry of complexity. How could this 175-meter-tall Asian have the audacity to attempt a three-pointer at such a moment? Moreover, how did he manage to sink it from that angle? Was it possible he did not even need to glance at the basket? Wade found himself facing an unprecedented opponent, and he could only harbor deep admiration for Mohan's skill and finesse. Chapter 37, The Dilemma of Marquette University with the score at 61-55. This three-pointer pulled the margin back to a 6-point difference. The spectators were taken aback by this remarkable shot. Observant fans could sense the formidable talent of this 175-meter player. Goodness, how could one even shoot from such an angle? If it were me, I wouldn't even come close to the hoop from that position. That 175-meter fellow was nothing short of extraordinary. All I can say is, Mo, I am utterly enamored with your prowess. A three-pointer launched from such an angle undoubtedly qualifies as one of the top 10 plays of the season. It seems that whenever a college plays, Mohan consistently provides material for highlight reels. By the end of the season, the judges will likely be left agape, as long as Mohan is on the court. Every match is a showcase of the best plays. When the head coach of Marquette University witnessed Mohan's astonishing three-pointer, his expression darkened, nearly turning a shade of purple. Meanwhile, Aina College's head coach, Bohem, could not conceal his delight and astonishment at Mohan's shot, though he had a considerable understanding of Mohan's abilities. Each game brought forth new surprises that left him in awe. Mohan, much like an eternally relentless runner, perpetually discovers new frontiers. The score was narrowed to a mere 6 points, which constituted a minor setback for Marquette University. After all, just when they felt on the cusp of closing the gap or even surpassing their opponents, Mohan retaliated with a three-pointer, pushing them back. This caused a slight disturbance in the mentality of Marquette's players. In the ensuing 3 minutes, Marquette failed to execute effective offense, even committing a turnover. The score then escalated to an 8-point deficit. Recognizing the precarious situation, Marquette's head coach had no choice but to call a timeout. We have come this far. Surely no one is willing to surrender the match so easily. Wade asserted, our mindset has been somewhat affected. However, moving forward, we shall not falter again. Andrew, be more proactive in your positioning. Mohan will not continuously shoot three-pointers. He has been coordinating with the player matched against you, and he will undoubtedly seek opportunities. Wade's analytical prowess in the game is exceptional. He has been closely monitoring Mohan's playing style. In addition to his exceptional personal abilities, Mohan also excels in providing remarkable assists, most of which are directed towards Gorin. This indicates a frequent collaboration between Gorin and Mohan. If it proves impossible to contain Mohan defensively, then limiting his preferred passing recipients becomes a crucial tactical element. The head coach of Marquette University nodded slightly. Acknowledging that what Wade suggested aligns perfectly with his strategy, the other players at Aina Academy lack strength, and by restricting the targets of Mohan's passes, they can effectively curtail Aina Academy's scoring potential. The astonishing three-pointer that Mohan made earlier can only be deemed a stroke of luck. Such risky attempts at three-point shots cannot be sustained. In accordance with the prevailing style of basketball, by the second half, teams typically focus on collaboration and seek stable scoring opportunities. The head coach of Marquette University devised a strategy based on the unique attributes of each player, outlining the execution of the next play on the tactical board. As for countering Mohan, the approach remains steadfast defense. In contrast to Marquette University's cautious strategy, Aina Academy appears considerably more relaxed. Head coach Bohem stated, whenever possible, let Mohan handle the ball. The others should collaborate and be more proactive in their movements. Bohem's tactical arrangement places the onus on Mohan, a remarkably astute decision, as he recognizes that the abilities of Aina Academy's other players are somewhat inferior to those of Marquette University. Rather than rigidly dictating roles, it is far more advantageous to build the strategy around Mohan. The journey Aina Academy has embarked upon thus far is already a significant milestone in the team's history, a feat attributed entirely to Mohan's prowess. Allowing Mohan to dictate the outcome of the game ensures that, even in defeat, he will not bear the brunt of blame. Mohan smiled faintly and nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. This tactical arrangement placed considerable pressure on him. Yet it also signified a profound trust. As the leader of the team, during crucial matches and pivotal moments, it was imperative to step forward. The brief timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Under the guidance of their head coach, Marquette University executed a clever play, securing 2 points. However, Mohan quickly teamed up with Muller, leading to a successful shot. The game unfolded with both sides exchanging blows. Despite trailing by 8 points, Marquette University remained composed. In such critical moments, Wade's innate talent became evident. The man who would later be known as Flash in the NBA demonstrated remarkable mental fortitude, especially under pressure. Before Franklin, Wade showcased his signature Euro step, backing him down before delivering a sharp drive for an impressive 2-1. Following this play, Wade seized the moment, executing a beautiful steal as Muller handled the ball, snatching it away. In an instant, Wade's speed surged, allowing him to score effortlessly. With 2 consecutive baskets, Wade instilled confidence in the Marquette University players. Soon, the rhythm of the game began to flow for the other players as well, initially leading by 8 points. Anna College found their advantage dwindling to a mere 2 points. The score stood at 72-70. And Marquette University's small surge created a palpable tension among Anna College's players. In terms of overall quality, Anna College fell short compared to Marquette University. Now entering the second half, Marquette University commenced their pursuit of points, gaining momentum that left Anna College's players uncertain on how to respond. Upon witnessing this scene, Mohan realized he needed to take action. Mohan brought the ball past the halfway line, raising his hand to signal for another shot. Now, Wade was defending against Mohan and had not relaxed his guard since the beginning of the second half. It was evident that a single player could hardly contain Mohan, a realization that had emerged throughout the game for Marquette University. As Wade focused on Mohan, Norton joined him in closely monitoring the player, forming a tight double team. Meanwhile, the other players from Marquette University maintained their defensive positions in the paint, steadfastly blocking any potential movements. Mohan's attempt to break through the restricted zone is akin to confronting 5 imposing mountains. This presents considerable difficulty for him. Even if he manages to succeed in his endeavor, he is likely to stumble or experience physical contact. The players from Marquette University have a straightforward strategy to leverage their physicality to overpower Mohan. Mohan's height has always been a significant disadvantage. When he forcefully penetrates the paint, he can hardly even see the rim. He cannot rely on luck to score every time. For players at this moment, such a playing style is quite normal and logical, yet Mohan is different. At this moment, he embodies the essence of Curry, whose most formidable attribute is his scoring ability through shooting. Especially during his peak, Curry forged an entirely new era. Chapter 38. Leading the small ball era, Mohan cast a fleeting glance at Marquette University's defense, flanked by Wade and Norton, who were effectively closing in on him. In front of him, the Marquette players positioned themselves assertively within the key, creating an impenetrable barrier designed to thwart Mohan's advancement. Their strategy was evidently to compel him to pass the ball, allowing other players the opportunity to take the shot. However, Mohan was resolute in his intentions. With the Curry experience card in his possession, he felt an overwhelming urge to score. If they denied him the chance to drive, then he would resort to a 3-point attempt. Mohan made a move, not advancing but rather retreating. Wade sensed something unusual about Mohan and instinctively reached out to defend. In that fleeting moment, Wade realized he had fallen into a trap. As he stepped back, Mohan executed a swift turn and leaped, launching the basketball. In contrast to Wade's proactive approach, Norton was a beat too slow. He could hardly fathom why. Despite the match having entered its second half, Mohan continued to take such audacious risks. As the core of the team, was it truly wise to recklessly attempt such shots? While Norton was momentarily bewildered, the ball was released. Thud. The basketball swished through the net, yet another 3-pointer scored. My goodness, another 3-pointer? Upon reflection, it appeared that this diminutive player had only missed once in his attempts from beyond the arc tonight. Was Mo determined to pierce Marquette University's basket with his long-range shooting? As Mohan sank yet another 3-pointer, the spectators began to feel somewhat numb. Some fans, possessing a keen understanding of basketball intricacies, started to question why Mohan was still so fixated on 3-pointers in the second half, only to realize, upon hearing his companion's remark on his nearly flawless shooting, the significance of his performance. Others hesitated to take such shots, fearing a lack of accuracy. Mohan dares to shoot, boasting an almost perfect 3-point shooting percentage. Were I in his position, I too would take the shot. The excitement was palpable on the face of Fox Sports reporter Tony as he witnessed this spectacle. I understand now. Mohan is preparing for a grand feast of 3-pointers tonight. A grand feast of 3-pointers? Are you certain he comprehends the nuances of basketball? The ESPN commentator Cyril scoffed at such remarks. A typical team leader knows that maintaining consistent scoring in the second half is crucial. Does he truly believe he is playing street ball? Tony retorted with a smirk. Others may falter with that approach, but Mohan is different. Rest assured, he is fully aware of his actions. Just watch. This game will become his showcase of 3-point prowess. Cyril, upon hearing this, chuckled. Such a strategy may yield impressive numbers for Mohan, but I assure you, Anna Academy is destined to lose. Fear not, with Mohan on the court. There will be no unforeseen outcomes. Tony remained unwavering in his confidence towards Mohan, having followed Anna Academy's games and never witnessing Mohan suffer a defeat. Mohan's tenacity and fervor serve as the secret weapon for Anna Academy's success. When Mohan sank yet another 3-pointer, the players from Marquette University remained largely unmoved, even contemplating that his style of play was excessively reckless. in situations where breakthroughs were unattainable. Mohan disregarded the option of passing and continuously relied on isolation plays to secure his three-point shots. This approach is incredibly bold and fraught with risk. A single misstep could precipitate a cascade of errors. Mohan found himself ensnared in a vicious cycle of errant shots, seemingly sealing victory for Marquette University. However, what transpired next shattered the player's mental fortitude. Following a scoring play by Marquette, Mohan regained possession and approached the three-point line. Guarding him were Norton and Oldington, the latter possessing a slight height advantage, which further diminished Mohan's chances of penetrating the defense. Oldington stretched his arms wide, effectively obstructing Mohan's line of sight. Norton clung closely to Mohan, and the duo's tight coverage rendered any breakthrough utterly impossible. Meanwhile, the other Marquette players steadfastly fortified the paint, leaving Mohan with no opportunity to advance. Mohan did not contemplate a breakthrough. With Curry's experience card in his possession, his form and condition were at their peak. In such a moment, there was no need for him to take risks. He merely stepped back, creating distance between himself and Norton, leapt, and released the basketball. Whoosh! Thud! The ball swished through the net. With the successful second three-pointer, the players from Marquette University were left bewildered. What was he thinking, still attempting a three-pointer? How infuriating. He had no clear sight, so how did he manage to sink it? This conundrum perplexed everyone at Marquette University. Previously making such a shot could be attributed to luck. But to replicate it? Was it still mere chance? The head coach of Marquette University was equally perplexed. Such a style of play existed but was not mainstream. As the core player of ANA Academy, how could he dare to take such reckless three-point shots? And what more, he made them all. Was he relying on luck to reach this point? The coach grappled with his confusion, yet he sensed that Mohan was no fool. ANA Academy's success was solely attributable to his contributions. As they reached the semifinals, Mohan certainly did not wish to suffer defeat. He would undoubtedly unleash his full potential. Mohan's ultimate move is none other than the three-pointer. The head coach of Marquette University has yet to grasp the concept of the small ball era. But he senses that something is amiss. A sudden premonition strikes him. Mohan's remarkable skill might very well transform the entire gameplay of the NCAA, and even extend its influence to the NBA. Indeed, during the third offensive play by ANA College, upon encountering Marquette University's formidable defense, Mohan showed no inclination to penetrate the paint. Employing the same tactics to deceive Norton, he executed a decisive shot from beyond the arc. Thud. The ball swished through the net, marking his third three-pointer. As Mohan's third shot found its mark, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Witnessing such an audacious approach to three-point shooting was a first for the audience. Deep down, everyone sensed the inherent risk of such a strategy, yet Mohan persisted. Converting every shot with precision. What was he truly attempting? Do you not perceive that he seeks to revolutionize the game of basketball? Are you suggesting it is intentional? Given his stature, penetrating the defense is indeed a challenge, thus he opted for a frenzied barrage of three-pointers. However, he has proven his accuracy. Have you not noticed Marquette University trailing by 6 points? Among the spectators were numerous NBA coaches who, at first, may have struggled to comprehend Mohan's approach, deeming it excessively aggressive than perilous. Such a style could adversely affect Mohan's reputation in their eyes. Risk-taking and gambling with the game pose a significant threat for a point guard. Yet, with each successful shot, they fell into silence, pondering whether their own teams could emulate such a strategy to dismantle their opponent's defense. By concentrating defensive efforts in the paint, it becomes impossible to effectively contest three-point shots. Should a player with exceptional three-point shooting capabilities seize such an opportunity, the score could widen significantly. This heralds a novel style of play. Scoring from the perimeter and employing small ball tactics renders opponents defenseless. As the realization of this strategy's potential dawned upon the attending NBA coaches, their expressions transformed into those of enlightenment. Chapter 39. Learning from Wade. This is an uncharted territory. Compared to traditional methodologies, the small ball style poses a challenge to decipher, with its unpredictable offensive schemes likely to perplex adversaries greatly. Of course, the small ball style remains in its infancy, and its execution requires gradual refinement through practical application. Mohan, despite being tightly guarded by Marquette University's defense, consistently scored from beyond the arc, leaving the players visibly disconcerted. The head coach of Marquette soon recognized the anomaly. This 175-meter player was not merely a reckless shooter, but possessed an uncanny accuracy that allowed him to widen the score gap with a series of consecutive three-pointers. This unique approach proved to be exceptionally lethal for Marquette. The players found themselves in an awkward predicament, convinced that their defense was on point. The paint was nearly impenetrable, resembling a fortress. Yet, Mohan refrained from driving to the basket, opting instead for three-point shots. This rendered their formidable defense a mere mockery. Nevertheless, they were at a loss for a more effective strategy, unable to devise a superior defensive solution against such a three-point sharpshooter. Mohan's performance is certainly not a manifestation of madness. With the peak Curry experience card at his disposal, his remarkable three-point shooting begs the question, why not employ a small ball strategy? The agility and high-efficiency shooting of small ball, particularly in three-point accuracy, can create significant challenges for any team. As the NBA evolves, the small ball approach is maturing, with an increasing number of teams embracing versatility beyond conventional positions, thus placing greater emphasis on the agility of smaller players. Currently, this strategy is still in its infancy within the league, yet after tonight's game, it is likely that many teams will seek to refine this tactical mindset. With the score at 81-72, the gap has widened to 9 points, largely due to Mohan's astonishing three-point shooting. His scorching form has posed considerable difficulties for Marquette University. However, expanding the defensive range to the three-point line inevitably leaves significant gaps in the paint, a strategy Marquette cannot afford to adopt. In such critical moments, Marquette requires a leader to emerge, and that leader is undoubtedly their linchpin, Wade. Witnessing Mohan's fiery shooting, Wade is struck not only by astonishment but also by urgency. He is determined that this season's journey should not conclude in such a manner, and thus, he resolves to take charge and guide his team out of adversity. Wade, a future NBA superstar, aptly known as Flash, consistently maintains his composure during pivotal games. Observing Mohan's consecutive three-pointers and the growing deficit, Wade decides to emulate his counterpart. While Wade may not replicate Mohan's extraordinary three-point prowess, he exhibits his own small ball style in the ensuing play. Wade signals to Norton to pass him the ball at half-court, and upon receiving it, he immediately initiates a drive. When Gorin positions himself to thwart Wade's advance at the three-point line, Wade opts not to penetrate but instead takes a shot from beyond the arc. Wade's speed is astonishing. Flash bursts forth, making it exceedingly difficult for the players of Aina College to predict his next movement. Now, with Wade choosing to shoot a three-pointer, the Aina players find themselves even more perplexed. Swish. The ball gracefully arcs through the air and into the basket, showcasing Wade's exceptional individual talent. This style of play mirrors the essence of small ball, leaving the other players of Aina College utterly confounded by his intentions. Upon witnessing the scene, Mohan felt a deep admiration for Wade. Wade, simply by observing his own playing style on the court, was able to learn and adapt. It must be said that the Flash possesses a remarkable capacity for learning and an exceptionally high basketball IQ. During the offensive play at Aina Academy, Mohan received the ball at the three-point line, where Marquette University exhibited an exceedingly aggressive defense, while Mohan was able to score consecutively from beyond the arc. It was partly due to his impeccable shooting touch and partly because the players from Marquette underestimated his likelihood of making three-point shots. However, after conceding 3 consecutive baskets, even a fool would learn to adjust. Nord and Wade tightly marked Mohan, employing a double-team strategy and remaining vigilant to prevent his three-point attempts. Mohan could sense the anxiety radiating from the Marquette University players, as they appeared to concentrate all their attention upon themselves. Mohan had long contemplated this. When Curry's template reaches its zenith, his terrifying three-point prowess will ensnare opponents in despair and anxiety. At the pinnacle of his career, Curry exhibited an exceptionally formidable three-point ability. However, let us not forget that Curry is also an outstanding guard. Similarly, when Mohan found himself closely guarded by the entire team of Marquette University, he cast a keen glance around. With his piercing gaze, he swiftly identified the vulnerable spots within the Marquette defense. Dribbling the ball with finesse, he feigned a drive, drawing the attention of the Marquette players entirely towards him, executing a deceptive maneuver that suggested he was about to take a shot. He instead delivered a swift pass to the left. The ball landed in Mueller's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped and shot. Aldington, tasked with defending Mueller, reacted just a fraction too late. With a resounding swish, the basketball sailed through the hoop, and Mohan provided a commendable assist. Witnessing Mohan's remarkable activity on the court, those familiar with his style knew that his exhilarating moments were once again upon them. Mohan stands at a modest height of 1.75 meters, giving him an appearance of frailty. However, his physical prowess is remarkably robust. As the second half commences, Mohan no longer needs to conserve energy, and with the enhancement provided by his Curry-like template, he is free to unleash his full potential. His terrifying three-point shooting ability, coupled with the occasional unexpected assist, makes him a player who no opponent wishes to encounter on the court. After Mohan delivered a stunning assist, the head coach of Marquette University could no longer contain himself and called for a timeout. The strategy was clear. They must closely guard Mohan, for his shooting touch was exceptional, leaving no room for him to operate throughout the game. Defensive vigilance in the paint was imperative. They could not allow other players to easily collaborate with Mo Norton. When the opportunity arises, you too must seize the chance to attack. Tactically, the head coach of Marquette University remained uncertain about how to specifically counter the small ball strategy. However, he understood one crucial point. Mohan has always been the linchpin of ANA Academy. If merely defending the paint proves insufficient to contain him, then a change in defensive approach is essential. Mohan may prove difficult to contain. Yet the other players of ANA Academy must ensure that he is unable to establish a seamless synergy with Mohan. In doing so, they will effectively curtail Mohan's performance. On the side of ANA Academy, head coach Bohem wears a smile of sheer satisfaction. Mohan's contribution of three-pointers on the court has left Marquette University in disarray. There is no need for him to meticulously devise strategies. It suffices for the other players to harmonize with Mohan's rhythm. Gorin, you should increase your movement and seek opportunities to collaborate with Mohan for scoring, he urged. With a 9-point lead, as long as no significant errors are made, there remains a substantial hope of securing victory. Winning this match would pave the way to the final showdown, thereby etching a historic moment for Ina College. Chapter 40. The breakthrough of 1-against-5. Every player at Ina College felt a rush of excitement at this prospect. Before this season, Bohem had merely hoped to avoid an early exit in the madness of March. However, with Mohan on the team, everything has progressed towards an impeccable outcome. Bohem felt fortunate for having recruited Mohan that day. Without him, Ina College would not have reached this juncture. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The players from Marquette University executed their offensive plays with remarkable precision. Wade, adhering to the coach's directives, successfully coordinated with Andrew to score. Subsequently, Marquette University's defensive approach underwent a transformation. Previously, their defensive focus was solely on Mohan, but now it was distributed across every player. To counter Mohan, they employed double-teaming while relying on relentless switching and support to cover any gaps left open. One cannot deny that although such a defensive strategy is exhausting, it proves effective. The other players from Ina College, under intense defensive pressure, hesitated to take shots, often resorting to hurried attempts as the shot clock dwindled, thus squandering offensive opportunities. Under this defensive scheme, Marquette University swiftly clawed back 6 points. The score stood at 90-87, with Ina College maintaining a slender 3-point lead. The possession returned to Ina College. Mohan advanced the ball past the halfway line, and immediately, Norton's and Andrews' defensive formations from Marquette University converged upon him. Norton positioned himself almost directly against Mohan, shadowing him from the moment he gained possession. Throughout the match, Norton had been performing poorly, having scored a mere 3 points thus far. This paltry tally came only after the Marquette University coach had prompted him multiple times, compelling him to force a foul from Franklin to finally register those points. After that, Norton found himself without further scoring opportunities. The player he had contested the longest was Mohan, and with Mohan vigilantly watching him, Norton developed a psychological barrier, often opting to pass the ball after just crossing the halfway line. Adhering to the principle of avoiding mistakes over scoring, Norton left the Marquette University coach in a state of helplessness. While his offensive play languished, his defensive efforts remained vigorous each time Mohan acquired the ball. Norton was quick to close in and apply pressure. Although these efforts bore little fruit, the coach understood that this was not a reflection of Norton's capability, but rather an indication of Mohan's extraordinary prowess. This evening, Mohan's shooting touch was impeccable. Any player in Norton's position would likely have fared similarly. In the final minute of the quarter, Norton focused intently on his defense, striving to prevent any further scoring and salvage some dignity. Unfortunately, in Mohan's eyes, this diligent Marquette University guard was all but disregarded. By now, Mohan had thoroughly acclimated to Norton's rhythm. Despite Norton's earnest defense, he found himself unable to react to Mohan's feints and directional changes. Mohan's gaze settled on Andrew, who stood beside him. The small forward Andrew towered over Mohan, possessing a considerable height advantage, complemented by his lengthy wingspan and swift reflexes. Under the gaze of his opponent, Mohan understood that a hasty 3-point attempt could easily result in a block. Nevertheless, a glance at the defensive setup of Marquette University ignited a strategic offensive idea in his mind. After a brief pause of 30 seconds, Mohan sprang into action. His footsteps quickened suddenly as he executed a swift change of direction to the left, spinning around and effortlessly surpassing Norton. Observing this, Andrew promptly reached out in an attempt to disrupt Mohan's grip on the ball. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Mohan had already maneuvered himself 3 positions ahead of him. Mohan meticulously calculated Andrew's arm length and the likelihood of making contact with the basketball. There was no time for Andrew to react. As Norton was bypassed, both immediately accelerated in an attempt to catch up with Mohan's pace. The players from Marquette University, witnessing Mohan's impending breakthrough, hurriedly repositioned for defense. Wade reacted with remarkable swiftness, almost lunging forward to envelop Mohan. Aldington and Gall quickly followed suit, closing in to apply pressure. Yet, Mohan's speed during the breakthrough was astonishing. With attributes reminiscent of a James template at level 20, coupled with Allen Iverson's agility, Mohan's explosive power was undeniably formidable. Previously, he seldom employed a drive strategy, not because he lacked the capability, but rather that the three-point shooting prowess of a Pete Curry was so formidable that scoring from beyond the arc seemed far more advantageous than engaging in physical drives. This time, however, Mohan intended to demonstrate his strength to his teammates. The defense from Marquette University was not as flawless as anticipated. As Mohan surged into the paint with incredible velocity, the defenses of Wade, Aldington, and Gall faltered momentarily. In the blink of an eye, Mohan leaped into the air and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. From the spectator's perspective, he effortlessly bypassed both Norton and Andrew's defenses, charging straight towards the basket, with Wade and the others unable to keep pace with such speed. Instantly, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. One individual had torn through Marquette University's defense. How extraordinary! Could this truly be the feat of a mere mortal? Mo, you are the finest. Initially, the audience had speculated that Mohan might shy away from driving, fearing injury. Yet, this final offensive display made it abundantly clear. Mohan is not merely hesitant, he is concealing his true prowess. This 175-meter-tall individual is not only capable of shooting three-pointers and delivering assists, but also possesses an astonishing ability to break through defenses. This particular play was akin to a 1-on-5 scenario. From the moment he exploded into action to the completion of his dunk, a mere 5 seconds elapsed. Such velocity left the NBA coaches on the sidelines with a singular thought: they must acquire this 175-meter Asian player at any cost. When Mohan exhibited such explosive talent, it significantly boosted the morale of the players from ANA Academy. Wade, observing the seconds slipping away, felt a sense of urgency. Yet no matter how he maneuvered, he could not deceive Mohan's defense. With no other option, Wade reluctantly passed the ball to Andrew. In a moment of haste, Andrew took a shot, but the basketball ricocheted off the rim. The score stood at 92-87, with ANA Academy still leading by 5 points. While the margin was not insurmountable, it exerted considerable pressure on Marquette University. It seemed as though Marquette University was cursed, unable to escape the 5 to 6 point deficit. Chapter 41. The score remains tight. The unfolding scenario was beyond what Marquette University had anticipated pre-game. They envisioned a script where Marquette would dominate ANA Academy. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The reason for this remarkable turn of events was simple. It was all due to Mohan. That 175-meter Asian player had gone wild tonight. His extraordinary three-point shooting left the players of Marquette University feeling disoriented. During a brief respite, the head coach of Marquette University rallied his players, reminding them that they had persevered through adversity before, and they certainly did not wish to falter now. With renewed vigor, they were determined to fight until the end. They would not accept defeat. On the other hand, Coach Boeheim of ANA Academy wore a look of satisfaction. From the beginning of this season to reaching this stage was already an overachievement. The match against Marquette University was particularly delightful, as adding Mohan to the team had proven to be one of the wisest decisions in his life. Maintaining their form and collaborating well with Mohan would surely lead them to victory. Boeheim refrained from making any tactical adjustments. Allowing Mohan to take the reins was the best strategy. Indeed, Boeheim's tactical planning this season had been remarkably effortless, almost entirely entrusted to Mohan. While it may seem like a lazy approach, it was, in fact, a profound expression of trust, not just in Mohan individually, but in the entire team. As the game resumed, Marquette University demonstrated a fierce offensive desire. Wade was unwilling to let this season conclude in such a manner. With the finals just a step away, the thought of returning home with a loss was unacceptable to anyone. The pace of Marquette's offense quickened. Wade showcased the speed characteristic of the Flash, breaking past Franklin and igniting a rapid tempo. Subsequently, Andrew and Aldington scored consecutively, even managing to defend against 2 shots from ANA Academy. The score tightened to 94-93, with ANA Academy leading by a mere point. This exhilarating pace kept the audience on the edge of their seats. I knew Marquette University was not an easy opponent to defeat. At this juncture, Marquette was still fighting. To be candid, ANA Academy was heavily reliant on MO, while overall, Marquette University was the stronger team. Indeed, Marquette's journey to this point revealed their undeniable caliber. With Marquette University closing the gap, the spectators' admiration for them soared once more. Wade's lightning-fast drives and a well-timed assist left a lasting impression on the NBA coaches observing from the sidelines. This year's March Madness featured an abundance of exceptional talent. Such was the sentiment echoed by every coach, indicating that the NBA would soon welcome a fresh influx of talent. ESPN reporter Cyril, witnessing Marquette University's performance, was filled with excitement. I knew Marquette would not give up. How could a team like ANA Academy possibly reach the finals? Just wait, in the end, Marquette will surely claim victory. Meanwhile, Fox Sports reporter Tony remarked meaningfully, "Rest assured, in the previous match, ANA Academy's opponent shared your sentiment." Tony had closely followed ANA Academy's journey this season. He understood one thing: while ANA Academy might appear average, with Mohan in the mix, surprises were never off the table. Regardless of the circumstances, Mohan had the ability to reverse the tide. When they faced Georgia Tech, he had even delivered a last-second shot. Comparatively, the current match was far more favorable. As Marquette University accelerated their scoring, an expression of exhilaration adorned Mohan's face. Truly, he was destined to be the future Flash, showcasing the potential of a superstar in this moment. If Wade were truly weak enough to be easily defeated, it would render the challenge uninteresting for Mohan. This was preferable. Mohan's enthusiasm was ignited. With ANA Academy's possession, Mohan signaled Franklin to pass him the ball, taking control of the play. As soon as he received the ball, Wade was the one defending him. As the game approached its climax, Wade exhibited remarkable determination. He was unwilling to let this season end in such a manner, and he recognized the significance of Mohan's role. "Come on, Mo. I won't let you get past me." Wade kept his eyes fixed on the ball in Mohan's hands, aware of Mohan's well-rounded skills. Yet he approached the challenge without fear. Moreover, Norton was ready to provide assistance at any moment. The head coach of Marquette University evaluated Mohan as follows. This 175-meter dynamo was the driving force behind ANA Academy's offense. Neutralizing him would effectively curtail ANA Academy's performance. As Mohan dribbled past the halfway line, Wade intensified his defensive pressure. Wade closely shadowed Mohan, leveraging his long reach to obstruct Mohan's field of vision. Mohan remained calm and unhurried, dribbling the ball as he sought opportunities. Wade, fixated on the basketball, attempted to decipher Mohan's intentions, which in turn heightened his own concentration. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the sweat trickled into his eyes, it was in that fleeting moment Mohan executed a swift turn and a retreating step, cleverly deceiving Norton. In the next instant, he leaped into the air, releasing the basketball. Whoosh! Wade followed suit, leaping to obstruct the shot. Yet he was a fraction too late. Thud! The ball gracefully sailed through the hoop, marking yet another three-pointer. At this juncture, Mohan remained undeterred in his pursuit of the three-point shot. The head coach of Marquette University could only shake his head in resignation at the sight. He had encountered numerous players, yet he found himself utterly perplexed by this 175-meter-tall Asian athlete from ANA College. Mohan, are you truly unafraid of missing the shot? Do you not worry about losing possession and allowing Marquette University to seize the opportunity to take the lead? At this juncture, particularly when the score is so close, every single point is crucial. In such moments, one would expect exceptional players to prioritize stability. However, the head coach of Marquette University can only shake his head in resignation at the thought of Mohan's terrifying three-point shooting ability, which boasts an almost flawless accuracy. Mo indeed possesses the qualifications to make a three-point shot. With the score standing at 97-93, Marquette University appeared poised to catch up and even surpass the score. However, after Mohan's three-pointer, their momentum was stifled once more. The players of Marquette University, witnessing this, displayed signs of agitation on their faces. Though their psychological resilience was commendable, the recurring pattern of appearing close to a comeback only to be thwarted by Mohan's three-pointers was disheartening. This style of play was undeniably oppressive. Offense, offense. The head coach of Marquette University shouted from the sidelines. Upon hearing their coach's call, the players regained their composure. As the final quarter approached and the score tightened, the game hinged upon mental fortitude. The one who could maintain their composure would ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 42, Marquette University in a Frenzy. The disparity in the quality of players between Marquette University and Ana College became immediately apparent, with Marquette trailing by 4 points. Norton passed the ball to Wade. Wade dribbled steadily, refraining from rushing into a fast break. After advancing past the halfway line, he spotted an opportunity with Andrew and passed the ball over. Upon receiving the ball, Andrew took a moment to steady himself rather than hastily shoot. His opponent, Gorin, was visibly more anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Andrew directed the ball towards Gal. The center, Gal, effectively backed down Reeves, creating space for a hook shot that found the net. At this moment, the overall coordination of Marquette University's players surpassed that of Ana College significantly. The expression on the head coach's face softened as he recognized that, in terms of overall ability, Marquette was considerably stronger. As the game neared its climax, Marquette's players were determined to exert every ounce of energy they had. After all, they had invested so much this season, having reached the semifinals. There was no way they could return empty-handed. The reason Ana College maintained their lead was fundamentally due to Mohan's prowess. However, basketball is ultimately a team sport, and it is exceedingly difficult for one individual to shoulder all the responsibility. Observing Marquette's teamwork, Ana College's head coach, Bareem, felt little concern. He glanced at Mohan, noting his calm demeanor, and understood that Mo still had the capacity to contribute further. Upon witnessing the cooperation of Marquette University, Mohan's eyes reflected not a glimmer of panic, but rather an exhilarating enthusiasm. As the match progressed, his confidence soared, his touch was fervent. Should Marquette University succumb in such a manner, it would render the contest rather dull. The greater the challenge posed by his adversaries, the more formidable Mohan appeared. Mohan understood that the players of Marquette University possessed considerable skill, particularly Wade, who would later become an NBA superstar known for his exceptional ability to control critical moments. If the opposing team were allowed to dictate the rhythm of the game, it would spell trouble for Ana College. In such a situation, he knew he must step up. With possession of the ball, Franklin passed it to Gorin to initiate the play. Mohan made a gesture, extending his hand to request the ball. Upon seeing this, Gorin immediately passed it over. As the finest duo of the season, Gorin held immense trust in Mohan. He understood that whenever Mohan made this gesture, it signaled his intent to unleash his prowess. The likelihood of Mohan scoring from this pass was nearly 100%. Once Mohan received the ball, Norton clung to him tightly. Norton was having a particularly frustrating game, scoring no more than 5 points. Yet he was unwilling to let this season conclude in such a manner. Unlike other players, Norton was nearing graduation, making this his final year of college competition. He was acutely aware of his role. He was not among the elite players. If he could disrupt Mohan's rhythm even once or twice, he would consider it a successful endeavor. Norton defended with great effort, yet, regrettably, things did not unfold as he had hoped. Mohan never easily concedes in competitions, particularly as the number of templates increases. The accumulation of 20 attributes from the experience cards has endowed Mohan with formidable abilities. Mohan feigned a move, leaving Norton perplexed in discerning reality from illusion. Mohan deftly maneuvered, effortlessly deceiving Norton. As Mohan dribbled just beyond the three-point line, Wade swiftly moved to provide defensive support. Wade understood that the pivotal element for Inai Academy was none other than Mohan. By containing him, they could effectively dictate the tempo of the game. At this critical juncture, Wade could afford no lapse in his defense against Mohan. He was earnest in his defensive efforts, yet as the game progressed, he found himself increasingly challenged by Mohan's technical prowess. Mohan's abilities are remarkably comprehensive. His three-point shooting, ability to penetrate defenses, and overall court vision render him utterly unpredictable in his offensive strategy. Furthermore, his shooting touch is impeccable, compelling defenders to guard against his three-point shots. Initially, Wade underestimated Mohan, believing that he could easily contend with the opponent's static ability, given his height of 175 meters. However, at this moment, Wade dares not to take any chances. Beads of sweat adorn his forehead as he fixates intently on the basketball in Mohan's hands. In stark contrast to Wade's tension, Mohan appears remarkably composed. In terms of speed, Mohan is hardly inferior to Wade, with a style reminiscent of Curry, who was an unstoppable force in his prime, particularly from beyond the arc. Mohan, however, has no intention of attempting a three-pointer this time. Mohan aims to disrupt the rhythm of Marquette University, and to achieve this, he must exude a commanding presence. The most effective approach is to execute a stunning breakthrough. Mohan took possession of the ball and dribbled for a moment, when Norton swiftly approached from behind. Together with Wade, they formed a tight double team against Mohan. At this critical juncture in the match, Marquette University was determined to stifle Mohan's performance, displaying an unwavering commitment to defense. The players from Marquette University fortified their defense within the penalty area, intent on denying Mohan any opportunity to break through. Their strategy seemed well calculated, however. Mohan's vision was remarkably expansive. Casting a glance at the penalty area, he feigned a breakthrough, leaning his body to the left before suddenly pivoting to the right, leaving even Wade deceived. Mohan erupted from the right side, skillfully maneuvering past the encirclement of Wade and Norton, swiftly penetrating into the penalty area. Players from Marquette University converged, anticipating that Mohan would make a decisive breakthrough to score. However, this time, Mohan was merely a decoy. As Mohan leaped, appearing poised to take a shot, the players from Marquette University sprang into action to thwart him. In that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a behind-the-back pass, directing the ball towards Gorin. Caught off guard, Gorin instinctively grasped the ball as it soared towards him. Having collaborated numerous times, he didn't hesitate. He leaped and took the shot. With a satisfying thud, the ball swished through the net, marking a splendid assist by Mohan that effectively tore through Marquette's defense. The crowd erupted in ecstasy at this display. After witnessing such a sequence of moves, I was left momentarily bewildered. I initially believed he was going for a shot. It was utterly impossible to decipher the intentions of this diminutive player. His basketball intellect was exceedingly high. Throughout the match, Mohan showcased an array of skills without a hint of weakness, and just when one thought they could predict his style of play, an unexpected twist would invariably ensue. Mohan's playing style is exceptionally captivating, and he possesses an exquisite ability to seize opportunities, significantly uplifting the morale of his teammates. However, for his adversaries, he proves to be quite a headache. No one wishes to face such an opponent, as he seems nearly impossible to defend against. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, whenever Marquette University attempted to gain momentum, Mohan would swiftly stifle their efforts. With 3 minutes remaining, Marquette University still struggled to establish their rhythm, trailing by a score of 115 to 109, a deficit of 6 points. At such a crucial moment, the players from Marquette began to feel the pressure. They were desperate to avoid defeat, yet it felt as if they were under a spell, unable to find their pace. In this critical juncture, Wade realized that he had to take action. Otherwise, the game could come to an abrupt end. Chapter 43. The final 3 minutes. Wade seized the ball and immediately exhibited the explosive speed of the Flash, darting forward like a striking arrow after a swift spin. His defender, Franklin, was left far behind, as Wade penetrated the paint, rendering the interior defense of Aina Academy futile. With an elegant dunk, he emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. The score now stood at 115 to 111. This score was remarkably high for NCAA standards, with both teams showcasing exceptional skill thus far. At this pivotal moment, Wade's momentum invigorated the Marquette players, alleviating their earlier tension. The Marquette team quickly recalibrated, with Wade leading the charge for a final surge. Soon after, Aldington executed a steal from Mueller. True to his name, Wade was the first to the ball, swiftly following up with a baseline jumper. Swish. The ball found its way through the net. The score tightened to 115 to 113, and in just 1 minute, they were on the brink of leveling the game. This exemplified Wade's prowess. In crucial moments, his composure allowed him to deliver devastating plays. Witnessing this, Aina Academy's head coach immediately called a timeout. Mohan, an experienced coach, understood that Marquette University was poised for a late-game comeback, potentially even a last-second victory. The final 2 minutes would be critical. They could not allow Marquette to maintain their rhythm. Defense could not be relaxed, particularly against Wade and Yao, two key players. In these last 2 minutes, Marquette would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to retaliate. At this juncture, neither side wished to taste defeat. Mohan was acutely aware that Wade was the linchpin of Marquette University. In the final 2 minutes, Wade would expend every ounce of his energy. Furthermore, Marquette's center had been an overlooked asset. In the closing moments, they would surely exploit this advantage. The rationale was straightforward. Mohan's limitation lay in his static athleticism. And for Marquette to successfully mount a comeback, they needed to amplify this weakness. Utilizing their height advantage was another viable option for Marquette. On Marquette's side, the head coach reinforced their defensive strategy. Trailing by 2 points, a single successful defensive stand could present a significant opportunity to equalize the score. As for taking a 3-point gamble, the Marquette coach was disinclined to endorse such a strategy. If the game were to extend into overtime, it would actually favor Marquette, as they possessed a superior overall quality, while Aina Academy relied heavily on Mohan. regardless of Mohan's exceptional stamina. It is impossible to maintain such levels when drawn into overtime. Conversely, Marquette University's seamless coordination presents a greater opportunity for a comeback. By successfully defending this pivotal play, our chances for victory will significantly increase. Wade, take charge of the offense, and Cal, position yourself more forward. After a brief pause, both teams return to the court. Marquette University's defense is exceptionally tight, suffocating every point. At this moment, the score is merely a 2-point difference. Beyond technical execution, maintaining a resilient mindset is paramount. It is often during such moments that the true caliber of a star player is revealed. Mohan faced relentless defense, with Andrew, Norton, and Wade forming a formidable trio to encircle him, leaving him no opportunity to take a shot. Mohan found himself the target of 3 opponents, opting not to force a shot but to pass the ball to Muller. At that moment, Muller was unguarded, and seizing such an opportunity to score would have shifted the pressure entirely onto Marquette University. Unfortunately, Muller lacked the fortitude for the moment. When the ball reached his hands, he released it too hastily, causing it to ricochet off the rim. The Marquette players were quick to contest for the rebound, and Gar secured it. Following the game plan laid out by the Marquette head coach, Gar passed the ball to Wade. Upon receiving the ball, Wade unleashed an astonishing burst of speed, racing towards midcourt. The response from ANA Academy was a beat too late, with Franklin merely trailing Wade. Unable to catch up, Wade crossed half-court and charged into the paint. His speed was blistering. By the time ANA Academy's players retreated, Wade had already launched his shot. Thud. The ball struck the rim and then gracefully fell through the net. The score was now tied at 115, with just 1 minute remaining in the game. Wade's remarkable speed had leveled the score. This showcased the innate ability of the future Flash, demonstrating the traits of a clutch player in pivotal moments. In the final 3 minutes, the situation shifted dramatically, catching everyone off guard. The spectators held their breath, initially believing ANA Academy could maintain their lead, only to witness the sudden equalization. This exemplified the formidable nature of Marquette University. With a player like Wade, when the game reached its most challenging juncture, he would undoubtedly step up to stabilize or even overturn the score. With 1 minute left in the game, the Marquette head coach called for a timeout. This possession was crucial for ANA Academy. They intended to let Mohan take the lead on offense. Oldington would defend Mohan, and Norton would shadow Muller. The head coach of Marquette aimed to adjust the matchups, not necessarily to counterattack successfully, but rather to prolong the game into overtime. Once in overtime, he believed victory would be assured for Marquette. In contrast, the players from ANA Academy appeared anxious. The stability they had enjoyed suddenly dissipated with Marquette's equalizing score, raising tensions among Gorin and the others. This possession was crucial. Mohan would dictate the offensive strategy. If he struggled to penetrate, Revis needed to focus on securing the rebound, as this was a pivotal moment. With the score tied in the final minute, the outcome of the semi-final rested upon which team could defend better. Boeheim did not wish to prolong the game into overtime. This seasoned coach understood the gravity of the situation. ANA Academy had reached this point largely due to Mohan, with the other players slightly weaker than their opponents. Extending the game into overtime would only increase the pressure on Mohan. Throughout the match, he had scored prolifically, employing a myriad of offensive tactics. However, such exertion was taxing, and mistakes in overtime could allow Marquette to widen the gap, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Boeheim realized it was best to avoid overtime. Of course, he entrusted the decision of the game to Mohan. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court with only 1 minute left on the clock. This possession was crucial. If Marquette could defend effectively, they would gain control of the final shot. Likewise, ANA Academy was determined to avoid overtime. Their offensive execution had to succeed. Chapter 44. The crucial block. ANA Academy's shooting guard Franklin initiated play, passing the ball to Mohan. Upon gaining possession, Norton immediately adopted a pressing stance, arms outstretched, closely guarding Mohan, intent on denying him any opportunity. Not only Norton, but the other Marquette players remained fixated on Mohan, ready to rush over for support at any moment. Upon witnessing the formation of the Marquette University team, Mohan refrained from making an immediate forceful drive. Instead, he effortlessly passed the ball to Gorin and swiftly repositioned himself. Noticing Mohan's movement, Gorin discerned his intent. Mohan was not meant to simply take the shot. He was destined to conclude the match himself. Gorin had complete faith in Mohan. After dribbling the ball for a moment, he awaited the return of the Marquette University players before deftly passing the ball in Mohan's direction. Mohan received the ball, his position still a considerable distance from the three-point line. As soon as he grasped the ball, Norton and Aldington advanced to defend against him. Mohan was well acquainted with Norton's defensive style, which posed no threat. In contrast, Aldington was a different matter. This player possessed commendable physical attributes, towering over Mohan by a significant margin. Aldington's defense was vigorous, arms outstretched, denying Mohan any opportunity to penetrate. Under Aldington's expansive reach, Mohan could scarcely glimpse the hoop. The other players from Marquette University fortified the paint, sealing it tight. Wade kept his focus intently on the ball in Mohan's hands, poised to dart in for a steal the moment Mohan made a pass. Wade was confident in his speed, believing he had an 80% chance of succeeding. Marquette center, Gall, remained vigilant of Mohan's positioning, ready to close and should Mohan attempt to break through. The objective of Marquette University was straightforward. This play was of utmost significance, and the most likely candidate to take the shot was Mohan. Containing Mohan was essential for regaining control of the game. At this critical juncture, College placed their faith in Mohan, for he was the cornerstone of their strategy. It was, in essence, a calculated gambit. Mohan found himself ensnared by Aldington, and attempting to force his way past could easily lead to an offensive foul. Norton kept a watchful eye, poised at any moment to execute a block. In the face of such staunch defense, Mohan maintained a composed demeanor, yet his confidence surged within. "You wish to stifle my progress, but can you truly contain me?" Mohan dribbled the ball for quite a while, observing the defensive formation of Marquette University, fully aware of the repercussions he would face if he attempted to penetrate. Mohan contemplated a breakthrough, yet he was unwilling to take the risk. Curry's most formidable asset lies in his shooting prowess. In the peak Curry experience card granted Mohan an exceptionally high shooting percentage. After approximately 30 seconds had elapsed in the offensive play, Mohan suddenly accelerated. With a swift pivot to the right, his dribbling speed intensified. Aldington immediately pursued him, positioning his arms in such a way that they nearly obscured Mohan's line of sight entirely. Mohan's touch was ablaze. He did not need to gaze fully at the hoop to make a shot. Even before the ball reached his hands, he had already calculated the trajectory of his throw. With a step back, he leaped suddenly, launching the ball into the air. In the crucial final moments of the game, Mohan opted for a three-pointer. Whoosh! By the time Norton reacted and leaped to defend, the ball was already soaring through the air. The players from Marquette University, including Wade, could only watch in astonishment as the shot appeared to move with excruciating slowness, yet was incredibly swift. Thud! The ball fell through the net. The score was now 118-115, and this three-pointer was of utmost significance, with only 25 seconds remaining in the match. Marquette University had no choice but to either shoot a three-pointer or create a 2-1 opportunity to equalize. However, such a strategy was exceedingly perilous. The 25 seconds would determine the fate of the match and the destinies of both teams. This placed immense psychological pressure on the ball-handling player. The head coach of College called for a final timeout to devise a strategy for this critical moment, emphasizing the need to defend against Wade, whose speed posed the greatest threat. They aimed to prevent him from entering the paint while being wary of his ability to draw fouls. At such a pivotal juncture in the game, no team was willing to concede. Typically, the head coach would allow their core player to take the decisive shot. Mohan was the cornerstone of College, while Wade was the linchpin for Marquette University. With Wade's rapid speed and high basketball IQ, the likelihood of him executing the play was particularly significant. The tactical arrangement of Marquette's head coach reflected this reality. "Wade, you control the ball. A three-pointer would be ideal. But if that fails, you may opt for a drive to secure a quick 2 points before resorting to a foul strategy." Time was of the essence for Marquette University. If their offense faltered, they would be left with no choice but to resort to fouling. However, College's free throw percentage was commendable, so a 3-point deficit would render the foul strategy less effective. Thus, this shot was imperative for Marquette University. As the brief timeout concluded, only 25 seconds remained in the contest, and every individual was intensely focused. No one wished for this season to end in such a manner. Having fought hard to reach the semifinals, they were eager to vie for a spot in the finals. Wade took control of the ball, maintaining a measured pace rather than accelerating, allowing his teammates the opportunity to position themselves. As Wade crossed half court, there were only 15 seconds left on the clock when he suddenly surged forward. His explosive speed was remarkable, and with a swift pivot, he deceived his defender, Franklin. Just as it seemed Wade would charge to the basket for a quick 2 points, with everyone retreating to the 3-second area, Wade halted just beyond the 3-point line and leaped. He opted for a three-pointer. Wade's rapidity left Ana College's players unable to react in time. However, at the very moment Wade leaped to release the ball, a figure zipped past his line of sight, and a hand reached out. Smack! Wade's shot was swatted away in a stunning display of speed and agility by Mohan. Yet the drama did not end there. The deflected ball fortuitously landed in Franklin's hands behind him. Capitalizing on this serendipity, Franklin launched a fast break. With a composed layup, he scored 2 points, igniting a fervor among the spectators as many fans jubilantly embraced one another. Coaches from the NBA on the sidelines rose in exhilaration. In defending this final shot, nearly everyone had believed the focal point of defense was Wade, yet it was unexpected that it would be Mohan who thwarted Wade's attempt. Mohan's static talent was apparent, forcing a defensive play against Wade easily granted him an opportunity. Wade's speed was unparalleled, making it exceedingly difficult for other players to keep pace, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of his success. My goodness, at a height of 175 meters. He delivered an emphatic block to Wade. This pivotal rejection was monumental. The game is not yet concluded. The cheers for Mohan from the sidelines grow increasingly fervent. Fox Sports reporter Tony, enraptured by the atmosphere of the arena, raised his voice to join in the clamor. Meanwhile, ESPN reporter Cyril appeared utterly dejected, resembling a defeated rooster. Chapter 45, the beautiful interview. With only 10 seconds remaining, McGuire University trailed by 5 points, seemingly beyond redemption. Indeed, as the final shot clanged off the rim and missed, Ana Academy emerged victorious in this contest. When the final whistle blew, the players of Ana Academy were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Mohan lifted his teammates high into the air, their faces radiant with joy. For Ana Academy, this moment marked a historic achievement. They had never before reached the finals. It was a tremendous honor. And the one who brought such glorious accolades was none other than the diminutive Mohan, standing at just 175 meters. Upon witnessing the final result of the match, the NBA coaches and the audience swiftly took out their phones, eagerly contacting their team executives, determined to find a way to engage with Ana Academy. Mohan, an Asian standing at a modest height of 175 meters, possesses an astonishing energy that makes him an athlete not to be overlooked. That evening, reports regarding the NCAA emerged, and basketball commentators bestowed upon Mohan a perfect score. He is a player capable of conjuring miracles. With his unparalleled three-point shooting ability, exceptional court vision, and the capacity to deliver unexpected blocks, one must wonder, does Mo have any weaknesses? This player is bound to be fervently pursued upon entering the NBA. My goodness, I consider myself fortunate not to be competing in the same era as such a talent, for I would undoubtedly be overshadowed. Marquette University boasts formidable prowess, complemented by exceptional players like Dwayne Wade. However, regrettably, they suffered a loss tonight, and I can only proclaim that Mohan is a prodigy. From this day forward, Mohan's name has gained a modicum of fame within the basketball community. After all, a player of his stature is undeniably captivating. The day following the game, Mo received a call for an interview from ESPN. "Mr. Mo, may I conduct a personal interview with you?" inquired a gentle voice on the other end of the line. Mohan did not decline the interview. He aspired to advance further in the realm of basketball and to showcase his talents on the illustrious NBA stage in the future, inevitably engaging with journalists. At 3 p.m, a beautiful reporter representing ESPN arrived at a designated CAF to meet Mohan. Upon encountering this enchanting journalist, he was immediately captivated by her striking beauty. With flowing golden locks, a flawless and radiant visage, and eyes that sparkled like stars, she greeted Mohan with warmth and enthusiasm. "Hello, I am Annie, a reporter from ESPN. It is a pleasure to invite Mr. Mo for this interview." Standing at a height of 175 meters, Mohan's Asian features made her instantly recognizable. "Hello." Mohan offered a slight nod. Subsequently, Annie and Mohan commenced the interview. ESPN ranks among the foremost media outlets in the sports industry, and Annie possesses considerable professional prowess, posing numerous inquiries regarding Mohan's technical skills. "Mr. Mo, I believe many fans, like myself, are curious about how you have achieved such remarkable prowess in your skills. Are there any particular techniques you employ?" Mohan chuckled softly. "There are no tricks involved. It's merely a matter of practice. As long as you can manage 100 pull-ups daily, run 10 kilometers each day, perform 100 squats, and complete 100 repetitions." Upon hearing Mohan detail his daily training regimen, the beautiful reporter was evidently taken aback. Initially, she had assumed his current prowess stemmed solely from innate talent, for in the realm of basketball, talent is paramount. However, upon learning of his rigorous training routine, she realized the extent of Mohan's dedication. 100 pull-ups each day, 10 kilometers of running daily, 100 squats, and another 100 repetitions. Such an intensity of training is beyond what even the most seasoned NBA stars can endure. Yet, Mohan persevered. His remarkable abilities are entirely the result of relentless effort. Annie regarded Mohan with admiration in her eyes. A man who is disciplined with himself is bound to achieve remarkable success in the future. She paused the camera and softly inquired, "Mr. Mo, may I, as a friend, observe your daily life in a more personal setting? Of course, if it's inconvenient, I completely understand." Mohan smiled, replying, "As friends, that would be perfectly fine. Though it might be rather dull." Annie smiled faintly. "That's not the case. I admire hard-working men." At that moment, a hint of crimson graced her cheeks, as if her words were a heartfelt confession. Upon hearing this, Mohan was momentarily taken aback, but soon deliberately shifted the subject. After the interview, Annie and Mohan dined together. Although Annie hailed from the West, she possessed a profound appreciation for Eastern cuisine and specifically invited Mohan to indulge in Hunan dishes, sharing a plethora of intriguing stories about the origins of the various dishes at the table. As Mohan savored the delectable delicacies, he also relished the captivating demeanor of the beautiful journalist as she narrated her tales. The following morning, as per his routine, Mohan made his way to the training facility. Upon arriving at the entrance, he encountered the enchanting reporter, Annie, from the previous day. "Mohan, I'll just observe from the side. I hope I won't be a distraction to you," Annie remarked with a smile. Mohan smiled faintly and said, "As long as you don't mind the dullness." Immediately after, Mohan entered the stadium. Mohan arrived early. He was the first to reach the gym for practice. Meanwhile, Annie began to admire Mohan's rigorous training regimen from the sidelines, witnessing his dedicated efforts, particularly the astounding volume of his workouts. The beautiful reporter realized that Mohan was indeed not exaggerating. In fact, the actual training he undertook exceeded his claims. For a guard, possessing ball-handling skills is essential, and scoring ability is equally vital. If Mohan's static talent is lacking, then it is imperative to enhance his shooting accuracy. Mohan holds exceptionally high standards for shooting, meticulously considering every detail and angle. He can tirelessly practice his three-point shots for a full half-hour. Mohan's self-imposed demands are undoubtedly significant. After utilizing the template of Curry, there remain 20 attributes. However, to maintain the proficiency in three-point shooting, relentless practice is imperative. Every detail and every angle may influence the feel and accuracy of the shot. Mohan engages in such rigorous training to cultivate a form of muscle memory. After competing in this match, he realizes that his static talent is lacking and is prone to being targeted. When faced with taller defenders, he struggles to even see the rim. In such moments, it is his touch and muscle memory that allow him to maintain his performance. Upon witnessing Mohan's relentless efforts, Annie cannot help but rest her chin on her hand, becoming increasingly captivated. This man exhibits an unparalleled dedication, meticulously training every detail countless times. Such repetitive training may appear tedious and monotonous, yet it is undeniably enchanting, is it not? Chapter 46. The esteemed veteran's remarks in the interview. Mohan had been training for 3 hours when Gorin and Muller entered the training hall. "Hey, Mo, I knew you would come to train." Gorin greeted Mohan as he approached him. Mohan replied with a smile, "You too." Mohan and Gorin exchanged smiles, for good players never indulge themselves. To advance further in the game and enhance their abilities, relentless training is indispensable. When Gorin spotted a blonde beauty on the sidelines, he remarked with a faint smile, "Mo, is that your girlfriend?" Just then, Annie walked by, and upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. As Mohan was about to explain, Annie eagerly introduced herself. "Indeed, I hold a fondness for Mohan. My name is Annie. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not interrupt your training any further." With that, Annie stepped forward and embraced Mohan, then unexpectedly delivered a playful peck on his cheek. Subsequently, in a state of bewilderment, Mohan watched as she swiftly turned and dashed away. "Just yesterday, she was the enchanting reporter interviewing me. How is it that she has taken a liking to me today?" Mohan was utterly oblivious to this fast-forward mode, wearing a bewildered expression. "Haha, Mo. I truly envy you." Gorin and Muller laughed heartily, their eyes reflecting a tinge of envy. Mohan shook his head, providing no further explanations. Such personal matters need not be articulated so explicitly. Subsequently, Mohan, along with Gorin and Muller, resumed their rigorous training. That evening, Annie's interview with Mohan was featured on ESPN, extending for a full half hour. Besides the exclusive interview with Mohan, the segment also incorporated opinions from various coaches and NBA stars. The renowned Spurs coach, Greg Popovich, bestowed high praise upon Mohan, referring to him as a miraculous player. Standing at a mere 175 meters, he possesses an extraordinarily formidable basketball talent. He consistently delivers unexpected results at the most unforeseen moments. His scoring ability is comprehensive. He executes assists with impeccable precision, and he can even make crucial blocks when it matters most. He is the cornerstone of ANA Academy. Without him, the institution's prowess would invariably fall short, but with Mohan, it stands in a league of its own. Mo, I am certain I will witness your remarkable performance in the NBA. Such legendary coaches as Popovich rarely extend such commendations to a player, especially one yet to enter the NBA. In addition to Popovich's accolades, Phil Jackson, the head coach of the Lakers, also expressed high regard. My goodness, I can hardly fathom that a 175-meter player can achieve such results, averaging a triple-double, particularly in the game against Marquette University. I have become an admirer of Mohan, experiencing the magic of Mohan firsthand. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone could sink 5 consecutive three-pointers. Mohan is a miraculous player. I hope to see him in the NBA, preferably on our Lakers team, as I believe he will usher in a new wave for the league. In his commentary, the Zen Master extended an invitation, hoping this exceptionally gifted player would join the Lakers. Beyond the esteemed evaluations from renowned NBA coaches, LeBron James, the projected first overall pick for the year, also shared his thoughts on Mohan during an interview. I can never imagine that a player standing at 175 meters could perform so exceptionally. His three-point shooting is the most formidable I have ever encountered, and his playmaking ability is flawless. He invariably finds the optimal passing position on the court. I am utterly astounded that, given his static talent, he can deliver monumental blocks against opponents during games. This has completely reshaped my understanding. I eagerly anticipate the day we cross paths on the NBA stage. As for Yao Ming, he directly extended an invitation to Mohan during an interview, expressing his hope that Mohan would ultimately join the Rockets, enabling them to battle side by side. Following the game against Marquette University, the basketball community erupted in a fervor over Mohan. In nearly a single night, all sports media and major forums were abuzz with discussions surrounding this extraordinary 175-meter player. Before even stepping into the NBA, Mohan has already garnered significant attention from numerous teams. In comparison to other players, Mohan's static talents may be lacking, even falling short of some ordinary high school athletes. However, his abilities are remarkably formidable, even before competing in the NCAA finals. Mohan has become a focal point for NBA teams. Over the past week, ANA Academy has been visited by scouts from various NBA teams, some of whom brought invitations from upper management. Due to Mohan's impact, the NBA draft predictions have undergone a transformation. This year, the anticipated lottery draft list originally included only those high school players who had demonstrated exceptional performance, such as Wade and Bosh. Mohan's name was initially absent from this list, yet now, predictive agencies have not only included him but placed him among the top 3 prospects. The external enthusiasm surrounding Mohan is palpable. However, ANA Academy has recently entered a period of closed training. Coach Boeheim is acutely aware of the team's circumstances. The success ANA Academy has achieved is primarily attributable to Mohan's contributions. Nevertheless, to emerge victorious in the finals, the team cannot rely solely on Mohan. They are set to face Syracuse University, an exceptionally formidable opponent, particularly with their star player, Anthony, regarded as one of the most threatening forwards in the game. Anthony's individual prowess is outstanding, and any coach who has witnessed his performance recognizes him as a player capable of leading an era. Boeheim understands the disparity between the two teams, necessitating intensified training in the days leading up to the game. Where there are gaps in individual skills, the focus must shift to enhancing teamwork. Furthermore, defensive strategies must include proactive positioning. On the eve of the NCAA finals, Boeheim granted the team a day of respite, allowing the players to relax and adjust their mental state in preparation for the impending championship match. On this particular day, Mohan opted not to train, but instead accompanied Jenna to a birthday celebration. It was Jenna who had eagerly extended the invitation to Mohan, as she expressed, "Mohan, this is my best friend's birthday party. You simply cannot decline." Typically, Mohan was preoccupied with training, rendering him almost invisible to Jenna. Finally granted a rare respite, he acquiesced to Jenna's request to attend the gathering. Among my friends, many are your admirers. However, Mohan, you mustn't flirt. Chapter 47. I am Han Mo. That evening, Jenna arrived at Mohan's residence. Upon seeing his attire, her eyes lit up with delight. Usually clad in athletic gear, Mohan, in comparison to other players on the basketball court, appeared rather slender and diminutive due to his height, creating a significant visual illusion. Yet today, he donned casual wear that exuded an air of refined elegance. The unique charm of an Eastern gentleman momentarily captivated Jenna. What's wrong? Is there something amiss with my outfit? Mohan inquired, noticing her astonished expression. Not at all. I always knew my boyfriend was the most exceptional man. Hee. On the court, you are a lion, but now you embody the essence of an intellectual gentleman. Jenna's cheeks flushed. She had long been enamored with Eastern culture, particularly the scholarly demeanor of ancient Eastern scholars, which she believed epitomized the qualities of a true gentleman. In this moment, Mohan resembled the very figure of her dreams. With a playful smile, Jenna linked her arm with his and declared, "Shall we?" After some time, Jenna and Mohan arrived at the venue of the celebration. As Mohan arrived, he was immediately surrounded by Jenna's friends. Mo, could I have your autograph? Huh? I'm older than Jenna. Have you considered me? Mo, do you know? I dream of you playing basketball. It's truly captivating. How about I be your boyfriend? I can be the little one. Jenna's friends displayed an overtly flirtatious demeanor, causing Mohan's face to flush crimson. This unexpected turn of events took Jenna by surprise. Normally, she and her friends would jest about Mohan's more risky comments, but at this gathering, they seemed quite earnest. Jenna, standing to the side, found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Of course, she understood that her friends were merely joking, and she gently pushed them away. You can ask for an autograph. But remember, Mohan belongs solely to me. Recently, Mohan's popularity has surged to such an extent that he rivals NBA stars, surpassing even many renowned athletes. This birthday celebration serves as a vivid testament to Mohan's current acclaim. After a brief interlude, the birthday girl, a young lady named Jenny, entered the private room accompanied by her boyfriend. Hey, let me introduce my boyfriend, Miller, a renowned agent from Lido Company, Jenny announced with a playful giggle. Miller, a tall Caucasian clad in a sleek suit, boasted striking blonde hair and an attractive visage. Upon seeing him, Jenny's friends were visibly envious, their expressions filled with admiration. Miller flashed a charming smile to the group of ladies, but when his gaze landed on Mohan, his eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my goodness! You are Mohan, he exclaimed, excitement propelling him forward as he eagerly grasped Mohan's hand, as if Mohan were the most dazzling star of the evening. This unexpected display left the women momentarily stunned, and it was only after a moment that Miller realized his exuberance had perhaps crossed a line. I apologize. I got a bit carried away. He quickly offered an apology. Mohan smiled gently and replied, It's quite all right. But I must clarify that I am not the protagonist of today. Mohan cast a glance at Miller's girlfriend, signaling to Mr. Miller that today's focus should be on his beloved, and not on him. Miller, not lacking in perception, suddenly realized he had neglected his girlfriend and awkwardly scratched his head. At that moment, Jenny slightly pouted, feeling a twinge of annoyance at her boyfriend's oversight. However, she quickly regained her composure, for the one standing before her was Mohan, the man who had captivated even her own heart. Mohan's demeanor on the court was undeniably captivating. Regrettably, he was preemptively approached by Jenna, leaving her to merely gaze in envy. This was merely a minor episode at the onset of the birthday celebration. Shortly thereafter, the festivities commenced, during which Jenna's friends intentionally, albeit subtly, drew closer to Mohan. This left Jenna utterly speechless, as she assumed the role of a guardian, ensuring that none of her friends could take advantage of the situation. Jenna felt a deep sense of regret. Had she known of Mohan's immense charm, she would not have brought him along. Initially, her intention was to flaunt their couple's dynamic to her friends, yet she did not anticipate that this group of ladies, accustomed to their predatory ways, would endeavor to seize the opportunity for flirtation. Mohan, under such attention from the women, found himself in a rather awkward predicament. He was aware of the Western openness, but it seemed to have crossed a line in his case. Even with his girlfriend by his side, they still brazenly teased him. Alas, such overwhelming charm can be a burden. Finally seizing an opportunity, he made a discreet escape to the lounge area of the restaurant for a moment of respite. However, before he could even settle in, he was recognized by a young lady. Ah, it's Mohan. The girl, a raven-haired beauty with a quintessentially Eastern visage, was filled with delight upon seeing him. Mohan did not wish for this to turn into a star-studded signing event, hastily waving his hand and declaring, No, I am not Mohan. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Han Mo. However, the girl insisted. But you bear a striking resemblance to that Mohan. You see, I am his ardent fan, never missing a single match, always seated in the front row. And he has even smiled at me. The girl stepped forward, her face alight with excitement. Mohan found it utterly absurd to think he had smiled at any girl during the match, given the intensity of the game. His entire focus was devoted to the court. He had not even glanced at the audience. The girl, undeterred, took out her phone and cheerfully suggested, "You look so much like Mohan. Why don't we take a picture together?" Her enthusiasm left Mohan somewhat flustered, especially as her earlier exclamations had attracted a crowd of onlookers. Oh my goodness! It must be Mohan, my beloved NCAA basketball deity. I must call my friends to tell them he has arrived. A throng of fans began to gather, and seeing the commotion, Mohan quickly attempted to clarify. I am not Mohan, I am Han Mo. Perhaps our East Asian features are similar, but you have mistaken the identity. Mohan was not keen on having his birthday celebration transform into a signing event. The girl beside him offered an explanation, stating that he merely resembled Mohan. Yet their temperaments were distinctly different. Mohan exuded an air of dominance, while this individual appeared rather fragile. On the arena, Mohan occupied a pivotal role at ANA Academy. Each appearance positioned him as the center of attention, radiating an imperial presence. However, his casual attire today conveyed an overwhelming scholarly demeanor. Upon hearing the girl's clarification, the onlookers began to realize they might have indeed mistaken him for someone else. And they gradually dispersed. Hee, whether you are Mohan or Han Mo, let us take a picture together, the girl said with a mischievous smile, pulling Mohan closer. With a click, she captured a snapshot of the bewildered Mohan, her smile wide and bright, before she gleefully dashed away. I'll seek you out again. Until next time. Chapter 48. The scheduled agent. After the mysterious girl departed, Mohan remained somewhat dazed. What an odd fan. After a moment, he chuckled, shook his head, and returned to the private room. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with several girls singing and reveling. Upon seeing Mohan's return, Miller quickly pulled him aside. Mr. Mo, he began, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I was simply overwhelmed to see you in person. Mohan chuckled. It's no trouble at all. If you have something to say, please feel free to speak candidly. Miller deliberately pulled Mohan aside, clearly not merely to offer an apology. Nodding, Miller remarked, I am the agent for the limo company and have a modest understanding of this industry. Personally, I have a deep passion for basketball and would very much like to collaborate with you, Mr. Mo. Upon hearing this, Mohan quickly grasped the situation. Miller aspired to become his agent. In the future, Mohan will undoubtedly experience numerous commercial endorsements and interviews as he advances in the NBA. Mohan understood that everyone has limited energy, and it was impossible for him to accept every advertising collaboration. In such instances, the role of a manager becomes essential. Miller, being knowledgeable about basketball and the boyfriend of Jenna's close friend, would indeed be a beneficial partner as a manager. However, after pondering for a moment, Mohan shook his head and replied, I am sorry, but I do not have the means to compensate a manager. Currently, Mohan enjoys a commendable level of recognition. However, he remains a student at ANA Academy, with limited experience. After all, he has yet to enter the NBA league, and no advertisers have approached him. The salary of an agent is not insignificant, and Mohan feels reluctant to burden Miller without compensation, so he can only convey the truth. Upon hearing this, Miller insisted, Mr. Mo, you need not worry. I can collaborate on a zero-salary basis for the time being. Mohan shook his head, replying, that won't do. I prefer not to owe anyone a favor. Mohan remarked, of course, I will prioritize considering you if the need arises in the future. Miller, perceiving Mohan's stance, understood the futility of pressing the matter further. Securing such a commitment from Mohan was already a significant advantage over others. With Mohan's undeniable prowess, it was evident that he would undoubtedly rise to become a superstar in the NBA, and at that time, numerous individuals would vie for the opportunity to be his agent. Becoming Mohan's representative would not be an easy feat then. Miller smiled and said, very well, I look forward to collaborating with Mr. Mo in the future. Following their brief conversation, Mohan and Miller returned to their seats to continue the birthday celebration. Mohan paid little heed to the matter of agents. His primary focus lay in performing exceptionally in each game and realizing his aspirations within the league. After the birthday festivities concluded, Jenna and Mohan returned home. Following an intimate moment, Jenna reluctantly departed, assuring him, tomorrow, I shall cheer for you at the court. The next evening marked the NCAA finals of the season. The arena was filled to capacity, with excitement reaching its zenith. Even the NBA conceded airtime for the broadcast of this match. Prior to the game, many notable figures offered their predictions. Shaquille O'Neal expressed his anticipation, stating, "This promises to be an exhilarating contest." Who could have anticipated that ANA Academy would emerge as the dark horse of the season? With an exceptional point guard like Mohan, who adeptly manages the game's tempo, I believe Syracuse University will ultimately claim victory. The portly commentator exhibited a peculiar grin during the interview, adding, "The reasoning is simple. Anthony's scoring ability is on par with Mohan's, and their synergy is impeccable, diminishing ANA Academy's chances of winning." Greg Popovich, the head coach of the San Antonio Spurs, shared his insights, noting that ANA Academy's defense remained comparatively weak, making it challenging to create miracles against a formidable team like Syracuse University. As the finals approached, the intensity of the competition would be at its peak, with no one willing to succumb at such a critical juncture. While the majority favored Syracuse University, only Yao Ming staunchly supported ANA Academy. With Mohan on the roster, his capabilities would undoubtedly haunt Syracuse University. With Mohan present, there are no surprises. This simple phrase emerged from a report by Fox Sports. Tony frequently employed this phrase throughout the article to evaluate Mohan's performances, which garnered substantial online traffic. Anyone who read it was left astounded by those 10 words. In his report, Tony highlighted ANA Academy's journey, emphasizing Mohan's extraordinary displays in every game. With Mohan present, there are no surprises. ANA Academy is the dark horse of March Madness, and Mohan is the season's most valuable player. The venue was already filled with spectators. Tonight's match differed from previous encounters. Approximately 3/4 of the fans supported Syracuse University, given that their core player was Anthony, who would later become a superstar in the NBA known as Sweet Melon. He had gained tremendous fame even during his high school years. In contrast, Mohan's rise was considerably later. Despite representing ANA Academy, he still faced occasional boos from some spectators. After all, Mohan's static athleticism was perceived as lacking, and in the eyes of the towering Westerners, he hardly seemed to possess the skills for the game. The finals between ANA Academy and Syracuse University also drew considerable attention from fans. Overall, support leaned heavily towards Syracuse University as the disparity in their true strength was evident. Observant viewers could discern that ANA Academy's advancement to the finals was solely attributable to Mohan's contributions. Mohan, standing at 175 meters, has borne an immense burden. As the finals approach, no one wishes to taste defeat, and the players from Syracuse University are sure to exhibit exceptional prowess. The disparity in Mohan's static talent is vast. Syracuse University has ample time for preparation, bolstered by the presence of Anthony, ensuring that victory will undoubtedly belong to them. I have witnessed every match from both teams, and Mohan truly is a deity on the court. The discussions across various forums are fervent and tumultuous, with the majority rallying in support of Syracuse University. After all, ANA College relies too heavily on Mohan. If he falters, clinching the match becomes exceedingly challenging. Chapter 49. The finals commence amidst the cacophony of external opinions regarding this match. The moment everyone has awaited is finally at hand. The players from both teams step onto the court. ANA College's starting lineup features Mohan, along with guards Franklin and Gorin, center Reeves, and forward Muller. Syracuse University's lineup consists of point guard Alkin, shooting guard Peter, small forward Anthony, power forward Nicholas, and center Reagan. ANA College maintains its familiar starting roster, while Syracuse University builds its strategy around Anthony, particularly excelling in offensive capabilities. When Mohan laid eyes on Anthony, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his gaze. Anthony, a prominent figure of the golden generation of 03, is a superstar in the NBA, famously dubbed Melo. His skills are comprehensive, with a remarkable scoring ability and no apparent flaws in his offensive game. Anthony has led Syracuse University through numerous challenges, averaging over 20 points per game. Even before entering the NBA, his talent had already garnered the attention of many coaches, as he was projected to be among the top picks in the lottery. Mohan eagerly anticipated the contest with Anthony, hoping to triumph over him in the finals. As the match commenced, Syracuse University displayed a fervent desire for offense right from the outset. Center Reagan seized possession, and point guard Alkin swiftly advanced the ball across half-court. Subsequently, Alkin passed the ball towards Anthony. With his back against Gorin, Anthony executed a sudden pivot and released a shot. Gorin reached out in defense, making solid contact with Anthony's hand. As the referee's whistle for a foul echoed, the ball effortlessly found its way into the basket. In the opening moments, Anthony showcased an impressive 2+ one play. Witnessing this spectacle, the initially relaxed demeanor of the ANA Academy players transformed into one of grave concern. Head coach Mohan of ANA Academy had consistently emphasized during training that Syracuse University was an exceptionally formidable offensive team. Indeed, within a mere 12 seconds of the game, they had already scored, and it was a remarkable 2+1. Truly, Anthony proved himself to be exceptionally strong. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Mohan's interest was piqued instantly. He skillfully dribbled the ball, orchestrating an offensive maneuver, swiftly advancing past the halfway line. Syracuse University's defense against Mohan was rather ordinary, lacking any double-team strategies. His direct opponent, Allen, even positioned himself a couple of body lengths away from Mohan, exhibiting a rather lackluster defensive intensity. You may be called Mo, and I acknowledge your prowess, but tonight, I shall transform you into my backdrop. Allen muttered under his breath, observing Mohan, who was a head shorter than himself. Allen's eyes brimmed with disdain. He was convinced that he was the finest guard of the season. Mohan's static talent has largely been attributed to luck that has brought him to this point. Recently, he has garnered significant media attention and fame. Allen believes that the exaggerations surrounding Mohan are excessive, and if he were to defeat him in competition, it would undoubtedly elevate his own popularity substantially. Upon observing Allen's defensive stance, Mohan perceived an abundance of vulnerabilities. Naturally, there was no need for Mohan to engage in superfluous dialogue with a mere supporting character. Mohan stood 2 positions away from Allen, possessing an array of techniques to score. Allen's defense was rather lax, allowing Mohan to effortlessly pivot past him, subsequently unleashing a remarkable burst of speed. He left the Syracuse University players trailing behind. Upon reaching the three-point line, he leaped and executed a flawless shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the hoop with precision. Following the previous match, Mohan had retained a 20 boost reminiscent of Curry's template. And with his recent dedicated practice on three-point shooting, his touch was exquisite. Mohan dazzled with his dribbling, explosive agility, and three-point shooting, accomplishing it all in a mere 5 seconds. Right from the outset, he executed a stunning three-pointer, reminiscent of Anthony's impressive 2-1 play, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Indeed, Mohan's three-point prowess is exceptional. This diminutive Asian player is formidable, though I maintain that Anthony possesses greater strength. Syracuse University boasts an exceptionally potent offensive capability, promising an exhilarating spectacle. Mohan, as expected, displayed extraordinary speed, transitioning seamlessly from explosive moves to shooting three-pointers, seemingly without even glancing at the hoop. Compared to previous matches, the audience was now quite familiar with Mohan. Leading up to the finals, there had been extensive coverage of this 175-meter-tall Asian player, rendering his image and skill set well known to the public. Before the game commenced, many analysts speculated that Syracuse University would devise strategies to counter Mohan's three-point shooting. However, as the game began, Syracuse's defense was surprisingly lax, refraining from double-teaming Mohan. This does not imply that the Syracuse head coach lacked acumen. On the contrary, his tactical arrangements were quite clever. Rather than attempting to stifle Mohan's abilities, it was more prudent to allow some leeway. By foregoing stringent defense on Mohan, players conserved energy and capitalized on their own team's strengths. Syracuse University is an offensive powerhouse, exuding confidence that they could excel in this regard. Conversely, aside from Mohan, the other players from ANA College were rather average. To Syracuse, the remaining 4 from ANA College appeared to be mere support players. The overall strength of Syracuse University far surpassed that of ANA College. After conceding a three-pointer, Syracuse remained remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. When point guard Allen passed the ball to Peter, he instantly showcased the tenacity of a shooting guard, executing a deceptive dribble that outmaneuvered the defending Franklin. Following that, Peter erupted with astonishing speed, breaking through the defense and effortlessly scoring with a mid-range jump shot. On the offensive front, Syracuse's capabilities are unmatched in this season's March Madness. Not only is Anthony proficient in attack, but the other players are also formidable offensive threats. With the score at 3-5, Syracuse demonstrated their fast break ability within the first minute of the game. On ANA College's side, Mohan found it exceedingly easy to navigate past Allen's lax defense. With a swift change of direction, he effortlessly deceived Allen. Mohan maneuvered around Allen, advancing toward the three-point line. At that moment, Anthony approached to defend against Mohan. "Hey, Mo, I find you quite intriguing. I've been pondering how you intend to compete with me given your height." Mohan's static talent has long been regarded as his greatest disadvantage. Yet, as the ANA Academy has progressed thus far, the matches have predominantly relied on Mohan's prowess alone. Are the other players inferior? In comparison to the golden generation, they undoubtedly fall short, but after enduring numerous lengthy matches, they have exhibited some growth. For instance, their synergy with Mohan's offensive maneuvers. When Mohan faced off against Anthony, his demeanor remained remarkably calm, unaffected by the latter's words. In an instant, he executed a swift change of direction, catching Anthony off guard. Chapter 50. The rhythm of mutual offense. Anthony reached out to defend, only to be completely deceived. By the time Anthony regained his composure, Mohan had already surpassed him and subsequently passed the ball to Gorin, who executed a splendid three-step layup to score. That was a magnificent assist. Indeed, very impressive. Anthony stroked his chin, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. At this juncture, Anthony had already become a player brimming with vitality. The more formidable the opponent, the more Anthony could showcase his exceptional skills. From the onset, both teams exhibited fierce offensive exchanges, thrilling the audience below. Regarding the live coverage of this match, reporter Jenny from ESPN had been specifically assigned to follow the finals. This was largely due to her previous NF feature on Mohan, which had garnered significant attention. As Jenny broadcasted the happenings on the court, she silently cheered for Mohan in her heart. Mohan's performance was remarkably outstanding. Yet she was acutely aware that it was entirely attributable to her relentless training regimen. Even merely witnessing the intensity of Mohan's training left Jenny astounded. Such a level of exertion seemed unattainable even for NBA superstars. "Hey, beautiful, which team do you think will prevail tonight?" John, a reporter from the opposing Free Voice radio station, greeted Jenny with a grin. Typically, sports reporting was the domain of male journalists. So John seized the opportunity to engage with the striking female reporter, hoping to impress her with his insights about the game and perhaps win her favor. Without hesitation, Jenny replied, "It will undoubtedly be Aina College." John shook his head at this assertion. Aina College is the dark horse of this season. But there is no way they can triumph over Syracuse University. This year, Syracuse boasts exceptional overall strength, particularly with Anthony, who has received invitations from several NBA teams. Having shared so much, John anticipated that Jenny would inquire further, allowing him to elaborate and showcase his knowledge. However, Jenny did not take the bait. She simply stated, "With Mohan in the game, the outcome is not in question." This phrase had been echoed in numerous sports reports, leading John to believe that she was merely an ardent fan of Mohan. Mohan? You mean that one? 75-meter-tall Asian player? Just by looking at his height, it's clear he can't provide effective defense and will be overwhelmed by Syracuse's offensive onslaught. Jenny's expression instantly darkened upon hearing his derisive remarks. "Short-sighted fool," she muttered under her breath, choosing to disregard John and turning her head away. This left John momentarily speechless, his words caught in his throat. With a resigned shake of his head, he moved on. On the court, the pace of the game was feverishly intense. Aina College, under Mohan's deft ball handling, executed each offensive play with remarkable precision. The players, having undergone rigorous training, displayed a significantly improved synergy. Syracuse University, known for its formidable offensive prowess, had advanced to the finals solely through their offensive capabilities. Aside from Anthony's individual strength, the other players were equally adept at scoring. Syracuse employed a straightforward tactical approach, matching up against their opponents and leveraging their individual skills to penetrate defenses and execute offensive plays. The head coach's strategy was simple: utilize their strengths to outmatch the opposition, overpowering everything with their offense. In such a scenario, both teams exchanged blows, and after 10 minutes of play, the score remained tightly contested at 14-16, with Syracuse holding a slight 2-point lead. As it came time for Syracuse's offense, the organizing guard, Allen, felt the weight of the challenge as he faced Mohan. Since their matchup began, Allen had yet to secure a victory. He could only bring the ball to half-court, but penetrating into the three-point zone was an impossibility. Mohan appeared to be a modest one, 75 meters tall, seemingly posing no challenge for defenders. However, when Allen attempted to take him on in a one-on-one, he quickly realized the situation was far from simple. Despite being shorter, Mohan's positioning consistently caught Allen off guard. Each time Allen sought to break through, Mohan would deliberately raise his hands, feigning innocence as if to signal, "I want to commit a foul." Allen recognized this tactic as an attempt by Mohan to garner the referee's sympathy, subtly indicating that any ensuing fall would be unrelated to him, as his hands never made contact. This impression left Allen frustrated, labeling Mohan as shameless. Yet, ensnared by such a defensive stance, Allen found it increasingly difficult to penetrate. After all, with Mohan's hands raised, there was always the risk of a sudden flop. Consequently, Alkin resorted to long-range shots, but even then, he felt disheartened. His accuracy was already questionable, and Mohan's interference only compounded his struggles. Alkin considered himself a nominee for the best defensive player of the season. Yet every time Mohan unleashed his potential, Alkin found himself defenseless. After a moment's hesitation, Alkin noted that other players were closely marked, rendering it challenging to find a suitable partner for collaboration. To curtail Syracuse University's offensive rhythm, the players from Ana College maintained a proactive stance, resembling a pack of wolves, their eyes glinting with determination as they fixed their gaze on their respective opponents. After much deliberation, Alkin still could not identify an appropriate shooting angle. In a moment of desperation, he tossed the ball toward the paint. Center Reagan caught it and immediately leaped to attempt a dunk. However, as he ascended, he sensed a shadow passing before him. With a resounding smack, Mohan, with his alabaster hands, swatted the ball away. In an instant, Reagan realized the situation. This seemingly diminutive Eastern player had jumped higher than he had, delivering a spectacular block. Despite Reagan's considerable height advantage over Mohan, he found himself on the receiving end of such an imposing rejection. For the Syracuse University team, such a block was a severe blow to their morale. In moments like these, the team's leader must rise to the occasion. In his youth, Anthony was known for his audacious style on the court. His extraordinary talent allowed him to take critical shots even in the most perilous situations. Throughout the season, no opposing player could effectively contain him. Each game, Anthony consistently achieved double-digit scoring. His aggressive playing style and high scoring not only garnered the support of the audience, but also attracted the attention of numerous NBA coaches. At that moment, upon receiving a pass from the baseline, Anthony used his physical prowess to push aside the defender, Gorin, executing a graceful turnaround jumper that found the net. After scoring, Anthony roared with excitement, eager to demonstrate to Ana College that, in the face of true superiority, there was no one on their team capable of stopping him. Anthony's commanding performance elicited a nod of approval from the Syracuse University head coach. Anthony's strength was undeniable. His physical attributes and skills showed no weaknesses. The success of Syracuse University could not be overstated, owing much to Anthony's contributions. The next step was to execute their strategy flawlessly and dismantle Ana College. Gorin, having been easily outplayed by Anthony, wore a grim expression. Though not a leader, Gorin was a well-rounded player, consistently contributing the second highest points for Ana College. The synergy between Gorin and Mohan had been the cornerstone of Ana College's consecutive victories. Gorin, who prided himself on not yielding to anyone, especially when faced with humiliation on the court, felt his competitive spirit ignited. Noticing Goring's discontent, Mohan approached him and gently patted his arm. Gorin instantly grasped Mohan's intention. He wanted to collaborate and help him regain his pride. Since teaming up with Mohan, they had trained together frequently, developing an intimate familiarity with each other's movements. As Franklin passed the ball to Mohan, Alkin defended closely beside him, and Mohan dribbled forward with deliberate poise. As Mohan dribbled past the halfway line, the players from Syracuse University became alert. Unlike other teams, Syracuse did not initially opt for a double-team defense, yet they were equally cautious not to allow Mohan to gain momentum. In the semifinals against Marquette University, Mohan's terrifying three-point shooting ability instilled fear in all competing teams. Syracuse University shared this apprehension. Their head coach devised a strategy to avoid double-teaming, opting instead for close monitoring to prevent Mohan from finding his rhythm. As Mohan reached halftime, Nicholas, the power forward from Syracuse University, cast a glance in his direction, poised to rush over for a defensive intervention at any moment. Mohan maintained his composure, skillfully dribbling the ball. After casting a glance at Gorin's position, he abruptly executed a left-sided acceleration and change of direction. Alkin quickly reached out to defend, only to realize he had fallen into a trap. Mohan's feint misleads. The true offensive direction lies to the right. Mohan suddenly erupted, having passed the Alkin. When the players from Syracuse University rushed over to defend, Nicholas, adhering to the tactical arrangement, charged forward, towering over Mohan like a formidable mountain. "You shall not pass me," Nicholas exclaimed loudly. Mohan was intercepted by Nicholas, who immediately leaped into action as the basketball was about to be released. Nicholas hurriedly followed suit, reaching out in an attempt to block Mohan's shot. Simultaneously, players from Syracuse University rushed over. In a split second, Mohan's arm suddenly bent downwards, sending the ball behind him with a swift motion. Whoosh! A figure swiftly followed alongside him. It was Gorin. Gorin received Mohan's unexpected pass and, Seizing the moment while the Syracuse players were fixated on Mohan, he exploded into motion, surging towards the hoop in 3 rapid strides. Although the sequence of events may seem intricate, everything transpired with remarkable speed. The Syracuse players realized too late. Anthony pursued from behind, leaping in an effort to swat the ball away. In that instant, Gorin soared into the air, and with forceful determination, he slammed the ball into the hoop. Anthony's defense was utterly insufficient, and due to the momentum of his leap, he fell to the ground. Thud. It was akin to a thunderous explosion as the basketball was forcefully dunked into the net, causing the entire hoop to tremble. Gorin executed a commanding dunk, eliciting an eruption of cheers from the crowd. Goodness, this towering figure seems intent on demolishing the basketball hoop. Such an overwhelming display of power. I am enamored with the sheer, unadulterated ferocity of that dunk. And college is indeed a breeding ground for talent. In a word, formidable. While the astonishment of most spectators was palpable, astute NBA coaches would discern that the true essence behind such an audacious dunk lay with Mohan. Had it not been for Mohan's personal prowess, which created an illusion for the Syracuse players and drew their focus, Gorin would never have found the opportunity to charge toward the basket. That pass was exquisitely crafted, leaving most unable to react in time. Mohan assisted Gorin with a thunderous dunk, sending Anthony crashing to the ground, which left Anthony extremely displeased. Rising from the floor, the disdain that once adorned Anthony's face was swiftly replaced by a fierce anger. The young Anthony soon began to unveil the potential of a future NBA superstar. When the ball was passed from Allen to him, Anthony immediately erupted with astonishing talent. He executed 2 swift crossovers, deftly shaking off the defending Gorin, then charged towards the basket in 3 decisive strides. Eager to replicate Gorin's powerful dunk, Anthony showcased his explosive speed, leaping into the air with remarkable elevation. The interior defenders from ANA Academy scrambled to react, with Muller and Revis leaping in unison. In that split second, as Anthony raised his arm, poised to slam the ball down, a figure darted past him. Suddenly, a hand forcefully struck the basketball. Clap. The ball was sent flying away. It was a block. As Anthony processed what had just transpired, his eyes were filled with disbelief. The one who had blocked him was none other than Mohan. That 175-meter-tall Asian had outperformed Anthony in terms of vertical leap. Anthony had anticipated a block from a taller interior player, never once considering that Mohan could thwart a shot. The audience, witnessing such an extraordinary block, was momentarily stunned, followed by a thunderous applause. What in the world? The 175-meter small fry leapt up to deliver a massive rejection to Anthony. Could this be the legendary prowess of Eastern martial arts? To block even Anthony's shot? My goodness, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a player of 175 meters could block a forward shot. The fact that it was directed at Anthony made it all the more astonishing, following Gorin's earlier dunk that had already ignited the crowd's fervor. Mohan's emphatic rejection of Anthony further stirred the audience into a frenzy. After all, no one could have anticipated that a player standing at 175 meters could possess a leap superior to that of Anthony. At that moment, Anthony's expression was as grim as an eggplant. While he could accept being knocked down by Gorin, such occurrences were commonplace on the basketball court. However, being blocked by someone merely 175 meters tall was beyond his imagination. Anthony cast a determined glance towards the exhilarated Mohan and Gorin, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit. Before the match, Anthony had not underestimated Mohan, yet he merely regarded him as a competitor to be wary of. Now, however, Anthony's entire demeanor shifted to one of intense seriousness. Chapter 52. Tactical Adjustments. Syracuse University inbound the ball from the baseline. Peter received the pass, hesitating momentarily. Just as he was about to shoot, the ball was intercepted. Once again, it was Mohan. Mohan intercepted the ball and immediately passed it to Gorin. After dribbling for a moment, Gorin returned the ball to Mohan while running. Mohan and Gorin executed a crossplay, making it exceedingly difficult for the players of Syracuse University to defend against such an offensive maneuver. Mohan dribbled past the three-point line and skillfully sank a mid-range shot into the basket. This trio of points caught Syracuse University off guard, creating a sudden 4-point lead. The catalyst for the shift was none other than Mohan himself. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Syracuse University's head coach promptly called for a timeout. Offense was paramount. Yet they could not neglect their defense against Mohan. A double team was essential as he approached the three-point line. The coach of Syracuse University did not underestimate Mohan. Rather, he held him in high regard. Syracuse's strength lay in their formidable offense, a hallmark of their team that could not be disregarded. To forsake the team's distinctive offensive prowess would indeed be folly. Mohan served as the cornerstone of Ina College, a crucial link among all players. Should Mohan find his rhythm, he would pose significant challenges for Syracuse University. On the other side, Coach Bohem of Ina College orchestrated tactical adjustments. Although Syracuse's offensive capabilities were impressive, it was imperative to maintain a robust defense. To conquer Syracuse University, a strong defensive strategy was of utmost importance. Syracuse's hallmark was their offense, and engaging in a familiar offensive exchange could easily draw the team into their opponent's rhythm, a strategy to be avoided at all costs. In contemporary basketball philosophy, the notion of a small ball era had yet to take root. For any team aspiring to championship glory, defensive prowess was as crucial, if not more so, than offensive talent. The capabilities of Ina College's players, aside from Mohan, were somewhat lacking. Thus, emphasizing defense was essential to bridge the gap. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The moment Syracuse University re-entered the game, they launched into a rapid offensive flurry. After Allen initiated the play, the pace of Syracuse was exceptionally swift. Franklin executed a high lob, sending the ball soaring. Upon receiving the pass, Anthony, quick as lightning, spun around, shaking off the nearby Gorin. The sequence unfolded too swiftly for Gorin to react. By the time Gorin reached out to intercept the ball from Anthony, the latter had already penetrated the paint. As Anthony approached the basket, Ina College's center, Rivas, positioned himself in front of him. In that fleeting moment, Anthony executed a sidestep leap, followed by a graceful hook shot that found its way into the net. Quick, fierce, and relentless, Anthony was undoubtedly destined to become an NBA superstar, already showcasing his brilliance at this early stage. He pointed a finger at Mohan, seemingly conveying a message of challenge. Previously, Anthony had been outmaneuvered, but upon returning from the timeout, he appeared to have recalibrated his mindset, igniting his fiercest competitive spirit. With this newfound determination, the young Anthony was set to unveil the full extent of his capabilities. Mohan remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips. His opponent was undeniably formidable, particularly Anthony at this moment, who was free from injuries and brimming with stamina. However, I am not without my strengths. Mohan became intrigued after orchestrating the offensive. He passed the ball to Franklin. Mohan raised his hand, signaling Franklin to pass the ball back to him. At present, Mohan reigns supreme at Ina Academy. When Mohan calls for the ball, hesitation is a foreign concept. Franklin lofts the ball high, and Mohan catches it near the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, he finds Allen closely guarding him. Syracuse University's strategic approach dictates that once Mohan secures the ball beyond the arc, he is to be met with stringent defense. Allen's commitment to defense is unwavering, and the positioning of other players from Syracuse within the paint effectively obstructs Mohan's pathway to the basket. This exemplifies the prowess of Syracuse's players. They are not only incisive and swift on the offensive end, but also maintain a solid formation in defense. Since the onset of March Madness, Syracuse has surged forth, consistently securing victories by significant margins. With the scoring ability of Anthony and a predominantly offensive strategy, Syracuse has encountered scarcely any formidable challenges. Even the strongest teams have been overwhelmed by their offensive capabilities. Had it not been for Mohan's presence, Syracuse would undoubtedly have dominated Allen College. However, they are now compelled to adjust their defensive setup. In comparison to the towering players of Syracuse, Mohan feels as though he is facing 5 monumental obstacles. Do you realize that we are the most potent offensive team in the NCAA? Yet, this perception may lead others to believe our defense is lacking. But now, we shall all take defense seriously. You are fortunate to witness the unique defensive prowess of Syracuse University. As Allen's words lingered in the air, a fleeting shadow caught his eye. It dawned on him that Mohan was poised to execute a breakthrough. Allen instinctively reached out to defend, yet Mohan had already positioned himself 3 strides ahead. Syracuse's players rushed to provide support, but both Anthony and the others quickly recognized that the 175-meter dynamo was far too swift. By the time their bodies intervened, Mohan had already maneuvered past them. In a moment of sheer athleticism, Mohan leaped, confronting the airborne Anthony, and forcefully slammed the ball into the basket. A thunderous dunk. The 175-meter Mohan had breached the defensive line of Syracuse's 5 players and delivered a spectacular dunk right in front of Anthony. After executing this emphatic score, Mohan gestured towards Allen, seemingly indicating that such defense posed no challenge for him. The explosive slam dunk executed by Mohan was a manifestation of the remarkable attributes reminiscent of LeBron James. Such an eruption of athleticism is, without a doubt, unparalleled among NCAA teams at present. Upon witnessing Mohan's astonishing dunk, the audience was initially engulfed in silence, only to erupt into a thunderous applause and fervor thereafter. My goodness, it was the first time I had seen someone of 175 meters achieve such a remarkable breakthrough. I was already aware of Mohan's extraordinary three-point shooting ability, but I had not anticipated his prowess in driving to the basket and dunking. Does this young man possess no weaknesses? This moment has captivated me. I believe he is deserving of the coveted MVP title. Mohan executed a thunderous dunk that drew unanimous acclaim from the spectators outside the court. Similarly, the players of ANA Academy were equally astonished by the spectacle. And their morale soared. Chapter 53. The championship must be ours from the outset. Until now, ANA Academy has engaged in a back-and-forth contest with Syracuse University, with neither side establishing a clear dominance. The fundamental reason for this lies in Mohan's continuous control over the game's tempo. Mohan revitalized the entire team with his overarching perspective, delivering exquisite assists and crucial blocks at pivotal moments. Syracuse University endeavored to stifle Mohan's momentum. Yet it was their own offensive rhythm that became subdued. A thunderous dunk propelled the spirit of ANA Academy to new heights, and shortly thereafter, they thwarted an offensive attempt from Syracuse University. Mohan executed a long pass, sending the ball to the distant Gorin. Gorin, swift in his movements, set a screen against Franklin, effortlessly guiding the basketball into the hoop. Syracuse University initiated a new offensive play. However, this time, as Alkin received the ball, he was met with a splendid steal by Mohan, who intercepted the ball with finesse. Mohan passed the ball to center Reeves, who executed a splendid hook shot to score. Within a mere 3 minutes, ANA College experienced a minor surge, bringing the score to 21-14. The first half had barely progressed, and the gap had widened to a 7-point difference, leaving the players of Syracuse University with notably grim expressions, renowned for their offensive prowess. Syracuse University appeared to falter in their attack during this match. Such a turn of events was entirely unexpected, a consequence solely attributable to Mohan's extraordinary individual abilities. Mohan, as the defender of Organization No. 1, exhibits an exceptional ability to connect plays, invigorating the entire team. The current situation for Syracuse University is rather dire. It is during such moments that a leader must emerge to uplift morale. Anthony, destined to become an NBA star, willingly stepped forward, reaching out for the ball. Confronted with Gorin's staunch defense, Anthony dribbled cautiously. In terms of overall talent, Gorin pales in comparison to Anthony, yet his defensive prowess is commendable. Indeed, Gorin's defensive skills have been honed through rigorous training with Mohan. Gorin has trained alongside Mohan consistently, becoming well acquainted with the intensity of Mohan's daily regimen. After adapting to such demanding training, Mohan took the initiative to enhance his physical confrontation exercises and three-point shooting skills. The intensity of this training would leave most individuals unable to rise the next day. However, Mohan is different. Despite exhausting himself like a lifeless dog during training, he would bounce back the following day with remarkable vitality. Training with an extraordinary player like Mohan has significantly improved Gorin's defensive capabilities. At present, Anthony attempted several feints to trick Gorin into defensive errors, yet Gorin, akin to a piece of stubborn chewing gum, clung to him relentlessly. Frustrated, Anthony had no choice but to force a pass to his teammate, a player who thrives on ball possession. Anthony's ability to score high points in each game hinges on having complete control of the ball. Syracuse University's head coach has long recognized this and granted Anthony the freedom to shoot at will. The players of Syracuse University rally around Anthony as their cornerstone. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Anthony passed the ball to Nicholas, who promptly returned it to him. With a formidable ability to penetrate defenses, Anthony backed down Gorin and executed a hook shot to score beneath the basket. At this stage, Anthony is unburdened by injuries, youthful, and possesses the ball, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Once Anthony scored, the morale of Syracuse University saw a slight revival. Renowned for their offensive prowess, Syracuse University immediately unleashed a fierce attack following this boost in spirit. Syracuse University, with its fast-paced tempo, coordinated seamlessly with the rhythm of the game, showcasing the innate talent of its players. Their offensive strategy has developed a distinctive style, transitioning between offense and defense with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any awkwardness. In contrast, the players from ANA Academy, aside from the effective collaboration between Mohan and Gorin, appeared relatively passive. Whenever Mohan received the ball, the players from Syracuse University would diligently obscure his line of sight. Their intent was straightforward. Mohan could facilitate assists for his teammates, but they must not allow him to find his shooting rhythm. Should Mohan tap into his offensive flow, it would spell disaster for Syracuse University. In truth, Mohan possesses the ability to deliver the ball to the right players. Unfortunately, overall, the players from ANA Academy still lag behind in terms of physical confrontation. Mohan and Gorin are indeed a golden duo, yet others seem to fall significantly short. For instance, during this match, Mohan delivered a splendid assist. The ball was relatively easy, yet due to Imler's blunder, it resulted in a steal for Anthony. Once Anthony seized the ball, he showcased his astonishing explosiveness. With remarkable speed, he outpaced Gorin, culminating in a thunderous dunk that sent the ball crashing into the hoop. Anthony, Anthony, Anthony. Truly, he is my beloved. Anthony. I adore you. Many spectators had initially come to watch Anthony, as Syracuse University had faced formidable opponents throughout their journey. The presence of these strong teams ensured that Syracuse University's games were consistently broadcasted. In terms of recognition, Anthony was the cornerstone player during his high school days. With countless individuals familiar with his face, his innate talent seems destined for basketball. Each match features his breathtaking performances, garnering him a legion of fans. Now, with that electrifying dunk, he has shifted the game's momentum, allowing Syracuse University's offense to shine brilliantly. In terms of offensive synergy, Syracuse University's players far exceed those of ANA Academy. ANA Academy relies too heavily on Mohan for orchestrating their attacks, and several opportunities have slipped away due to errors. The limited time for ANA Academy's rigorous training makes it nearly impossible to achieve flawless offensive coordination. Conversely, Syracuse University excels in offense. Their collaborative play has been honed from the very beginning. Under the guidance of their head coach, Syracuse University adeptly controls the rhythm of every offensive endeavor. As the score began to close in, Syracuse University's offensive tempo flourished. The players, witnessing this scene, were smiles of confidence. They are formidable, but we too refuse to succumb. The championship shall be ours. After being repeatedly outplayed by Anthony, Gorin felt a surge of determination. He was resolute in not wanting to lose this match. As the contest reached its climax, nobody wished to settle for second place. People only remember the champions. The notoriety of the runners-up diminishes significantly. Being second is not an accolade to be celebrated, but rather a form of mockery. Chapter 54. One-on-one Gorin faced off against Anthony, his intensity heightened as his frustration peaked. Anthony found himself challenged, no longer enjoying an easy matchup. After several unsuccessful dribbles, he opted to pass the ball. The basketball landed in the hands of Syracuse University center Reagan, whose height advantage was considerable, towering over ANA Academy's center, Rivers, by a head. Reagan, with his back to Rivers, faced staunch defense. The players of Syracuse University exhibited exceptional teamwork. After pushing Rivers back a few steps, Reagan passed the ball to the left. Power forward Nicholas leapt into action, executing an aerial relay to send the ball soaring into the net. Syracuse University's offensive rhythm had been established, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against. The score stood at 26-25, with Syracuse University having swiftly closed the gap within a mere 3 minutes. Their momentum surged, suggesting a potential lead. ANA Academy's head coach, Mohan, recognizing the shift, called for a timeout. This brief intermission disrupted Syracuse University's rhythm and allowed for a reassessment of team strategies. The defensive positioning required greater urgency. Mueller, pay closer attention to Nicholas's positioning, and Franklin, keep a watchful eye on Peters' passing. ANA Academy's challenges stemmed from their overall inferiority compared to Syracuse University, placing an overwhelming burden on Mohan. Mohan's tactical adjustments were astute, with Syracuse University pushing the pace. The demands on stamina were considerable. By alleviating some of Mohan's pressure, his performance could improve. Mohan found Mohan's strategy aligned with his own thoughts. Syracuse University's offense was multifaceted. They could not solely focus on defending one individual. The head coach of Syracuse University made few tactical changes, emphasizing the need to contain Mohan. While Mohan's offensive impact began to wane, neglecting to defend against him would render ANA Academy a minimal threat. We must maintain our offensive tempo and uphold this rhythm. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. At this juncture in the match, no signs of one-sidedness were evident. Syracuse University's offense was exceptional, yet ANA Academy boasted Mohan, whose organizational skills effectively connected each player on the team. Mohan carried the ball past the halfway line, with all eyes of the Syracuse University players fixated upon him. Allen defended Mohan, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the ball in Mohan's possession. From the onset of the match until now, Allen has maintained a stringent defense against Mohan. Yet he remains unable to thwart him. Mohan's offensive strategies were numerous, causing Alkin considerable distress. Prior to the match, Alkin believed that defending against the 175-meter-tall Mohan would be a simple task, even making light of Mohan's disadvantages while in the locker room. However, he now found that his opponent was as elusive as an eel, having failed to catch Mohan's rhythm even once. Mohan faced off against Alkin, yet his gaze swept across the entire arena. Nearly bypassing Alkin's defense posed little challenge for Mohan. The true adversary he contended with was the entire team of Syracuse University. Mohan advanced the ball across the halfway line and immediately executed a feint, as if to break through, drawing the attention of the Syracuse University players. In that fleeting moment, Mohan passed the ball to the left towards Muller, who seized the opportunity and scored with a mid-range jump shot. From the first half until now, Mohan has not exhibited an exceptionally strong desire for offense. Rather, he has placed greater emphasis on orchestrating attacks, embodying the quintessential characteristics of a playmaking guard, revitalizing the entire team. The playing style of Syracuse University diverges from that of other teams as they lean heavily towards offensive strategies. Their defense can be challenging to maintain, making it susceptible to mental collapse when faced with pressure. Indeed, offense is the most effective form of defense. Mohan's assists consistently highlight his ability to identify the optimal moment to set up his teammates for scoring opportunities. Such subtleties often elude the average spectator, yet they are readily discernible to seasoned NBA coaches. He truly is a hidden gem, delivering flawless assists time after time. Were he to play alongside NBA teammates, it would be fair to assert that reaching the playoffs would be well within their grasp. Compared to NCAA games, the intensity of the NBA is undeniably greater. The capacity to invigorate an entire team during a match underscores the significance of such a playmaking guard, whose influence can even surpass that of a superstar. After all, basketball is fundamentally a team sport involving 5 players. With each exquisite assist, the head coach of Syracuse University transitioned from a grim expression to one of deep exasperation. This offensively minded coach holds a greater appreciation for players who comprehend the nuances of teamwork than for the average strategist. A guard capable of orchestrating the offensive rhythm of the entire team can transform the flow of play into a seamless and elegant endeavor. However, facing such a player can prove to be quite a headache for the opposition. Anthony, noticing that Alkin was unable to contain Mohan, could no longer restrain himself. He approached Alkin and gestured for a switch in their defensive assignments. Alkin had no objections to the leader's request, perhaps even secretly relishing the opportunity. The burden of defending Mohan was simply too overwhelming. Despite his relatively modest height of 175 meters, one could hardly fathom the myriad of offensive maneuvers at his disposal. Alkin felt an overwhelming sense of despair, recognizing that although he anticipated how Mohan might play, he consistently fell victim to his deceptive changes of direction. From the onset of the game, Alkin had yet to successfully defend against Mohan. As Anthony took on the challenge of guarding Mohan, he spread his arms wide and uttered provocative words. "Hey, I've heard your three-point shooting is impressive. Do you think you can make a shot over me?" With intentional banter, Anthony sought to provoke Mohan into attempting a three-pointer, aiming to disrupt the rhythm of the game. Confident in his height advantage, Anthony believed that defending Mohan's three-point attempts would be a straightforward task. Upon hearing Anthony's taunts, Mohan recognized the challenge being posed to him. Mohan's expression remained utterly impassive, yet within his heart, there simmered a desire to resist. Mohan lingered near the three-point line with the ball for several seconds, exhibiting no intention of passing. In that moment, players from both teams could perceive the unspoken challenge between the two leaders, and a sense of curiosity arose within them. Eager to discover whose captain would emerge as the superior force, Mohan dribbled the ball and cast a glance at Anthony before suddenly accelerating and taking a step back, his body leaning to the left. Anthony, believing that Mohan was about to take a shot, instinctively leaped into the air, reaching out his hand. However, the moment Anthony's body left the ground, he realized he had been deceived. Mohan deceived Anthony with a feint, obscuring his line of sight due to Anthony's towering height. However, Mohan had trained extensively to shoot without needing to look at the hoop, as long as he stood in his familiar position. He instinctively knew where the basket was. Positioned correctly, Mohan leaped, and at the very moment Anthony descended, he released the basketball. In an instant, Anthony realized he had been tricked. Yet, before he could respond effectively, his only option was to commit a foul. The ball swooshed to the net. 3 points. My apologies. I accidentally made a three-pointer. Mohan chuckled softly, making his way to his teammates to celebrate with a high five to Gorin. Upon hearing Mohan's words, Anthony's face flushed with embarrassment. His earlier taunts now felt like a slap to his own face. This was the first time since his debut that he had been so publicly humiliated. Just moments ago, he had boasted that his opponent wouldn't score a three-pointer, only to be immediately proven wrong by a 175-meter-tall Asian player, no less. Deep down, Anthony resented Mohan's stature. He had previously dismissed such a height as inconsequential in street ball. Yet now, through tangible action, Mohan had delivered a lesson to Anthony. The two top players faced off, and Mohan effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Every member of the ANA Academy beamed with joy, their morale soaring, while the players from Syracuse University wore grave expressions, struggling to accept this reality. Under the pressure of the game, Syracuse's offensive attempts were thwarted repeatedly. Gorin and Reeves played with utmost seriousness, and after Anthony's blunder, Gorin seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. Following this, Gorin and Mohan executed a splendid play, scoring again. On Syracuse University's third offensive attempt, ANA Academy center, Reeves, thwarted Nicholas's drive and secured the rebound. Reeves passed the ball to Mohan, who swiftly executed a fast break, collaborating with Gorin to score once more. The score quickly widened from 23-19 to 29-19, with Syracuse trailing by 10 points. Seeing this, Syracuse's head coach called for a timeout. "I trust no one will simply concede this match. Wake up, this is the finals. Anthony, you and Mohan are not matched up. That shot was entirely normal, don't let it affect your mindset. Peter, be decisive with your passes, you needn't worry about Reagan not receiving them." The coach recognized the profound impact of the one-on-one mismatch on Anthony and promptly sought to recalibrate his mentality. If Anthony allowed one missed three-pointer to shatter his confidence, the remainder of the game would be futile. As the team's linchpin, losing his composure would spell disaster. When Anthony acknowledged his predicament, clarity washed over him, and he refocused his mindset. A single misplay in a one-on-one duel was inconsequential. If they secured the championship, no one would remember his mistake. Moreover, in basketball, how could one avoid errors entirely? With renewed determination, Anthony pounded his chest, declaring, "Consider that previous situation merely a warm-up. Everyone, stay alert. This is the finals, and we will triumph." Witnessing Anthony's revitalized spirit, the Syracuse players rallied, chanting their resolve to win with fervor. Meanwhile, Coach Bohan of ANA Academy made minimal adjustments to their strategy. Maintain this momentum, secure the ball, and avoid excessive aggression. Let Mohan manage the plays. Bohan felt a sense of ease this season, allowing Mohan to take the reins without needing to micromanage tactics. Occasionally, Bohan felt a twinge of guilt for his lack of intervention, but Mohan's timing for both collaboration and shooting was impeccable. Bohan recognized Mohan's evolution into a competitive player. From his initial awkwardness, he had grown increasingly adept at handling the ball as he gained more game experience. After the brief timeout, both teams returned to the court. Upon encountering Anthony's calm gaze, Mohan discerned that the latter had successfully recalibrated his mental state. Anthony's potential to emerge as a future NBA superstar is underscored by his remarkable psychological resilience, rendering him less susceptible to confusion. Indeed, upon returning to the court, Syracuse University executed an impressive offensive play. Arkin swiftly dribbled past half-court, subsequently passing the ball to the interior. The center, Reagan, returned the ball to Anthony, who elegantly spun past Goring's defense to score with a mid-range jumper. Syracuse University's offensive synergy was nothing short of exceptional, fluid, and seamless, leaving ANA Academy struggling to find opportunities to operate. Next, during ANA Academy's offensive attempt, Reeves's shot failed, allowing Anthony to secure the rebound ahead of the pack. Elevating his speed to its utmost, Anthony showcased his explosive abilities with a powerful dunk, eliciting gasps from the crowd. True to form, Anthony remained unfazed. And I believe that tonight, Syracuse University is poised to seize victory. Anthony has awakened. With Anthony's resurgence, ANA Academy found themselves at a disadvantage. Anthony's prowess is undeniable. In contrast to Mohan, Anthony has consistently been viewed as a promising player. Since his high school days, he has exhibited astonishing dominance on the court, even achieving remarkable performances with over 40 points. Transitioning to the NCAA, Anthony has delivered stellar performances in every game, showcasing his extraordinary individual talent and consistently scoring over 20 points per match. Currently, he ranks among the top 3 in the draft list, garnering the attention of numerous NBA teams. When Anthony is provoked, his formidable abilities become evident. In the ensuing 3 plays, whenever Anthony received the ball, he executed flawless breakthrough scoring. With Anthony in top form, Syracuse University's offense became even more fluid. 6 minutes later, the score surged to a tie at 34. as Syracuse University leveled the playing field. The players from ANA Academy wore expressions of concern, their previous ease now replaced by tension. Mohan possesses the ability to deliver exquisite assists. However, if his teammates fail to seize the opportunities, it is ultimately futile. As the finals approach, no one desires to face defeat. Any misstep can be swiftly capitalized upon by the opposing team, resulting in a counterattack. Ding! The host has achieved 50 assists, rewarding them with a Nash Peak Experience card. Ding! The host's condition perfectly aligns with the Nash Peak Experience card. Would you like to activate it? While Mohan was momentarily perplexed, a long-forgotten voice of the system resonated within his mind. The reward was none other than a card associated with Nash. Nash, often referred to as the son of the wind in the NBA, boasts a masterful level of passing skill, adept at threading the needle with his passes. Whenever there exists even the slightest possibility, Nash can deliver the ball precisely where it needs to be. Not only does he excel in orchestrating plays, but he also embodies all the qualities expected of an exceptional scorer, be it through driving layups, mid-range shots, three-pointers, or free throws. In his prime, Nash was a veritable bulldozer on the court. Upon activating the Nash Peak Experience card, a faint smile graced Mohan's lips. At this moment, the presence of Nash's Experience card was precisely what he needed. The forthcoming moments would herald our counterattack, Mohan mused. Chapter 56, a whirlwind on the court. As the offense of ANA Academy unfolded, Franklin entrusted the ball to Mohan, with the first half nearing its conclusion. Failing to extend the lead would place immense pressure on ANA Academy. In terms of overall strength, Syracuse University surpassed ANA Academy. Should Syracuse gain the upper hand in the second half, their offensive onslaught may become even more ferocious. Mohan was determined to avert such a scenario. With the Nash Experience card activated, a newfound clarity enveloped Mohan. It was as though lines materialized before him, meticulously calculating the movement paths of every player on the court, enabling him to predict the probability of each individual's positioning. Was this the extraordinary calculating ability of Nash? Mohan was struck with astonishment as memories of Nash's journey flooded his mind. In terms of physical prowess, Nash was considered somewhat lacking within the NBA realm. During his high school years, he was overlooked by many prestigious institutions and ultimately found himself at the relatively obscure Santa Clara University. However, Nash possessed an exceptionally high level of intelligence. In his youth, he dabbled in soccer, basketball, and ice hockey, even securing 3 international chess championships and earning the title of most valuable player in British Columbia's soccer scene. On the court, Nash was renowned for his impeccable ball handling and remarkable assists, attributes that required both high IQ and basketball acumen. It can be said that during his prime, Nash was a coveted player by any team. Now, Mohan acutely felt the magnitude of Nash's prowess. Whether the real Nash would share a similar sentiment was a matter known to none, but this nebulous perception of pseudolines proved remarkably useful, enabling Mohan to discern with clarity the most suitable recipient for his passes. Defending against Mohan was Allen, who, noticing Mohan's sluggish dribbling, felt an urge to rush in for a steal. Yet, having faced considerable torment from Mohan throughout the match, Allen was deterred from taking risks, having lost the courage to attempt a steal. According to the probability statistics perceived by Mohan's pseudolines, Allen's chances of successfully defending against him stood at a mere 5%, an unfortunate 5%. Mohan executed a swift maneuver, deftly maneuvering around Allen. In this fast break, Allen had no time to react. By the time he adjusted his defense, Mohan had already surpassed him by several steps. Through the lens of probabilistic analysis in his mind's eye, Mohan discerned that passing the ball to Reeves yielded the highest success rate, an impressive 70. Furthermore, upon receiving the ball, Reeves boasted an 80 success rate on mid-range shots, a 75 probability for post-up hook shots, and a 60 chance of scoring through aggressive drives to the basket. Overall, Reeves emerged as the most suitable recipient for passes among his teammates. Mohan did not hesitate, deftly tossing the ball high towards Reeves's position. The Syracuse University players hurried to defend, having previously focused their attention solely on Mohan. By the time they realized the ball had been passed to Reeves and attempted to reposition for defense, it was far too late. Reeves seized the ball, guarded by Syracuse's center, Reagan, who was 2 body lengths away. With his back against Reagan, Reeves executed a graceful hook shot, sending the ball effortlessly into the basket. It was a remarkably beautiful assist. Although the process may sound intricate, from Mohan's ball control to maneuvering past Allen and delivering the pass, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Merely 3 seconds elapsed. possessing the exceptional calculation and court management skills reminiscent of a peak Nash. Mohan felt an extraordinary sense of ease. Compared to the previous all-encompassing gameplay, this was a breath of fresh air. His high intelligence and strong analytical abilities revealed the terrifying essence of Nash. While other players relied on instinct, Nash operated through a blend of intuition and calculation. The man hailed by the NBA as the son of the wind was indeed deserving of the title. Upon witnessing such a splendid assist, the head coach of Syracuse University immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Prior to the game, he had conducted thorough research on Mohan, an unavoidable necessity. While the other players from ANA Academy appeared rather ordinary, this 175-meter-tall Asian player stood out as exceptionally enigmatic. Indeed, in the eyes of the Syracuse coach, he was nothing short of peculiar. If one were to observe closely, the most formidable aspect of Mohan's game was not his scoring, but rather his ability to control the pace of the game, guiding the rhythm with his presence. This form of court management transcended traditional ball control at times. It materialized through three-pointers, at other times via breakthroughs, and even occasionally through blocks. Under this orchestration, ANA Academy's tempo surged, while their opponents gradually found themselves ensnared in turmoil. The Syracuse coach was currently experiencing this sensation. That assist was executed flawlessly, as if produced by a meticulous assembly line, devoid of any flaws. Was he about to unleash that peculiar rhythm of control once more? This intense unease left the Syracuse coach feeling profoundly threatened. As Syracuse initiated their offensive play, Anthony attempted to break through when he suddenly sensed a gust of wind rush past him. Then, the ball in his hands vanished. The fleeting figure was none other than Mohan. Mohan entered a state of peak calculation, predicting that Anthony would momentarily falter in his dribbling. In that fleeting instant of error, Mohan seized the opportunity, executing a remarkable steal. With the ball now in his possession, he swiftly initiated a counterattack. Mohan and Gorin executed a splendid crossplay, securing 2 points. As Syracuse University embarked on a new offensive round, Peter took control. Just as Peter crossed the halfway line, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind sweep past him. The ball had vanished from his grasp. In a remarkable display of skill, Mohan executed a second steal, swiftly dribbling towards the basket. As Alkin approached from behind, he instantly delivered a pass to Franklin, positioned at the three-point line. Franklin leapt, released the shot, and the ball swished through the net. In a brief span, Mohan had remarkably contributed 2 steals and 3 exquisite assists. This spectacle ignited the spectators into a frenzy. A gust of wind seemed to sweep past me. Is he the son of the wind? Such agility? Is he even human? This man, I believe, is the most formidable presence on the court. Mo, I adore you. Mo, what was once a tied score suddenly transformed into a 7-0 lead, propelled by Mohan's rhythm. The NBA coaches in attendance were visibly exhilarated by this scene. Compared to the average spectator, they were more adept at recognizing Mohan's true value. Swift, decisive, and fierce. Yet, he never loses his composure, maintaining the tempo with poise. Even when capable of scoring himself, he chooses to pass to his teammates, opting for the most advantageous scoring opportunity. A flawless point guard. If Mohan can exhibit such prowess on the NBA stage, he would undoubtedly emerge as one of the finest point guards in the league. Make sure to contact Lao Shu and secure Mohan's collaboration without fail. Remember, it is imperative. At the venue, coaches have already begun reaching out to the team's upper management. We must not let this exceptional point guard slip away. Chapter 57, Anthony's Outburst. Mohan showcased a terrifying prowess on the court, undoubtedly marking him as a prodigious talent. Every extraordinary player possesses a certain pride. And the NBA is the sanctuary of basketball. Thus, it is inevitable that Mohan will make his way to the NBA. Securing a player of Mohan's caliber at the earliest opportunity will provide a substantial advantage within the league. Discerning coaches would be loath to overlook a player of his talent, as his court management abilities are formidable. As Mohan activated his Nash-like mode, he single-handedly propelled his team to score 7 points in a mere 5 minutes, leaving Syracuse University trailing 7-0. This outcome sent waves of excitement through the crowd, placing immense pressure on the players of Syracuse University. Anthony's expression darkened. He could not fathom how the game had devolved to this point. If this tempo continued, Syracuse University would truly be at a loss. Would the NCAA finals devolve into mere garbage time? The mere thought of such a scenario left the players of Syracuse University apprehensive, their faces etched with concern. At this juncture, Syracuse University desperately needed someone to step up and shift the momentum. It is during moments like these that true leaders emerge. Anthony, bellowed the head coach of Syracuse University from the sidelines. Hearing his name, Anthony cast a glance towards the coach. The coach fixed a determined gaze upon him. His fists clenched. They could not afford to lose. He had faith in Anthony. The young Anthony excelled in various skills and was the coach's favorite prospect. His playing style was unmistakable. Given sufficient possession, he could truly shine. Young Anthony brimmed with vigor, explosive energy, and tenacity. Recalling an agreement he had made with his coach, Anthony resolved, "I shall not endure another defeat. This season, we must claim the championship." In an instant, he clenched his jaw and tightened his fists. Having reached the finals, they were but a step away from glory. They could not falter. Empowered by his coach's encouragement, Anthony unleashed his full potential. As Syracuse University regained possession, Anthony received a pass from Peter and transformed into a relentless force. With a deft spin, he eluded Gorin, then surged towards the basket with astonishing speed. Once Anthony entered this explosive state, the defense from the players of Allen College proved utterly incapable of halting his advance. Observing this, Mohan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Anthony was formidable, truly a standout from the illustrious class of 03. Based on the deceptive statistical probabilities of the Nash model, the likelihood of anyone stopping Anthony in such a state was a mere 20%. Now was not the time for a head-on clash. The longer Anthony excelled, the more captivating the game became. Anthony barreled towards the basket, culminating in a thunderous dunk. As the ball thundered through the hoop, Anthony let out a triumphant roar, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Indeed, he was Anthony, always ready to rise to the occasion. With Anthony on the court, Syracuse University had not lost hope. A perfect point guard faced off against the explosive Anthony, and my faith lay firmly with Anthony. His prowess had always garnered the audience's admiration. While they subconsciously perceived Mohan as somewhat lacking in physical attributes, this bias only served to bolster the audience's favor towards Anthony. As Anthony completed his dunk, the tension among the players of Syracuse University eased considerably. His explosive performance invigorated their morale. Each player was determined not to concede defeat so easily. Subsequently, Syracuse University orchestrated a brief resurgence, narrowing the gap by 3 points. The score now stood at 45-41, with Syracuse University trailing by 4. In merely 30 seconds remaining until halftime, Allen College retained possession and was poised to mount another offensive. Mohan extended a finger, signaling his intention to secure the ball and widen the score margin, thus gaining a more advantageous position in the second half. The defense of Syracuse University was remarkably tight, with Allen shadowing Mohan without a moment's respite. While Syracuse University excelled in offense, it would be a misrepresentation to claim they lacked defensive prowess. Their formidable attacking capabilities often overshadowed their defensive strategies. The players from Syracuse were determined to prevent any further increase in the score, exerting every ounce of strength during the final 26 seconds of defense. "You shall not pass," Allen nearly shouted, his voice filled with intensity. Throughout this match, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Defending against a player of 175 meters rendered his efforts seemingly futile, severely undermining his self-esteem. Allen yearned to restore his pride, needing to halt Mohan in this final offensive maneuver. Regrettably, while his intentions were noble, the likelihood of success was a mere 5%. In the face of Mohan's deceptive movements, he had 5 strategies at his disposal to navigate past Allen's defenses. Mohan did not rush to break through. He was taking his time, calculating the most advantageous position from which to launch his attack. In these final 15 seconds, the players from Syracuse University were defending with utmost seriousness. Whether passing the ball to Gorin or to center Rivas, their chances of successfully scoring were rather slim. Faced with the inability to execute a coordinated play, he decided to rely on his own abilities. Mohan let out a faint sigh and immediately made a resolute decision. With the assistance of the Nash model's pseudolines, he discerned the most advantageous angle from which to launch his attack. Almost disregarding Allen, Mohan executed a splendid hip maneuver, dribbling past his opponent. By the time Allen reacted, Mohan had already surpassed him by 3 positions. Mohan dribbled swiftly towards the 3-point line. Peter, the shooting guard from Syracuse University, approached to defend, extending his hand in an attempt to obstruct Mohan's path. However, in that fleeting moment, Mohan had already anticipated every move, swiftly shifting to the left and breaking through. The other players from Syracuse University converged around him, determined to deny Mohan any chance of penetrating to the basket. Only 8 seconds remained. Mohan did not hesitate. He launched the basketball towards the backboard. Indeed, he aimed for the backboard. The eyes of the Syracuse University players were entirely fixated on the ball, neglecting to further obstruct Mohan. In that fleeting moment, Mohan dashed with astonishing speed to the spot where the ball rebounded, leaped to seize the rebound, and then, with a second jump, swiftly took his shot. Thud. As the halftime whistle blew, the basketball swooshed through the net. Mohan had already calculated the probability of penetrating Syracuse's staunch defense, which was less than 15. There was no need for a brute force approach. Employing a Nash-like model to estimate probabilities, he accounted for the angle of the rebound and the landing spot. In that instant, he executed his rebound and second shot with finesse. The play was remarkably exquisite, leaving the spectators in awe. NBA coaches watching this scene grew increasingly appreciative of Mohan. Chapter 58. A more frantic second half. Apart from his assists, he possessed formidable individual skills, rendering him practically perfect. As the first half concluded, the coaches of both teams adjusted their strategies. The head coach of Syracuse University held a tactical board, orchestrating new plays. The second half's offense would be executed with greater decisiveness. Peter, take control of the ball more, focus on coordinating with Anthony, and Nicholas, position yourself a bit closer. Overall, Syracuse's strategy remained offensive, but they needed to intensify their defense against Mohan. The coach had thoroughly studied Mohan before the game and understood well how adept he was at controlling the rhythm. In every match, he consistently emerged when most needed, particularly in the closing moments of the second half. A meticulous analysis would reveal that in the latter stages of the second half, 80 of Iona College's ball possession and offensive tempo were orchestrated by Mohan. Containing him would disrupt Iona College's overall rhythm. On Iona College's side, Coach Bohan made some adjustments. Muller, you defend Anthony. Gorin, you counter Nicholas. Mohan, collaborate more with Gorin and seek opportunities to penetrate. Bohan was acutely aware that Syracuse's strength lay in their offense, especially in the second half, when they would undoubtedly execute their attacks with even more thoroughness. To rely solely on Mohan for offensive plays would place an undue burden on him. Should he falter, it could easily disrupt the overall tempo. By allowing Mohan to work with Gorin, Iona College would have more opportunities. As the halftime break concluded, both teams returned to the court. At the onset of the second half, Syracuse University launched into a fervent offensive onslaught. Their pace was rapid. As soon as Peter received the ball, he passed it to Reagan, who decisively scored with a mid-range shot. The entire sequence from initiation to conclusion took merely 7 seconds. Such a brisk tempo left the Iona College players momentarily stunned. Syracuse's tactical arrangement was clear. They aimed to capitalize on a fast break to amplify their offensive effectiveness. When Franklin passed the ball to Mohan, he was immediately shadowed by Alkin. As Mohan advanced to the half-court, Peter approached to double-team him. This formation was designed to completely restrict Mohan. Mohan did not rush to take action. While dribbling, his eyes scanned the entire court. With the assistance of a Nash-like template, he discerned the defensive intensity of Syracuse University. Passing the ball to the interior, he noted that Reeves had a shooting success rate of less than 30, with a staggering 40 probability of being stripped. When passing to Gorin, the shooting percentage fell below 50. Syracuse's defensive prowess was formidable, and they were a team whose defensive capabilities had been severely underestimated. Recognizing this situation, Mohan understood that he could only rely on himself. In terms of offense, the Nash template bestowed not only the ability to assist but also significantly bolstered individual capabilities. Nash was a player of comprehensive skills. Whether it was driving to the basket, mid-range shooting, three-pointers, or free throws, he possessed an exceptional scoring ability. On the court, Nash often refrained from scoring, prioritizing the facilitation of his teammates and establishing a superior rhythm. However, this did not imply that Nash lacked scoring prowess. When the opportunity for personal scoring arose, no one would decline the chance to showcase their abilities. Mohan no longer hesitated. He shifted his steps to the left and executed a swift change of direction, causing Arkin, who approached to defend, to be deceived and move past him. Peter followed closely on Mohan's right side, raising his hands to obstruct Mohan's path. Mohan's dribbling path was remarkably enigmatic. Although his center of gravity appeared to lean to the right, the ball veered to the left. This moment of evasion, though it may seem intricate, was merely the result of a split-second maneuver. By the time Peter registered the change, Mohan had already maneuvered past both him and Alkin's defenses. Mohan skillfully maneuvered past the double team of 2 defenders, prompting a Syracuse University player to rush over for support. However, in the very moment he initiated his breakthrough, Mohan had already calculated the defensive trajectories of all players with the precision of a probabilistic algorithm. At that instant, he resembled a sinuous polyline, deftly evading each member of the Syracuse team before forcefully sending the basketball through the hoop. Ding! As the ball descended, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. Yet, It was not Mohan who had committed the infraction. Rather, it was the center, Reagan, who inadvertently made contact with Mohan's hand while attempting to thwart his layup. From the referee's vantage point, it was undoubtedly a foul on Reagan. This outcome had also been anticipated by Mohan in his calculations. Reagan could only defend at the last moment of Mohan's shot. But such a hasty defense was fraught with risk. A slight deviation in Mohan's hand could easily provoke a foul. With Mohan's exceptional free throw percentage, he stood confidently at the line, effortlessly sinking the ball into the basket. Mohan executed a remarkable 2+1 play. And even though Reagan was aware that the foul was intentionally provoked, he could not muster any frustration. The coach of Syracuse University witnessed this scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. As the second half commenced, Mohan's fervor intensified beyond that of the first half, a spectacle he had observed in numerous matches before. Almost every team endeavored to contain Mohan's performance. Alas, to completely neutralize him remains an unattainable feat for any team to date. Mohan scored a goal that cast a shadow over the faces of the Syracuse University players. Mohan executed a breakthrough, and to do so in front of 5 individuals was akin to delivering a resounding slap in the face. Mohan executed a splendid shot. Yet the psychological resilience of the Syracuse University players remained commendable. In the ensuing 4 minutes, Syracuse University managed to maintain their offensive rhythm. With a score of 52-50, they were on the verge of equalizing, and the atmosphere on the court grew increasingly tense. In the finals, no one desires to face defeat. A single mistake at such a critical moment could potentially shift the momentum entirely. It is during these times that the performance of the team leader becomes even more pivotal. Mohan dribbled the ball, his expression remaining remarkably composed. With the influence of the Nash template, he effortlessly discerned the most energy-efficient direction for his dribbling. Mohan did not hasten to launch an attack. Instead, he lingered at the three-point line, observing the dynamics of the game. Each player was actively maneuvering, and at such moments, a single ball could either widen the score gap or equalize it. With the assistance of Nash-like deceptive lines, Mohan identified the optimal offensive opportunity. On Anthony's left side, Gorin's positioning favored his shot. Mohan and Gorin had trained together for an extended period, allowing him to discern Gorin's most effective shooting points. With a probability of hitting at 75, it was sufficient. Mohan calculated the approximate odds. In the next instant, like a gust of wind, Mohan evaded Allen and awaited the moment when the Syracuse University players surged forward, launching the basketball towards Gorin's position. Almost immediately, Gorin received the pass and took the shot. Chapter 59. The finale unfolds amidst a brawl swish. The ball entered the hoop, and Mohan delivered a splendid assist. The score was now 54-50, just as Syracuse University was on the brink of narrowing the gap. It was once again stretched to 4 points. At this juncture, even the most composed players from Syracuse University found themselves susceptible to impatience. Peter passed the ball to Anthony, who dribbled with remarkable speed towards the half-court. Upon reaching the half-court, Gorin positioned himself defensively, but Anthony disregarded him, forcefully attempting to break through. Crash! Gorin was violently knocked aside, and simultaneously, Anthony succeeded with a layup, slamming the ball into the basket. As the match progressed, tension escalated, and under such pressure, it was all too easy for the youthful players to ignite with anger. Gorin's temper was not particularly forgiving. Enraged by Anthony's aggressive move, he sprang to his feet and rushed over, delivering a swift kick toward Anthony. Caught up in the euphoria of his recent basket, Anthony was utterly unprepared for Gorin's aggression. The kick landed solidly, sending Anthony crashing to the ground. In the charged atmosphere, conflict erupted unexpectedly. The players from Syracuse University were no pushovers. Center Reagan immediately rushed over, throwing a punch at Gorin. Upon witnessing this scene, Mohan was equally filled with rage. Gorin was regarded as his trusted partner, and after such an extended period of competition, the two had long since become excellent friends. Mohan moved swiftly, rushing to push Reagan forcefully with both hands upon witnessing Gorin being struck. Bang! Despite standing at a mere 1.75 meters, Mohan was perceived as the most physically inferior among them all. Yet, with that single push, he sent the towering figure of Reagan, over 2 meters tall, sprawling a meter away, landing unceremoniously on the ground. With Mohan leading the charge, players from ANA Academy gathered, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the players of Syracuse University. The Syracuse players, fueled by their frustration from trailing in the game, responded with equal fervor, engaging in the fray without hesitation. It seemed as though a basketball match was on the brink of devolving into a brawl. And all of this transpired on the grand stage of the finals. In response to this deplorable situation, referees and staff rushed in to intervene and dissuade the chaos. It took a full 3 minutes to quell the rising tempers of the crowd. Observers in the stands, witnessing this spectacle, were left astounded, with some even recording the event to share online, certain it would soon trend. While altercations stemming from physical contact in basketball games are not entirely uncommon, such occurrences during the finals are exceedingly rare. In an effort to restore order and continue the match, the referees deliberated extensively before the head referee issued a ruling. The incident was deemed a malicious foul by Gorin against Anthony, resulting in a penalty of 4 free throws and 1 shot. This decision was evidently unjust. On the spot, NCAA Academy's head coach, Mohan, stood up and bellowed, "Have your eyes been devoured by a dog?" It was clearly Anthony who initiated the collision. Given Anthony's previously aggressive play style, it was evident that he had intentionally committed the foul that ignited the altercation. Yet now, the ruling had reversed, penalizing Gorin for a malicious foul, which incited great ire among the players of NCAA Academy. Mohan and his companions encircled the referee, vociferously protesting for a re-evaluation of the ruling. However, the head coach remained indifferent to their outcry, steadfastly upholding the penalty. As the match teetered on the brink of collapse, Coach Gorin, suppressing his inner fury, approached to soothe the frayed emotions of the players. This was the first time NCAA Academy had reached the finals. To abandon the match due to a brawl would render a season of hard work futile. No one was willing to accept such an outcome. Yet the uncertainty of ever achieving such success again loomed large. Under the coach's persuasion, the players of NCAA Academy reluctantly acquiesced to the on-field decision, deferring discussions of the perceived injustice until after the game. Gorin's countenance darkened considerably, prompting Mohan to pat his shoulder, his fist clenched tightly. "I shall avenge you." His unwavering gaze was ablaze with fury. The game resumed, and Syracuse University executed a series of 4 free throws and 1 shot, with Anthony effortlessly sinking all his free throws, casting a look of disdain at Gorin. At the moment Gorin struck, Anthony had already discerned that victory was assuredly his. As the star player of Syracuse University, Anthony's reputation far eclipsed that of Gorin. In such circumstances, especially on the grand stage of the finals, no referee would show favoritism towards Gorin. After all, it was indeed Gorin who initiated the altercation, with Anthony successfully converting all free throws. NCAA Academy's 2-point lead was swiftly overturned. Syracuse University seized the opportunity for a shot during a fast break, adding another 2 points to their tally. The situation dramatically flipped due to a single brawl. The players of NCAA Academy held their breath, while the Syracuse players wore triumphant smiles. "You have no chance of winning," Allen deliberately whispered near Mohan, aiming to undermine his composure. Mohan paid him no heed, skillfully dribbling the ball while directing his gaze towards Anthony. At that moment, Gorin was closely shadowing Anthony, their bodies occasionally brushing against each other, a situation that could easily escalate into a more serious altercation should the ball be passed. The Nash template's pseudo-linear probability calculation assessed Gorin's position, revealing that his shooting accuracy was less than 2. Undoubtedly, the earlier brawl had impacted Gorin's mindset. Mohan shook his head, unwilling to escalate the situation. However, his gaze remained fixated on Anthony. The probability of successfully breaking through from Anthony's side was a mere 20%, Mohan mused. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never engage in such a risky endeavor. Yet, due to prior events, a fire burned within him. Fueled by this anger, he was determined to teach Anthony a lesson. Mohan dribbled the ball low, executing a spin move that eluded his defender, Allen. He then deliberately surged towards Anthony's position. At the 3-point line, Anthony stood in his way. Mohan did not take his time with him. In front of Anthony, he launched a shot. Moreover, with a deliberate posture, he aimed the ball towards Anthony. Upon witnessing this, Anthony was overjoyed and quickly reached out to block it. In that fleeting moment, as Mohan released the basketball, his arm intentionally brushed against Anthony's fingers. Ding! As the ball swished through the hoop, the referee's whistle for a foul resounded. Staring at his own offending fingers, Anthony was utterly bewildered. He clearly had not made contact with Mohan, so why had such a judgment been rendered? Without concern for the consequences, Mohan cast a disdainful glance at Anthony before stepping up to the free throw line. The message was unequivocal. "You mess with my brother, and I will annihilate you." In most circumstances, Mohan was a person of civility. However, when faced with underhanded tactics from others, he was capable of sinking to an even lower level. Mohan possesses the retained attributes of templates such as James and Harden, which encompass not only technical skills but also a profound understanding of the rules. When the moment calls for it, this understanding will serve as the most lethal weapon on the court. Mohan imparted a profound lesson to Anthony. leaving the latter's countenance exceedingly grim. However, in his encounters with Mohan, Anthony has never managed to gain an advantage. Mohan's offensive style is exceedingly enigmatic. One can never quite ascertain whether he intends to shoot or to pass. "I shall not lose this match," Anthony silently vowed. With possession of the ball, Anthony received a pass from Peter and faced off against Gorin. Gorin glared at Anthony, his face contorted with rage. His defense was unyielding, and it appeared momentarily that Anthony could not evade his grasp. "Your anger is of no consequence before me," Anthony provocatively taunted. Anthony's objective was straightforward: to unsettle Gorin, thereby making it significantly easier for him to maneuver and to draw fouls from the opponent. Gorin remained silent, his gaze fixated on the ball in Anthony's hands. Suddenly, Anthony executed a rapid change of direction. Gorin, momentarily unable to keep pace, watched as Anthony surged forward. Anthony's speed was astonishing, and the other players from Ana College were a beat too slow to provide assistance. In a fit of anger, Gorin regained his composure and pursued from behind. But to impede Anthony's advance would necessitate a foul. At that moment, a memory of Mohan's earlier reassurance flashed in Gorin's mind. Just as Gorin reached out with his dirty hand from behind, he hesitated. To commit a flagrant foul at this juncture could lead to his expulsion from the game. A calamity for Ana College. Gorin had faith in Mohan. His brother would surely avenge him. Indeed, Anthony broke through Ana College's defense and was poised to leap for a layup when a hand suddenly descended upon the basketball. With a resounding smack, the ball was sent flying out of bounds, and Anthony turned to discover the identity of his unexpected assailant. Mohan. Just when Anthony believed he had achieved a breakthrough, it was Mohan who presented him with a sumptuous hot pot. Mohan employed the Nash template, calculating the probability of the faux line before him, enabling him to predict the actions of each player with precision. As Anthony drove past Gorin at the moment of attack, Mohan had already anticipated the manner in which Anthony would attempt his shot, with a mind both focused and unfettered. It was a trivial matter for Mohan to deliver a block against Anthony. Witnessing his shot swatted away once again, Anthony's expression darkened considerably. This was not the first occasion he had fallen victim to Mohan's defensive prowess. Anthony found himself perplexed, despite his stature. Why was Mohan's leaping ability superior to his own, and how could he consistently calculate the timing of Anthony's offensive maneuvers? Yet, such was the reality. Anthony had been thoroughly outmatched, and the players from Syracuse University shared his dismay. In their eyes, Anthony was the linchpin of the team, their leader. From the commencement of the NCAA tournament to the present, Anthony's performance had been nothing short of remarkable and seemingly invincible. However, since the encounters with Ana College, Anthony had continually faced setbacks, shaking the confidence of his teammates. As Syracuse University's guard, Peter, initiated the play from the baseline, he made an unexpected choice, opting not to pass to Anthony but rather to Nicholas. Confronted by Mueller's defense, Nicholas struggled to find an appropriate shooting angle. He glanced towards Anthony, who was eager to showcase his skills, persistently signaling for the ball. Nicholas then cast his eyes towards Algen, noticing the faint smile playing on Mohan's lips. Doubt crept into Nicholas's mind, apprehensive that passing the ball to Anthony might result in yet another block. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to pass to Reagan instead. Upon receiving the ball, Reagan backed down against Reeves, positioning himself in his most favorable shooting spot, and effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. As Ana College launched their offensive, Mohan gestured for Franklin to pass him the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Franklin complied, delivering the ball promptly to Mohan. Mohan received the ball, completely disregarding the close defense of Alkin surrounding him. He cast a glance at Anthony's position, and once again, the probability calculation of the deceptive line emerged. The chance of successfully breaking through from Anthony's side was merely 45, while the probability of executing a layup through Reagan's side soared to 70. Mohan silently contemplated that, under rational circumstances, the prudent choice would be to opt for a layup alongside Reagan. However, Mohan chose to confront Anthony, and the reason was quite straightforward: harm my brother, and I shall bring about your demise. Mohan skillfully maneuvered past the defense of Alkin, directing his dribble towards Anthony's position. Upon seeing Mohan approach once more, Anthony's eyes blazed with fury. When adversaries meet, the tension is palpable. With arms fully outstretched, Anthony aimed to completely thwart Mohan's advance. Mohan had long anticipated Anthony's defensive maneuvers, and in that fleeting moment, he released the basketball from his grasp. Intentionally, he directed his palm toward Anthony's fingers. With a sharp whistle, the ball soared through the hoop as the referee signaled a foul. Once again, Anthony had committed a defensive foul. Instantly, He was left in a state of bewilderment. He had not reached out his palm. It was entirely Mohan's deliberate act of colliding his fingers. However, from the referee's vantage point, it appeared that Anthony had obstructed the shot with his hand, resulting in the foul. The first instance could be deemed an accident. Yet this was the second occurrence. Anthony felt an urge to curse loudly, his face flushed with anger, nearly charging at Mohan to deliver a punch. But realizing the severe repercussions, he restrained himself. Up to this point in the second half, Anthony had accumulated a total of 4 fouls, 3 of which were related to Mohan. A further infraction would result in free throws. The head coach of Syracuse University, witnessing this scene, deduced that this was not merely Anthony's impulsive behavior, but rather Mohan's calculated targeting of him, reluctantly wishing to avert a worsening situation. The coach had no choice but to substitute Anthony. Seething with frustration, Anthony took his seat on the bench, his expression resembling that of an overripe eggplant. Mohan deliberately passed by Anthony, displaying a look of disdain. "This is what happens to those who mess with my brother," with Anthony sidelined. Syracuse University's situation grew increasingly dire. Within the subsequent 2 minutes, the score widened to 79-72, with Ana College leading by 7 points. For Ana College, possessing a 7-point advantage alleviated much of their pressure, and a hint of excitement crept onto their faces. The championship was just a step away. Chapter 61. The final 3 minutes. Anthony's forced exit was a dire blow for Syracuse University. Ana College's offense, orchestrated by Mohan, became increasingly incisive. In a mere 3 minutes, the score further escalated to 88-78, now a 10-point lead. Witnessing this, Syracuse University's coach had no choice but to call a timeout. "We cannot play like this. If we do not take action, this game is truly over. Surely, none of you wish to lose the finals in this manner?" With only 5 minutes remaining, there was still hope for a comeback, yet the overall momentum had been shattered. The players of Syracuse University fell into silence. It was not a lack of seriousness on their part, but rather the sheer prowess of Mohan that overwhelmed them. Without Mohan, Ana College would merely be a second-tier team, yet with him orchestrating the offense, their capabilities surged to an entirely new level. "Coach, let me back in," Anthony asserted, his gaze filled with determination. As the core of Syracuse University, his absence made it challenging for the team to find their rhythm. The coach nodded slightly, deciding to allow Anthony to continue playing. On the Ana College side, Coach Boeheim encouraged his team, "With just 5 minutes left, let us give it our all. If we secure this victory, we will etch Ana College's name in history." Reaching the finals had once been a distant dream, and now, standing just a step away from the championship, the excitement was palpable. To conserve Mohan's energy, Boeheim opted to let him rest momentarily, substituting in a backup player. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, and Anthony rejoined Syracuse University. The moment they resumed play, Syracuse University immediately accelerated their fast-paced offense. Known for their offensive prowess, the team's efficiency surged significantly with Anthony back on the court. Meanwhile, Ana College, without Mohan, swiftly revealed their vulnerabilities. In the arena, Mohan orchestrates the offensive Ana Academy with remarkable fluidity. However, in his absence, the team's offensive play becomes disjointed, resembling a collection of individuals rather than a cohesive unit. In stark contrast, Syracuse University exhibits a seamless offensive flow, skillfully capitalizing on each opportunity. Defensively, Ana Academy struggles to keep pace with Syracuse's rhythm. Not only does Syracuse boast exceptional offensive capabilities, but their defense is equally formidable. As the game progresses, Syracuse is determined not to succumb to defeat. Their defense is nearly impenetrable. Within a mere 2 minutes, Syracuse narrows the score gap to 92-88, a mere 4-point difference, suggesting a strong possibility of overtaking the lead. Ana Academy's coach calls for a timeout to strategize for the remaining moments. Mohan, you shall lead the offense. Gorin, focus on defending Anthony. In the final moments, he will undoubtedly act decisively. Reeves, position yourself closer to the action. Meanwhile, Syracuse's coach emphasizes an aggressive offensive approach, declaring, "The last 3 minutes present our prime opportunity to regain the lead. Attack with conviction, and Arkin, keep a keen eye on Mohan. At this juncture, he will be pivotal." With only 3 minutes remaining, neither team is willing to accept defeat. The narrow score gap means that if Syracuse can successfully defend even one possession, they could potentially even the score, a feat that would significantly boost their morale and possibly lead to a dramatic victory. After a brief timeout, both teams return to the court, with Ana Academy reintroducing Mohan. In these final 3 minutes, Syracuse's offense becomes increasingly assertive, maintaining a rapid tempo. Conversely, Ana Academy struggles to match the pace of their opponents. Muller even commits a basic error, allowing Syracuse to capitalize and reduce the deficit to just 2 points. However, with Mohan back in play, the offensive rhythm improves significantly. For every basket Syracuse scores, Ana Academy responds in kind under Mohan's guidance. The score now stands at 98-96, with Syracuse trailing by only 2 points. Syracuse gains possession, and Arkin advances the ball past half-court before passing it to Anthony. In this critical moment, Syracuse places its trust in Anthony. With an intense expression, he possesses the poise of a future NBA star. Anthony executes a deceptive crossover dribble, evading Gorin before swiftly penetrating the key. As center Reeves steps up to defend, Anthony, unable to force a layup, alters his approach mid-air, delivering a behind-the-back pass. Syracuse's offensive coordination shines as Nicholas, fully aware of Anthony's intentions, rushes to receive the ball and promptly scores, leveling the game at 98 with only 1 minute remaining. This basket proves to be pivotal for both teams as Ana Academy once again turns to Mohan to lead their offensive efforts. Mohan advanced past the halfway line, only to be immediately besieged by the defenders from Syracuse University. Alkin and Peter effectively marked him on both sides. The intent behind Syracuse's defensive strategy was straightforward. As long as Mohan remained outside the penalty area, they felt confident in thwarting his efforts. The duo's commitment to their defensive duties was commendable. However, for Mohan, it was merely a formality. In his prime, Nash's offensive prowess and playmaking abilities were unparalleled, bordering on unanswerable. With a nuanced understanding of probability and spatial awareness, Mohan effortlessly discerned the points of breakthrough. Mohan did not contemplate taking a risk to break through. He dribbled in the three-point area for a considerable duration and, upon realizing that Franklin had an 80% chance of scoring, he decisively passed the ball to him. Franklin received the ball and instantly understood Mohan's intention, leaping up for a mid-range jumper that found its mark. The score stood at 100-98, with only 30 seconds remaining in the game. Beads of sweat adorned everyone's foreheads, their focus intensely heightened. A mere 2-point deficit meant that anything could transpire. Syracuse University's offensive play commenced, with Alkin holding the ball for a moment before passing it to Peter. Peter dribbled for a while, recognizing the difficulty of finding an opening against Mohan, and promptly delivered a long pass to Anthony. Positioned at the three-point line, Anthony did not hesitate as the ball reached him. He launched a shot. Thud. In Mohan's calculated probability analysis, the three-point shot, with a mere 5 success rate, was astonishingly converted by Anthony. The score shifted to 100-101, with only 15 seconds left on the clock. This placed immense pressure on Ana Academy. Chapter 62, We Are Champions. With just 15 seconds remaining if Ana Academy scores, victory would be all but secured. However, at this juncture, Syracuse University's defense would be at its most formidable. Securing this point would prove to be exceedingly challenging. The hearts of every player from Ana Academy raced fiercely, with even Franklin's fingers trembling as he held the ball. Upon observing Franklin's condition, Mohan proactively approached to receive the ball. At this moment, not only were the players on stage tense, but the audience below also felt their nerves taut. For both teams, this was a moment to forge their place in the annals of history. As Mohan dribbled past the halfway line, he soon realized that Syracuse University's defense was impenetrable. According to the statistical probabilities from the pseudo-line metrics, the likelihood of making a successful shot, regardless of the recipient, did not exceed 15. This was not solely due to the tightness of Syracuse University's defense, but also attributed to the psychological fluctuations of the players from Ana College. After all, the final shot would determine the outcome of the game. Without a steady heart, seizing the moment would prove exceedingly difficult. Mohan dribbled the ball, with Alkin providing impenetrable defense. Moreover, through calculations of probability, it was evident that Anthony could surge forward at any moment to intercept or steal the ball. Attempting to force his way into the paint, the success rate was a mere 18. As each second ticked away, Mohan's heart raced with anticipation. He understood that breaking through was an arduous task. According to the statistical analysis, attempting a three-point shot was the most suitable option, with a hit rate of 40. It was the most favorable probability among all. He resolved to take the shot. Mohan shouted internally, and after 7 seconds of hesitation, he ultimately chose to cast his vote. Mohan retreated with a deft step, deceiving Alkin's defense. Anthony rushed in to provide support, using his body to obstruct Mohan's line of sight. However, Mohan had already calculated his shooting position. In that fleeting moment, he leaped, and the basketball soared through the air. Whoosh! The ball glided gracefully, tautening the nerves of everyone present. Bang! It struck the rim, spinning twice before finally descending into the net. It was a triumphant three-pointer. In the final moments, Mohan boldly attempted a three-pointer. Instantly, Coach Barim of Aina College exuberantly waved his arms. Simultaneously, the crowd erupted in fervor. Mo! 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 Who would have imagined that at such a critical juncture, Mohan would have the audacity to shoot a three-pointer? From that vantage point, considering Mohan's height of 175 meters, his shot would undoubtedly face interference. Yet he still took the chance. NBA coaches, witnessing this scene, were filled with joy and excitement. He is indeed a player with a big heart. Mo's value is immeasurable. In the realm of NBA, there exists a type of player revered as the crown jewel of a team, one who dares to strive and fight during crucial moments. Capable of clinching victory. Such players are deemed big-heart athletes. With only 3 seconds remaining, Syracuse University had no choice but to gamble, passing the ball to Anthony. Anthony launched a high, desperate shot, which ultimately clanged off the rim, ending in failure. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. Cheers erupted both on and off the court. The chants of Mo continued to resonate. The players of Aina College hoisted Mohan high above their heads. From the onset of the NCAA tournament, no one anticipated that Aina College would emerge as this year's greatest dark horse. Previously, Aina College had remained in obscurity. Yet this time, they surged into the madness of March, triumphing through each round to claim the championship. This achievement soared like a rocket, defying all expectations. At this moment, this night, the honor belongs to Aina College, and it is solely due to Mohan's contributions. Standing at 175 meters, a height often deemed inadequate in high school leagues, he has etched Aina College's name into history. The news of Aina College's championship victory ignited a fervent discussion within the basketball community. Numerous star players, coaches, and legends offered high praise for Mohan. Kobe, in an interview, remarked, Mohan is a remarkably resolute leader. He consistently steps up when the team needs him. His abilities are exceptional, making him a formidable opponent. Nash expressed his admiration, stating, I greatly appreciate this player. His style of play is astute and spirited, showcasing the qualities required of an orchestrator. Phil Jackson, head coach of the Lakers, extended an invitation, saying, Mohan is the most promising point guard I've seen. He can score in various ways. But what's even more commendable is his selflessness. He always finds the right teammate to deliver critical assists. Mohan, come to the NBA, join the Lakers. We welcome you. Yao Ming, a fellow compatriot from the East, also extended a warm invitation. Mohan, join the Rockets. Let's build a new dynasty together. For 3 consecutive days, discussions surrounding Aina College's championship and Mohan's value dominated online searches and forums. After all, from a static standpoint, Mohan's height of 175 meters presented a significant disadvantage. Few could have envisioned that such a player could lead a weaker team to victory, emerging from the chaos of March Madness. Observant fans compiled a montage of all of Mohan's baskets, which subsequently went viral, accumulating billions of views. When news of Mohan's NCAA championship victory reached the East, a wave of Mohan fervor swept across the nation. Sports stores displayed countless posters of Mohan for sale online, and he was hailed as one of the Eastern duo heroes in the basketball world. The Eastern duo, Yao Ming and Mohan. Yao Ming made his mark in the NBA through his outstanding performance, while Mohan led his team to victory in the NCAA. Countless posts proliferated, advocating for Mohan to join the Rockets, envisioning a partnership with Yao Ming that would conquer the NBA and forge an Eastern dynasty. As Mohan's name resonated globally, he received numerous calls from agents daily. Ultimately, he decided to change his phone number, entrusting all affairs to Aina College. Mohan has yet to join the NBA, yet his potential and commercial value have already captivated many. Of course, whether this can truly materialize will depend on his eventual entry into the NBA. The prospect of playing in the NBA genuinely excites me, Mohan remarked with a smile of anticipation. A week after the frenzy of March Madness in the NCAA concluded, the fervor surrounding Mohan began to gradually subside. Mohan's life has seldom returned to tranquility, yet he remains unwavering in his commitment to training. Mohan is acutely aware that his current achievements are largely attributed to the experience cards awarded by the system. Without those experience cards, it would have been exceedingly difficult to attain his present success. However, to venture further, his training must not wane. Daily, he commits to performing 100 pull-ups, running 10 kilometers, executing 100 squats, and completing 100 repetitions. Chapter 63. Yao Ming's invitation call days pass swiftly, and soon it is mid to late June. With only a week remaining until the NBA draft, various institutions have begun to release their prediction lists online. Prominent names such as LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony prominently feature on these lists, representing what would later be known as the golden generation of 2003 NBA superstars, who had already demonstrated remarkable talent and capability during their high school years. Among this distinguished roster, there is one exceptional name, Mohan. Prior to this, it could be said that few had even heard of him. However, as Aina Academy emerged as the dark horse of the NCAA this season, advancing to the finals and ultimately claiming the championship, Mohan's name has begun to shine in the public eye. Mohan, standing at a modest height of merely 1.75 meters, is deemed too short for the realm of basketball. Such stature not only renders participation in the NBA improbable, but also poses significant challenges even within the confines of high school leagues. Nevertheless, Mohan's prowess is undeniably formidable. Throughout the NCAA season, he has consistently delivered triple-double performances and has repeatedly clinched victories for his team in critical matchups, even with the season yet to conclude. Numerous NBA coaches have already taken notice of Mohan's exceptional talents. Mohan's triumphant three-pointer that secured victory against Syracuse University in the finals has left an indelible impression on the hearts of many. Highlights of Mohan have gone viral online, especially in Eastern countries, where he is venerated with an almost enigmatic adoration. Beyond his individual prowess, Mohan possesses immense commercial value, which the NBA cannot afford to overlook. Mohan has been added to the NBA draft list midway through the process. With just a week remaining until the draft, fans of various teams and enthusiasts are engaged in discussions regarding the players most likely to be selected this year. From the overall voting, it appears that LeBron James commands a significant 60% of the votes for the number 1 pick, while other prominent figures such as Chris Bosh, Dwayne Wade, and Carmelo Anthony are also under keen scrutiny. I staunchly support James. He is an awe-inspiring player, possessing a regal dominion on the court. His physical prowess makes him resemble a mighty gorilla standing tall. In contrast, Wade, Bosh, and Anthony are also exceptional athletes, exhibiting remarkable physical attributes and skills. However, Mohan, despite his considerable popularity, has garnered relatively few votes, with prevailing opinions being largely unfavorable. It may be harsh to say, but it is the truth. While he may have thrived in the NCAA, his height presents a critical limitation. The intensity of the NBA far surpasses that of the NCAA, and his achievements are likely to be constrained. Mohan's static athleticism is notably deficient. His height and physique would render him fragile in the NBA. Although his technical skills are commendable, the lack of dynamic physical attributes suggests he may only fit into a backup role. If I were a coach, my first choice would undoubtedly be LeBron James, followed by Bosh, Anthony, and Wade, with Mohan being a distant consideration. The physical prerequisites for playing in the NBA are exceptionally demanding, and Mohan's static attributes suggest he possesses a fragile constitution, likely leading to injuries after just a few games, resulting in an abrupt end to his career. Indeed, the NBA is a league that prioritizes athletic talent, and players lacking such qualities seldom progress far. One should not be misled by his NCAA accomplishments. The two leagues differ vastly in intensity, given Mohan's physical condition. He is prone to injuries and unlikely to achieve significant success. In the eyes of numerous online commentators and even some NBA veterans, Mohan possesses personal capabilities but falls short in static athleticism, making him susceptible to injuries in the rigorous NBA environment. Players with fragile attributes do not thrive in the NBA, as no team can endure the prolonged absence of a player due to injuries. A player's extended time away from the court inevitably affects their performance. Investing in a player like Mohan is a venture fraught with high risk and poor returns. In stark contrast, LeBron James embodies a terrifying level of dominance. He possesses astonishing physical attributes and is proficient in a myriad of basketball techniques, capable of excelling in all 5 positions. Such players are perpetually coveted within the NBA. Many teams have approached the question of selecting Mohan with great caution. When Mohan triumphed in the NCAA, team executives fervently reached out to Aina Academy. However, once the initial excitement subsided, the executives and coaches became prudent in their considerations regarding Mohan, resulting in merely verbal agreements without further developments. It is indeed hard to fathom that Mohan's accomplishments rank among the finest in NCAA history, yet he receives less attention than some ordinary players. For instance, Fellow ANA Academy players like Gorin and Muller received invitations early on, ensuring their transition to the NBA upon graduation. Perhaps Mohan is the sole champion in NCAA history who, despite his stellar achievements, is not regarded as a priority. Some teams that have contacted Mohan do so primarily for his commercial potential, recognizing the vast population of the Eastern nation, which could yield substantial profits from merchandise. However, the positions they offer him would only allow for a backup role, which Mohan has outright refused. Mohan possesses an indomitable spirit, if no team truly values him. He would rather refrain from joining the NBA altogether. However, there are indeed those who hold him in high regard. 3 days prior to the draft, Mohan received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, Mohan. This is Yao Ming. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Houston Rockets. I wonder if you would be interested?" The self-introduction from the other end of the line left Mohan utterly astonished. Yao Ming, as a representative of the Eastern realm, there is no one who is unaware of that name. He is a source of pride for his nation. Yao Ming has consistently expressed the highest admiration for Mohan, having articulated his appreciation in interviews on multiple occasions and extended numerous invitations for Mohan to play alongside him in the NBA. When Mohan came across the report, he had always assumed that Yao Ming was merely speaking in platitudes. After all, the NBA is a commercial league, and as the star player of the Rockets, Yao's statements undoubtedly carried the weight of official endorsement. However, to his surprise, Yao Ming truly made a phone call to extend an invitation. Mohan's heart was filled with excitement and deep emotion. Nevertheless, he calmly inquired, "Thank you for your invitation. I am quite interested in playing basketball with you. The salary can be discussed in detail, but I hope to ensure sufficient playing time during the matches. If that cannot be guaranteed, I must regrettably decline the invitation." Mohan has articulated his conditions. He aspires to be a starting player rather than a mere substitute. This is not an expression of arrogance on his part, but rather a conclusion drawn from careful contemplation. Having competed against the illustrious 03 Golden Generation in the NCAA, he is confident that his abilities are on par with theirs, rendering it unnecessary for him to start from square one. Mohan possesses an indomitable spirit. He holds disdain for the team that underestimates him. He does not require their validation. Chapter 64, NBA Draft Conference. Haha, I knew you would respond this way. Yao Ming's hearty laughter resonated on the other end of the line. Rest assured, we both hail from the East, and I have long anticipated our collaboration in perfect harmony. Your arrival at the Rockets will undoubtedly establish you as a key player, ensuring that you will have the ball in your hands without respite. Upon hearing such a response, Mohan felt the weight that had burdened him for days lift away. Very well, I too look forward to playing alongside you. Together, we shall surely seize the championship. The invitation from Yao Ming was conveyed through a private call, and the following day, Mohan received a call from the upper management of the Rockets. During this conversation, they expressed their fervent desire for Mohan to join the team, even presenting exceptional conditions, hoping that he would not decline their offer. Mohan was acutely aware that, on one hand, the Rockets indeed held a favorable view of him, while on the other, Yao Ming played a significant role in this regard. Ever since Yao Ming joined the Rockets, he had been nurtured as the team's cornerstone. The candidates proposed by Yao Ming were undoubtedly taken seriously by the higher-ups of the Rockets. When the Rockets extended a cordial invitation, Mohan would not dismiss it outright. He too eagerly anticipated the prospect of collaborating with Yao Ming, envisioning the two of them forming an Eastern duo to dominate the NBA stage. The mere thought of such a future invigorated Mohan. A couple of days later, the NBA draft was held at Madison Square Garden. Representatives from all 29 NBA teams, the NBA officials, and the eligible players were present. Among them were luminaries such as LeBron James, Chris Bosh, Carmelo Anthony, and Dwayne Wade. And Mohan was included in that illustrious group. As these exceptional players entered, the arena erupted with fervor, the cheers from the audience resounding loudly. This was the class of 2003, renowned for its extraordinary talent and later dubbed the Golden Generation of the NBA. The loudest cheers outside the arena were reserved for LeBron James. His commanding style of play made him akin to a king on the court, driving countless fans into a frenzy. With his all-around skill set, impressive speed, leaping ability, and physical prowess, he exhibited near perfection in both offense and defense. Indeed, upon entering the NBA, LeBron became the linchpin of his team, consistently delivering dazzling statistics on the court. In addition to LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and Chris Bosh also garnered considerable acclaim. Although they had been defeated by Mohan's ANA College in that NCAA season, Their potential had shone brightly since high school, earning them a substantial fan base. Yet, there was something peculiar about Mohan. Despite being the core player leading Ana College to an NCAA championship, he received surprisingly little recognition. The reason was quite straightforward. Mohan had only emerged in the NCAA during that season. Coupled with his low-key demeanor and the skepticism surrounding his 175-meter static talent, the only supporters cheering for Mohan were those loyal fans who had followed Ana College throughout their journey, predominantly local fans. In the eyes of the entire league's supporters, this was an exceedingly small base. Aside from the cheers, there were numerous voices of skepticism regarding Mohan, and they were quite pronounced, clearly audible even on the court. Mohan's static athleticism may be deemed the most lackluster since the inception of the NBA draft, yet he has clinched the NCAA championship this season, leading many to believe that luck played a significant role. That 175-meter lad must be Mohan, right? It is surprising that he actually decided to participate in this draft. Given his static talent, it is likely that he would be shattered like glass in the NBA. If I were in his shoes, I would contemplate whether it would not be wiser to remain in the NCAA, where he could thrive. This individual surely would not be favorably regarded by any team. The skepticism surrounding Mohan is palpable, even reaching the ears of representatives from the leading NBA teams seated at the front. The choices made by these 29 team representatives will ultimately determine the destinies of the players in tonight's draft. Being selected in the earlier rounds elevates one's value, whereas a later selection diminishes it. Players who go undrafted will find themselves as free agents. As time passes, the host announces the official commencement of the draft, quieting the noise both inside and outside the venue. The first event is the lottery draw, where 14 teams that did not make the playoffs are gathered for the drawing. Moments later, the draft order is revealed. The team holding the first overall pick is the Cleveland Cavaliers, a team that has been deliberately underperforming for half a season to secure this selection. The representative of the Cavaliers beams with satisfaction upon acquiring the first pick. The Detroit Pistons claim the second pick, followed by the Denver Nuggets in third. After the lottery concludes, there is a period for team representatives to negotiate and potentially trade their draft positions. Of course, such exchanges come at a cost. Following discussions, the only significant change was the Rockets acquiring the Pistons' position, though the price they paid remains undisclosed. The Rockets had aspired to secure the first overall pick, but the Cavaliers' representative remained steadfast and unwilling to negotiate. The first round of the draft commences. Outside, there is a cacophony of cheers for LeBron James, alongside shouts for Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Carmelo Anthony, while calls for Mohan are exceedingly rare. Traditionally, the first overall pick is awarded to the NCAA's most valuable player, typically the core figure leading their team to the championship. The Cavaliers' representative steps onto the stage, casting a glance over the audience, his gaze fixated on both James and Mohan. The young James exudes an overwhelming presence merely by standing there. His robust physique, standing at 2.06 meters, showcases prominent muscle definition. It is challenging to find any flaws in such physical attributes. Having previously played football and led his team to victory, this experience is highly regarded by many teams, highlighting his exceptional athletic prowess. The Cavaliers' representative takes another deep look at Mohan, and in comparison to James, Mohan's static athleticism falls drastically short. There is no need to elaborate on the height disparity. At 175 meters, he is strikingly noticeable on the court. And as an Eastern individual, his physique lacks a sense of strength, particularly as he also carries an air of scholarly elegance. Were it not for Mohan's triumph in the NCAA, it is doubtful anyone would believe he could play basketball. Mohan's performance in the NCAA is undoubtedly a crucial consideration for every NBA team. After all, the statistics he has delivered during the games are remarkably impressive, even surpassing those of teams featuring stars like Bosh, Wade, and Anthony. Mohan was once regarded by numerous NBA coaches as an exceptional candidate for a backup role. In their eyes, Mohan's position remained primarily as a substitute. After all, his static attributes were evident, and given the high intensity of the NBA, he was prone to injuries. No team would be willing to take the risk of having him as a starter. Chapter 65. The overlooked second overall pick. The intensity of NBA games is vastly different from that of the NCAA. The susceptibility to injury can significantly impact a team's performance throughout the season, a factor every coach must take into account. Mohan's skills have indeed garnered recognition, averaging triple-doubles, particularly showcasing exceptional court vision and basketball IQ. he proves to be a significant asset for the team from the bench position at point guard. The Cleveland Cavaliers, having languished for half a season, finally secured the coveted first overall pick, hoping to select the most fitting player for their roster in this year's draft. Prior candidates for the Cavaliers included James, Bosh, Anthony, and Wade. Mohan made it onto the list due to his pivotal role in leading ANA Academy to victory in this season's NCAA championship. After much deliberation, the Cavaliers ultimately succumbed to the prevailing public sentiment and selected James with the first overall pick. Once the name was announced, a chorus of cheers erupted outside. In truth, this decision was astutely made. In an alternate reality devoid of Mohan, James emerged as the most luminescent star of the illustrious 2003 draft class. Following the Cavaliers' selection, the Houston Rockets prepared to choose second. The Rockets had expended significant resources to trade for this first-round pick, with widespread belief that the adjustments were primarily aimed at acquiring James. Regrettably, the Cavaliers would not grant them that opportunity. As a fallback, lacking James, the Rockets seemed poised to select either Wade, Anthony, or Bosh, with fervent calls for these players resonating from the audience. However, without hesitation, the Rockets' representative promptly chose Mohan. In that moment, a hush fell over the arena. Few anticipated Mohan's selection at such a high rank, considering his static athleticism was rather unremarkable. In comparison to the plethora of outstanding players, his disadvantages loomed large. Standing at 1.75 meters, with a slender physique typical of Eastern descent and a somewhat scholarly demeanor, he hardly seemed worthy of the second pick. Interestingly, the Rockets' representative was not particularly optimistic about Mohan. Nevertheless, prior discussions between Yao Ming and the Rockets' management emphasized the necessity of securing Mohan at all costs, warning that failing to do so would lead to lifelong regret. Yao Ming, currently the star player for the Rockets, wielded considerable influence over the management's decisions. Neglecting Yao's advice during the draft could spell disaster for the team. The upper management struggled to comprehend Yao's enthusiasm for Mohan, suspecting it may stem from a kinship among Eastern players. Ultimately, under Yao's strong recommendation, the Rockets' representative adhered to the management's prior decision and selected Mohan with the second pick. As Mohan was announced as the second overall pick, an initial silence enveloped the arena, swiftly followed by a wave of boos and derisive laughter. It was deemed foolish to forego Wade, Bosh, and Anthony in favor of a mere bench player. Many believed the Rockets' management had lost their minds, naively assuming that Mohan's NCAA championship victory made him the most valuable player. Skeptics anticipated that he would falter in the NBA. The selection of Mohan was met with incredulity. The Rockets seemed to be investing in a backup, raising suspicions of ulterior motives. The decision to choose a backup player so early in the draft puzzled many, leading to speculation regarding the rationale behind such an expensive choice. Should Mohan lead the Rockets to the playoffs, some vowed to eat their words. The cacophony of jeers and mockery drowned out any support for Mohan, leaving the Rockets' representative visibly distressed, feeling as though he had been undermined by the management. Mohan stood on the court, unfazed by the boos and jeers that surrounded him. This was not his first encounter with such derision. His spirit had long since developed an immunity to it. He saw no worth in offering explanations. Words held no significance in the face of skepticism. When the time came on the NBA stage, he would let his performance deliver a resounding rebuttal to those who doubted him. True prowess speaks for itself. After the Houston Rockets selected Mohan as the second overall pick, the subsequent draft unfolded without incident. The draft concluded successfully, yet discussions surrounding Mohan's selection by the Rockets continued unabated. The choice to pick him with such a high pick even trended on social media, inciting a chorus of skepticism and mockery online. However, in the Eastern lands, support for Mohan was unwavering. What do these critics truly understand? Mohan and Yao Ming, one excelling in perimeter play and the other dominating the paint, together form an indomitable duo. Mohan's capabilities are undeniable. Envisioning his collaboration with Yao Ming fills me with fervor and excitement. Just wait and see. With their formidable alliance, they are bound to reach the top 8. Following the draft, the discourse surrounding Mohan's ascension to the Rockets not only persisted online, but also drew skepticism from numerous teams and legends of the game. Mohan remained indifferent to this matter. Due to the issue of static talent, he had long grown accustomed to people's attitudes. His focus was on enhancing his strength, and he never neglected his daily training regimen. Each day, he performed 100 pull-ups, ran 10 kilometers, and completed 100 squats. For him, these exercises constituted the foundation of his training. Now, Mohan pushed himself even harder. In addition to these workouts, he consistently refined his shooting touch, practicing three-point shots. From each designated spot, he would shoot 100 times, ultimately reaching a point where he could grasp the ball without looking at the hoop, instinctively knowing the optimal force and posture for achieving the highest accuracy. From his experiences in NCAA games, Mohan understood that his static talent would always be a weakness. Once he drew the attention of defenders, he would inevitably face double or even triple teams. The defensive intensity in the NBA far surpassed that of the NCAA. When his line of sight was obstructed, he could hardly see the basket. Achieving the ability to hit three-pointers without having to look at the hoop became his paramount goal. With the advantages of templates like Curry and Nash, the remaining 20 attributes could significantly enhance Mohan's three-point shooting prowess. In addition to honing his three-point skills, he further engaged in physical conditioning. Due to the limitations of his static talent, he was at risk of injury during vigorous physical confrontations. This potential hazard was one he needed to address. Mohan was acutely aware of a singular truth: no matter how exceptional one's talent or genius may be, succumbing to injury can deliver a devastating blow to one's professional career. Within the realm of the NBA, numerous examples abound. Even Yao Ming's eventual retirement was significantly influenced by his injuries. The intensity of competition in NBA games is formidable, with some teams exhibiting a brutally aggressive style of play. Therefore, it is imperative to discover effective solutions to these challenges. Ding Dang detected the host's fervent desire for rigorous training and bestowed a special reward. Chapter 66, Joining the Rockets. Ding Dang announced the reward of a hidden Shaquille O'Neal physique, currently at level 1, with a progress increment of 0. This can be enhanced through intense training. Upon hearing the system's voice, Mohan was instantly elated. Shaquille O'Neal, the formidable giant of the Lakers, often referred to as the Diesel, weighed a staggering 147 kilograms. Merely standing there, his imposing figure instilled a significant sense of intimidation in opponents. Though outwardly Mohan's physique remained unchanged, the latent muscle power he now possessed could rival that of O'Neal. Of course, being at level 1 meant he had yet to reach the pinnacle of O'Neal's prowess. Subsequently, Mohan performed 100 push-ups, only to discover that his progress had increased by a mere 0.01. The challenge of advancement was steep, rendering rapid elevation in levels nearly impossible. Mohan let out a helpless sigh. The rewards bestowed by the system never transformed one into a superhuman instantly, but rather required daily, rigorous training. For the following week, Mohan engaged in relentless high-intensity training, pushing himself to the point where even standing and walking became somewhat unsteady. Amidst this frenzied regimen, the Hidden O'Neal physique ascended to level 1. Hidden O'Neal physique level 2. Mohan tested the physical strength of the second level of the O'Neal constitution by striking a 10-centimeter wooden board, astonishingly managing to fracture it. His body collided with the surface as though it were merely a cushion of cotton. What an extraordinary feat! Mohan was taken aback. Truly deserving of the title Great Shark, such a constitution would likely crush an opponent's ribs upon impact. However, upon reaching the second level, to enhance his progress by a mere 0.01, he would need to double the previous training volume. Mohan did not take it too seriously. After all, playing basketball is not akin to engaging in a brawl. Achieving a level 2 proficiency already surpasses the average individual. Under normal circumstances, physical contact is unlikely to result in injury. In the first week following the conclusion of the draft, the Houston Rockets signed Mohan to a 3-year contract worth $8 million. In the second week after the draft, Mohan accepted the Rockets' invitation to the arena for a trial with the team. The moment Mohan stepped into the gym, the attention of the Rockets players turned towards him. Among them was the unmistakably tall figure of Yao Ming, affectionately known as the Little Giant at that time, who greeted him with a warm smile. "Mohan, welcome," Yao Ming exclaimed, extending his hand in a friendly handshake. Mohan beamed with joy as he exclaimed, "Yao Ming, playing alongside you has always been a dream of mine." United by their homeland and meeting in a foreign land while sharing the same team, an immediate sense of kinship enveloped them. However, aside from Yao Ming's warmth, the other players on the Rockets displayed expressions rife with disdain and mockery. "Yao, do you truly believe he can handle the starting position?" Francis, clad in the number 3 jersey, bluntly interjected, his gaze towards Mohan brimming with animosity. Initially, the Rockets had intended for him to be the starting guard, But due to Yao Ming's fervent recommendation of Mohan, the head coach announced a shift, placing Mohan in the starting role. This decision incensed Francis greatly. Upon seeing the 175-meter-tall Asian newcomer, the stark contrast in their heights further fueled his anger. Honestly, I have always regarded this as a joke. How could someone of his stature possibly compete in the NBA? Yao, while your intentions to play with a fellow countryman are commendable, what do you believe he can contribute? Just seeing him makes me want to forego playing altogether. Francis led the charge in voicing his discontent, and the other players quickly echoed his sentiments. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Apart from Yao Ming, the other players clearly expressed their unwelcome attitude towards Mohan. Yao Ming, being a focal point of the team's development, wielded significant influence over decisions, yet for these players, it was an entirely different matter. If Mohan failed to assimilate into the team, even Yao Ming's stature would not guarantee his place. Yao Ming furrowed his brow, poised to speak up for Mohan, but the latter, maintaining a calm demeanor, interjected, "Anyone who harbors grievances against me may challenge me to a one-on-one match. Should I lose, I will immediately withdraw. However, if I win, I expect silence." His words were delivered with a calmness, yet his tone was laced with fiery resolve. Mohan was acutely aware of his limited innate talent, yet on the very first day he joined the team, he adopted such an attitude that even the most amiable temperament could ignite with frustration. "Haha, you wish to challenge me? Very well. I shall demonstrate the stark distinction between a true athlete and a mere jester." Francis stepped forward, gesturing invitingly towards Mohan. Standing at a height of 191 meters, Francis towered over Mohan, creating an immediate sense of disparity between them. Their mere presence side by side conveyed the impression that they belonged to entirely different tiers of players. Mohan, reminiscent of Yao Ming, contemplated saying something, yet the words remained unspoken. After all, Mohan had already voiced his sentiments, and Yao Ming's desire to defend him would only serve to undermine Mohan's dignity. Mohan shook his head, casually picking up the basketball from the ground before tossing it over. Since his days in the NCAA, Mohan had come to understand one fundamental truth. Whether in the NCAA or the NBA, meritocracy reigns supreme. No matter how strong one's relationships may be, if one fails to demonstrate their prowess and worth, no one will yield to them, especially with Mohan's static talent. It was all too easy to draw the ire of those proud NBA players. Francis tossed the ball back to Mohan, saying, "Don't say I haven't given you a chance. You can go first." Upon hearing this, Mohan did not refuse. He slightly bent his body and began to dribble the ball. Francis, fixated on the ball in Mohan's hands, mockingly remarked, "A player like you, I've only encountered in street basketball. Why aspire to the NBA? Wouldn't it be better to remain in the NCAA as a mere mascot?" Mohan paid him no mind. Suddenly, with remarkable swiftness, he executed a sharp turn, his body leaning dramatically to the left. Francis hastily used his body to obstruct him in that fleeting moment. Mohan effortlessly transitioned the ball from his left hand to his right beneath his legs, swiftly maneuvering past Francis on his right side. By the time Francis registered the move, Mohan had already surpassed him by 4 body lengths, executing a smooth layup with ease. Silence enveloped the arena, a stillness as profound as death. Francis, the shooting guard for the Rockets and a mentor to Yao Ming during his rookie season, held a significance in the game that rivaled Yao's own. If Yao Ming occupied the throne of the Rockets, then Francis surely claimed the second seat. In terms of esteem and technical prowess within the team, Francis was even held in higher regard than Yao. Yet, here was the 175-meter-tall Mohan, displaying no hesitation as he pierced through Francis' defense. In that fleeting moment, Francis could not even keep pace with Mohan's footwork. It was astonishing, too fast. How could this be? Was it true what they said online? Was his ability to break through defenses truly insurmountable? Amidst the astonishment and disbelief of other players, Yao Ming wore a subtle smile, his expression one of affirmation. "Indeed, I did not misjudge Mohan." Chapter 67. Coach, this requirement is too low. Initially, Yao Ming's attention towards Mohan stemmed from their shared nationality. However, as the NCAA games progressed, Yao became increasingly aware of Mohan's formidable prowess on the court. He was a player of genuine skill, and one could not diminish Mohan's capabilities merely due to static talent. As Francis struggled to cope with Mohan's effortless breakthrough, his expression turned increasingly grim. Mohan casually tossed the ball to him. And now it was Francis's turn to launch an offensive while Mohan took up the defensive position. How infuriating. Francis failed to guard against Mohan's advance. Yet he believed that with Mohan's inherent static talent, he could play without restraint. Dribbling with a sense of ease, Francis lingered, while Mohan maintained a rather ordinary defensive stance, lacking any semblance of seriousness. Mohan previously possessed the pinnacle template of Nash. Although only 20 of that attribute remains now, the illusionary lines of probability have dissipated, yet one can distinctly sense the intentions of his opponent. In Mohan's eyes, Francis is riddled with weaknesses, rendering serious defense unnecessary. Just a moment ago, you were fortunate with Nash. Now, you shall not stand in my way, Francis bellowed, deliberately leaning his body forward. Having traversed the NBA courts for many years, Francis may not have reached the echelon of a top-tier superstar, yet his experience remains formidable. Mohan's greatest weakness lies in his static talent. He merely needs to engage physically, forcing his opponent to their limits to effortlessly secure victory. However, as Francis encroached upon Mohan, their shoulders collided, resulting not in Mohan's retreat, but in Francis losing his footing and tumbling to the ground. The impact against Mohan's form was akin to colliding with a formidable wall. To the onlookers, Francis's attempt to confront Mohan's physique ended in utter chaos. In a formal competition, Francis's actions would be deemed a foul. Yet, even such infractions could not penetrate Mohan's defense. The players who had previously mocked Mohan were profoundly astonished by the scene before them. Standing at a modest height of 175 meters and exuding an air of scholarly demeanor, he appeared fragile, almost like glass. Yet, upon engaging in actual confrontation, it became evident that the reality was far from that perception. Mohan's defensive stance appeared remarkably effortless. Such a defense managed to bring down the seasoned NBA veteran, Francis. Mohan casually picked up the ball and tossed it back, coldly stating, "Come again." At this moment, according to the rules of street basketball, Mohan had already claimed victory. Francis's face flushed crimson as he rose from the ground, his eyes ablaze with jealousy and anger. He envied Mohan's innate defensive prowess. In the realm of the NBA, Francis was known for his commendable offensive skills. However, his defense was utterly disarrayed. He often found himself ensnared in the curse of fouls, allowing opposing teams to exploit his weaknesses. Though Francis aspired to enhance his defensive abilities, his mindset had become rigid, making it challenging for him to discern the intentions of his adversaries. Having played in the NBA for 4 years, he was regarded as a veteran in the league. For a seasoned player to be brought down by someone of Mohan's modest height, a mere 175 meters, in front of onlookers was a profound humiliation for Francis. "I will leave you stunned," Francis declared as he seized the basketball, quickening his pace. In the next instant, he surged forward like a ferocious beast. Renowned for his extraordinary physical attributes, Francis thrived on offensive penetrations rather than shooting. He often employed his agility to elude his opponents. Misjudging the height differential, Francis believed he had surpassed Mohan, leaping to execute a jump shot. At that very moment, a hand reached for the basketball, accompanied by a figure that Francis could only look up to in awe. With a resounding smack, the basketball was swatted away. Mohan gifted Francis a magnificent hot pot. His astonishing jumping ability is remarkable. Standing at a height of 175 meters, he astonishingly leaps higher than the 1.9-meter-tall Francis by an entire head. This spectacle was witnessed by the head coach, Jeff Van Gundy, who had just arrived at the arena. Like Mohan, Van Gundy was also invited by the Rockets management to join this season. Prior to this, he had been hesitant about the proposal to make Mohan a starter. But upon entering the arena and observing Mohan and Francis in a one-on-one duel, his perspective began to shift. Mohan's terrifying leaping ability left the head coach's mouth agape in astonishment. Without witnessing it firsthand, Van Gundy could hardly conceive that a player standing at 175 meters could possess such astonishing vertical prowess. Mohan and Francis engaged in a one-on-one duel, culminating in a resounding victory for Mohan. If anyone else harbors dissent, feel free to challenge me, just as I previously stated. Should you triumph over me, I shall depart from the team unconditionally. Otherwise, I suggest you remain silent. Mohan cast a cold, sweeping glance across the court, his diminutive stature exuding an unexpected aura of dominance. The players who had previously questioned him now lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Among them, Francis was considered the most skilled, yet even he was thoroughly outmatched by Mohan. How could the others possibly hope to prevail? The athletes present were not fools. It was evident to all that Mohan had not exerted his full strength, while Francis had showcased his utmost prowess. No one dared to challenge Mohan one-on-one any longer, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. With everyone gathered, let us warmly welcome the arrival of Mohan. Head coach Van Gundy took the initiative to applaud, followed by Yao Ming, who was the second to join in. The other players quickly followed suit, alleviating the previously taut atmosphere. Mohan nodded slightly towards the head coach, who exuded a friendly demeanor, making it difficult for him to refuse such courtesy. He refrained from mentioning the one-on-one challenge again and positioned himself beside Yao Ming. Yao Ming offered a subtle smile to Mohan, acknowledging his prowess. In the NBA, a realm governed by the strong, there were no longer any doubts cast upon Mohan's abilities. Shortly thereafter, Van Gundy lauded Mohan's skills and his impressive statistics from the NCAA. With a grin, Van Gundy remarked, "This season, with Yao Ming in the paint and Mohan on the perimeter, we are bound to achieve remarkable results. We will undoubtedly secure a playoff berth." As the newly appointed coach, the Rockets management held modest expectations for Van Gundy. As long as he led the team into the playoffs, it sufficed. At that moment, however, Mohan interjected, "Coach, that expectation is far too low." Too low? Upon hearing Mohan's words, all eyes turned towards him. Given that the Rockets were in the early stages of assembling both their coaching staff and roster, merely reaching the playoffs was already a formidable challenge. To assert that the expectations were lacking, Francis could no longer contain his laughter. Just because you lucked into an NCAA championship, you think the NBA operates the same way. You naive young lad. Chapter 68, We Must Claim the Championship. The moment Mohan spoke, the attention of everyone was drawn to him. At this juncture, the Rockets were still in the formative stages of their team and coaching staff. Reaching the playoffs was a considerable feat. To claim the expectations were too low, Francis was not alone in his thoughts. Other players shared similar sentiments, whispering and mocking amongst themselves. Mohan has indeed demonstrated a measure of prowess in his recent one-on-one performances. However, within the vast expanse of the NBA, he scarcely registers as a significant contender. Not to mention the illustrious Lakers with their legendary duo of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, as well as the esteemed Celtics, often referred to as the Green Team. Even among the current draft class, players such as LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Carmelo Anthony stand out as extraordinary talents. With the infusion of such gifted athletes into the league, the Houston Rockets, with their present roster, would find it exceedingly challenging to contend, rendering their path to the playoffs a formidable endeavor. Mohan's ability to triumph over players like Bosh and Anthony in the NCAA can be attributed to the shortcomings of his teammates. However, as these prodigious talents transition into the more professional realm of the NBA, they will be surrounded by superior teammates and guided by highly skilled coaches. The professional development within the team environment will fully unleash the potential of these gifted players. One will observe that these exceptionally talented individuals exhibit a striking transformation upon entering the league, markedly different from their performances during their NCAA tenure. Mohan's static talent is apparent, and few hold high hopes for him. After undergoing professional training, the gap between Mohan and the golden generation of 03 will only widen. However, there are those who believe in Mohan, such as Yao Ming. Hailing from the same nation, this shared background fosters a mutual admiration between them. Yao Ming has invited Mohan to join the Rockets, hoping that their combined prowess will lead to an outstanding performance this season. Upon hearing Mohan's words, Van Gundy shook his head slightly. The youth truly does not comprehend the vastness of the world. The NBA is not the NCAA. The competition here is ruthlessly fierce. A reality he cannot fathom. The two leagues are simply not on the same level. Though Van Gundy inwardly considered Mohan overly ambitious, he maintained a smile on his face and asked, "What do you think our goals should be?" Mohan did not hesitate. "Of course, the championship. When I play, I only pursue the highest goal." Van Gundy frowned slightly. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations, but do not underestimate the veterans of the league. Among them are those who have also claimed NCAA titles. Moreover, they possess superior physical gifts and have undergone professional training and rigorous competition, developing their capabilities to the fullest. With a wealth of experience in games, the essence of his words was to advise Mohan not to be overly proud merely because he had won an NCAA championship. There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and the NBA is never short of geniuses. They boast better physical attributes, have dedicated training teams, and have spent many years honing their skills in the NBA. Mohan is merely a frog in a well. In response, Mohan calmly stated, I do not know how strong they are without having faced them. However, a team that lacks the drive and vitality to contend for the championship, that even dares not dream, how can it fully unleash its potential? Everyone, did you not join the NBA with the aspiration to pursue a championship? They may be formidable, but why should we doubt our own capabilities? When Mohan mentioned the original intent of joining the NBA, the previously mocking players fell silent. These players may not have the greatest talent, but when they first entered the league, each harbored a spirit of pride and dreams. They all wished to make a name for themselves in the NBA, to become stars, to win championships. Yet, as time passed, and with each season that came and went, those dreams and that pride were thoroughly worn down by reality. The initial aspirations had long since faded. Now, many players merely seek slightly higher salaries, having long forgotten their dreams. Van Gundy, upon hearing these words, also fell into a brief silence. For the players, their ultimate dream is the championship. Was it not the same for him? Without dreams, there would be no reason for him to return to the NBA as a coach. Yet, through the trials he faced over the years in coaching, his original dream felt increasingly distant, making him more cautious and less fervent about the aspiration for a championship. The magnitude of a person's dreams is akin to a bucket. If the bucket's capacity is too small, the water it can hold will always be limited. The court fell into a hush, and after a moment, Yao Ming stepped forward, clenching his fist. Mohan and I share the same vision. The goal is the league championship. Otherwise, I would not have considered inviting Mohan to join. With Yao Ming leading the charge, the others began to voice their agreement. Yes, we must win the championship. If we do not aim for the championship, why play in the NBA at all? I too aim for the championship. Mohan's words suddenly ignited the fierce spirit within the players. These individuals had never lacked courage. Rather, it had been suppressed and gradually eroded over time. However, Mohan's remarks rekindled their original aspirations. Unbeknownst to them, the disdain and hostility they previously felt towards Mohan dissipated amidst the fervent cheers. The season's objective was set on claiming the championship, yet rigorous training remained indispensable. To gain a better understanding of the players' diverse qualities, Van Gundy divided them into two teams for competitive practice. One team comprised point guard Mohan, shooting guard Mobley, small forward Taylor, power forward Williams, and center Yao Ming. The opposing team included point guard Francis, shooting guard Jackson, small forward Eric, power forward Trey, and center Cato. Mohan and Yao Ming's team comprises primarily of newcomers from the past 2 years, while the opposing team consists of seasoned players who have long thrived in the NBA. Overall, the strength of both teams is relatively comparable. However, one might argue that the veteran players possess a greater likelihood of victory. With the teams now divided, the young athletes were urged to unleash their full potential and vigor. Van Gundy signaled for practice to commence, and both teams took their positions. True to his reputation as the little giant, Yao Ming effortlessly seized possession of the ball with a flick of his arm. In order to gauge Mohan's true capabilities, Yao deliberately passed the ball to him. Mohan smiled, showing no hesitation as he swiftly began to dribble the ball. Opposing him was Jackson, a seasoned NBA player with commendable skills, having played for multiple teams and possessing a profound understanding of various playing styles and techniques. Jackson, adept in both guard and forward positions, boasted a wealth of experience in both offensive and defensive plays. Gazing at the 175-meter-tall Mohan, Jackson believed that with such static talent, breaking through his defense would be an impossible feat. However, in a mere instant, Jackson felt a disorienting blur before him. By the time he reached out, Mohan had already surpassed him by 3 positions. Chapter 69. The emergence of the demon duo. Quick, astonishingly quick. Jackson, having navigated the NBA for many years, could only recall one man who exhibited such explosive speed, the legendary Kobe Bryant. The agility and speed of Kobe's signature drives during his prime were utterly indefensible. Now, he found himself contending with another formidable talent, Mohan. Mohan's static talents may be lacking, yet he has adeptly harnessed this very aspect to his advantage. By transforming his diminutive stature into remarkable agility, he is able to unleash explosive bursts of speed, rendering defensive maneuvers exceedingly challenging. Mohan surpassed Jackson, racing across half the court with remarkable speed. Francis and Eric swiftly moved to double-team him. Their reactions were prompt. Seasoned NBA players adeptly adjusted to the evolving dynamics on the court. However, all of this was within Mohan's calculations. Having previously experienced Nash's peak template, Mohan pondered a question. Why not endeavor to learn Nash's exceptional cognitive abilities? Mohan possesses a commendable basketball IQ, coupled with the experience of navigating deceptive lines of probability. As he plays, his focus transcends mere personal breakthroughs. He calculates the subsequent actions of his opponents. This mental exercise is arduous, and initially, his estimations may lack accuracy. However, every journey has a beginning, and the purpose of practice matches is to unearth one's latent potential. In an instant, as Francis and Eric converged upon him, Mohan moved with the grace of a nimble cat, slipping through the narrow gap between them. Swiftly and astonishingly so, the two were taken aback. Upon witnessing Mohan's evasion, the center, Kato, hastily positioned his body to obstruct Mohan's final trajectory. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a retreating step, creating space between himself and Kato, leaping into the air to release the basketball. Swish! Thud! The ball seamlessly found its way into the hoop. Remarkably, Mohan did not even glance at the basket. He relied entirely on the instinct honed through rigorous training. The spectators, witnessing such an explosive display of skill and agility, were left in awe. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding Mohan's individual prowess, this singular shot had effectively dispelled them. Mohan is exceptionally formidable. Such strength can only be fully appreciated by those who have played alongside him and witnessed firsthand his remarkable ability to command the game. Observing this, Yao Ming's lips curled into a smile, igniting a spark of competitive spirit within him. Subsequently, Yao leveraged his towering stature to demonstrate his dominance beneath the rim. He effectively neutralized the power forward, Trey, with his height, effortlessly securing the rebound. In the next moment, he entrusted the ball to Mohan for ball handling. Mohan advanced the ball past the halfway line and then passed it to Yao Ming. Mohan has already demonstrated his breakthrough shooting ability, and he wishes to truly assess Yao Ming's prowess. Yao Ming, aptly nicknamed the Gentle Giant, upon receiving the ball, skillfully employs his signature post moves, maneuvering the defending center, Kato, into an optimal position. With a delicate flick of his wrist, he effortlessly sends the ball soaring into the net. This particular shot was made possible by Mohan's remarkably precise assist. With Mohan's support and Yao Ming's individual excellence, this scoring opportunity has been successfully realized. Mohan and Yao Ming both wore smiles on their faces as they exchanged high fives in celebration. Their first practice session concluded swiftly and undoubtedly. The outcome favored the duo of Mohan and Yao Ming, with a score exceeding a remarkable 30 points. Throughout the practice, the synergy between Mohan and Yao Ming was nothing short of seamless, exhibiting an almost telepathic connection. This marked the inception of what would later be known as the Demon Duo. Of course, Coach Van Gundy took the opportunity to provide guidance on the player's shortcomings and areas for improvement. Your abilities are without flaw. What you require is a better rapport with your teammates. A smile graced Van Gundy's lips for his previous doubts regarding the prowess of the 175-meter-tall Mohan had now transformed into unwavering trust. Mohan is exceptionally talented, possessing a remarkable array of skills, including personal breakthroughs, a comprehensive vision, and proficiency in three-point shooting, all without any discernible flaws. If one were to pinpoint a potential shortcoming, it would merely be his height of 175 meters, which might evoke a sense of underestimation. Conversely, this could serve as a psychological advantage. Van Gundy eagerly anticipates Mohan's performance in official matches, expecting him to astonish the entire NBA league. The initial training session was brief, and following its conclusion in the morning, the team gathered for lunch to foster camaraderie among the players. During the meal, Francis extended his apologies to Mohan, who responded with a light-hearted smile. Subsequently, Mohan returned home to rest and received a phone call from Jenna. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation that lasted until the early hours of the morning, marking the end of a fulfilling day. On the following day, Mohan received a call from Yao Ming, who imparted invaluable insights on navigating the NBA. He emphasized that thriving in the league requires not only athletic prowess but also the ability to manage one's personal brand. The NBA operates as a business entity, and once one establishes their market value, opportunities for endorsements and collaborations arise, each steeped in specific protocols. Accepting offers indiscriminately could lead to financial disputes, adversely impacting training and competition. Yao Ming advised Mohan to consider hiring an agent to manage such matters. He recommended several agents to Mohan, who subsequently reached out to them. Unfortunately, the salary demands proposed by the agents were exorbitant, rendering them unaffordable given Mohan's current income. Mohan recalled the moment at Jinnah's best friend's birthday party when a certain agent named Miller made an impression. Mohan dialed the phone number. When Miller discovered it was Mohan calling, he was overjoyed. "Mo, it truly is you." Miller had always been a devoted fan of Mohan, but regrettably, due to Mohan's busy schedule, their interactions had been infrequent. Mohan straightforwardly declared, "I am about to embark on my journey into the NBA. Do you still have an interest in the agent matter you mentioned previously?" Upon hearing Mohan's words, Miller let out a resigned sigh from the other end of the line. "I have always dreamed of collaborating with Mr. Mo. However, that is no longer feasible." "Why not?" Mohan inquired, somewhat perplexed. "My father's health has been quite poor lately," Miller explained, "and as the sole heir, I have promised him that I will return home to take over the family business." Miller felt a deep sense of helplessness. His aspiration was to become a seasoned agent. Yet familial obligations compelled him to inherit the family estate. "Is that so? What a pity," Mohan lamented. After a brief silence, Miller continued, "Mo, although I cannot work with you, I do have a candidate you might consider." "Oh." Mohan's interest was piqued. Miller elaborated. "I recently hired an assistant whose capabilities are quite remarkable. If Mr. Mo is willing, you could have a conversation with her. I believe she will undoubtedly meet your needs." "Miller's assistant?" Mohan pondered for a moment, deeming Miller's recommendation worthy of consideration. Currently, the amount of discretionary funds at Mohan's disposal is limited, making the search for a seasoned agent a significant concern regarding salary. However, if he were to opt for Miller's assistant, the salary issue would become considerably more manageable. Chapter 70. The NBA begins the following morning at a Starbucks CAF. Mohan encountered Miller, the assistant. Upon their first meeting, Mohan was momentarily taken aback. The girl before him was, astonishingly, the same one from the group photo at the birthday party. "Hee, I mentioned we would meet again, and here we are," the girl exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Mohan smiled and said, "I did not expect that Miller's assistant would be you. This truly comes as a surprise." The girl introduced herself. "I am Su Shue. I was once Miller's assistant and now wish to collaborate with Mr. Mo. Surely you would not object to that?" Mohan inquired. "Please specify the salary and benefits you desire." Su Shue blinked playfully and replied with a smile. "Feel free to propose any amount. I am here for you, not for the money." Mohan awkwardly replied, "Your words only make my situation more difficult." Su Shue earnestly responded, "I speak the truth. I have great faith in your future potential. I am aware that you have just entered the league and that others may look down upon you. But I trust my judgment. The man I choose to admire is undoubtedly exceptional." Su Shue scrutinized Mohan intently, and her words filled his heart with warmth. Mohan chuckled. "Your words make me think you are confessing your feelings." "It could be considered a confession," Su Shue playfully retorted. Upon hearing this, Mohan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah, I was merely joking," he replied. "Hee, so was I," Su Shue said, covering her mouth with a smile. In the midst of this light-hearted exchange, Mohan and Su Shue finalized the arrangements concerning the agent. The following day, Mohan received a call from Su Shue, who shared delightful news. She had secured a Nike brand advertisement for him. Provided Mohan agreed, they could formalize the contract the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, Mohan was momentarily taken aback. Nike, a resounding name in the realm of athletic footwear, typically associates itself with prominent celebrities for advertising contracts. However, he found it utterly perplexing as to why Nike would choose to engage him for such a promotional endeavor. Mohan has just entered the NBA, and the external outlook on his prospects is far from optimistic. In such circumstances, how could Nike possibly take notice of him? Mohan expressed her curiosity. "Why did Nike choose to sign an advertising contract with me?" "Of course, it must be due to my considerable charm." "Hee, primarily. It's because they have recognized your potential," Mohan. "Rather than later entering into exorbitant contracts, they prefer to secure a more favorable agreement with you now." Su Shue succinctly explained the reasoning, and Mohan realized that Nike was investing in her potential. Naturally, being acknowledged by Nike for her potential was also a testament to Su Shue's exceptional negotiation skills. As for how Su Shue came to know the relevant personnel at Nike, that remained a mystery to Mohan. Perhaps it is a hallmark of an outstanding agent. Regarding the specific details of the upcoming contract signing, Su Shue made thorough arrangements for Mohan, indicating that the preliminary negotiations had been successfully concluded, and all that was required was for her to sign on the morning of the event. On the morning of the signing at 10 a.m., Mohan and Su Shui arrived at the designated location. The manager of the Nike store had been eagerly awaiting their arrival at the entrance. This manager warmly introduced himself, displaying a very amiable demeanor. "Mr. Mo, Miss Su, welcome. I am Hans, the commercial manager of the Nike store." "Hello, I am Mohan. Greetings. I am Su Shui, Mr. Mo's agent." After the introductions, the two parties proceeded to sign the cooperation contract within the store. Throughout the process, Manager Hans repeatedly praised Mohan's exquisite basketball skills and her promising potential in the NBA league. Mohan perceived the other party's demeanor as excessively enthusiastic, somewhat deviating from his initial expectations. However, upon reflection, he speculated that perhaps Su Shui had already captivated Hans with her eloquence in prior dealings, which could account for such fervent warmth. Regarding the intricacies of commercial negotiations, Mohan felt somewhat out of his depth, concluding that it was wiser to entrust such specialized matters to those with expertise. Mohan spoke little throughout the discussions, with most of the dialogue being conducted by Su Shui and Hans as they finalized the details. The specifics of the advertising shoot are set to commence following the conclusion of the first week of the new NBA season. After the signing was completed, the three enjoyed lunch together, and in the afternoon, Mohan returned to the gym for training. For the next 3 months, Mohan trained alongside his teammates from the Rockets, fostering synergy. By the end of October, the new NBA season officially commenced, with the Rockets' first regular season match against the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets had a less than stellar performance last season, languishing near the bottom of the league standings. However, this season marked a transformation. With Anthony's arrival, the team underwent a significant overhaul. The Nuggets showcased a remarkable improvement in their recent game against the Spurs, where Anthony displayed his offensive prowess, achieving a triple-double and leading the team to an 80-72 victory over the Spurs. This impressive debut garnered considerable media attention, and Anthony's reputation soared, earning accolades from numerous NBA legends who praised him as a rookie with superstar potential. I hold a favorable view of Anthony. His offensive execution flows with a graceful fluidity. With his presence, the Nuggets are poised for a successful season. Anthony evokes a familiar resemblance to Allen Iverson. His speed and ability to drive to the basket mirror that of Iverson, akin to a work of art. I am optimistic about this young talent, as he is destined to inject new vitality into the NBA. The impending clash between Anthony's Nuggets and the Rockets has become a focal point of heated discussion. Mohan versus Anthony. In the NCAA Finals, Mohan faced off against Anthony, resulting in a triumphant victory for Mohan Zaina College, thereby claiming the championship. This marked a significant defeat for Anthony. 3 months later, after meticulous training with the Denver Nuggets, Anthony has undergone a remarkable transformation. This upcoming match promises a rematch between Anthony and Mohan. Will it serve as Anthony's chance for vengeance? The anticipation among fans is palpable, and it has certainly captured the attention of many esteemed figures in the basketball world. I believe Anthony will succeed in his quest for retribution. The defeat in the finals was a tremendous blow to him. Anthony's innate talent far surpasses that of Mohan. Once this man is resolute, none can impede his progress. Undoubtedly, Anthony exhibits superior prowess. A comparison of their static attributes reveals a significant disparity in favor of Anthony. The specialized training provided by NBA teams will fully unleash Anthony's potential. The NBA is distinct from other leagues. Only those endowed with exceptional talent can reach great heights. I hold a deep appreciation for Mohan as a player. Despite his lackluster static abilities, he consistently delivers unexpected results on the court. However, with the professional development afforded by the NBA, Anthony's gifts will be entirely realized, making it exceedingly difficult for Mohan to compete with him. Chapter 71. The first NBA encounter in the eyes of numerous legends and commentators. Mohan's victory over Anthony in the NCAA Finals was noteworthy. Yet Mohan's static talents are considerably lacking. As he undergoes professional training in the NBA, the gap in their abilities will only widen. When Anthony once again confronts Mohan, he will undoubtedly seek to avenge his prior defeat. During the press conference for both teams, the Nuggets specifically sent Anthony for an interview. In this interview, Anthony did not shy away from expressing his desire for revenge. "Mo, this time you will suffer a devastating loss. I now have superior teammates whose strength will demonstrate to you what the NBA truly entails. With your static ability, you will score not a single point." Anthony's bravado in the interview brimmed with animosity towards Mohan. In a separate interview, perhaps for commercial promotion, Van Gundy suggested that Mohan also take the spotlight. During the interview, Mohan appeared remarkably relaxed. I have a profound appreciation for this current familial atmosphere, and I firmly believe that I shall achieve commendable success within the league. My singular ambition is to claim the championship. In the course of the interview, he entirely disregarded Anthony's provocations, boldly proclaiming his championship aspirations, which led the media and numerous NBA legends to perceive this young talent as excessively arrogant. A rookie, freshly inducted into the NBA, boldly asserting his intention to seize the championship in his inaugural season has drawn skepticism from many. Indeed, numerous individuals have mocked Mohan's lack of self-awareness. Standing at a modest 175 meters, harboring aspirations of a championship in his first season, the league shall impart valuable lessons in humility. While he may possess the potential to attain such glory, it must be prefaced with 3 additional words: in his dreams. Mohan's championship aspirations have garnered more animosity than Anthony's provocations, which have, ironically, been largely overlooked. Nonetheless, there are those who support Mohan, particularly fans from the Eastern realms. Since Mohan rose to prominence in the NCAA, the number of fans from Asia, especially from the Eastern countries, has surged to astonishing figures. On the NBA stage, the presence of Asian faces is exceedingly rare, with only Yao Ming currently active. Now, we have another in the form of Mohan. Mohan's height is more akin to that of an average person, which allows many fans to easily relate to him as one of their own, thus establishing him as the idol they most admire in their hearts. In his inaugural NBA match, Mohan's presence transformed the event into a jubilant gathering for fervent fans. Even before the game commenced, discussions across online forums, social media, and other platforms reached a fever pitch. Numerous college students, in a display of fervor, even skipped classes to witness this spectacle, captivated by their enigmatic admiration for Mohan. Amidst the collective anticipation, the game finally unfolded at the Toyota Center, where the arena was brimming with spectators, with fans even crowding the aisles. ESPN provided live coverage of this momentous occasion, featuring renowned commentators Charles Barkley and Rudolph. Before the match even began, Barkley shared his insights. Though this marks the first encounter of the new season for both teams, I anticipate a game rife with intensity. Rudolph quipped. Are you alluding to the rivalry between Anthony and Mohan? Barkley affirmed. Indeed, both Mohan and Anthony are highly regarded rookies, and their inaugural NBA clash will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. They faced off in the NCAA finals, where Mohan emerged victorious. However, Anthony possesses remarkable talent and will surely seek retribution in this game. Rudolph provocatively inquired, so, you're backing the Nuggets then? Absolutely. Did you not witness Anthony's formidable prowess in the last game? I wholeheartedly support the Nuggets, Barkley declared. Rudolph retorted with a smile, I beg to differ. Let us not forget that the Rockets have Yao Ming, hailing from the mystical land of the East, and together with Mohan, they will surely make a significant impact. How about a wager? Barkley challenged. If the Nuggets don't win, I shall perform 20 push-ups while standing on my hands, for the sake of entertainment. Barkley even placed a bet. Rudolph responded with a slight grin, very well. If the Rockets lose, I shall take on that task. ESPN commentators often resort to such wagers to enhance viewership, as it not only boosts the show's appeal but also piques audience curiosity regarding these two lively personalities performing handstand push-ups. The animosity Anthony harbors towards Mohan is palpable, and the Rockets' first game must showcase their championship potential, promising an event filled with intrigue. The seats were filled well before the game, with the atmosphere electric as enthusiastic fans rallied in support of their teams. As the two teams entered, the roar of their respective supporters reverberated throughout the venue. The Rockets' starting lineup featured point guard Mohan, shooting guard Mobley, small forward Jackson, power forward Cato, and center Yao Ming. The Nuggets countered with point guard Miller, shooting guard Leonard, small forward Anthony, power forward Marcus, and center Hilario. As the whistle signaled the start of the match, Yao Ming engaged in a jump ball with Hilario. With his height advantage, Yao deftly tapped the ball to secure the first offensive opportunity for the Rockets. Upon gaining possession, Yao Ming passed the ball to Mohan, clearly demonstrating his trust in Mohan to take the first shot. Mohan received the ball, confronting Miller's defense. Miller, a towering and seasoned point guard, possessed the agility to maneuver effectively in the low post, having honed his skills through years of experience in the NBA. Faced with the 175-meter rookie before him, Miller regarded Mohan with utter disdain. Little rookie, I shall enlighten you on what the NBA truly entails. It is vastly different from the amateur leagues you are accustomed to. Miller's taunts flowed freely, and his defensive efforts were far from earnest. To this seasoned NBA veteran, An opponent with such glaring deficiencies in static talent as Mohan was hardly worthy of his full attention. Mohan disregarded the opponent's trash talk, maintaining an expression of calm composure. Mohan skillfully maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, while Miller tightened his defensive stance. Miller's strategy was straightforward. With his height, he could easily obstruct Mohan's line of sight. Lacking adequate visibility, a novice like Mohan would inevitably make mistakes in a moment of panic. This would instill psychological shadows, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Lost in his thoughts, Miller was suddenly startled by a swift movement before him. In an instant, the 175-meter-tall Asian player had vanished from sight. By the time Miller regained his composure, Mohan had already bypassed him by 5 positions. Stunned by the ease of Mohan's breakthrough, Miller was left in disbelief, unable to fathom such speed. How could it be possible? Chapter 72. 2 assists and a steal to start explosion, reaction, change of direction, and speed, all executed in perfect harmony. Miller had not anticipated that Mohan's skills had reached such heights. In his mind, only Kobe possessed such prowess. Kobe, a man who was harsher on himself than on his opponents. In that fleeting moment, Miller's complex emotions shifted, and the earlier dismissiveness he felt began to dissipate. As Mohan effortlessly passed him, players from the Nuggets reacted quickly, with Leonard and Marcus moving to intercept Mohan's anticipated path. Mohan had long since calculated the Nuggets' defensive strategies. Instead of opting for a forceful penetration, he casually tossed the ball toward the distant left side. There, power forward Kato had already positioned himself, receiving the basketball pass by Mohan. In the next moment, Kato leaped and released the ball. Swish. The basketball sailed through the hoop. Right from the outset, Mohan delivered a remarkably impressive assist. The Rockets fans erupted in cheers, while expressions of astonishment blanketed the faces of the Nuggets supporters. Initially, the Rockets fans harbored some concerns, given Mohan's notably poor static attributes. However, his explosive speed and court vision at the game's commencement, coupled with a beautiful assist, instantly captivated the audience. ESPN commentator Rudolph lauded the play highly, asserting that Mohan truly deserved to be the 2nd overall pick in this year's draft. A careful examination of the slow-motion replay reveals his prowess. As he executed his drive, he had already calculated his path of penetration. Mohan played with remarkable intelligence, utilizing his explosiveness to draw the Nuggets' defensive fire, subsequently passing the ball to the distant Kato, creating a visual blind spot that allowed Kato to shoot effortlessly. Compared to ordinary fans, Rudolph possessed a more discerning eye for the player's strategies on the court, and his professional perspective only amplified the recognition of Mohan's strength. The Rockets' initial offensive play flowed seamlessly, significantly boosting their morale. On the defensive end, the Rockets excelled further, with Yao Ming anchoring the interior defense, rendering any attempts by the Nuggets to penetrate the paint nearly impossible. After lingering in the paint for an extended period, Nuggets guard Leonard, unable to find a suitable opportunity, reluctantly attempted a haphazard shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and Yao Ming leaped, effortlessly snagging the rebound. Casting a glance across the court, he passed the ball to Mohan without a moment's hesitation. Mohan received the ball and, with an unhurried demeanor, advanced past the halfway line. Miller, tasked with defending against Mohan, was both astonished and infuriated, having previously been effortlessly outmaneuvered by the young player. If he could not contain a rookie who had just entered the league and stood merely 175 meters tall, he would become the subject of ridicule in the NBA. Miller was resolutely focused, his gaze fixed intently on the ball in Mohan's possession. "You will not pass me this time," Miller growled in a low voice. Mohan paid no heed to his opponent's taunts. He surveyed the positioning of all the players, and in an instant, a rough calculation formed in his mind. With the experience of Nash at his peak and 20 attributes still intact, Mohan's basketball intelligence was now unmatched by any star point guard. As a point guard, his foremost priority was to invigorate the team and establish momentum. Scoring was not his immediate concern. Having made his assessment, Mohan sprang into action. He feigned a left side drive, prompting Miller to instinctively shift his focus in that direction. In that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a swift crossover dribble, pivoting smoothly. The sequence was executed with such speed that Miller, realizing he had been deceived, turned around only to find Mohan had already passed him by 2 positions. Was this fellow a monkey? Miller seethed inwardly as he chased from behind, but Mohan had already reached the 3-point line. NBA teams have always prioritized defense, and as Mohan advanced to the 3-point line, the Nuggets' Leonard and Marcus converged on him, while center Hilario positioned himself closer to Mohan's path. Anticipating this defensive setup, Mohan chose not to force his way through. Instead, he effortlessly tossed the ball to the right, delivering a pass to Mobley. Mobley's position is on the opposite side of the three-point line, which is also a shooting spot where he excels. Mobley did not hesitate. He leaped and took the shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the hoop, marking a splendid three-pointer. Within just 1 minute since the game commenced, the Rockets had already secured 5 points, courtesy of 2 exquisite assists from Mohan. This electrified the Rockets fans in attendance, many of whom eagerly chanted his name. Mo, Mo, Mo. In the home arena of the Rockets, the fervor of the fans invariably invigorates the players on the court. Immersed in such an atmosphere, Mohan felt an exhilarating surge of energy. Meanwhile, the Nuggets initiated their offensive play as Leonard passed the ball to Miller. In that fleeting moment, Miller struggled to gain control of the ball when a figure darted past him. Whack! The basketball was swatted away to the right side. It was a remarkable steal. Mohan's mental state was exceptionally good. Upon noticing Miller's oversight, he executed a splendid steal. The ball was sent soaring towards the position of Yao Ming, who promptly received it and immediately passed it to Mobley. Mobley did not hesitate, leaping once more from beyond the arc to take the shot. Thud! Another three-pointer. Instantly, the cheers from the Rockets fans grew even louder. In stark contrast to the fervor of the Rockets supporters, the Nuggets fans stood in shock, utterly astonished, unable to comprehend the reality of the moment. Mohan's height is quite striking, standing at 1.75 meters. He is the shortest on the court. This height disadvantage often leads people to subconsciously regard him as an ineffective player. However, he is the catalyst behind all 3 of the Rocket shots, functioning like a vital link that connects all the gears of the team. Observing the Rockets' explosive start, Nuggets head coach Boosterick swiftly called for a timeout. Do not relax your defense against Mohan. Miller, you must be more vigilant. Do not treat him as a novice. Anthony, you are most familiar with Mohan. If necessary, switch defensive roles with Miller. This coach places great emphasis on defense, considering it the core of his strategy. From the very beginning, witnessing Mohan's performance, he realized he had severely underestimated this rookie. Mohan's understated static talent may lead to underestimation. Yet if he can deliver 2 flawless assists and execute a splendid steal right from the outset, such an adversary should never be dismissed lightly. Coach Boosterick has adjusted the defensive strategies on the court, while Van Gundy seeks to enhance the fluidity of the offense. Mohan, your ball control is commendable. Let us coordinate with your passing and position ourselves effectively. Van Gundy instructed each player with the tactical board in hand. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Denver players appeared noticeably more somber, shedding their previous nonchalance. Chapter 73. Isolating Anthony. The Nuggets orchestrated their offense with caution, adhering to the directives set forth by their head coach. Ultimately, Anthony secured a mid-range shot, finally contributing 2 points to the Nuggets after a 2-minute dry spell. The score stood at 8-2, with the Rockets leading by 6 points merely 2 minutes into the game. In a swift defensive maneuver, Mobley passed the ball to Mohan. Upon receiving the ball, the Rockets players surged towards the Nuggets half, a testament to their trust in Mohan. The preceding 3 plays had instilled a profound confidence in Mohan's abilities among his teammates. Miller, tasked with defending Mohan, had completely abandoned his initial condescending stance towards the rookie, now wearing a grave expression. As a seasoned NBA veteran with extensive defensive experience, Miller found himself at a loss when confronted with Mohan's prowess. Mohan's static talent appears rather dismal, yet it leaves Miller with an overwhelming sense of inability to defend. Standing at a height of 1.75 meters, Mohan's swift changes of direction and remarkable agility render Miller utterly incapable of keeping pace with his movements. Mohan effortlessly surpassed Miller, gliding past him with remarkable ease. Mohan approached the three-point line, and Anthony stepped forward to defend him. Mo, let me see if you're still as formidable 3 months from now. Anthony's words were laced with anger. After losing to Mohan in the NCAA finals, he had been seething with frustration. Despite possessing superior talent, he had been outplayed by Mohan. The championship, which had seemed within his grasp, slipped away. Not only did he suffer defeat in the finals, but he was also drafted after Mohan in the selection process. The Rockets chose Mohan with the 2nd overall pick instead of Anthony, fostering a lingering resentment within him. Throughout these past 3 months, under the guidance of professional coaches with the Nuggets, Anthony had made significant progress. feeling that he had elevated his game beyond Mohan's level. He sought vengeance and aimed to dominate Mohan in this match. Having faced him before, Anthony did not underestimate Mohan. He defended with utmost seriousness, extending his arms to thwart all of Mohan's driving lanes. Mohan's expression remained calm. Over the past 3 months, Anthony had made noticeable improvements in his skills, yet Mohan had progressed even further. Casting a glance towards the basket, Mohan appeared poised to execute a leftward dribble. This was not the first time Anthony faced Mohan. He was well aware of Mohan's penchant for feints and sudden directional changes. Rather than reaching out to block, Anthony focused intently on the ball in Mohan's hands. Mohan had long anticipated Anthony's defense. He suddenly executed a retreating step back, leaped, and released the basketball. In that fleeting moment, Anthony had already extended his palm towards the ball. Yet, he was a fraction too late, merely grazing the bottom of the basketball with his fingertips. Whoosh! Thud! The ball soared through the air, effortlessly swishing through the net. The step-back three-pointer had become a signature move for Mohan, one he had mastered with remarkable finesse. This time, he had taken into account the possible defensive maneuvers of Anthony, making slight adjustments at the moment of his shot. It was these subtle modifications that allowed Anthony's fingertips to make contact. Of course, Mohan's initial intention was to provoke a foul from Anthony, and the outcome deviated from his expectations. As Mohan's three-pointer found its mark, the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. The Rockets fans were exhilarated, their chants of Mohan growing increasingly thunderous. Meanwhile, Nuggets head coach Boosted's countenance darkened in an instant. His pregame strategy had primarily focused on countering Yao Ming. However, Yao had yet to unleash his prowess, and the Nuggets found themselves bewildered by a mere rookie. Mohan possesses exceptional basketball intelligence, an expansive vision, and formidable three-point shooting ability, rendering him virtually flawless. At this moment, Boosted realized he had underestimated Mohan. The 1.75-meter-tall Asian player's performance in the NCAA was not a fleeting spectacle. Conversely, Rockets head coach Van Gundy beamed with delight. The Rockets' substantial investment in acquiring Mohan has indeed proven to be a masterstroke. Mohan's ball-handling prowess, combined with his individual skills, has brilliantly orchestrated the rhythm of the Rockets. In terms of controlling the pace of the game, Mohan's value may even surpass that of Yao Ming. When Mohan executed a three-pointer, the previously confident Anthony's expression shifted to one of grave concern. On the offensive front for the Nuggets, Miller maintained a firm grip on the ball, wary of any misstep. Previous errors had already led him to regard Mohan as a seasoned adversary. Faced with Miller's stringent defense, Mohan refrained from hastily attempting a breakthrough. The seasoned veterans in the NBA possess a significant advantage in both experience and technique over NCAA players. Given the favorable situation on the court, there was no need for him to force the issue. Mohan carried the ball across the half-court line and subsequently delivered a high pass directed towards Yao Ming. Given Yao's towering height and positioning, he effortlessly received the pass. Yao Ming then faced off against center Hilario, executing his signature back-to-the-basket move and scoring with a smooth hook shot. ESPN commentator Rudolph provided an analysis of the play, noting Mohan's exceptional basketball intelligence. He possesses the ability to keenly observe every detail on the court. His selflessness on the court marks him as one of the most coveted players in the league. Meanwhile, Barkley feigned indignation, asserting that the Nuggets would not succumb so easily. "Just wait. I have faith in Anthony. He will triumph in this match," he declared. I foresee Anthony being overshadowed," Rudolph chuckled. The Rockets orchestrated a series of plays under Mohan's leadership, resulting in a brief surge, leading 10-4. The expressions on the faces of the Nuggets players turned grim, yet as a seasoned NBA team, they quickly adjusted their mindset. No longer underestimating any member of the Rockets, they accelerated their offensive rhythm, managing to claw back some points over the next 3 minutes. The score stood at 18-14, with the Rockets leading by 4 points. The Nuggets initiated an offensive play, and Anthony received the ball, facing the defense of small forward Jackson. True to his future star status, Anthony exploited an opening in Jackson's defense and surged towards the basket with astonishing explosiveness. Unfortunately, Yao Ming's defense posed a formidable barrier for Anthony. Realizing he could not find a shooting opportunity, Anthony passed the ball back to Miller. The situation on the court transformed into a one-on-one matchup between Miller and Mohan. "Kid, you won't be able to stop me this time," Miller thought. Determined to redeem himself after consecutive turnovers, and seized this opportunity to score right in front of Mohan. Having honed his offensive skills over many years in the NBA, Miller executed 2 swift changes of direction before Mohan. However, Mohan remained completely unfazed by his feints. Mohan's static talent may seem to be at a disadvantage, yet his positioning is remarkably astute, rendering Miller unable to circumvent him for a breakthrough. With merely 24 seconds remaining on the offensive clock, Miller finds himself unable to penetrate and is compelled to take a desperate jump shot. In that fleeting moment, he perceives a figure darting before him. Chapter 74, forcing you to commit 2 fouls and exit the game. Instantly, the figure's hand makes contact with the basketball. Whack! The ball is sent soaring away. That figure is none other than Mohan. Mohan discerned Miller's offensive strategy, waiting for the precise moment when Miller would attempt his shot. With a spectacular block, he delivered a resounding rejection to Miller. The look on Miller's face was one of disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Although Miller possessed commendable jumping ability, falling short of being elite within the NBA, he was still remarkably skilled. Yet, here was a 175-meter tall Asian, astonishingly leaping higher and exhibiting greater explosiveness. Miller even began to question whether this individual was indeed human. How could an ordinary person achieve such feats? When Mohan blocked Miller's shot, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. In contrast to mid-range scoring, dunks and blocks possess a more profound visual impact, igniting the fervor of NBA fans. Prior to the match, doubts regarding Mohan's prowess had been a hot topic across the internet. However, since the game commenced, Mohan has demonstrated his formidable strength to all. He has always been powerful, regardless of the setting. ESPN commentator Rudolph, witnessing Mohan's block, was so thrilled that he leaped to his feet. My goodness. Can you believe this is something a 175-meter player can achieve? He delivered a thunderous rejection to Miller. In the hierarchical roles of NBA players, the responsibilities of guards typically lean towards orchestrating the offense and scoring from the perimeter. In terms of defense, ordinary guards often find themselves at a disadvantage due to their static attributes. At a height of 175 meters, Mohan found himself at a disadvantage in defense. But this stature did not prevent him from delivering a resounding block to the towering 191-meter Miller. Yao Ming, filled with excitement, exchanged high-fives with Mohan, affirming his prowess. The expressions on the faces of the Denver Nuggets players were quite grim. Miller stood on the court, feeling the sting of humiliation, unable to escape the shadow of the rejection for quite some time. Noticing Miller's troubled state, the Nuggets head coach, Zdelik, substituted him, bringing in Barry. Although Barry was somewhat less formidable than Miller, he was still a seasoned NBA player. Leonard initiated the play, passing the ball to Barry. Confronted with Mohan's defense, Barry was determined not to replicate Miller's mistake. He perceived Mohan's primary weakness to be his static athleticism and believed that with his own physicality, he could easily break through. Eager to showcase his abilities, Barry accelerated, weaving and dribbling with agility, yet he could not shake off Mohan. In a bold move, Barry decided to collide with Mohan, hoping to draw a defensive foul. However, Mohan had already discerned Barry's intentions. Mohan elevated both parties, positioning their bodies in a manner that ensured no contact was made. In that fleeting moment, Barry, weighing 95.3 kilograms, lunged towards Mohan. With a resounding thud. To everyone's astonishment, Mohan remained upright, while Barry crashed heavily to the ground. Barry felt as though he had collided with an iron plate, his expression one of utter bewilderment. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul. However, it was not a defensive foul, but rather an offensive one. Mohan raised both hands high, and from any perspective, it could hardly be deemed a foul on his part. Barry felt quite frustrated. Upon entering the game, he not only failed to showcase his worth, but also committed an offensive foul. Barry still could not comprehend how Mohan, with such limited static talent, managed to outmaneuver his physicality. That kid hadn't even taken a single step. After upgrading to the second level of the concealed O'Neal physique, Mohan's physical strength became so formidable that he could shatter wooden boards. Barry's brute force in comparison was utterly insufficient. Mohan released the ball from the baseline, passing it to Mobley. Mobley dribbled for a brief moment before passing the ball back to Mohan. The prowess and strategic vision exhibited by Mohan have left the players of the Rockets in awe. When it comes to ball control, any opportunity is naturally entrusted to Mohan for execution. Mohan, unhurried and composed, brought the ball across the half-court line, while Barry defended with utmost seriousness. As a substitute player, Barry understood that he needed to showcase his worth to remain on the court longer. His defensive skills were not lacking. Indeed, his static athleticism surpassed that of Mohan considerably. Under normal circumstances, Barry would have the upper hand in defending against Mohan. However, the reality was different. Mohan initiated his dribbling with a deliberate slowness before suddenly accelerating to the left, prompting Barry to swiftly reposition himself to block. In that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a deft change of direction, veering to the right. Barry, caught off guard, found his height rendered cumbersome against the nimble Mohan. Perhaps due to his earnestness, Barry could only grasp at the fabric of Mohan's jersey. The whistle of the referee pierced the air, signaling a foul. Having only just entered the game, Barry had already accumulated 2 fouls in less than a minute. Instantly, a chorus of boos erupted from the Nuggets fans. Resigned, the Nuggets coach Boosterick had no choice but to substitute the unfortunate Barry. Miller returned to the court, his face devoid of any semblance of ease, replaced instead by a grave demeanor. During his brief time on the sidelines, he had closely observed Mohan's playing style. It was only through a lens of seriousness and a willingness to learn that Miller recognized the terrifying prowess of Mohan. In defense, Mohan adopted a posture that seemed to deliberately invite Barry's advances mere seconds before he launched an attack. When on the offensive, his spins and changes of direction seemed designed to lure Barry into making contact. With Barry's 2 fouls, Mohan had effectively anticipated his movements, an astonishing display of judgment. A remarkably astute player. After years of competing in the NBA, Miller found himself faced with a player of such high basketball intelligence, compelling him to approach the game with utmost seriousness. Upon returning to the court, Miller focused intently on defending against Mohan's dribbling. He maintained a slight distance from Mohan, his arms not fully extended, his body slightly crouched. Fixated on the ball in Mohan's hands, Miller's gaze never wavered, betraying no hint of complacency. Any earlier disdain for Mohan's modest height of 1.75 meters had long since dissipated. With his extensive experience in the NBA, Miller's defensive acumen shone through, and in his focused state, Mohan found it challenging to exploit any openings for a breakthrough. Mohan exhibits remarkable agility on the court. When opportunities for breakthroughs are scarce, he astutely observes the positioning of the players around him. Mohan cast a glance towards Yao Ming, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yao Ming, seemingly aware of his intentions, deliberately created space by maneuvering against Hillary's defense. It was evident that Yao Ming was signaling for the ball to be passed to him. Mohan held a profound trust in Yao Ming's one-on-one prowess. Mohan no longer hesitated. He feigned a move before leaping into the air, sending the ball soaring in the direction of Yao Ming. Yao, with his towering height and preemptive positioning, extended his hand slightly to catch the ball. Immediately thereafter, he employed his signature back-to-the-basket technique, creating space between himself and Hilario. With a deft flick of his wrist, he effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. Chapter 75, Mohan's command of the game. Mohan and Yao Ming executed a masterful collaboration, instantly provoking a jubilant cheer from the Rockets fans below. Yao, Yao, Yao. Currently, the leader of the Rockets is Yao Ming, who has showcased astonishing talent since joining the team. In the paint, Yao Ming shows no fear against heavyweight centers like Shaquille O'Neal. His individual skills are remarkably strong, boasting a high shooting percentage and a free throw success rate approaching 80%. Since his entrance into the NBA, Yao has gradually earned the respect of the league and its fans through his innate abilities and relentless effort. After scoring, Yao felt a wave of elation and purposefully approached Mohan for another high five. Compared to last season's solitary struggles, this season, with Mohan's presence, Yao no longer feels isolated. He senses that the championship goal articulated by Mohan upon joining the Rockets has become exceedingly attainable. The situation for the Nuggets is dire. Mohan's performance has surpassed their expectations. Initially, their strategy focused solely on countering Yao Ming, but now they must contend with Mohan as well. The Nuggets' pre-game tactical arrangements have been completely disrupted, leading to a disastrous first quarter, where the Rockets established a significant lead of 28-17. As the first quarter concluded and the players retreated for a brief respite, the coaches on both sides made necessary tactical adjustments. Nuggets head coach George Karl wore a grim expression, having anticipated that with Anthony's addition, they could dominate the Rockets early on. However, the 1.75-meter-tall Asian player, whom he had almost entirely overlooked, provided an unexpected lesson. The tactical layout on the court had been thrown into disarray, and Miller, a crucial scoring asset, found himself stifled by Mohan, appearing bewildered. Since incurring 2 fouls, Miller's performance had been akin to that of a player in a stupor, failing to score even once throughout the quarter. The principal cause of this predicament was undeniably Mohan. Anthony, you will assist in guarding Mohan. Move actively and avoid any further mistakes. At the free throw line, Hilario, position yourself closer to Yao Ming. Carl instructed each player with meticulous detail regarding the tactical adjustments. The previously disregarded Mohan was now assigned Anthony for dual coverage. Remarkably, Carl seemed to place even greater emphasis on Mohan than on Yao Ming. After all, with Mohan playing the point guard position, his ability to dictate the game's tempo poses a more substantial threat than that of a center. On the Rockets side, Coach Van Gundy's tactical modifications were minimal, focusing instead on enhancing the synergy between Mohan and Yao Ming. The Nuggets would undoubtedly bolster their defense against Mohan. Thus, Mohan, you should collaborate more with Yao Ming. Jackson, Cato, seize the opportunity to execute pick and rolls, he advised. Van Gundy primarily aimed to observe Mohan's control of the game, recognizing that the dynamics of actual competition differ significantly from practice sessions. Some newcomers excel in training games, yet falter under the pressure of live matches. As the first quarter concluded, Van Gundy discerned that Mohan's performance exceeded his expectations. His adjustments aimed to allow Mohan and Yao Ming to unleash a more potent offensive strategy, widening the score gap. After a brief intermission, both teams returned to the court. Under the careful strategy laid out by their coach, the Nuggets mounted a small surge, narrowing the score difference by 4 points. As Mohan brought the ball up to half court, he sensed the Nuggets' momentum shift. Miller, tasked with guarding Mohan, wore a grave expression. Realizing the formidable challenge posed by the 175-meter player, he dared not let his guard down. Though Miller's shooting touch was affected by his mental state, he quickly adjusted, drawing upon his experience as a seasoned NBA player. If the offense faltered, he resolved to excel defensively, believing he could restrain Mohan and thereby help his team establish a favorable rhythm. After a quarter of competition, Missouri Han had grown accustomed to Miller's defensive tactics. Following 3 months of rigorous training, Mohan had integrated the probability calculations he learned from Nash's peak performance into his own game, achieving an impressive accuracy rate exceeding 45. Although Miller's defensive acumen and composed style posed a challenge, he struggled to keep pace with the rapid breakthroughs of his agile adversary. Mohan glanced at the positioning of the entire court. Aside from Miller, who was persistently marking him, Anthony was positioned relatively close. Once he maneuvered past Miller, the next step would be to confront Anthony's defense. Anthony, a familiar face. Mohan chuckled inwardly. Ever since their clash in the NCAA finals, he had thoroughly deciphered Anthony's playing style. Mohan advanced the ball past the halfway line, suddenly accelerating his steps with a swift change of direction, akin to a nimble cat darting past Miller's right side. By the time Miller realized and attempted to defend, Mohan had already maneuvered past him by 2 body lengths. Mohan made a breakthrough and charged towards the 3-point line. Anthony immediately approached to defend him. With utmost seriousness, Anthony spread his arms wide, completely obstructing Mohan's line of sight with his body. In this battle of vengeance, he was determined to teach Mohan a harsh lesson. Mohan rushed towards him, having long contemplated how to execute this shot. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached Anthony and leaped backward. The instant Anthony jumped and reached out, Mohan released the basketball. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled a foul. Anthony leaped forward, seemingly exerting excessive force, and inadvertently knocked Mohan to the ground. In that very moment, the basketball swooshed through the hoop. Bang! Mohan collapsed onto the ground, but swiftly regained his footing, appearing as if nothing had transpired. In stark contrast, Anthony's expression was one of anguish and distress. Physically, Anthony was far superior to Mohan. After the collision, it was certain that Mohan would sustain injuries. However, following the impact, Anthony felt a searing pain in his left shoulder, akin to having struck a steel plate. The Rockets fans in the stands reacted with a chorus of boos. This man has no shame, resorting to unscrupulous tactics to secure victory. We disdain him. A filthy player. Get off the court. From the fans' perspective, Anthony had deliberately instigated the foul. Such brutish conduct on the court was the most disgraceful in their eyes. Anthony's face flushed crimson, though it was unclear whether it was from humiliation or the agony in his shoulder. In that moment, he had not considered the consequences. He merely sought to intercept Mohan's shot. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how it had escalated to a collision. As Mohan passed by him, he feigned an expression of agony, yet a hint of a playful smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. This foul was clearly a deliberate act on Mohan's part. Using the jeers from the spectators outside the court, he aimed to inflict psychological pressure on the Denver Nuggets players, thereby disrupting their rhythm of play. Controlling the game does not merely pertain to managing the tempo within the court. It can also involve leveraging various external factors. Chapter 76. The awakening of Anthony. As the cacophony of disapproval from the stands intensified, the players of the Nuggets inevitably felt the impact, which, in turn, affected their pace of play. Under such influence, the Nuggets' offensive tempo indeed diminished significantly. ESPN commentator Rudolph noted that the Nuggets sought to close the gap in the second quarter and managed to establish some rhythm. Unfortunately, the team lacked a core player. At such critical moments, someone needed to step up. Barkley chuckled, remarking that one underestimated the Nuggets. This season, they had restructured the team around Anthony. Currently, Anthony had yet to acclimate to the rhythm of the NBA court, but once he did, the Nuggets would assuredly go far. 5 minutes into the second quarter, with the score at 44-32, the Nuggets trailed by 12 points, prompting their head coach, Bzdelik, to call a timeout. Bzdelik analyzed the situation on the court and adjusted the players' conditions. The offensive rhythm of the Rockets was primarily orchestrated by Mohan, necessitating a more vigorous defense against him. Anthony, I grant you unlimited shooting rights. Unleash your offensive prowess. In the first quarter, Anthony had not performed well, even committing 2 turnovers. However, Coach Bzdelik recognized that the Nuggets' potential this season hinged on the growth of this rookie. Anthony possessed talent and was an all-around player. Yet, he had a flaw. He required ample shooting opportunities to find his rhythm. Aware of this, Bzdelik bestowed upon him unrestricted shooting privileges, hoping that Anthony would rise to the occasion and lead the team out of adversity. On the Rockets' side, Coach Van Gundy made tactical adjustments to the defense. To conserve Mohan's energy, he assigned him to guard Leonard, exempting him from entering the paint for defense. With Yao Ming in the paint, his height ensured a robust defensive presence. Thus, there was no need for Mohan to defend inside, also to protect him from potential injury during collisions. As the players returned to the court with the coach's endorsement, Anthony was granted ample shooting opportunities. This game was a chance for him to exact revenge on Mohan. He was determined not to lose to him for the second consecutive time. Anthony had always been a player of considerable pride. Losing was acceptable, but succumbing consecutively to a player of 175 meters was a bitter pill to swallow. Once back on the court, Anthony erupted, scoring 7 points in 2 minutes, including 2 two-pointers and 1 three-pointer. With his newfound freedom to shoot, Anthony took multiple shots, his touch improving, showcasing a diverse array of offensive strategies. The cheers from Nuggets fans resonated loudly from the stands, many chanting Melo, increasingly idolizing the NBA rookie. ESPN commentator Barkley remarked, "This year's rookie class is exceptionally talented. Thus far, I have witnessed the remarkable skills of both sides' rookies." Rudolph added, "Anthony possesses formidable scoring ability and diverse offensive tactics. However, I favor Mohan more. Although Mohan may lack in static athleticism, if you observe his contributions on the court, you will recognize him as a hidden gem. The game is far from over. I believe Anthony is the more valuable player," Barkley quipped. The two commentators displayed a preference for Anthony, reflecting the consensus among many former players before the game, while Rudolph deliberately leaned towards Mohan for entertainment value. When Anthony exhibited his astonishing offensive talent, the score narrowed to 32-28, reducing the deficit to 4 points. Observing this development, Coach Van Gundy furrowed his brow and was compelled to call a timeout. "We cannot allow Anthony to flourish. Jackson, you must enhance your movement and impose comprehensive restrictions on Anthony. Defense must be a priority. Frequent help defense is essential." In Van Gundy's tactical philosophy, defense held a significant position. He believed that for a team to progress far in the NBA, their defense could not be subpar. The Rockets, constructed with Yao Ming as the centerpiece, leaned towards a defensive style, adopting a rhythm of counterattacks. Naturally, with Mohan's inclusion, this rhythm had shifted. The offensive strategy involved entrusting the ball to Mohan, while the defensive burden on Yao Ming had increased. Coach Bzdelik emphasized a fast-paced offensive style for the Nuggets. Recognizing Mohan's static limitations and Yao Ming's sluggishness, he sought to capitalize on this by executing a quicker offensive tempo. As it posed challenges for the Rockets to transition back on defense, Zdelik's keen observation allowed him to swiftly identify the current issues faced by the Rockets. Mohan stands at a height of 175 meters, which inevitably renders his defensive capabilities somewhat inferior compared to the average NBA player. Yao Ming possesses a distinct advantage in stature. However, when confronted with swift and explosive playing styles, he often finds it challenging to position himself adequately for defense. Following a brief intermission, both teams returned to the court. The Denver Nuggets, upon re-entering, immediately initiated a fast-paced offensive strategy. As Miller received the ball, he swiftly passed it to the power forward, Marcus. Without the slightest hesitation, Marcus dribbled decisively, maneuvering past his defender, Cato, and surged toward the paint. As he encountered Yao Ming's obstruction, Marcus chose not to engage in a prolonged contest with him and instead executed a quick pass back to Anthony. With the ball in his possession and in excellent form, Anthony deftly broke through Jackson's defense, executing a three-step layup and skillfully depositing the ball into the hoop with a graceful hook shot. This offensive play took the Nuggets a mere 8 seconds, leaving the Rockets players struggling to keep pace with such tempo. The score now stood at 32-30, with the Nuggets trailing by a mere 2 points. Their consecutive scoring bolstering their morale significantly. This rhythm was entirely orchestrated by Anthony, showcasing his burgeoning potential as a future superstar. Observing the increasingly unfavorable situation for the Rockets, Mohan's lips curled into a slight smile. Truly, there is no weak team in the NBA. As the Nuggets continued their scoring spree, Mohan felt a surge of excitement. As a point guard, he recognized the necessity of disrupting the Nuggets' comfortable tempo. In such moments, it was imperative for him to take charge of the rhythm. During the Rockets' offensive play, Mobley passed the ball to Mohan. Mohan's dribbling pace was languid as he ambled into the half-court. The Nuggets no longer underestimated Mohan. In addition to Miller's defense, Anthony was ever ready to rush in for assistance. Mohan came to a halt at the three-point line, while Anthony approached to double-team him. Miller and Anthony executed their defensive strategy, denying Mohan any opportunity to break through. Under normal circumstances, this would be the ideal moment to pass the ball to a teammate. However, this time, Mohan resolved to take on the challenge himself. By this point in the game, he had grown accustomed to Miller's defense, and he was equally familiar with Anthony's tactics. "You won't get past us," Anthony snarled, confronting his adversary. Chapter 77. The collaboration of Yao Ming and Mohan for Anthony. Losing the championship in the NCAA Finals had been the most significant blow in recent times. He craved vengeance through victory to reclaim his lost pride. Yet, unbeknownst to Anthony, the Mohan of 3 months later had surpassed him significantly, both technically and in terms of basketball awareness. Mohan discovered an appropriate breakthrough path. With a swift dribble beneath his legs, he accelerated past the nearest defender, Miller. As Anthony approached to defend, Mohan executed a deft change of direction followed by a graceful spin, the ball weaving through Anthony's left arm. By the time Anthony regained his footing, he found himself trailing Mohan by 2 full strides. Mohan did not hesitate to break through, swiftly darting into the paint. The Denver Nuggets center, Hilario, approached to defend, towering at 2 meters, resembling an imposing wall before Mohan. Hilario's defense was commendable. Even when matched against the likes of Yao Ming, he had not faltered significantly. He extended his arm, attempting to obstruct Mohan's line of sight. In that fleeting moment, Mohan leaned back and executed a jump shot. Hilario's palm made contact with Mohan's hand just as the ball was released. Ding! With the referee's whistle signaling a foul, the basketball soared through the hoop. It was a remarkable three-point play. Mohan capitalized on his explosive agility, using his diminutive stature to draw a foul from his opponent. In that fleeting moment, his shot was executed solely on instinct, with not a glance cast towards the hoop. Mohan effortlessly sank the free throw into the basket, bringing the score to 35-30. This single point abruptly disrupted the Denver Nuggets' momentum in their pursuit of the score. ESPN commentator Rudolph remarked, "Mohan played with remarkable intelligence. He executed a personal breakthrough and drew a foul, narrowing the gap to 5 points, thereby halting the Nuggets' rhythm." For the Nuggets to triumph in this match, their focus must not be on Yao Ming, but rather on Mohan. To be honest, I never anticipated Mohan could deliver such an impact. His static talent seemed rather inadequate. Yet I must concede that he has seamlessly adapted to the tempo of the NBA. Barkley also offered high praise for Mohan. Mohan's static talent stands at 175 meters, leading many to believe that he could only serve as a bench player in the NBA. However, the Rockets' audacious decision to make Mohan a starter has yielded remarkable results, effectively challenging the skepticism of many. As for Mohan's fragility, he has engaged in physical confrontations with 3 players from the Nuggets, yet there are no visible signs of injury. Nuggets head coach, Michael Malone, furrows his brow, troubled by Mohan's unexpected prowess. Initially perceived as merely a newcomer who would play no more than 2 minutes to acclimate to the court before being substituted, Mohan has consistently remained on the floor, demonstrating court control and individual skills that even some NBA stars cannot rival. This situation has thoroughly disrupted the Nuggets' game plan, and Malone struggles to find a reasonable solution. Fast break. Offense. Offense. Malone shouts from the sidelines, unable to devise a targeted strategy against Mohan. He resorts to urging his team to employ fast breaks to penetrate the Rockets' defense. While this approach is commendable, the relentless pace significantly depletes their stamina. After 2 consecutive fast breaks, center Hilario appears sluggish. Seizing a fleeting moment when Hilario's focus wanes, Yao Ming deftly intercepts the ball and swiftly pivots for a jump shot. In that instant, Anthony rushes in to defend, but his jump lacks height, merely grazing Yao Ming's fingertips. The ball swishes through the net, and the referee's whistle for a foul follows promptly. Yao Ming, with a consistently high free throw percentage, effortlessly sinks the shot. Instantly, the Rockets fans erupt in cheers, while the Nuggets supporters wear expressions of dismay. Such glaring errors have compelled Miller to slow down his dribbling, although he has yet to score in this match. As a seasoned player, he knows how to manage the rhythm of the team. Following the previous fast pace, which led to mistakes, Miller recognizes that he cannot afford to maintain the fast break tempo. Faced with Mohan's defense, he attempts to shake him off, but finds himself unable to advance even a step beyond the 3-point line. Hesitant to force a reckless drive after previous setbacks, Miller opts to pass the ball to Hilario. In that instant, Yao Ming leaps for a hook shot, intercepting the pass. His height has always been a cornerstone of stability for the Rockets in the paint. Once he secures the ball, the Nuggets players know trouble is imminent. They scramble to recover, but Yao Ming passes to Mohan, trusting in his ball-handling abilities. Mohan cast a glance at Yao Ming, dribbling at a measured pace. In the right zone, Yao Ming kept pace. As they crossed half-court, Mohan suddenly accelerated, the abrupt change in speed leaving Miller unable to keep up. Anthony rushed over, intent on providing defensive support to thwart Mohan's advance. In that fleeting moment, Mohan passed the ball to Yao Ming on the right. Yao Ming, already poised for the play, leapt to catch the ball and immediately tossed it to the left. Mohan's speed was astonishing after delivering the pass. He swiftly sprinted towards the position where Yao Ming awaited the ball. In that moment, the gaze of all the Denver Nuggets players was captivated entirely by Yao Ming. There was a significant gap in Mohan's position. Immediately, Mohan leaped into the air, catching the ball in a relay and, like a bombardier, forcefully slammed it into the hoop. Instantly, the Rockets fans erupted in jubilant cheers and chants. Yao, Mo, Yao, Mo. Everything transpired so swiftly that the Nuggets players were caught completely off guard. ESPN commentator Rudolph remarked on the beauty of this duo's synergy. This collaboration was indeed magnificent, employing 2 phases of passes. First, Mohan attracted the Nuggets' attention with a breakthrough, passing to Yao Ming. This constituted the initial pass. Subsequently, Yao feigned a shot to draw the defense, then passed the ball back to Mohan for the second pass, culminating in Mohan's resounding dunk. Barkley commented that with such an innate understanding between Yao Ming and Mohan, the Nuggets would face considerable challenges in this match. After Mohan joined the Rockets, he has consistently engaged in cooperative training with Yao Ming. The 2 share a profound mutual respect, both hailing from Eastern nations. Following numerous exchanges and training sessions, their level of synergy can be described as reaching an extraordinary 200%. As soon as Mohan passes the ball, Yao Ming can discern his intentions. The head coach of the Nuggets, Boasted, cannot help but marvel at such exquisite synergy. The combination of Yao Ming and Mohan is destined to become one of the most formidable duos in the NBA. Chapter 78. The second half begins. The NBA is a realm where prowess reigns supreme. When Mohan showcases his value, the pregame skepticism dissipates. The situation on the court is quite dire for the Nuggets, as the collaboration between Mohan and Yao Ming proves to be a source of considerable distress for them. In the second quarter, the Nuggets fail to establish a solid rhythm, trailing the Rockets by 8 points with a score of 48-40. As the first half concludes, the faces of the Nuggets players are grim as they exit the court, prompting Coach Boosterick to implement significant tactical adjustments. Mohan spearheads the Rockets' offensive tempo. Facing double coverage from Miller and Anthony, who aim to prevent him from easily penetrating the paint. The strategy shifts from focusing on countering Yao Ming to primarily targeting Mohan. In Boosterick's philosophy, a robust defense opens up more opportunities to narrow the gap and potentially seize the lead. Meanwhile, Coach Van Gundy of the Rockets maintains a relatively unchanged tactical approach. Mohan remains the primary ball handler, while Leonard attacks from the left side, passing to Yao Ming should a suitable opportunity elude him. Van Gundy's strategy comprises two frameworks, one centered around Yao Ming as the singular core, and the other leveraging Mohan's agility for collaborative plays with Yao Ming, supported by the other players. Upon the resumption of play, both teams return to the court, where the contrasting moods of the players are evident. The Rockets appear relaxed while the Nuggets bear a more somber countenance. With an 8-point deficit, the Nuggets must capitalize on this quarter to reverse their fortunes. The Nuggets initiate their offensive play, with Leonard passing to Anthony. The youthful Anthony, brimming with vigor, adheres to Coach Boosterick's tactical blueprint, racing from half-court to the three-point line at an astonishing pace, drawing the attention of the Rockets players. Subsequently, Anthony passes to Marcus, who completes the offensive play with a mid-range jump shot. Anthony showcases remarkable breakthrough ability at the onset of the second half, stirring cheers among the Nuggets fans. This play significantly boosts the morale of the Nuggets, who follow up with commendable defense. Anthony disrupts the shooting of his counterpart, Jackson, whose shot clangs off the rim. Center Hilario snatches the rebound, igniting a counterattack. The score now stands at 48-44, marking a promising start to the second half for the Nuggets, propelled by Anthony's individual prowess. Observing this, Mohan remains composed, fully aware that he must stifle the Nuggets' momentum. Mohan raised his hand, signaling his teammates to coordinate their positioning, dribbling the ball at a measured pace. Mohan brought the ball to the halfway line when Anthony rushed over, together with Miller. They formed a formidable double team against Mohan. In comparison to Mohan's height of 175 meters, their defensive positioning resembled an impenetrable wall obstructing his path, even obscuring his line of sight. Nevertheless, after 3 months of rigorous shooting practice, Mohan had developed the ability to estimate the precise location of the basket without even looking at it. Mohan did not rush to break through. Instead, he surveyed the positioning of the players on the court. Yao Ming's position was reasonably good, and Mohan gave him a slight nod before executing a high lob pass. Yao Ming, displaying impressive synergy with Mohan, leapt to catch the ball. Immediately following, he backed down against Hilario and successfully executed a hook shot. The roar of the Houston Rockets fans erupted in response to Yao Ming's performance. As the home team, the Rockets supporters filled the arena, their cheers creating immense pressure on the Denver Nuggets players. At this juncture, the Nuggets needed someone to step up. Head coach George Karl shouted for an offensive play from the sidelines. Anthony's expression was tense. He sought to avenge himself against Mohan in this match. Yet the persistent deficit in score left him quite discontented. Anthony's individual prowess shone through, as he executed 2 consecutive fast breaks, garnering 4 points and preventing the game from tilting entirely in favor of the Rockets. After 7 minutes into the third quarter, the score stood at 58-54. With a mere 4-point gap between the teams, Coach Karl called a timeout to clarify tactical details further. Anthony is performing well. Leonard and Marcus provide more screens for him. Hilario, position yourself slightly to the left. Your task is to impede Yao Ming's positioning. Recognizing Anthony's positive momentum, Coach Karl focused the offensive strategy around him. This season, with Anthony's addition, the Nuggets had built their team around him. Given Anthony's exceptional abilities, the Nuggets needed to provide him ample opportunities to adapt to the NBA's rhythm. On the Rockets side, head coach Jeff Van Gundy similarly directed his focus towards Anthony. The ensuing offensive tempo from the Nuggets would undoubtedly center on him, and it was crucial to disrupt his rhythm. Jackson, when guarding Anthony, position yourself slightly forward. The others should be vigilant and ready to assist defensively. If necessary, double-team him. Following the brief timeout, both teams returned to the court, with the Rockets making personnel adjustments to better contain Anthony's offensive rhythm. Mohan was substituted out for the 2-meter-tall Tyler, who would defend Anthony. Under Coach Karl's strategic guidance, the Nuggets' offense ignited, showcasing Anthony's explosive talent. With a dazzling crossover dribble, he evaded Tyler, drawing a foul from Cato while simultaneously making the shot. Anthony executed a 2-1 play, reducing the score gap to a single point. ESPN commentator Charles Barkley expressed his excitement, praising Anthony's remarkable skills. This rookie has always displayed immense individual talent. If you observed his NCAA games, you would grasp the excellence of his drives. This is Anthony's first season in the NBA, and I believe as he acclimates to the league's tempo, he will blossom into a star. Rudolph chimed in, I hold a great deal of hope for this year's rookies. Aside from LeBron and Wade, I consider Anthony to be exceptionally talented. However, Barkley countered, I beg to differ. Mohan's static talent is still lacking. Although he performed well in his debut, once teams familiarize themselves with his style, he will struggle to shine. Rudolph provocatively replied, I find your assessment of Mohan to be utterly unfair. Just wait and see. Once he returns to the court, the Rockets will experience a surge in momentum. Chapter 79, The Enchanting Three-Point Shot. In pursuit of viewership, ESPN commentators often exhibit bias towards particular teams. Barkley opted for the Nuggets, while Rudolph supported the Rockets. From the onset of this match, Rudolph's favoritism towards Mohan became evident. The Rockets' strategy of employing a tall forward to guard Anthony proved ineffective. And as the score narrowed to just 1 point, Van Gundy substituted Tyler back out, reintroducing Mohan to the game. The Rockets' offense, upon seeing Mohan, sparked an inexplicable sense of trust within Mobley, who passed the ball to him. Mohan controlled the ball with finesse, and as soon as he obtained possession, Miller swiftly initiated a staunch defense against him. During the halftime intermission, Nuggets head coach Boudstrick specifically emphasized the importance of containing Mohan. Boudstrick's tactical directive for Miller was clear, to minimize Mohan's impact on the game by constraining his offensive opportunities. As a seasoned veteran in the NBA, Miller possessed a wealth of defensive experience. From the outset, he approached his assignment against Mohan with utmost seriousness, arms outstretched, denying him any chance to advance. Throughout the first 2 quarters, Mohan grew increasingly familiar with Miller's defensive strategies. A glance at the positions on the court provided Mohan with a swift assessment of the situation. Mohan dribbled the ball momentarily, then abruptly shifted speed and direction. Miller's defensive flaw lies in his difficulty in guarding against the swift maneuvers of agile guards. By the time he reacted and reached out to defend, Mohan had already surpassed him by 3 positions. Mohan dribbled the ball for a while, gradually slowing down at the halfway line, not rushing into a fast break. Miller chased up from behind, while the other players of the Nuggets had already retreated to the paint. Gazing at the 175-meter-tall Mohan before him, beads of sweat began to form on Miller's forehead. Up to this point in the game, Miller's defense could hardly be deemed inadequate. Yet, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not keep pace with Mohan's rhythm. Mohan may not be tall in stature, yet his agility is remarkably exceptional. Mohan plays basketball with such intelligence that you can never anticipate whether he intends to drive to the basket or make a pass. Mohan's agility in maneuvering is remarkably swift, placing him among the top 5 adversaries encountered by Miller. The Denver Nuggets players swiftly retreated on defense, each one casting their gaze towards Mohan. For this 175-meter point guard, every member of the Nuggets was fully alert and on high alert. Mohan dribbles the ball while assessing the optimal strategy for his offensive play. In the current NBA philosophy, traditional tactics still prevail. The focus remains on solid interior defense, denying opponents any opportunities to penetrate and subsequently executing a swift counterattack. Mohan dribbled the ball, gradually approaching the 3-point line. Miller positioned himself defensively on his left, while Anthony sprinted in to obstruct Mohan's right side. The two formed a tight double team, effectively trapping Mohan within their grasp. In this moment, Mohan had no intention of taking any risks. Mohan located his most familiar shooting spot, suddenly retreating a step backward, executing a deceptive leftward move. Miller reached out in defense, only to realize it was a mere feint. In that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a deft dribble, maneuvering the ball to his right before leaping to release a 3-point shot. Anthony followed suit, extending his hand in defense, yet he was a fraction too late. With a resounding thud, the ball found its way into the hoop. This shot was nothing short of exquisite, made from an angle that defied visibility, even amidst the double team. An astonishingly difficult 3-pointer that instantly ignited a roar from the fans in attendance. The 2 ESPN commentators were left momentarily speechless in their astonishment. Barkley exclaimed, "Goodness! What was he thinking, to change directions twice and still shoot from that angle?" Rudolph chuckled. "I knew that once Mohan returned to the court, he would deliver an unexpected performance. This single shot could easily qualify for the play of the week." After such a remarkable display, it could be said that no one would dare claim Mohan's prowess was limited to the NCAA, nor that his skills were inadequate for the NBA. The head coach of the Nuggets, Budenholzer, furrowed his brow at the sight of such a shot. As the Nuggets initiated their offensive play, Miller brought the ball past half court and aimed to pass it to Anthony. However, the pass faltered, and Jackson seized the opportunity to intercept the ball. Without hesitation, Jackson swiftly passed it to the nearby Kato. Mohan deliberately approached, extending his hand for the ball. Having witnessed Mohan's astonishing three-pointer earlier, Kato showed no hesitation in passing the ball to him. As Mohan seized the ball, his footsteps quickened. He pivoted and changed direction, effortlessly distancing himself from the defender. Miller, by 2 strides. Mohan did not cease his rapid advance, swiftly darting into the three-point zone. Anthony hurriedly positioned himself, attempting to obstruct Mohan's path to the basket. As Anthony charged forward, his footing still unsteady, Mohan executed a feint shot. With little time to contemplate, Anthony's body reacted instinctively, leaping into the air. However, in that fleeting moment of ascent, Anthony realized he had been deceived. As Anthony descended, Mohan leapt into action, releasing the basketball with precision. Thud. Another three-pointer. In an instant, the deafening cheers of the Rockets fans reverberated through the arena. Mo. As Mohan returned to the court, he swiftly delivered 2 three-pointers to the Nuggets, abruptly halting their momentum in pursuit of points. The expressions on the faces of each player reflected their dismay. Observing this predicament, Nuggets head coach Mike Budenholzer had no choice but to call a timeout. It was imperative to curb Mohan's three-point shooting. His proficiency in this area is formidable, and he possesses both the audacity and skill to shoot. Hilario, if necessary. You may temporarily relinquish your defense on Yao Ming to provide assistance. In traditional NBA philosophy, during the third quarter of the second half, teams prioritize scoring, often opting for drives to the basket or rebounding. However, Mohan's approach is audacious. He has remarkably succeeded in hitting 2 consecutive three-pointers, even while double-teamed. Should his shots miss, he would be deemed a reckless shooter. Yet, if they find the net, he is heralded as a sharpshooter. The presence of an opponent with a hot hand from beyond the arc is a scenario no coach wishes to encounter. At this moment, Budenholzer was undeniably impressed by Mohan's three-point prowess. The purpose of this timeout was to suppress Mohan's current form and strategize to contain his shooting abilities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Van Gundy couldn't contain his joy. Mohan has brought him countless surprises. The Rockets have spent a fortune to secure Mohan with the 2nd overall pick, a move that is undoubtedly a stroke of genius this season. With Yao Ming in the paint and Mohan on the perimeter, the combination of Yao and Mo is poised to become one of the finest duos in the league. The play has been exquisite. Mohan, I grant you unlimited freedom to shoot from the outside. Do not fret over mistakes. Shoot. Give it your all. Van Gundy is exhilarated. Witnessing a player like Mohan, who plays with such boldness and tenacity, rekindles the spirit of his youth. Chapter 80. The birth of the Yao-Mo duo. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. The faces of the Nuggets players were clouded with despair, while the Rockets radiated smiles and excitement. The score stood at 64-57, with the gap widening once again to 7 points. From the onset of the match until the third quarter, the Nuggets had never managed to equalize. The tempo of the game was predominantly dictated by Mohan. Initially underestimated due to his height of 1.75 meters, he had now become the most troublesome factor for the Nuggets. During the Nuggets' offensive play, Anthony seemed to be invigorated by Mohan's performance, using his individual prowess to force his way through for 2 points. The score was now 64-59. And the Rockets players had developed immense trust in Mohan, with Mobley passing the ball to him for handling. As Mohan received the pass, Miller closely monitored him, leaving no room for complacency. This match had been particularly disheartening for Miller. As a seasoned perimeter player, he typically showcased his distinctive skills on both offense and defense. In a typical game, he would easily score over 10 points. However, in his matchup against Mohan, he had yet to make a single shot, and his steals stood at a dismal 0. Miller had become nothing more than a mere backdrop to Mohan's rookie performance. At this moment, a singular thought consumed Miller's mind. He must thwart Mohan's attempt at scoring. With unwavering focus, Miller directed all his attention to the ball in Mohan's possession. His arms spread wide in anticipation. Mohan skillfully maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, yet he had not yet crossed the three-point arc when Anthony approached him. A grave expression adorned Anthony's face. He had anticipated this game would be his chance for retribution. However, as the match progressed, not only was there no sign of revenge, but Mohan had also captured the spotlight. Regardless of the final outcome, it was indisputable that Mohan would be the talk of the town this week. For an NBA rookie, such attention could significantly elevate his market value. Anthony and Miller formed a tight double team, ensnaring Mohan within their defense. Meanwhile, the center, Hilario, was also gravitating towards Mohan's position. The Nuggets formation was meticulously designed to counter Mohan, determined not to allow him any further points. Observing the Nuggets' intense focus on him, a faint smile of disdain crept across Mohan's lips. Mohan had no intention of making a forceful drive. After having attempted 2 consecutive three-pointers, the Denver Nuggets began to closely monitor his perimeter shooting. Yao Ming raised his hand to signal for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Mohan delivered a high pass, placing the ball deftly into Yao Ming's hands. With the attention of Anthony and Hilario entirely focused on Mohan, Yao Ming effortlessly leapt for a mid-range shot, sending the ball through the hoop. Yet again, a splendid assist. As Mohan returned to the court, he promptly delivered 2 three-pointers and 1 assist. This surge in momentum greatly elevated the spirits of the Rockets, prompting continuous cheers from their fans in the stands. ESPN commentator Rudolph excitedly provided his analysis. Mohan's basketball IQ is truly exceptional. He is acutely aware that the Nuggets are targeting him. So he wisely passed the ball to Yao Ming. With Yu dominating the paint and Mohan orchestrating the game, the Yao-Mo duo is simply flawless. Barkley also praised, stating, Mohan's playing style is remarkably selfless, evoking a sense of familiarity. You mean Nash, right? Rudolph chuckled knowingly. Barkley laughed and nodded in agreement. There are indeed similarities between Nash's style and Mohan's. Both possess formidable individual skills, yet Nash consistently makes choices that benefit both personal and team dynamics, always delivering impeccable assists from the right positions. The Nuggets head coach, boasted, wore a visibly distressed expression, just when Mohan had already put him in a difficult spot. And now Yao Ming was showing signs of unleashing his potential. Mohan commanded the perimeter, while Yao Ming dominated the interior, leaving him at a loss for tactical adjustments. After being scored on 3 consecutive occasions by Mohan, the morale of the Denver Nuggets plummeted. As Miller passed the ball to Marcus, Yao Ming seized the opportunity, executing a splendid steal to intercept the ball. Upon gaining possession, Yao promptly delivered a pass to Mohan. Mohan swiftly initiated a rapid offensive, carrying the ball across the halfway line. Defend, defend, shouted Coach Boosterick of the Nuggets frantically from the sidelines. The players of the Nuggets hastily fell back on defense, but it was evident that they were a step too late. Mohan skillfully dribbled past the nearby Miller, and as Anthony closed in, he lofted the ball towards the hoop. Thud. The basketball struck the rim and ricocheted out, but in that fleeting moment, a towering figure darted by, and with a powerful hand, decisively slammed the ball back into the net. Mohan and Yao Ming executed a remarkably elegant play. The score stood at 68-59. With the gap widening further, plunging the Denver Nuggets' morale to its nadir. When a team's spirit wanes excessively, players grow anxious and are increasingly eager to redeem the situation through scoring. The more desperate they become, the more susceptible they are to fundamental errors. After Leonard passed the ball to Anthony, in his haste to initiate a fast break, committed a grave mistake, allowing the ball to careen off his own foot. Jackson seized upon this blunder, retrieving the ball and promptly passing it to Mohan. As Mohan received the ball, he swiftly maneuvered past Miller's defense. Center Hilario rushed in for support, but in that fleeting moment, Mohan executed a perfectly arced pass from behind, delivering the ball into Yao Ming's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Yao Ming immediately unleashed a powerful dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Initially, the Nuggets aimed to close the gap and regain the lead in the third quarter. However, upon Mohan's return to the court, the score widened further. The Rockets led 70-59, enjoying an 11-point advantage. The synergy between Yao Ming and Mohan proved to be formidable and insurmountable. Witnessing this, Nuggets head coach Bzdelik had no choice but to call another timeout. He understood the necessity of maintaining strong interior defense, as Yao Ming represented the most significant threat. Regarding Mohan's defense, he felt it could be slightly relaxed. Ultimately, Bzdelik decided to prioritize guarding Yao Ming over Mohan. As the game approached the second half, failing to contain the interior would leave the Nuggets with no hope of victory. If the Nuggets aimed to stage a comeback, they had to neutralize Yao Ming, ensuring they did not leave both threats unguarded. Otherwise, rather than closing the gap, the score might expand even further. On the other hand, Rockets head coach Vin Gundy wore a broad smile, feeling confident that the game was secure. Play well. Just keep playing like this. Mohan, you decide whether to shoot the three-pointer. If the opportunity isn't right, pass it to Yao. At this juncture, it seemed clear who would emerge victorious. Mohan's threat from beyond the arc had already rendered the Nuggets defenseless, compounded by Yao Ming's dominance, leaving the Nuggets in utter disarray. On the sidelines, a fan's enthusiastic cry of Yao Mo is invincible was soon echoed by a chorus of shouts. Yao Mo is invincible. Yao is invincible. Yao is invincible. Yao is invincible. Chapter 81. The rise of the Demon Duo. The fervent cheers from the Rockets fans created immense psychological pressure on the Nuggets players. With the score at 70-59, the gap had exceeded 10 points, causing the Nuggets' morale to plummet. In such dire circumstances, one player needed to step up. Centered around Anthony, Coach Bzdelic hoped he could deliver a standout performance. Yet, as a newcomer to the league, Anthony had yet to fully adapt to the NBA's pace. The young player exhibited impatience, failing to score and committing 2 consecutive fouls. In desperation, Bzdelic had to substitute Anthony. Without Anthony on the court, the Nuggets found themselves in an even more precarious position. As the latter part of the third quarter unfolded, the Rockets dominated the game, leading 86-69. A 17-point advantage by the quarter's close. At this point, the outcome seemed largely predetermined. The fourth quarter had yet to commence. And already some Nuggets fans were leaving the arena. They had arrived with high hopes, only to be met with disappointment and a lack of prospects for a comeback. The Nuggets players trudged off the court, their spirits utterly crushed. Coach Bzdelic refrained from placing undue pressure on his players, recognizing that the game's outcome was far from his expectations. Prior to the game, Bzdelic had focused intently on Yao Ming, devising specific tactics to counter him. Instead, the emergence of Mohan, the diminutive 175-meter Asian player, had left a lasting impression with his extraordinary performance, akin to a slap in the face for the coach's underestimation. With a determination to improve, Bzdelic offered words of comfort to Anthony. The rookie had long aspired to avenge himself against Mohan, yet his performance could only be described as mediocre, failing to shoulder significant responsibility. While Bzdelic consoled Anthony, he couldn't help but lament the extraordinary caliber of the current NBA rookies. LeBron James, Mohan, Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and others all exhibited potential to become future superstars. In any other era, they would be considered the best of the best. Unfortunately, they were born into a time of fierce competition, where only the boldest could prevail. Anthony needed to elevate his game to shine brilliantly in this era. With his head bowed in silence, Anthony's earlier bravado had been completely shattered. For a considerable time, he would struggle to overcome the psychological shadow cast by Mohan. Conversely, joy enveloped the Rockets' side, with Coach Van Gundy's face alight with smiles. This was the Rockets' first game of the season and Mohan's debut. Facing the formidable Nuggets, Van Gundy had anticipated a grueling battle. However, Mohan's remarkable display had prematurely secured the win. Everyone played exceptionally well, especially you, Mohan. Your performance was truly superstar caliber. Nonetheless, caution was imperative in the fourth quarter, as the Nuggets still possessed considerable talent. In terms of tactical adjustments, Van Gundy did not implement significant changes. This was merely the first game of the NBA season. The outcome was not of paramount importance, as the focus lay more on player development. Certainly, Mohan's standout performance had made waves, ensuring that no NBA team would underestimate him again. After a brief intermission, both teams returned to the court. The Rockets players appeared relaxed, while the Nuggets players bore more serious expressions, yet the previous tension had dissipated. Clearly, the Nuggets had mentally prepared to concede. With this mindset, the intensity of the fourth quarter diminished compared to earlier. The two teams engaged in a more harmonious exchange of offense and defense. Mohan's defensive intensity against Miller had significantly waned, allowing the seasoned NBA veteran to finally score 6 points in the fourth quarter, alleviating some of his previous embarrassment. The Rockets executed their offense with remarkable fluidity. Mohan and Yao Ming engaged in several successful collaborations, each resulting in a score that sent the Rockets fans into exuberant cheers. As the game drew to a close, the excitement dwindled, culminating in a decisive victory for the Rockets with a score of 102-85, marking their first win of the season. This resounding triumph imbued the players with a renewed sense of confidence, reinforcing the belief that the Rockets could embark on a remarkable journey this season, with the championship goal now appearing within reach. What astonished the league the most after this match was Mohan himself. Prior to the game, nearly all NBA coaches and legends had expressed skepticism regarding this player, who stands at a mere 175 meters tall. However, now every team dares not underestimate Mohan. Even the head coach of their next opponents, the Memphis Grizzlies, spent the night analyzing his previous performances. Ultimately, this Grizzlies coach arrived at a significant conclusion. Mohan is a nightmare for any defender assigned to him. When confronted with the formidable combination of Yao and Mo, it is exceedingly challenging to devise an effective strategy to counter them. The highlights of Mohan's debut game in the NBA have gone viral online following the conclusion of the match. The notion of the Mo-Yao duo has gained considerable traction within the league, heralded as one of the most formidable combinations in the future of the NBA. Across various sports forums and websites in the Eastern Realm, accolades for Mohan and Yao Ming abound, particularly for Mohan. Several of his spectacular shots during the game left knowledgeable fans in awe. It remains unclear who coined the term Demon Duo in the comments, but it swiftly reverberated throughout Asia, subsequently influencing the global audience. The Demon Duo, the partnership of Mohan and Yao Ming, with the diminutive Mohan standing at 175 meters alongside the towering Yao Ming at 229 meters, creates a remarkable duo that truly embodies the essence of formidable adversaries on the court. This extraordinary combination leaves opponents floundering, grappling with an invincible force that is simply unmatched. The emergence of this extraordinary pairing has garnered increasing recognition within the NBA, with some even suggesting that it rivals the legendary duo of Kobe and Shaquille from the Lakers. No one dares to underestimate the Houston Rockets any longer. Experts predict that if this formidable partnership can maintain its performance, they will be strong contenders for the championship this season. After this match, Mohan's name earned the respect of the NBA League. No one dared to underestimate this 175-meter point guard any longer. Numerous NBA coaches lamented their oversight, recognizing that one should never judge a player by appearance. When faced with a multifaceted talent like Mohan, they ought to have pursued him with unwavering determination. Indeed, many media outlets praised the Houston Rockets management for their decision to acquire and invest in Mohan. His presence not only garnered high acclaim for the Rockets within the NBA, but also fueled an impressive surge in merchandise sales, ranking first in the commercial sector of the NBA for 2 consecutive months, thanks to the formidable duo of Mohan and Yao Ming. Chapter 82. Clash with the Raptors. Following the game against the Nuggets, the name Mohan resonated within the basketball community. Subsequently, the Rockets triumphed in their matches against the Grizzlies, Bulls, and Nets, achieving resounding victories. With the emergence of this formidable duo, no NBA team dared to underestimate them, becoming a source of great concern for their opponents. Mohan's versatility, combined with Yao Ming's dominance in the paint, forms an impeccable duo. Following the first week of the regular season, the Rockets have ascended to the pinnacle of the Western Conference, boasting an unblemished record. Even more astonishing is the fact that 5 of the top 10 plays of the week were executed by Mohan himself. Mohan's personal fame has rapidly swept across the entire NBA league. When discussing the Rockets, people invariably praise Mohan and Yao Ming, marveling at the formidable duo they form. Following the conclusion of the first week of matches, Mohan's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. After signing an advertising contract with Nike, the company even added an additional $1 million annually to his renewal fee. During a break in the games, Mohan completed the filming for Nike's advertisement. Notably, after the advertisement featuring Mohan was released, Nike stores experienced a surge in business for 3 consecutive weeks, achieving the highest revenue of the latter half of the year. This prompted envy and resentment among competitors, who lamented their inability to possess such keen foresight. Had they secured a contract with Mohan upon his entry into the league, the signing fee would have been considerably less than it is now. In the streets and alleys of Houston, conversations about the NBA invariably lead to discussions of Mohan and the formidable duo. By mid-November, a particularly significant match was on the horizon: the Rockets versus the Raptors. The duo has been recognized as one of the most threatening combinations in the league, while the Raptors rookie, Chris Bosh, has been performing exceptionally well. Bosh possesses remarkable personal capabilities, consistently averaging a double-double. Under Bosh's leadership, the Raptors currently hold the 2nd position in the Western Conference, having lost only 1 match. Even before the game commenced, online debates regarding the outcome of the 2 teams erupted fervently. In an interview, Bosh issued a challenge to Mohan. I lost to you during the NCAA. However, this time, I will demonstrate that I have grown to a level that you must look up to. The so-called duo of the Rockets can be easily dismantled by our Raptors' offensive prowess. Bosh's journey in the NCAA was halted by Mohan's leadership at ANA Academy. Yet his talent has garnered recognition within the league. Standing at 211 meters, Bosh is capable of playing both forward and center. His towering height is complemented by remarkable speed, agility, and exceptional jumping ability. He excels in back-to-the-basket plays, executing turnaround jump shots with an impressive accuracy, utilizing screens from teammates to achieve high-position jump shots. Among this year's rookies, Bosh is highly regarded and considered to possess superstar potential. In his interview, Bosh explicitly called out Mohan, infused with a strong sense of rivalry. On the Rockets side, head coach Van Gundy responded in an interview, stating, "Mohan is the most exceptional point guard I have ever seen. His court vision and individual skills are remarkable. regardless of how strong Bosch may be. He merely excels on a personal level, whereas Mohan operates on an entirely different tier. The coach's unabashed defense of his player sparked considerable debate regarding who is the more valuable player, Bosch or Mohan. The answer to this question is subjective and will ultimately be revealed through their performances in the game. Certainly, the Western Conference boasts formidable strength this season, and the match between the top two teams has garnered the attention of numerous NBA franchises. The purpose is twofold: to analyze the opponent's strategies and to learn from the methodologies of strong teams. The NBA is an intensely competitive arena. Failure to study other strengths often leads to becoming easy prey. The game is to be held at the Scotiabank Arena in Canada, home of the Raptors. That evening, a multitude of NBA stars and coaches, including the likes of Kobe and Jordan, were present to witness the match. Prior to the game, Jordan lavished praise on Bosch in a press interview. Bosch's speed is remarkable. With such height, he moves like a dream, making him a nightmare for any opposing player. When asked about Mohan, Jordan smiled and said, "He is an outstanding player. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I could never have imagined a player of 175 meters performing so admirably. However, I believe it will be difficult for Mohan to advance further in the league. Once NBA teams become familiar with his style, the disadvantages of his static athleticism will quickly become apparent." Jordan's comments echoed the sentiments of many seasoned veterans. In the NBA, both effort and talent are indispensable. While hard work can determine one's baseline in the league, true advancement relies heavily on innate talent, lacking in natural ability. Once a player's style is thoroughly analyzed, further progress becomes exceedingly challenging. The rules are unforgiving, yet therein lies the allure of the NBA. ESPN commentators Barkley and Rudolph closely followed the game. The atmosphere was charged with tension even before the match commenced. Barkley remarked, "Bosch has been excellently developed within the Raptors. Not only does he dominate near the basket, but he also possesses incredible speed. With his talent and form, he is a force to be reckoned with." Rudolph countered, "While I acknowledge Bosch's prowess, I place my faith in the formidable duo. Mohan and Yao Ming have been a potent combination for quite some time. Can you name a team that has managed to counter them? No matter how well Bosch performs, he cannot contend with their synergy." Barkley retorted, "Nevertheless, consider this. The Raptors have decisively won their previous 2 games. Bosch is in excellent form, and this is his chance at revenge. He has no reason to underestimate his opponents. I believe the Raptors will triumph. They possess tremendous offensive capabilities and no apparent weaknesses in defense." Rudolph smirked. "The Raptors still trail behind the Rockets in the Western Conference standings. Your assertion is rather presumptuous. With the duo intact, I place my trust in them." Barkley laughed. "How about we place a bet?" "No bet. You still owe me for that handstand push-up challenge from last time." Rudolph retorted with a scoff. In the previous game between the Rockets and the Nuggets, Barkley had suggested that whoever's team lost would have to perform handstand push-ups, and he had yet to fulfill that wager. Barkley awkwardly replied, "That was a lapse on my part. But this time, I assure you I will not lose. If the Raptors falter again, I will perform double the handstand push-ups." Chapter 83. The weaknesses of the duo. Rudolph chuckled. "You said it yourself. After this match, I will ensure the cameraman captures your moment of defeat. No excuses." Barkley grinned sheepishly. "But what if the Rockets lose?" Rudolph asserted sternly, "They will not lose." Barkley conceded, "Fine, if the Rockets do lose, we can consider my previous debt settled." Rudolph's eyes flashed with anger. "Are you doubting my ability to wager?" "No way. If the Rockets lose, I will perform triple the handstand push-ups." The ESPN commentators, through their wager, stirred a wave of enthusiasm in the studio. Most favored the duo, yet those supporting Bosch and the Raptors presented compelling arguments. The reason was simple: Jordan, the legendary figure, held Bosch in high regard. The vengeful showdown of Bosch commenced swiftly. As the match time approached, the players from both teams began to take the court. The centerpiece of the Raptors, naturally, was Bosch. This 2'11" power forward immediately captured the attention of all. In the years to come, Bosch would earn the moniker Dragon King from the league, as his exceptional physical prowess garnered admiration from numerous NBA legends. The Rockets, on the other hand, deployed Mohan as their central player. Standing at 175 meters, Mohan also attracted considerable attention amidst the towering NBA athletes. The Rockets' starting lineup remained unchanged: point guard Mohan, shooting guard Mobley, small forward Jackson, power forward Cato, and center Yao Ming. The Raptors, conversely, fielded a perimeter-oriented starting lineup featuring 2 point guards, Williams and Michael, shooting guard Carter, forward Davis, and center Bosch. The Raptors' overall height was not inferior to that of the Rockets. Yet all three guards they deployed were adept at both guard and forward roles. Bosch's height and speed allowed him to play both power forward and center, a strategic move aimed at accelerating their lineup. From the comparative analysis of the rosters, it was evident that the Raptors had thoroughly prepared for the matchup. As the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game, Bosch exhibited astonishing agility, even jumping higher than Yao Ming to secure possession of the ball. Right from the start, the Raptors showcased remarkable speed. Guard Williams dribbled with remarkable quickness, advancing the ball past half-court before swiftly passing to Michael. Michael's speed was equally impressive, and his explosive drives posed a significant threat compared to small forward Jackson's reactions. Michael effortlessly maneuvered past Jackson's defense and lofted the ball to Bosch. Bosch leaped and emphatically dunked the ball into the hoop. With that thunderous dunk, Bosch unleashed his signature roar, igniting the fervor of the crowd. Bosch! 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 The Raptors fans shouted exuberantly, and the home court advantage bolstered the players' spirits. The Rockets players felt the mounting pressure, and head coach Van Gundy's confident demeanor grew slightly solemn. Aware of the Raptors' preparedness, Van Gundy recognized his earlier complacency. Ever since the formidable duo had captivated the league, he had neglected tactical adjustments. While the Raptors began the game with undeniable dominance, clearly having identified the flaws in the Rockets' lineup. This underscored the truth of a saying, opponents always understand you better than you understand yourself. As the Rockets initiated their offense, Mohan faced immediate pressure from the double team of Williams and Michael. The Raptors' head coach had conducted meticulous analysis of the duo's dynamics, pinpointing Mohan as the key to their rhythm. By stifling Mohan's pace, opportunities for Yao Ming in the paint became scarce. In fact, the strategy proved effective. As Mohan struggled to navigate past the two agile guards, failing to change direction successfully on 2 consecutive attempts, Mohan did not rush. Recognizing that he could not find a suitable opportunity, so he passed the ball to the more favorable Cato, standing at an impressive height of 2.11 meters. Cato was originally positioned as a center, but after Yao Ming joined the Rockets, he was compelled to play as a power forward. Cato's dribbling speed was not swift, and soon he was closely pursued by the Raptors guard, Carter. Positioned at the three-point line, Cato lacked the capability to shoot from beyond the arc. To play it safe, he passed the ball to Yao Ming, who was stationed beneath the basket. Upon receiving the ball, Yao Ming backed down against Bosch, who had just executed a powerful dunk and still bore an expression of exhilaration. Bosch defended with utmost seriousness, denying Yao any opportunity to shoot. Entangled by Bosch, Yao could not locate a suitable shooting angle and was compelled to return the ball to Jackson. With the shot clock winding down, Jackson hesitated not, taking a jump shot. Thud. The basketball struck the rim and bounced out, allowing Bosch to leap and secure the rebound. Once in possession, Bosch swiftly hurled the ball towards guard Williams. Positioned 2 strides away from Mohan, Williams, with his stature, was capable of receiving the ball with ease, provided he exercised caution. Upon receiving the pass, Williams immediately initiated a fast break. Michael followed closely, executing a 2-man play with Williams, effortlessly breaching the Rockets' half-court. Ultimately, Williams concluded the offensive sequence with a mid-range jumper. From the onset, the Raptors displayed a fierce momentum, employing agility and speed to challenge the Rockets, leaving no opportunity for Mohan and Yao Ming to showcase their skills. This was the Raptors' tactical strategy in countering the formidable duo. Mohan's static talent has always been a disadvantage, as 2 seasoned defenders effectively neutralize his explosive capabilities and ball control, exploiting the sluggishness of the Rockets' interior actions. The Rockets' strategy overly relies on the Demon duo, which restricts the performances of both Mohan and Yao Ming, ultimately allowing control over the game's tempo. As the Raptors opened the game by swiftly scoring 4 points, a fervent cheer erupted from their supporters. In the Raptors' home arena, the fans revel in witnessing the commanding presence of their team. From the outset, the Rockets found themselves at a disadvantage, their pregame confidence giving way to a newfound seriousness. In the NBA, no combination is invincible. When a duo frequently showcases their prowess, opposing teams will inevitably scrutinize their weaknesses. The Raptors' head coach clearly conducted thorough preparations before the game, delivering an early blow to the Rockets. As the Demon duo faced targeted opposition, Mohan realized that he could not continue relying on his previous strategies. As the team's point guard, it was imperative to adapt and discover a suitable solution during this critical moment. Mohan vowed to avenge his NCAA defeat. As Bosch brushed past him, he issued his own challenge. During their NCAA days, Bosch represented Georgia Tech, a team that could have advanced further but was halted by Mohan, ending their journey in the first round of March Madness. Since that moment, Bosch had been eager for retribution, and now the opportunity had arrived. Chapter 84. The Pinnacle Kobe template. From the very beginning of the match, the Raptors unleashed a wave of offensive momentum, signaling dire news for the Rockets. In the face of Bosch's provocation, Mohan remained unflustered. Having faced Bosch before, he was well aware of both his strengths and weaknesses. At this juncture, the paramount task was to find his rhythm amidst the Raptors' aggressive defensive double-teaming. Ding! The system detected the host's indomitable spirit against the triple team and rewarded him with the Pinnacle Kobe Template Experience card. Ding! The Kobe Pinnacle Template Experience card has been automatically activated. The voice of the system resonated in Mohan's mind, filling him with elation. Kobe, the man known as the Black Mamba, was once regarded as Jordan's successor. He is celebrated as one of the best scorers in NBA history, adept in driving, shooting, free throws, and three-pointers, with virtually no offensive blind spots. In addition to his extraordinary scoring ability, Kobe's playmaking skills were remarkable, often serving as the primary initiator of his team's offense. His tenacious defense was equally renowned throughout the league. Whether on offense or defense, Kobe exhibited no weaknesses. For Mohan, receiving the Kobe Experience card at this moment meant it was time for him to shine. With the Pinnacle Kobe template activated, he felt an exhilarating lightness as if he had become one with the basketball. As he dribbled, the ball appeared to meld seamlessly with his body. Ahead of him lay the double-team defense of Williams and Michael, yet he effortlessly discerned a path to breakthrough. Without a moment's hesitation, Mohan surged forward like a swift arrow, effortlessly slipping through the gap between the two defenders. Observing this, Carter, the third-string guard for the Raptors, hurried over to provide defense. Although Carter, as a guard, possessed commendable speed, it paled in comparison to the peak performance of Kobe Bryant. By the time Carter had begun to position himself, he was already 3 strides behind Mohan, realizing too late the fleeting nature of his opponent's movements. As Mohan's footsteps had yet to stabilize, forward Davis charged in from the left, positioning his body to obstruct Mohan's path to the basket. In that fleeting moment, Mohan leaped backward, releasing the basketball in a mid-range shot. With a resounding thud, the ball swished through the net. It was a remarkably challenging shot. Mohan skillfully maneuvered past 3 opponents, and at the moment when his body was entirely confined, he still managed to shoot through the narrowest of gaps. Relying solely on his innate abilities, achieving such a feat would have been quite challenging. However, now, under the influence of the peak Kobe template, he felt that at any moment and from any angle, he could effortlessly score. Mohan, through his personal prowess, has significantly aided the Rockets in their campaign, executing a remarkably challenging shot. ESPN replayed this particular play 3 times in succession. Rudolph remarked on the unparalleled speed with which he maneuvered past 3 defenders. Mohan's individual skills have evidently ascended to new heights. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would find it hard to believe that such a shot could be executed by a player standing at merely 175 meters. Barkley also expressed admiration, stating that Mohan's talent is formidable, but even more daunting is his relentless dedication. It is evident that since his entry into the NBA, he has shown continuous improvement with each game, consistently pushing his own boundaries. Mohan's initial basket served to substantially uplift the morale of the Rockets. Subsequently, the team's defense was commendable, with Yao effectively obstructing Bosch's drive, forcing him into a hasty shot. Yao leaped to secure the rebound without a moment's hesitation, promptly passing the ball to Mohan. The synergy between Yao Ming and Mohan is exceptionally refined. Yao is acutely aware of his partner's positioning. When the team requires someone to take command of the game, Yao places his unwavering trust in Mohan. Mohan received the ball, embodying the essence of a peak Kobe Bryant. He possessed an insatiable desire to score. In the next moment, Mohan unleashed astonishing speed, darting across half-court with remarkable swiftness. The Raptors guards, Williams and Michael, were utterly unable to keep pace with Mohan's rapid strides. Mohan seemed to enter a realm devoid of presence, swiftly traversing half the court in an instant. Following that, with 3 decisive steps, he executed a powerful layup, forcefully slamming the basketball into the hoop. Mohan scored consecutively, instantly elevating the morale of the Rockets. The fans in the stands erupted in exuberant cheers. Mo, for this rookie who had recently joined the team. The Rocket supporters had already become his fervent admirers. Whenever Mohan exhibited extraordinary prowess on the court, the crowd would chant his name with fervor. The Raptors fans, witnessing Mohan's performance, were left astounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. It was truly unimaginable for a player standing at 175 meters to exhibit such explosive talent. As the Raptors launched their offense, Michael received the ball and was dribbling past half-court when Mohan, defending him, suddenly sprang forward. snatching the basketball from Michael's grasp. Without hesitation, Mohan initiated a fast break, racing with astonishing speed toward the Raptors' paint. The Raptors players hurried back on defense, yet Mohan chose not to force his way through. Noticing Mobley approaching from the left, Mohan deftly passed the ball to him. As soon as Mobley received the ball, he immediately took a shot and scored. In the blink of an eye, the Rockets had amassed 6 points, all thanks to the rhythm established by Mohan. Observing this trend, the Raptors head coach promptly called for a timeout. Mohan was beginning to dominate, and it was imperative to disrupt his tempo. Remember the tactics we devised before the game, Carter? Position yourself closer to Mohan. The coach understood well that once Mohan's rhythm was unleashed, the Rockets' offensive momentum would become unstoppable. The only way to contain the Rockets' attack was to restrain Mohan. On the Rockets' side, Coach Van Gundy meticulously laid out the strategy for the next play. Mohan had performed admirably, but our offense needed to pose a greater threat. Mobley, remember to position yourself on the left side, and Jackson, focus on boxing out Carter. Although Van Gundy may not be a renowned coach, he possessed a certain level of tactical acumen. Having witnessed the Raptors' strategic approach against the formidable duo, he had made some necessary tactical adjustments. The strategy was not overly complicated. If the Raptors aimed for speed, they should leverage their height in the paint to establish advantageous positioning. By blocking the Raptors' players' positions, they could create more offensive openings for Mohan. Of course, all of this depended on Mohan maintaining his peak performance. As a point guard, Mohan is tasked with weaving together every aspect of the game, and when necessary, executing a decisive breakthrough. At this moment, Mohan's form perfectly fulfills this requirement. Following a brief intermission, the players return to the court. The previously relaxed demeanor of the Raptors players has transformed into a more serious attitude. The Rockets players likewise wear expressions of determination, fully immersing themselves in the competitive spirit. Chapter 85, Bosh, the background figure. The Raptors' offense flows seamlessly. Williams advances the ball past half-court and promptly passes it to Michael. Michael then relays the ball to Carter, who dribbles for a moment before sending it into the paint. Ultimately, Bosh completes the offensive sequence with a mid-range jumper. From the inception of the play to its conclusion, there is not a hint of delay. The Raptors execute their offense with remarkable finesse. On the Rockets side, Mohan controls the ball, embodying the essence of a peak Kobe Bryant template. At this juncture, his breakthroughs appear effortless. The defensive efforts of Williams and Michael seem futile in the face of Mohan's prowess. Mohan executed 2 swift turns to circumvent the encirclement of his adversaries. After breaking through, he drew the attention of the Raptors' interior defense towards him. Mohan this time refrained from forcing a breakthrough. Instead, he identified an advantageous position for Cato and passed the ball. Cato executed a mid-range shot, successfully sending the ball into the basket. In his prime, Kobe possessed the ability to penetrate defenses, shoot with precision, and demonstrated a remarkably broad vision when it came to assisting teammates. Both teams gradually found their rhythm, with the first quarter showcasing a back-and-forth contest. The Raptors played with a brisk tempo and executed solid defensive strategies, while the Rockets, under Mohan's leadership, maintained their offensive cadence, preventing them from falling too far behind. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the score stood at 16-24. With the Rockets trailing by 8 points, Mohan having contributed 8 points during this period. During the intermission of the first quarter, the Raptors head coach analyzed the players' issues and devised tactical adjustments. The persistent challenge remained to contain Mohan and deny him opportunities to penetrate. By restricting Mohan, the Rockets' offensive rhythm would inevitably falter. The Raptors coach noted that Mohan was the focal point of the Rockets' offense in that quarter. If they could neutralize him, the Rockets' scoring would be stymied. Conversely, Rockets coach Van Gundy emphasized the importance of defense, urging his players to focus on collaborative defensive efforts. Although the Raptors' offense was swift, their three-point shooting was less than stellar, necessitating a more aggressive positioning in the paint to eliminate open looks. With a rebounding advantage, they aimed to create more opportunities for Yao Ming. Van Gundy's tactical approach leaned toward traditional strategies, as he sought to leverage Yao Ming's height for defensive counters, believing that a solid defense would provide the best chance to narrow the score gap. As the second quarter commenced, both teams returned to the court. The Rockets initiated their offense, with Mohan controlling the ball and advancing it to midcourt, where the Raptors quickly tightened their defensive grip. Williams and Michael closely shadowed him, executing a double-team defense. Strategically, Coach Van Gundy instructed Mohan to pass to the interior, yet Mohan, drawing on his experience, discerned the potential pitfalls of such a move. With Michael closely guarding him and maintaining a swift pace, Passing to Jackson also posed considerable risk. Embodying the essence of a prime Kobe, Mohan exuded immense confidence in his ability to penetrate defenses. It appeared that a precise path for a breakthrough lay before him. As he deftly maneuvered past Williams and Michael with 3 consecutive changes of direction. As Mohan approached the three-point line, Carter had already moved in to defend. However, Mohan had anticipated this scenario, executing a low dribble while maneuvering around Carter's left side. Simultaneously, he leapt into the air. Among the Raptors players, Bosh was most familiar with Mohan and harbored the deepest apprehension regarding his three-point shooting. In that instant, Bosh rushed over, leaping alongside him, using his body to obstruct Mohan's shooting angle. In midair, Mohan's body lingered, yet he did not cease his shooting motion. Unable to shoot directly, he spun the basketball and launched it through the narrow gap between Bosh's arms. With a resounding thud, the basketball swished through the net. It was an exceptionally challenging three-pointer. Instantly, the crowd erupted in fervor. A cacophony of shouts for Mohan resounded. Mo, Mo, Mo. This remarkable three-pointer was replayed in slow motion thrice, with each movement meticulously analyzed. ESPN commentator Barkley exclaimed, "It is hard to believe such a shot could be executed on the court. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought Mohan's three-pointer was a feat only achievable through cinematic special effects." Rudolph praised. When Mohan exhibits his desire to score, one cannot fathom the extent of his madness. Although Mohan's static talent may be lacking, he consistently manages to shoot the basketball from seemingly impossible angles. He is a treasure of a player, embodying the skills of dribbling, shooting, and three-point shooting all in one. After the Raptors employed a strategy targeting the formidable duo, Mohan increasingly relied on his individual prowess to score. From this perspective, Mohan transcended the role of a point guard, emerging as an exceptional shooting guard. The Raptors head coach could only shake his head at such a play. Despite having devised numerous strategies against Mohan's style of play, he found himself helpless against the opponent's extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing the crowd chant for Bosh's expression darkened. Not only had he failed to pose a threat to Mohan, but he had also unintentionally become a backdrop for the opponent, a notion utterly intolerable for the Dragon King. During the Raptors' offensive, Bosh fervently demanded his teammates pass him the ball. Observing this, Williams lofted a high pass to Bosh. With his back against Yao Ming, Bosh slowly advanced in the paint, preparing to execute a skilled back-to-the-basket turnaround jumper. Just as Bosh was about to release the basketball, a figure darted past his vision. In an instant, a hand reached out toward the ball. With a resounding slap, Bosh's basketball was swatted away. It was a block. The figure was none other than Mohan. Mohan's static talent may not enable him to execute absolute close-range defense, yet his gaze is piercingly sharp. Having previously utilized Nash's template, he retains a residual 20 in attributes. During this period, Mohan has engaged in numerous probability calculations, allowing him to precisely determine the shooting percentages of every player. In a split second, he unexpectedly surged forward, delivering a resounding block to Bosh. The previously attempted high-difficulty three-pointer had been launched through the narrow gap in Bosh's defense, and now he had bestowed upon Bosh yet another emphatic rejection. Instantly, Bosh's expression soured dramatically. What was intended to be a battle of vengeance had turned Bosh into a mere backdrop for Mohan's moment of brilliance. The comparative abilities of the two rookies became strikingly evident. Bosh could only thrive in favorable circumstances, while Mohan demonstrated his capacity to lead the team out of adversity. The disparity in their values was unmistakable. Should Mohan maintain such worth in future games, his standing within the NBA league is destined to ascend. The NBA is indeed a realm that prioritizes prowess. The Raptors guard, Williams, initiated the play, passing the ball to Carter. Inside the paint, the Rockets players had already assumed their positions. With Yao Ming diligently defending, the Raptors faced considerable difficulty attempting a shot within the key. After a moment of hesitation, Carter was compelled to take a contested shot, which ricocheted off the rim. Yao Ming leaped, seizing the rebound, and without a moment's pause, he relayed the ball to Mohan. Mohan swiftly seized the ball and immediately orchestrated an offensive play. Mohan did not hasten to execute a fast break, instead advancing the ball across half-court at a measured pace. The Raptors players quickly fell back on defense, with Williams and Michael positioning themselves at the half-court line to closely guard Mohan. The Raptors' current strategy against Mohan is to employ a combination of double-teaming and obstruction. Mohan may succeed in forcefully breaking through once or twice, but it is improbable that he will achieve this every time. Any misstep could grant the Raptors an opportunity to counterattack. However, this is under ordinary circumstances. When the peak Kobe template is activated, Mohan enters an unstoppable state. Mohan suddenly quickened his pace, executing a swift turn towards Williams, leaving him unable to defend in time. Mohan deftly maneuvered past Williams, as Michael extended his palm towards him. In that fleeting moment, Mohan had already anticipated Michael's defensive move. The ball in Mohan's possession shifted direction with remarkable speed, suddenly transitioning from the left side to beneath his hips, executing a low drive that effortlessly created a two-position gap between him and Michael. Observing this scene, Carter rushed in from the right side to provide support. Mohan had been anticipating this moment, and as Carter approached him, he deftly passed the ball to Kato. Receiving the ball, Kato, in his familiar position, leaped and launched a jump shot. Swish. The mid-range shot found its mark. This play showcased Mohan's exquisite breakthrough followed by a brilliant assist. The Rockets fans on the sidelines erupted with exhilaration. Mo, I love you. Mo, you are a god. Mo. From the very first quarter until now, the rhythm of the game had been orchestrated by Mohan. Mohan's breakthrough, shooting, three-pointers, and assists were nearly flawless during the match. If the previous game showcased the formidable duo of Yao Ming and Mohan, this match served as a stage for Mohan to demonstrate his individual prowess. Yao Ming exhibited remarkable strength alongside his partner, beaming with smiles as he approached to offer a congratulatory high-five. With the score at 21-24 as the second quarter commenced, Mohan utilized his three-point shooting and assists to narrow the gap to just 3 points. The morale of the Rockets soared, with every player brimming with enthusiasm and displaying commendable diligence in their defense. The Raptors, however, maintained a rapid offensive tempo. Williams and Michael exchanged the ball back and forth before executing a high lob to Bosh. Confronted by Yao Ming's defense, Bosh found it exceedingly challenging to maneuver past him with any flashy moves. Realizing he could not push Yao back physically, Bosh discovered that the angle was not conducive for a shot. Reluctantly, he passed the ball back to Davis. With time running out on the offensive clock, Davis had no choice but to force a shot. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the backboard. Kato leaped to secure the rebound. Much like Yao Ming, Kato exhibited unwavering trust in Mohan throughout the game. Without hesitation, Kato directed the ball towards Mohan. Mohan received the pass, embodying the essence of a peak Kobe Bryant. In this moment, his explosive speed was astonishing. Dribbling swiftly across the half-court, Mohan moved with the grace of a cheetah. From the sidelines, the Raptors head coach shouted emphatically, "Defense! Defense!" The Raptors players hurried back, but Williams and Michael found themselves 2 strides behind Mohan. Mohan dashed to the three-point line, steadied his footing, and deliberately feigned a move. Williams, who was chasing from behind, had no time to ponder, propelled by instinct. He leaped to defend Mohan. However, as soon as he took off, Williams realized he had been deceived. In the next moment, Mohan jumped and released the basketball. Swish. The ball sailed effortlessly through the hoop, marking yet another three-pointer. The score stood at 24-24. Witnessing this, the Raptors coach turned pale, compelled to call a timeout to allow Mohan's rhythm to subside, while also recalibrating the team's tactical strategy. Davis, you will play center. Bosh, take on the power forward position. Williams, focus on Mohan, and Michael, ensure you position yourself effectively in the half-court. Observing Mohan's increasingly impressive performance, the head coach made necessary adjustments. Bosh, in his battle against Yao Ming, found himself at a disadvantage, consistently being suppressed, leading to dismal results. Bosh, capable of playing both power forward and center, could not afford to squander his offensive prowess when the center position was unyielding. This season, the Raptors' core relied heavily on Bosh. For the tempo to flourish, it was imperative that Bosh excel. On the Rockets side, Coach Van Gundy wore a broad smile, immediately praising Mohan. Exactly. Mo, you are doing exceptionally well. Moving forward, the Raptors will adjust their tactics. Our changes need not be extensive, just maintain active positioning. The Raptors will struggle inside. Yao Ming, you can afford to be more aggressive. Van Gundy strategized for the next play, determined to reactivate Yao Ming as a focal point. The Raptors' lineup was clearly centered around fast breaks, utilizing multiple guards to contain Mohan, yet leaving vulnerabilities in the paint. Should Yao Ming find his rhythm, the Raptors' strategy would effectively become self-defeating. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. At this moment, the Rockets fans erupted in cheers, their voices resonating throughout the arena, causing the entire venue to tremble. Although the arena was the Raptors' home ground, the fervent shouts made one almost believe it was the Rockets' sanctuary. Once back on the court, the Raptors launched a fierce offensive. With the positional adjustments in place, Bosh felt a significant alleviation of pressure. Confronting Carter, filled with pent-up frustration, Bosh played with remarkable determination. A swift pivot allowed him to maneuver around Carter, followed by a hook shot that found its way into the basket. After finally scoring, Bosh celebrated with his signature clenched fist and triumphant roar. For Bosh, losing this match was not an option. This was a battle of vengeance that he aimed to win resoundingly, determined to reclaim his honor in front of the Mohan. The score shifted to 24-26, favoring the Rockets as they initiated their offense. The players on the Rockets placed immense trust in Mohan. Carter inbound the ball, delivering it to Mohan to orchestrate the play. In the face of Williams' solitary defense, Mohan appeared to perceive nothing before him. With a mere turn and a dribble between his legs, he effortlessly maneuvered past Williams, creating a gap of 2 positions. Mohan dribbled past the half-court line, where Michael was already positioned, awaiting his arrival. Single coverage? How audacious of them. Mohan chuckled inwardly. To defend Mohan with only one player was a profound underestimation of his prowess. In Chapter 87, Master Xiao pondered, it is unfortunate that he and Mohan belong to different eras. Under ordinary circumstances, a single defender might pose some threat to Mohan. However, at this moment, imbued with the essence of peak Kobe, how could a solitary defender hope to contain the Black Mamba? In his prime, Kobe was an unstoppable force. Not just a single defender, but an entire team would find it exceedingly challenging to counter him. In peak form, Kobe's ability to penetrate defenses was unparalleled. Though Michael was a formidable defender, before the current iteration of Mohan, he appeared almost inconsequential. Mohan faced no obstacles as he pivoted effortlessly, gliding past Michael with ease. In the blink of an eye, he found himself near the three-point line. Having learned from previous encounters, the Raptors were determined not to allow Mohan an opportunity for a three-pointer. Carter remained close, his defensive stance unwavering. Bosh had also joined the fray, positioning himself to contend with Carter, thereby granting him a modicum of maneuvering space. Confronted by his adversary Mohan, Bosh's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to thwart Mohan's shot, ideally delivering a resounding block. With his gaze fixed on Mohan, Bosh coldly asserted, "This time, you shall not pass." Mohan disregarded Bosh's provocation. If he were to force his way through, with Kobe's archetype as his foundation, he could indeed maneuver past. However, he would subsequently face a blockade from Davis, resulting in a mere 30 shooting accuracy. Mohan had no need to take unnecessary risks by provoking the wrath of the Raptors players. He cast a glance towards Yao Ming, deliberately shifting his steps to the left. Feigning a drive, Bosh quickly positioned himself to obstruct Mohan's path, but in that fleeting moment, Mohan transferred the ball from his left hand to his right. Following that, he launched the ball high with his right hand. Yao Ming, positioned closest to the incoming pass, leaped up to seize the ball, and in the next instant, his towering figure soared, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Witnessing Yao Ming's commanding dunk, the Rockets fans erupted in fervor. Yao, the Yao duo, invincible. The Yao duo, destined for victory. ESPN commentator Rudolph remarked, the Raptors' tactical strategy has been quite restrained against the Yao duo. However, with Mohan in such form, any tactical approach becomes futile. Barkley added, the crux lies in Mohan's versatile skills. His offensive prowess is exceedingly formidable and agile, rendering defense nearly impossible. Fortunately, I didn't play in the same era as him. Otherwise, facing Mohan would have left me in tears. Rudolph chuckled. Barkley offered high praise. Mohan's static talent may be lacking, but his individual capability and technique undoubtedly rank among the elite in the current league. As long as he avoids injuries, he is destined to become a superstar. With Mohan delivering a splendid assist and Yao Ming executing a powerful dunk, the Rockets' morale surged. The score was soon tied, but the expressions on the Raptors players were grim. Despite their earnest defensive efforts, they continually failed to impede Mohan's advance. With their defense proving ineffective, the Raptors had no choice but to intensify their offensive efforts. The three-guard strategy allowed for rapid transitions, and Williams and Carter executed a combination that disrupted the defenses of Mobley and Jackson. Subsequently, Carter,